Chapter 1, Year 959 of the Human Era. Spring of the year 959 of the Human Era. Mornings in Blackstone Fortress always begin amidst hustle and bustle. In the castle's vast training grounds, knights and servants roared as they underwent rigorous strength training. The air was filled with the smell of sweat and the clanging sound of steel colliding. Shuji woke up in his simple little bed. He found everything outside the window utterly boring. 17 years after arriving in this world that reveres muscle aesthetics, he still cannot adapt. He prefers reading quietly to watching sweaty muscle collisions. As the illegitimate son of the Blackstone Baron, he knew he had no chance of inheriting the throne. Therefore, his goal is very clear: to live a life of leisure, waiting to die, and living a comfortable existence. Properties panel. Shuji silently recited this in his heart. A pale blue light screen, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Name, Shuji. Level, 1. Bloodline, Blackstone 5%. Occupation, none. Attributes, Strength 6, Constitution 5, Skill 7, Agility 6, Perception 8, Willpower 8. Talent, none. This is a divine gift from the God of humanity. Every pure-blooded human can awaken it and see their various attributes and abilities at any time. The average score for all attributes for an adult male is 5, so Chuji's attributes are already considered quite good. However, to change jobs to the lowest level of professional, you need at least one attribute to reach 10 points. Clearly, he was destined to never achieve anything extraordinary in his life. However, Chuji didn't care. Anyway, his father didn't expect him to become a professional and bring glory to the family. He just wanted to be an ordinary rich kid, reading books and listening to music that was enough for him. However, today is his 17th birthday, his coming of age. These peaceful days are probably coming to an end. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Young Master Chuji, the Baron summons you. A servant's respectful voice came from outside the door. They're here. Chuji straightened his slightly wrinkled linen clothes and followed the servant through the long corridor. His father, the burly, bear-like Baron Blackstone, was already waiting in the study. This so-called study has very few books to be seen. The walls were covered with all sorts of grotesque weapons and grotesque monster head specimens. The Baron turned around, his imposing gaze falling on Chuji, filled with scrutiny and undisguised contempt. He was never satisfied with his third son. He did not inherit the family's strong physique, nor was he willing to marry into the families of noble ladies. It's a disgrace to the Blackrock family bloodline. Father. Chuji bowed slightly in greeting. The Baron snorted heavily and threw a thick stack of paintings onto the table. Look, this is the marriage partner I carefully selected for you. The Baron's voice was deep and powerful, like muffled thunder rolling through the room. Any one of them can bring you glory. This is the foundation upon which you will establish yourself in the future. Chuji silently stepped forward and unfurled the first scroll. The painting depicts a woman with a rugged face, holding a large rock the size of a tabletop high in the air. The muscles on her arms were clearly defined, bulging and taut, enough to make even Chuji, the bodybuilding champion from his previous life, feel ashamed. Viscount Langton's eldest daughter possesses superhuman strength. At the age of 15, she was able to tame a fully grown gale horse on her own. The Baron's tone was full of admiration. Chuji's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. This isn't a woman, it's clearly a human crane. He suppressed his discomfort and silently unfurled the second painting. The woman in the painting has a bold smile and is holding a huge warhammer. Opposite her, a knight in full heavy armor was sent flying backward, his armor fragments scattering everywhere. The only daughter of Knight Commander Grin, she is famous for her armor-shattering hammer. It is said that her strong waist and abdomen can easily break a fine steel longsword. The father's tone became increasingly boastful, as if he were introducing a rare treasure. Chuji felt a phantom pain in his waist. If he were to marry her, would she break his back? He dared not look at the third painting, closed all the scrolls, and took a deep breath. The images of fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged women from my past life flashed through my mind. Unfortunately, in this world, that type is considered morbid and ugly. The mainstream aesthetic here is the muscle Barbie in front of us. Chuji bowed slightly to the Baron, his voice not loud, but very clear. Father, if I may be so bold, they are not right for me. I beg you to rescind your order. The air in the study seemed to freeze instantly. The Baron's expectation turned into deep anger and contempt. Not suitable? He suddenly raised his voice as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Chuji, are you questioning my judgment? They are the most beautiful and noble women within 100 miles. Their bloodline can improve your weak genes and give birth to the strongest heir for you. The Baron's voice was filled with barely suppressed anger. He took a step forward, his enormous figure bringing a strong sense of oppression. Or do you want to emulate those frail bards from the southern kingdoms and pursue those skinny, ugly creatures who can't even carry a sack of wheat? In his father's eyes, Chu Ji's unusual aesthetic sense was a kind of morbidity. It is a ruthless stain on family bloodlines and honor. Chu Ji calmly raised his head and looked directly at his furious father. I just don't want to risk my life for territory that I don't care about. These words completely ignited the Baron's long-suppressed anger. Waste! Bang! He slammed his large, fan-like hand on the table, causing the thick oak table to groan in pain and crack. You are not worthy of the Blackrock family bloodline. How could I have such a cowardly, incompetent son with such distorted aesthetics? The Baron's chest heaved violently, like a raging bull pacing back and forth in his study. He finally stopped, his scarlet eyes fixed on Chu Ji, and roared as he made his judgment. Since you look down on these ladies who can bring glory to the family, then go to the place that best suits you. Blackwater Village. The poorest and most remote piece of land in our family's village. From today onwards, this is your fiefdom. Consider it my coming-of-age gift to you, you good-for-nothing. Get out of here now. I don't want to see you in the castle again before dark. Upon hearing this result, Chu Ji's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down completely. He breathed a huge sigh of relief. Given the choice between spending the rest of his life with a strong, independent woman and exploring a remote, impoverished area, he would rather choose the latter. For him, this was a relief. Yes, father. He calmly bowed again, showing no sign of the dejection of being exiled, and then turned and left the study. Back in his simple little room, Chu Ji began packing his bags. There's really nothing to tidy up. A few changes of clothes, and a few geographical and historical miscellaneous books that are considered forbidden books in this world. All his belongings were packed into a small package. The servant who had led him to the study appeared at the door again. This time, the respect on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by an undisguised indifference and contempt. Chu Ji, young master, he deliberately drew out his words, the carriage is already prepared outside. The master has ordered that you must leave the castle grounds before nightfall. No. Chu Ji calmly responded, picked up his small package, and walked out without looking back. He had no attachment whatsoever to this cold castle. Chapter 2.2 The Many Children, Many Blessings System. The carriage bumped and jolted along the uneven dirt road. The carriage had a faint musty smell. This was worlds apart from the luxurious carriages Chu Ji used to ride in. My bones felt like they were about to fall apart from all the jostling. The journey was tedious and long. The next day at noon, the carriage entered a post station called Shijiao Town. I'm going to get a drink. You stay here by yourself. The coachman coldly uttered a sentence and then walked towards the only tavern in town. Chu Ji was left alone on the spot. He got out of the car, stretched his stiff body, and curiously looked around the unfamiliar town. A commotion quickly caught his attention. A large crowd had gathered in front of the blacksmith's shop in the center of town. An exceptionally strong female blacksmith was surrounded by a group of young men, who fawned over her like stars around the moon. With her bare, muscular arms, she hammered away at the red-hot iron blank, her muscles undulating with each movement. She truly deserves to be called the flower of our Shijiao town. Look at Miss Alea's arms, they're full of strength, that is true beauty. Whoever marries her will be set for life. The men showered him with praise. Chu Ji twitched the corner of his mouth and turned his gaze to the tavern next door. A slender and pretty waitress was carefully walking out of the door carrying a basin of water. She looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, with fair skin and beautiful features. Her long, flaxen hair was tied into a simple ponytail, with a few playful strands hanging down her forehead. This is the girl Chu Ji has met since he came into this world who best matches his aesthetic standards. However, the passers-by around her looked at her with disdain and disgust. Look at that sickly fellow, he's really ugly. She was as thin as a reed, and would fall over if the wind blew her down. I don't know why the boss took her in. The harsh comments clearly reached everyone's ears. The waitress trembled slightly, her face turned pale, and her fingers holding the basin of water turned white from the force. Perhaps due to excessive nervousness, she stumbled and the basin of water slipped from her grasp. Splash! Water and fragments of the wooden basin were spilled all over the floor. Ha ha, this ugly monster! What a useless piece of trash! He can't even hold a basin of water properly. A burst of harsh laughter immediately erupted from the surrounding area. The girl's eyes instantly reddened, and tears welled up in them. She crouched down, frantically trying to clean up the mess on the floor. Her slender fingers were accidentally cut by a sharp splinter, and a little blood seeped out. She recoiled in pain, and tears finally streamed down her face. That helpless and pitiful look made Shuji feel inexplicably annoyed. This beautiful woman, who could have been a goddess in her past life, is treated as an ugly monster here. The female blacksmith who could kill a bull with a single punch was revered as the town's beauty. There's nothing we can do about it after all. The goddess of beauty in this world is a female knight who can shatter rocks with her fists, carry horses on her shoulders, and traverse thousands of armies clad in heavy armor. Moreover, the goddess of beauty is the wife of the god of mankind, so human aesthetics naturally gravitate towards that of the goddess of beauty. Only Chuji possessed memories of his past life, otherwise, he would have ended up like these ordinary people. Just as his emotions were fluctuating, a cold yet pleasant mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind without warning. Bite. The host has been detected to possess independent territory and exhibit a strong desire to reproduce. Meets final activation requirements. The many children, many blessings system is officially launched. Chuji froze. Golden finger. The standard perks for the transmigrators have finally arrived. He forcibly suppressed his inner elation, took a deep look at the still sobbing girl, turned around and walked quickly back to the carriage. Not long after, the drunken coachman also staggered out of the tavern. Get in the car, let's go. The carriage bumped and jolted its way onto the road once more. This time, Chuji no longer cared about the bumpy journey. His entire mind was absorbed in his own thoughts. System. He silently recited it in his heart. A pale blue, technologically advanced light screen appeared out of thin air in his mind. The light screen interface is simple and clear, with 4 large characters at the top. Many children, many blessings. The following are the 2 core functions. Function 1, Bloodline Inheritance. Description: any offspring born to the host and any woman will disregard bloodline barriers and inherit and optimize the strongest talent, attribute, or ability of both parents. Shuji's heart began to pound wildly. Inherit the strongest one. What does this mean? Even if he marries a commoner woman with no blood relation, as long as she has a top-notch talent in a certain area, such as archery or business, their child can perfectly inherit that top-notch talent. This is practically a cheat code for targeted genius cultivation. His breathing became rapid, and his gaze was fixed intently on the second function. Function 2, Family Feedback. Description: each time a child is born, the system will grant the host a one-time reward based on the child's overall qualities. The more children the host has, the stronger the reward. The reward levels are also listed in detail below. Common, Advanced, Legendary, Epic, Mythical. Shuji repeatedly and meticulously studied each feature description, word by word. An overwhelming sense of ecstasy swept through his entire brain like a storm. He understood the true core value of this system almost instantly. In this distorted world where robustness is considered beautiful, those sickly or ugly women who fit his aesthetic standards are completely ignored. They have a low social status, suffer from discrimination, and may even be disliked by their own families. But for him, for this transmigrator who possesses the many children, many blessings system, how can she be considered ugly? These are clearly vast, untapped treasure troves, inexhaustible and boundless. He could have openly and honestly married these women whom others considered ugly. Using the system's powerful functions, they gave birth to offspring who inherited the strongest talent. He himself can receive rewards through family contributions and continuously grow stronger. Attribute points, talents, bloodlines, and even divinity. A broad road to immortality was laid bare before him. This path is perfectly feasible. Call. Shuji exhaled a long breath, slowly calming the turbulent emotions in his heart. In an instant, all the confusion and frustration in his heart vanished. Instead, there was an unprecedented calm and ambition. He lifted the carriage curtain again. The view outside the window has become increasingly desolate. The fertile land has disappeared, replaced by vast stretches of barren, sandy land. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the outline of a small, dilapidated village could be vaguely seen in the distance. That was his fiefdom, Blackwater Village. The coachman reined in his horse and said coldly, "We've arrived, get off the bus." Shuji picked up his only bundle and stepped off the carriage. A gust of bleak autumn wind blew by, stirring up a few withered leaves and dust. A few sallow-faced, emaciated villagers stood sparsely at the village entrance, scrutinizing the newly arrived lord with numb and wary eyes. For anyone, this was a place of exile, abandoned by the gods. But in Chu Ji's eyes, this barren land will be the starting point for him to create a brand new family that will last for 1,000 years, and even an immortal empire. Chapter 3, Part 3, Ugly Cecile. The carriage sped away without a backward glance, raising a cloud of dust. Chu Ji stood alone at the village entrance, carrying his only bundle. A gust of bleak autumn wind blew by, stirring up a few withered leaves and dust. A few sallow-faced, emaciated villagers stood sparsely at the village entrance, scrutinizing the newly arrived lord with numb and wary eyes. For anyone, this was a place of exile, abandoned by the gods. But in Chu Ji's eyes, this barren land will be the starting point for him to create a brand new family that will last for 1,000 years, and even an immortal empire. Chapter 3, Part 3, Ugly Cecile. The carriage sped away without a backward glance, raising a cloud of dust. Chu Ji stood alone at the village entrance, carrying his only bundle. What he saw was worse than he had imagined. A dozen or so dilapidated thatched huts are scattered about as if they could collapse at any moment. The road was full of potholes and mixed with dried animal manure. Several ragged villagers leaned listlessly against the corner of the wall. Their eyes were numb and dull when they saw Chu Ji, the stranger. They merely raised their eyelids slightly. Lifeless. They were like a group of living corpses waiting to die slowly. Even the air was filled with the smell of poverty and despair. Cough, cough. A hoarse cough was heard. An old man, leaning on a wooden cane and with a face full of wrinkles like old tree bark, walked out shakily from a thatched hut. He is the village chief of Blackwater Village, and the only person here who still has some vitality. The old village chief's cloudy eyes sized up Chu Ji, and a hint of awe appeared in his eyes when he saw Chu Ji's clean clothes and extraordinary demeanor. "Excuse me, are you an official sent by the castle?" Chu Ji nodded. He took out a parchment document bearing the seal of the Blackstone Baron from his pocket and handed it over. "From this day forward, I am the new lord of this place." The old village chief respectfully accepted the document and carefully examined the markings on it. After confirming that everything was correct, he bowed deeply to Chu Ji, his voice hoarse. "Blackwater Village Chief Bart greets your lordship." Hearing the commotion, the surrounding villagers gradually gathered around and numbly followed the village chief in bowing. However, their movements were stiff, and their eyes remained empty. He seemed indifferent to who became the lord. "Get up," Chu Ji said calmly. "Take me to see the village." "Yes, sir." Village Chief Bart responded, his body hunched over, and led the way. "Sir, our village has a total of 17 households, with a total of 53 people. The land in the village is too barren, it's all sandy and stony, and you can't grow much grain." He pointed to the large tracts of barren land on the edge of the village, his face full of sorrow. "In previous years, we could supplement our income by fishing in the Blackwater River behind the river. But a few years ago, a monster was said to be in the river, and no one has dared to go down into the river since." The village chief sighed, and with each word he spoke, the wrinkles on his face deepened. The village's only granary was emptied last month. Chu Ji looked in the direction he pointed, and the so-called granary was just a slightly larger thatched hut. The roof had several large holes, and a gust of wind blew through it, making a mournful sound. "This is the place of exile. A place abandoned by God, a place devoid of hope." Just then, a series of violent shouts and curses came from the front of a house not far away. "You good for nothing. All you do is eat, you can't do any work well." A burly peasant woman with a fierce face was punching and kicking a girl curled up on the ground. "The butcher from the next village has his eye on you. Half a sack of rye, you're going with him tomorrow." The girl covered her head, her body trembling with fear. She was wearing tattered linen clothes, and her long, golden hair was tangled and messy. Although her face was covered in dust, her thin and slender figure made Chu Ji's eyes light up instantly. When the village chief, Bart, saw this, a look of disgust and helplessness appeared on his face. He moved closer to Chu Ji and explained in a low voice. "Sir, this is a girl from Norma's family in the village, named Cheshire. He was born ugly and sickly, unable to do heavy work, but he ate a lot. Her mother thinks she's a burden and is thinking of selling her to get some food." The old village chief's words were filled with disdain for the girl. In his view, this kind of thin girl was the most useless burden in the village. Chu Ji didn't speak, but just watched quietly, lost in thought. "Let's keep going, sir." The village chief didn't want this shameful thing to tarnish the new lord's eyes. Chu Ji withdrew his gaze and nodded. The group eventually arrived at the center of the village. Here stands a two-story stone house, the most impressive building in the entire village. Although it was a bit worn out, at least it could keep out the wind and rain. My lord, this is your residence. The village chief respectfully handed a rusty iron key to Chu Ji. From this moment on, you are the master of Blackwater Village. Chu Ji took the key and pushed open the heavy wooden door. The room was very simple, with only some essential tables and chairs and a wooden bed, covered in a thick layer of dust. He casually placed his package on the table. Then he turned around, looked at the old village chief standing respectfully in front of him, and calmly gave his first order. I need a maid to manage my life. The village chief was taken aback for a moment, then smiled obsequiously. You're right, sir. I'll go to the village right away and pick the strongest and most capable girl for you. In his view, only the strongest women were worthy to serve the Lord. Chu Ji shook his head. No need to choose. He looked into the village chief's eyes and spoke, word by word. I only want that girl from before, the one named Cheshire. The air froze instantly. The village chief's smile froze. He picked at his ear, wondering if he had misheard. My lord, what did you say? You want that ugly woman to be your maid? His voice was filled with an unbelievable sense of absurdity. The other villagers who had come with him stared wide-eyed at Chu Ji as if he were a fool. They had never heard of paying money to buy an ugly woman in their lives. Is there a problem? Chu Ji countered with a question, his tone remaining calm. No. No problem. The village chief gave a stammering reply. But, sir, that girl is so thin she's skin and bones, she can't lift anything, she won't be able to serve you properly. Chu Ji offered no explanation. He untied his bundle, took out a silver coin, and placed it on the table. This silver coin is the reward. The village chief's eyes widened instantly when he saw the brand new silver coin. His breathing became rapid, and his throat involuntarily bobbed. Silver. That's currency that only noblemen can use. In Blackwater Village, this silver coin is enough to buy a family a month's worth of food. To exchange something so precious for a worthless ugly girl? This new lord is practically a philanthropist sent by the gods to save them. No problem. Absolutely no problem. The old village chief's astonishment instantly turned into ecstasy, and he nodded repeatedly, afraid that Chu Ji would change his mind. I'll go and bring that girl to you right away. Please wait a moment. After saying that, he turned and ran outside, his steps much more agile than before. In less than 10 minutes, Cheshire was pushed and shoved by her mother to the front of the stone house. The girl's eyes were filled with fear and unease. She didn't know why this unfamiliar nobleman wanted to buy her. All she knew was that her fate was no longer in her own hands. Go inside, don't make the adults angry. The peasant woman took the silver coin from the village chief, smiled broadly, gave Cheshire a shove, and then walked away without looking back. Chu Ji ignored the commotion outside the door. He closed the wooden door, shutting out all eyes. The light inside the room suddenly dimmed. Cheshire stood there awkwardly, head down, not daring to look at him. Chu Ji picked up a piece of white bread from the package on the table, poured a glass of water, and handed it to her. Eat? The girl hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to her hunger and took it with trembling hands. She wolfed down her food, as if she had been starving for a long time. Chu Ji looked at her quietly, his voice gentle. Don't be afraid. From today onwards, you will be my maid. Here, no one will beat you or let you go hungry. This is your home. Chapter 4, Part 4, The First Wife. That night, the Lord's stone house was not much better than the thatched huts outside. Inside the room was only a dilapidated wooden bed, a table, and 2 stools. The corner was covered in dust and cobwebs. Chu Ji didn't care about this. He looked at the uneasy girl in front of him and tried his best to make his voice sound gentle and harmless. Come here and sit down. He pressed Cheshire down onto the stool and gently wiped the dirt off her cheek with his sleeve. The dust was wiped away, revealing the girl's originally fair and delicate skin. Although long-term malnutrition made her look somewhat pale and thin, her delicate facial features could not be concealed. This is a piece of unpolished jade. Chu Ji's gaze softened even more. Cheshire, do you know why I bought you? He spoke slowly. Cheshire's body trembled involuntarily, and she shook her head in horror. She dared not think about it, nor dared she ask. She feared the answer would be too cruel for her to bear. Chu Ji stared into her eyes and spoke each word with utmost seriousness. Because, in my eyes, you are beautiful. These words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Cheshire's mind. She suddenly raised her head, her blue eyes, as clear as a lake, filled with disbelief. Beautiful? This word has been completely foreign to her since she can remember. Her mother called her an ugly hag and a money loser. The village children threw stones at her and called her a sickly girl. Everyone said she was ugly, as thin as a walking skeleton. This was the first time in her more than 10 years of life that someone had said she was beautiful. Moreover, the one who uttered these words was a lord of high status. Cheshire's mind went blank. She felt this must be a dream. An absurd and laughable dream. I didn't lie to you. Shuji seemed to see through her thoughts and continued speaking. My aesthetic sense is different from theirs. They like strong women like your mother, believing that is the symbol of health and strength. But in my opinion, true beauty is your slender and graceful appearance. His words, like a warm stream, gently flowed through Cheshire's long-frozen heart. It was like a heavy hammer, shattering the humble beliefs she had built up over the past decade. So I'm not ugly after all? So, there are people who appreciate me looking like this? She stared blankly at the man in front of her, her eyes unconsciously welling up with tears. Shuji's next words completely robbed her of her ability to think. So, Cheshire, stay with me and become my wife. I will protect you, give you food, and give you a warm home. I will be your future husband, your only support in this world. Wife. Home. Rely on. These words were too distant and too luxurious for Cheshire. She never imagined that her life could have any third possibility besides being sold or beaten to death. She looked at the man in front of her. He wasn't as rude and contemptuous as the other men in the village. His eyes were clear and sincere. His hands were warm. This was the first time she had felt kindness in her barren life. It was the first ray of sunlight to shine into her dark world. In a corner of my heart, a seed that had long since withered miraculously sprouted at this moment. A tender sprout called hope has emerged. Tears streamed down her face as she gave her answer in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I do. Although the voice was very soft, Shuji heard it clearly. He smiled. He mentally issued instructions to the system. System, select Cheshire as my first wife. The instruction has been confirmed. Currently binding first wife, Cheshire Goldstalker. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, on successfully taking the first step in establishing your family. Please reproduce as soon as possible and contribute to the great revival of your family. Shuji gently embraced the girl who was still sobbing in front of him. From now on, you are my woman. Night was falling. The candlelight inside the stone house flickered gently. Cheshire felt as if she were floating on clouds, and everything seemed so unreal. Shuji picked her up and gently placed her on the old but clean wooden bed. When Shuji's body approached, she instinctively felt a sense of tension and fear. But Shuji did not take any further action. He simply lay down beside her, encircling her with his warm embrace. Don't be afraid. He whispered in her ear. In this world, I am the only one who knows how to appreciate your beauty. So, give me everything you have. The warm breath brushed past her ear, causing Cheshire's body to tremble slightly. That wasn't because of fear. It was an unprecedented, profound feeling of being cherished and affirmed. She remembered her mother's beatings and scoldings, the villagers' disgusted looks, and the days when she was hungry and lived in constant fear. And now, this man, this lord. He pulled himself out of the mud and wiped the filth off his body. She also told herself that she was beautiful. You are precious. An indescribable surge of excitement welled up inside me. Cheshire turned around and, with all the courage she had, took the initiative to hug Shuji. Sir, thank you. Her voice was thick with nasal tone, and tears once again soaked Shuji's clothes. I'm not ugly, I'm not a burden. Yes, you're not ugly, you're my treasure. Shuji gently stroked her soft, long golden hair, affirming her again and again. His gentle kisses landed on her forehead, the corner of her eye, and finally on her lips. Cheshire responded awkwardly. At this moment, she was no longer the ugly, despised Cheshire. She was just a little woman who entrusted her whole heart and soul to her man. Outside, the moonlight was bright and clear. Inside, springtime was in full bloom. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone through the crack in the window, illuminating the dust inside the room. Cheshire slowly opened her eyes, looking confused for a moment. She felt like she had a very long and beautiful dream. But the steady breathing beside her and the strong arm around her waist reminded her of something. This is not a dream. She turned her head and looked at the man who was still fast asleep beside her. The sunlight cast a soft golden hue on his profile. His face was so handsome, and his demeanor so noble. A feeling of indescribable happiness and contentment welled up in Cheshire's heart. This man is now her husband. She carefully tried to get up, but startled Shuji beside her. Woke up? Shuji opened his eyes and asked with a hoarse laugh, as if he had just woken up. Sir, sir. Cheshire's face flushed instantly, and she was somewhat at a loss for words. Still calling me sir? Shuji deliberately put on a stern face. Cheshire paused for a moment, then reacted and called out shyly in a voice barely audible. Husband, husband. That's more like it. Shuji smiled with satisfaction and gently pecked her lips. The two lingered for a while before finally getting up. While eating the last bit of bread that Shuji had brought, Cheshire hesitated for a long time before finally mustering up the courage to speak. Honey, I want you to see my attribute panel. In this world, proactively sharing one's attribute panel with others is an act of expressing the highest level of trust and loyalty. It means revealing all your secrets to the other person without reservation. Shuji was somewhat surprised, but then felt a warmth in his heart. Good. He nodded. Cheshire closed her eyes, a thought forming in her mind. A pale blue light screen appeared in front of the two of them. Name, Cheshire Golden Harvest. Level, 1. Bloodline, none. Occupation, none. Attributes, Strength 3, Constitution 3, Skill 5, Agility 4, Perception 6, Willpower 7. Talent, none. Really? Just as Chu Ji had predicted. This is just an ordinary, even weak, village girl's interface. All of their attributes are far below the average level of 5 points for adult women. It's no wonder that in this world that worships strength, she would be regarded as a waste and a burden. Shuji didn't care at all, he simply smiled and prepared to close the panel. However, at this very moment, after the none entry in the bloodline section, a line of extremely faint, almost invisible, gold text suddenly caught his attention. His pupils suddenly contracted. Bloodline, none sun god bloodline 3% not activated. The bloodline of the sun god? Shuji's heart began to pound wildly at that moment. He thought he had found a piece of rough jade, but he never expected it to be a piece of unparalleled divine gold encased in a stubborn rock. According to the records he had read, there were only two sources of bloodlines that could be called gods. One type is the direct descendants of deities. Another type is the divinely favored nobles, who are blessed by the gods and granted a sliver of divine power. Both of these bloodlines shone brightly in the age of gods before the dawn of the human era. However, with the rise of human gods, most of these once glorious bloodlines have declined and disappeared into the long river of history. Cheshire's ancestors were very likely once a noble family favored by the sun god. However, by the time it reached her generation, the bloodline had become so diluted that it was almost undetectable, and it fell into silence. But this is divine blood. Even if it's only 3%. Even if it's not activated yet. Its potential is far beyond what his own 5% Blackstone family bloodline can compare to. According to the systems, bloodline inheritance function, as long as he and Cheshire have children, the child may inherit and optimize this powerful sun god bloodline. That talent is at least at the legendary level. There is even a certain chance that a descendant with mythical potential will be born directly. It's out. This time we've really struck it rich. Shuji forcefully suppressed his inner joy and excitement, not letting his facial expression betray him in the slightest. He looked at Cheshire, who seemed completely unaware of the enormous secret hidden within his bloodline, and felt an immense sense of relief and excitement. This barren place of exile was indeed his destiny. Chapter 5.5 Developing Agriculture. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone through the crack in the window, illuminating the dust inside the room. Cheshire slowly opened her eyes, looking confused for a moment. She felt like she had a very long and beautiful dream. But the steady breathing beside her and the strong arm around her waist reminded her of something. This is not a dream. She turned her head and looked at the man who was still fast asleep beside her. The sunlight cast a soft golden hue on his profile. His face was so handsome, and his demeanor so noble. A feeling of indescribable happiness and contentment welled up in Cheshire's heart. This man is now her husband. She carefully tried to get up, but startled Shuji beside her. Woke up? Shuji opened his eyes and asked with a hoarse laugh, as if he had just woken up. Sir, sir. Cheshire's face flushed instantly, and she was somewhat at a loss for words. Still calling me sir? Shuji deliberately put on a stern face. Cheshire paused for a moment, then reacted and called out shyly in a voice barely audible. Husband, husband. That's more like it. Shuji smiled with satisfaction and gently pecked her lips. The two lingered for a while before finally getting up. Shuji took out a clean old piece of clothing from his small bundle and gave it to Cheshire to change into. Although it is still spacious, at least it is clean and tidy. After a simple wash with water, Cheshire finally revealed her original appearance. The sallow complexion caused by long-term malnutrition has faded considerably, revealing a fair and delicate base. Her long, golden hair was simply tied back, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate features. Those clear blue eyes seemed to contain the stars and the sea. Even wearing ill-fitting old clothes couldn't hide her breathtaking beauty. Of course, only Chuji could appreciate this kind of beauty. After eating the last piece of bread that Chuji had brought, he took Cheshire's hand. Come, my lady, accompany me to see our territory. Cheshire blushed and obediently followed beside him. When the two walked out of the stone house hand in hand, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the village. The villagers who had been leaning against the wall with blank stares all looked over. Their eyes no longer held the pure contempt they had yesterday. Instead, it became extremely complex, filled with incomprehension, astonishment, and intense jealousy. Look, that ugly girl, she seems like a completely different person? One of the villagers whispered among themselves. It's just been washed clean, but it still looks as weak and frail as ever. Another man curled his lip, his tone sarcastic. If she were on the battlefield, she wouldn't even be able to lift a sword. I really don't know what the Lord saw in her. Yes, she's thin and weak, it's obvious she won't be able to produce strong offspring. A burly peasant woman crossed her arms, making no attempt to hide her disdain. In her opinion, only women as broad-shouldered and robust as herself are the most beautiful. What do you know? A thin man retorted, his eyes filled with envy. No matter what, she's the Lord's woman now. Look at the clothes she's wearing. They're a bit old, but they're much cleaner than ours. We'll never have to worry about food and clothing again. Unlike us, we still have to worry about going hungry every day. We've really hit the jackpot. These whispers, neither too loud nor too soft, reached Cheshire's ears clearly. Her body stiffened slightly, and she instinctively tried to pull her hand back. Shuji gripped his hand even tighter. He ignored the villagers and simply smiled gently at Cheshire. Don't bother with them, they're just a bunch of ignorant fools. The warm words instantly calmed Cheshire's uneasy heart. Yes, I'm no longer that ugly girl who could be beaten and scolded by everyone. She is the Lord's wife. She was the only woman in the world whom he could call beautiful. With that thought in mind, she straightened her chest and bravely met those complicated gazes. Chuji led her on a thorough tour of the entire Blackwater village. The result was even worse than expected. Including the two of them, the entire village has only 53 people. There are fewer than 10 young and middle-aged laborers. The fields were barren and overgrown with weeds, and the farming tools used were as rudimentary as those of primitive people. Chuji even saw a family's plow, which was just a crooked tree branch with sharp stones tied to it. Everyone's mental state was shrouded in a lifeless numbness. It seems that a complete overhaul is necessary. Chuji had a plan in mind. He first went to the village chief, Bart, and asked him to bring the village's only blacksmith. He was an old man who reeked of alcohol and was as thin as a rake. Without wasting any words, Chuji slapped the last few silver coins he had on the table. Buy all your iron. The old blacksmith looked at the silver coin, his drunken eyes lit up for a moment, then quickly dimmed again. Sir, my skills are long gone. Even if I had iron, I couldn't forge anything of value. You just need to follow my drawings. Chuji took out a piece of charcoal and drew a structural diagram on the table. Su-Yuen plow. It is the crystallization of agricultural wisdom from his previous life in an ancient eastern country. This plow has a simple structure, yet it can rotate freely, greatly saving manpower and animal power. At first, the old blacksmith ignored him. But when he saw the ingenious design, a glimmer of light finally appeared in his cloudy eyes. As a blacksmith, he instinctively recognized the extraordinary nature of this item. My lord, this was really designed by you? Make it according to the design. Also, I'll make sure you have enough wine. Chuji said calmly. No problem. Don't worry, sir. The old blacksmith seemed to have become 20 years younger, patting his chest as he made his promise. Fueled by the strong liquor, he unleashed an astonishing passion. Just 3 days later, a brand new curved plow was placed in front of all the villagers. Shuji instructed the village chief to gather all the people who were still able to walk to a piece of wasteland at the entrance of the village. The villagers gathered listlessly, wondering what tricks the new lord was up to this time. Shuji stood in front of the crowd, his voice loud and clear. I know that the past was very hard, and many people didn't even have enough to eat. The villagers remained expressionless, they were tired of hearing those words. But from today onwards, everything will change. Shuji patted the curved plow beside him. This is a new farm implement I designed. Its efficiency is more than 3 times that of the old plow. A few low snickers rippled through the crowd. 3 times? This young nobleman is really boasting. Shuji didn't care. He harnessed the village's only skinny ox to a new plow. Then, amidst everyone's skeptical gazes, he personally took the plow and began cultivating the hard, barren land. The next second, all the mockery and doubt froze on their faces. The wooden plow, which originally required several strong men to pull with great effort, was now easily turned over by just one ox, turning over the deep soil in the wasteland. The plowshare cut through the ground with a pleasant sound, and the soft soil rolled to both sides. Extremely fast. Moreover, the cultivated land is deep and flat. The villagers were all dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes hard, hardly believing it was real. A miracle, this is a miracle. The old village chief, Bart, was so excited that his lips were trembling. From today onwards, all land will belong to the Lord and be cultivated uniformly. After completing one round of plowing, Shuji stopped, his voice echoing throughout the entire area. Everyone who participates in the labor, regardless of age or gender, can receive 2 full meals of rye porridge from me every day. Those who do a good job will receive an extra serving of meat every week. I assure you that when the autumn harvest comes, everyone will have enough food to get through the winter. Food. Meat. These 2 words struck the villagers' numb nerves like a bolt of lightning. The lifeless ashes in their eyes were ignited at this moment. Sir! Let's do it! Count me in! I want to do it too! Everyone erupted in cheers, shouting excitedly. Faced with the hope of survival, no one envied Cheshire's luck anymore. All that remained in their eyes was the desire for food and their awe and reverence for the young lord. Shuji nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the excited crowd before him. His empire will officially set sail from this barren land. Chapter 6, Section 6, Harvest, the First Child. Before we knew it, it was after the autumn harvest. Heishuwei village has ushered in an unprecedented bumper harvest. When the once dilapidated granary was completely filled with golden ears of wheat, the whole village was in an uproar. Each household received enough grain to last until the spring of next year. In front of the Lord's stone house, Shuji personally distributed heavy bags of rye to the villagers. Thank you, my lord. Praise be to your kindness. The villagers received the grain, their eyes filled with tears of emotion, and they all knelt down on the ground. Their eyes had long since transformed from numbness and lifelessness into the most sincere awe and fervor. It was this young lord who pulled them back from the brink of death from hunger and despair. Old village chief Bart held a sack of wheat, tears streaming down his face, his lips trembling as he couldn't speak. All he knew was that he had never seen so much food in his entire life. The village blacksmith shop was brightly lit day and night. With an ample supply of alcohol, the old blacksmith experienced a second spring, forging batch after batch of brand new curved plows and farm tools. The once lifeless village is now bursting with vitality. Shuji simply accepted everyone's support calmly. He spent most of his time taking care of his increasingly pregnant wife. Cheshire's belly grew bigger day by day, and her once sallow face became rosy and full thanks to the ample nutrition, radiating a charming glow. She was no longer that timid and cowardly ugly girl. Under Shuji's unreserved affection and the awe-inspiring gaze of the entire village, she became confident and cheerful. She would hum off key songs as she tidied Shuji's room and prepared hot meals. Those clear blue eyes were always brimming with happiness and love that seemed about to overflow. She finally believed it from the bottom of her heart. I am beautiful and worthy of being loved. That night, the cold wind howled outside, whipping up snowflakes that lashed against the windows. Inside the stone house, the fireplace burned brightly, providing warmth like spring. Cheshire lay on the bed, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her breathing becoming rapid. Honey, my stomach hurts so much. Shuji, who was reading, suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and immediately put down his book and stood up. She's going into labor. He didn't panic. He immediately rushed out the door and personally called the midwife who had been prepared in the village. The midwife was an experienced middle-aged woman, and under her direction, hot water and clean towels were quickly brought into the room. "Sir, please wait outside. I'll take care of things here." The midwife said this and then closed the door without giving her a chance to say anything more. Shuji paced back and forth outside the door, feeling more nervous than ever before. He listened to his wife's suppressed cries of pain from inside the house, trying her best not to worry him, and his heart clenched. This was countless times more nerve-wracking than when he faced his enraged father alone. Inside the door was his first relative in the world, pregnant with his first child. Time passed second by second. Every second of waiting felt like being fried in a pan of oil. Finally, after who knows how much time had passed. After a suppressed cry of pain, a loud and powerful wail ripped through the night sky like a thunderclap. The sound of crying struck Shuji's heart instantly. Squeak! The door opened. The midwife came out carrying a baby wrapped in soft cloth, her face beaming with smiles. "Congratulations, Your Excellency." "Congratulations. It's a boy, and both mother and child are safe and sound." Shuji's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down completely at this moment. He practically rushed into the room and quickly went to the bedside. Cheshire was pale and drenched in sweat, but her face wore a smile of immense happiness and contentment. "Husband. Thanks a lot." Shuji took her hand, bent down, and kissed her wet forehead deeply. Then, he carefully took the tiny life from the midwife's hands. The baby's eyes were not yet open, and its little face was wrinkled, but its loud cry was full of boundless vitality. A strange feeling of blood connection surged through Shuji's heart like an electric current. This is his child. It was the first cornerstone he laid after coming into this world, establishing a great family. He held the child and silently prayed in his heart. "System, check my son's attributes." The next second, a pale golden light screen, unlike anything he had ever seen before, appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. Name, unnamed, may be named by the host. Bloodline, Blackstone 37%, Sun God 10%. Occupation, none. Attributes, Strength 2, Constitution 2, Skill 1, Agility 1, Perception 1, Willpower 1. Talent, none. The moment Shuji saw the bloodline section, his breath hitched. It felt as if an invisible hand was gripping my heart tightly. Blackstone bloodline, 37%. He knew exactly what this number meant. Based on bloodline concentration, 37% was enough to qualify this child to become a powerful high-level professional in the future. It should be noted that his own Blackstone bloodline was only 5%, and his eldest brother, on whom his father had placed high hopes, had a bloodline concentration of just over 20%. The system actually inherited and optimized the potential of his bloodline from his father, achieving it all in one step. What shocked him even more, almost making him cry out, was the bloodline of the sun god behind him. As a descendant of the sun god, Cheshire's bloodline was so diluted that only 3% remained, which was almost negligible. But by his son's generation, it had skyrocketed to 10%. You're just one step away from the minimum 12% job change threshold. This is no longer a simple optimization. This is simply turning lead into gold. It's a qualitative leap. This child is a born nobleman with dual bloodlines. Double the happiness, double the future. Shuji forcibly suppressed his inner elation, trying not to let his expression appear too exaggerated. Just then, the cold system notification sounded in his mind again. Byte. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your first child. Testing has revealed that this child possesses dual bloodlines, with the Blackstone bloodline reaching the advanced standard. Triggered family rewards. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 5 free attribute points. Let's give him a name. Cheshire's weak but gentle voice came from the bed. Shuji snapped out of his daze, looking at the baby in his arms who had calmed down and was fast asleep, his eyes filled with unprecedented tenderness and ambition. Let's call him Shu Yang. I hope he can be like the sun, illuminating the path for our family's future. Shu Yang. Cheshire murmured the name, a happy smile spreading across her face. Shuji looked at his sleeping wife and his newborn son, feeling incredibly grateful for his decision. This barren land of exile was indeed his promised land. And all of this is just the beginning. A son with the potential to become a high-level professional grants him 5 points of freedom. What if a descendant with legendary, epic, or even mythological qualities were born in the future? What incredible reward will he receive? A flame called ambition burned in Chu Ji's eyes. One child is not enough. 10, 100. He wants to spread his bloodline across the entire continent and establish an unprecedented immortal empire. For this grand goal, he needs more treasures and more wives. Chapter 7, Part 7, Goodbye Baron. The once lifeless village is now bursting with vitality. However, when the night was deep and quiet, Chu Ji frowned as he looked at the ledger. Beneath the joy of a bountiful harvest lies a hidden crisis. He spent almost all of his last silver coin, which he had brought from Blackrock Fortress, on crafting farm tools, buying iron, and rewarding the villagers. Although the village's output has increased several times over, according to the kingdom's laws, the lord is required to pay 30% of the harvest as tax to the king. After this tax payment was made, very little money was left for the development of Heishui village. He ran out of money. Chu Ji's gaze fell on his sleeping son, Chu Yang, in the cradle. The little one was sleeping soundly, occasionally smacking his lips. He knew that his son possessed advanced qualities and was a born dual bloodline nobleman. However, to fully realize this qualification, a massive amount of resources are needed for its development. The best nutrition, the best education, the best equipment. These are not things that a small village like Heishui, which has just been lifted out of poverty, can afford. He didn't have time to wait for his territory to slowly accumulate wealth. Chu Yang's growth cannot wait. A bold plan took shape in Chu Ji's mind. He had to go back to that cold home and reclaim what was rightfully his. Before the winter snow arrived, Chu Ji held his 1-month-old son and prepared to set off. Cheshire packed his bags, her eyes filled with reluctance. "Honey, please be careful." Chu Ji pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. "Don't worry, I'm not going there to beg. I'm going there to reclaim the glory that our son deserves." He boarded the village's only ox cart and, amidst the villagers' well wishes and farewells, embarked on his journey back to Blackstone Fortress. A few days later, the familiar, majestic outline of Blackrock Fortress reappeared on the horizon. "Stop." The guards at the gate stopped the makeshift ox cart, their eyes filled with disdain. When they saw that the person in the car was Chu Ji, their faces immediately showed undisguised mockery. "Who do we have here? It's that good-for-nothing who got kicked out." "What? Couldn't make it out there, so you've come back begging with your tail between your legs?" Chu Ji ignored the noisy flies. He held the sleeping Chu Yang and said calmly, "I want to see the Baron." "Ha! You think you can just see me whenever you want?" One of the guards laughed exaggeratedly. "Do you still think you're some high and mighty young master?" Chu Ji's eyes turned cold. "I have brought to the Blackrock family an heir with advanced professional qualifications. If important matters are delayed because of your obstruction, can you bear the responsibility?" The guards' laughter stopped abruptly. They looked at each other, and although they didn't believe it, the title of high-level professional still made them feel pressured. Just then, the castle's butler came out. He saw Chu Ji, frowned, and a flash of disgust crossed his eyes. "Come with me, the master is willing to see you." Nearly a year later, Chu Ji once again entered the study filled with weapons and monster specimens. His father, Baron Blackstone, sat in the main seat, leisurely polishing a giant axe. He didn't even look up at Chu Ji. "You still have the nerve to come back?" The Baron's voice was as cold as the steel in his hand. "I heard that you married an ugly woman in that slum? What, you can't even support that ugly freak now, and you want to come back and beg for mercy from me with that bastard you gave birth to?" The harsh words did not stir up the slightest ripple in Chu Ji's heart. "Father, I have not come back today to beg for your mercy." He looked directly at the Baron and pushed Chu Yang, whom he was holding, forward a little. "I have come to present the Blackstone family with a gift that could change their future destiny. This is my son, Chu Yang, who is also your grandson." The Baron finally stopped what he was doing and slowly raised his head. His disdainful gaze swept over the swaddled baby, a hint of sarcasm playing on his lips. "A bastard born to an ugly girl of lowly blood dares to call himself my grandson? What qualifications does he have?" Chu Ji stood his ground, meeting his father's gaze. "Because he has the potential to become a high-level professional." The air in the study seemed to freeze instantly. "I hope you can test his bloodline to see if he is a bastard." "You can find out with a single test." Chu Ji's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable power. "If you refuse, then the Blackstone family will lose a pillar of strength in the future, and you will bear this responsibility alone." "Advanced professional?" The Baron's massive body suddenly rose from the chair, like an enraged lion. He stared intently at Chu Ji, his eyes filled with scrutiny and suspicion. He didn't believe that his most despised good-for-nothing son could produce any remarkable offspring. But what if? Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he wouldn't dare gamble. Ultimately, greed overcame reason. All right. I'll give you that chance. The Baron let out a cold snort. I want to see what kind of monster you and that ugly hag can produce. He roared and summoned the old priest from the castle. The bloodline testing ceremony was quickly prepared. A fist-sized, crystal-clear ball was placed in the center of the altar. Under the watchful eyes of the Baron and the priest, Zhuji gently pierced Chu Yang's fingertip with a sterilized silver needle. A drop of bright red blood fell onto the crystal ball. At first, there was no response. The expected mocking smile had already appeared on the Baron's face. However, the next second. Buzz! The entire crystal ball suddenly burst forth with an unprecedentedly dazzling golden light. The light was so dazzling that it was impossible to open one's eyes, illuminating the entire study as if it were a divine realm. Within the light, a crystal-clear, blood-red marking line rose rapidly at a visible speed inside the crystal ball. 10 markings. 20 markings. 30 graduations. Finally, to everyone's astonishment, the scale line came to a steady stop at the 37th mark. God! The holy book in the old pastor's hand fell to the ground with a thud. He pointed at the crystal ball, his lips trembling, his face pale, as if he had witnessed some incredible miracle. Baron Blackstone, on the other hand, was completely petrified on the spot. His tall body was frozen in place, completely stiff. His bull-like eyes were fixed on that number, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. 37. 37% Blackstone bloodline concentration. This means that the baby he calls a bastard will almost certainly become a powerful high-level professional. The entire Blackstone family, including himself, has only just broken the 20-year mark, even with the highest bloodline concentration among the eldest sons. The study was deathly silent. After a long while, the Baron suddenly came to his senses. The way he looked at Chu Ji had completely changed. The initial contempt and disdain vanished without a trace. Instead, there was a volcanic eruption of shock, ecstasy, and an undisguised greed. Chapter 8, Part 8, The Baron's Ecstasy. Good. Baron Blackstone broke the deathly silence in the study by saying good 3 times in a row. His face, which had become unusually stiff from years of not smiling, was now filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. His old face flushed with excitement, and his massive body burst forth with astonishing agility. He rushed to Chu Ji in 3 strides, wanting to reach out and hug the baby. He reached halfway, then suddenly stopped, awkwardly wiping his hands vigorously on his luxurious clothes. The way he handled it so carefully made it seem as if the person in front of him wasn't a baby, but a priceless treasure that would break at the slightest touch. My good grandson. The sage of our Blackstone family. The Baron's voice trembled slightly with excitement. He stopped looking at Chu Ji and stared intently at Chu Yang, his mouth practically stretched to his ears in a wide grin. Chu Ji. You have made a tremendous contribution to the family. He suddenly grabbed Chu Ji's arm, his large, iron-like hand now carrying a hint of barely perceptible gentleness. The Baron's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn. From today onwards, you and your son will stay in the castle and are not allowed to go anywhere. He painted an incredibly tempting picture for Chu Ji. I will announce tomorrow that your status as a commoner mother has been officially recognized. From now on, you are my rightful son. I will give you the best rooms and the most servants. All my secret stashes are at your disposal. I will personally teach this child and train him to become the most powerful Blackrock warrior in history. If it were in the past, these words might have been Chu Ji's dream life. But now, he simply shook his head calmly. That calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the ecstatic Baron. Father, I appreciate your kindness. However, I do not intend to stay in the castle. The Baron's smile froze instantly. He couldn't believe his ears. How dare he refuse such an immense favor when he had watched his son grow up and always regarded him as a cowardly good-for-nothing? What did you say? His voice unconsciously rose in pitch, and the imposing aura it carried made the old pastor beside him shudder. I said, I don't want to stay. Chu Ji repeated each word carefully. I'm very happy in Blackwater Village, that's my home. The Baron's face instantly darkened, like the sky before a storm. His familiar anger emanated from him once again. Are you defying me? His voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Don't forget who gave you life. I can give you everything, and I can take everything away. Faced with his father's blatant threat, Shuji remained unmoved. He had anticipated this outcome. He didn't even look up at his father, but gently straightened Xu Yang's swaddling clothes. Father, I did not mean to disobey you. On the contrary, I am thinking about the future of my family. He looked into the Baron's eyes, which were filled with suspicion and anger, and slowly threw out his first chip. You have already seen this child's aptitude. But father, you seem to have overlooked two of the most practical issues. First, Xu Yang is just a 1-month-old baby. Shuji's tone remained calm. It would take at least 20 years and a mountain of resources to train him into a true senior professional. He is not a wealth that can be converted into cash immediately. The Baron's fervor cooled slightly, and he frowned. Shuji then raised the second, and most fatal, question. Secondly, your eldest son, my respected elder brother, is already an intermediate-level professional, right? He is your rightful first heir. Now, you suddenly want to establish an infant whose potential far exceeds his as the future heir. What do you think the eldest brother will think? How will the other family members in the castle take sides? Is it worth plunging the family into internal strife over succession for a glory that may not be achieved for another 20 years? Every word Shuji uttered was like a steel needle, precisely piercing the Baron's most sensitive nerves. The color drained from the Baron's face little by little. The fervor in his eyes vanished completely, replaced by solemnity and apprehension. Yes, he was blinded by his grandson's extraordinary talent. Although the eldest son was of mediocre talent, he had quite a few knights and family members who followed him. If I were to forcibly change the heir now, it would inevitably cause violent internal turmoil and could even lead to the split of the family. This is something he absolutely cannot accept. Seeing his father silent and lost in thought, Shuji knew that the time was right. He finally revealed his true purpose. Therefore, bringing Xu Yang back to Blackwater Village is the most beneficial choice for the family. I will let him grow up peacefully in a place far away from power struggles. At the same time, my wife and I will continue to produce offspring of high caliber for you and for the Blackstone family. The Baron nodded subconsciously, thinking that the plan did indeed sound perfect. But Shuji changed the subject. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Whether it's nurturing Xu Yang or providing my wife and me with a stable environment, we need resources, a lot of resources. You know better than I what Blackwater Village is like. I couldn't even get enough to eat there, how could I possibly give birth to a future genius for you? Shuji stared directly at his father, finally revealing his fangs. Therefore, I need the help of my family and your investment. I need money, food, weapons, training manuals for various professions, and even some of your privately held potion and magic recipes. This is not only for Xu Yang's growth, but also for the birth of more of our children in the future. If you invest 1 cent today, I will return 10 cents, or even 100 cents, to my family in the future. Silence fell over the study once again. The Baron's expression shifted between light and dark. He understood. After going through all this trouble, it turns out that this son, whom he considered a good-for-nothing, was actually blatantly extorting him. He traded a future that he could see but couldn't touch for real money. A surge of anger welled up inside him again. But Shuji's words, 100 highly qualified descendants, echoed in his mind like a curse. He looked at Shuji's calm, almost indifferent face. For the first time, he realized that he had never truly understood his son. He didn't seem like a 17-year-old boy, rather, he seemed like a master strategist. He had calculated his own desire for the future of his family, and he knew he dared not gamble, much less refuse the temptation. After a long while, the Baron seemed to have all his strength drained away, and slowly sat back down in his chair. He sighed deeply and spoke in a hoarse voice. How much do you want? When those 4 words are uttered, it means that he has already lost this battle between father and son. Shuji smiled. Not much. He calmly recited a series of numbers and a list of supplies. With each item mentioned, the muscles in the Baron's face would twitch uncontrollably. When Shuji finished speaking, the Baron's face had turned a deep purplish red. This is by no means not much. This will almost empty half of his private coffers. He felt his heart bleeding. However, looking at Xu Yang sleeping soundly in his swaddling clothes, thinking about the 37% bloodline concentration, and thinking about the hundreds of Qilin children in the future, the Baron closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a single word. Good. I promise you. Chapter 9. Job change to heavy infantry. Baron Blackstone's efficiency is astonishing. The day after the deal was made, a four-wheeled carriage that would take everyone's breath away stopped at the gates of Blackrock Castle. This carriage is huge and sturdy, pulled by four magnificent horses, and the carriage itself is quite valuable. The vehicle was also loaded with all sorts of supplies. 10 heavy boxes of gold coins gleamed alluringly in the sunlight. They also had enough sophisticated weapons and chainmail to arm 100 soldiers. Beside the mountains of grain sacks were various high-quality crop seeds. In addition, the Baron also provided Chu Ji with 5 experienced craftsmen and 10 veterans who had retired from the battlefield. These people will be completely under Chu Ji's command. This move can no longer be considered an investment, it's more like a high-stakes gamble. The stakes are Blackwater Village and Chu intelligence bringing a glorious future to the Blackstone family. A few days later, when this grand convoy appeared at the entrance of Heishui village, the entire village was in an uproar. The villagers dropped what they were doing and flocked in from all directions, looking at the huge carriage with eyes that seemed to be witnessing a miracle. As the soldiers unloaded boxes of supplies from the trucks, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. They never imagined that the impoverished Blackwater village could one day become so wealthy. Cheshire rushed out immediately. When she saw Chu Ji safely alight from the carriage, her heart finally settled down. When she saw the familiar swaddled baby in Chu Ji's arms, she could no longer hold back her tears, which welled up in her eyes. "Husband!" She rushed into Chu Ji's arms, bursting into tears of joy. "Xu Yang, our son." Chu Ji smiled and hugged his wife, gently patting her back. "I'm back. Our family will never be separated again." Night fell. The noise and revelry gradually subsided. The villagers drifted off to sleep, filled with hopeful anticipation for the future. Inside the Lord's stone house, the fireplace flames flickered warmly. Xu Yang had already fallen into a deep sleep in his mother's gentle embrace. Looking at his sleeping wife and children, Xu Ji felt a sense of peace. After settling the two people in, he went to the table alone and began to take stock of his personal spoils. In addition to money and supplies, his father also gave him a career handbook. This is a heavy manual made of the hide of an unknown animal, with the Blackstone family crest on the cover. This is what he needs most right now. He opened the manual with great anticipation. The Blackstone Baron's private collection of professional handbooks. A line of small print on the title page testifies to the preciousness of this handbook. However, as Chu Ji turned the pages, the look of anticipation on his face slowly froze, and his brows furrowed more and more tightly. Heavy infantry, light swordsmen, rangers, archers. Scout, thief, ranger. The manual records the job change methods and subsequent advancement paths for dozens of professions. Without exception, all of these professions belong to the two major categories of warrior and rogue. There is no magic-based class at all. There isn't even a profession like priest that leans towards divine magic. Chu Ji flipped through the manual again, unwilling to give up, but finally closed it in disappointment. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. His original plan was to add the 5 free attribute points he received from the system reward to his perception and willpower. Increase these 2 attributes to 10 or more, and then change your class to become a mage. In his previous life, he believed that being a mage was the most noble and powerful profession. Mysterious, ethereal, and incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, ideals are often grand, but reality is often harsh. As a baron whose family had been built up of muscular men for generations, there was no way his father would have kept a manual on the magic professions. To obtain the method for changing a mage's class, one would probably have to go to the mage towers in major cities or to a long-established count's family. He won't be able to get in touch with it in the short term. It seems that my plan to become a mage will have to be put on hold for now. Chu Ji's gaze fell on his attribute panel again. Name, Chu Ji. Level, 1. Bloodline, Blackstone 5%. Attributes, Strength 6, Constitution 5, Skill 7, Agility 6, Perception 8, Willpower 8. With 5 free attribute points, he can raise any attribute to 10 or more at any time to meet the minimum requirements for job advancement. Since the mage path is blocked, the only option left is to become a warrior. At least, being a soldier is the only path he can take right now. He reopened the profession manual and began to study the warrior profession inside carefully. First, we should rule out classes like Berserker. Although it appears to be incredibly powerful, it demands extremely high levels of willpower and physical strength, and one is prone to losing their mind during combat. This doesn't fit Chu Ji's personality of liking to be in control of everything. The light swordsman and the ranger classes are more focused on agility and skill. These types of professions are highly agile but lack defense and have a very low margin for error. Before possessing absolute strength, Shuji did not want to put himself in danger. What he wants is stability. His gaze eventually fell on the profession described at the very beginning of the manual. Heavy infantry class. Job change requirements, strength 10 or constitution 10. Job description: clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive shield and spear, they are the most solid bulwark on the battlefield. They possess extremely strong defensive capabilities and frontal combat abilities. Further advancement paths: Blackrock Guard, heavy armored spearman, elite warrior. This is it. Shuji made a decision quickly. The heavy infantry class, though it may seem a bit cumbersome, is the most suitable choice for his current situation. First, it has extremely strong survivability. Wearing heavy armor and wielding a giant shield, it can protect itself as long as it doesn't encounter an overwhelming opponent. Secondly, its foundation is very solid, serving as a prerequisite for many powerful and advanced professions, and its future development path is very broad. Most importantly, Blackrock Fortress can reliably supply the resources needed for the heavy infantry class. Armor, weapons, training methods, everything is readily available. He can quickly build up his fighting force and gain a foothold in this perilous world. System. Shuji silently recited this in his heart. Add 5 points to Constitution. Attribute points successfully assigned. A familiar warm current surged through my body once again. He felt his muscles and bones undergoing amazing changes, filled with an explosive sense of power. His attribute panel has also been completely revamped. Name: Shuji. Level: 1. Bloodline: Blackstone 5%. Attributes: Strength 6, Constitution 10, Skill 7, Agility 6, Perception 8, Willpower 8. My physical fitness has broken through the 10-point mark. He is now a full-fledged quasi-professional. Choose a job: heavy infantry. Shuji looked at the emblem on the professional handbook and gave the final instructions. Host has been detected to meet the job change requirements. The job application process is in progress. Congratulations, host. You have successfully become a Tier 1 professional, heavy infantry. A pale white light burst forth from Shuji's body, illuminating the entire room. His career panel is finally no longer none. Class: Heavy Infantry LV1. Although I didn't become the mage I dreamed of. But as he clenched his fist and felt the surging power within him, Shuji knew that a brand new path to power had been laid out beneath his feet. Chapter 10: Defeat the Bandits. The abundant supplies and newly arrived personnel have injected unprecedented vitality into Heishui village. Shuji arranged everything in an orderly manner. Under his guidance, 5 craftsmen began building new stone houses, workshops, and fences. 10 retired veterans formed the village's first patrol team, responsible for guarding and training the villagers. The entire Heishui village was immersed in a bustling construction atmosphere. Shuji, on the other hand, was adapting to his rapidly increasing power. In the open space at the village entrance, he put on a set of chainmail he had brought from Blackstone Castle. This suit of armor, weighing over 30 kilograms, looked like an ordinary garment on him. He held a heavy Irish shield in his left hand and a 3-meter-long iron-tipped spear in his right. Ha! He gave a low shout, and his spear thrust out sharply, striking a wooden stake that had been set up as a target. The sturdy wooden stake shattered instantly, exploding into a cloud of sawdust. The attribute bonuses from the job change were even stronger than he had imagined. Strength +1, Constitution +2. With the points he had previously added, his attribute panel has been completely revamped. Name: Shuji. Level: 1. Bloodline: Blackstone 5%. Class: Heavy Infantry LV1. Attributes: Strength 7, Constitution 12, Skill 7, Agility 6, Perception 8, Willpower 8. His physique at 12 o'clock gives him endurance and recovery ability far exceeding that of ordinary people. Although a power level of 7 is not high, with the added bonus of a profession, the destructive power it can unleash is quite astonishing. Sir, you are truly blessed with superhuman strength. The villagers watching nearby gasped in amazement. In their eyes, this young lord was practically omnipotent. Shuji put away his spear and smiled at the villagers. Just then, a veteran who was on guard outside the village rushed back in a panic. My lord! Something terrible has happened. The veteran's voice trembled slightly. A band of robbers has been spotted on the road east of the village. They look like they're after us. How many people are there? Shuji's face instantly darkened. There are about 30. 2 of them are on horseback, and both are armed. This news was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves. The villagers, who had just been filled with joy and hope, were instantly replaced by fear. 30 robbers. This force is enough to massacre Blackwater village several times over. Construction of the village came to an abrupt halt, and everyone panicked. Quiet. Shuji's voice was like a thunderclap, drowning out all the noise. His imposing gaze swept over everyone, and the panicked villagers instinctively shut their mouths. Summon all the men immediately to assemble at the village entrance. He gave orders to the 10 veterans. Distribute weapons and armor. Prepare for battle. Women and children, immediately hide inside the house and close the doors and windows. Under Chuji's calm and decisive command, the chaotic scene was quickly brought under control. The veterans sprang into action, carrying out crates of weapons and armor. Although the villagers were still afraid after receiving the weapons, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts as they looked at their lord, who was clad in heavy armor and wielding a spear. Shuji stood before everyone, his voice loud and clear. I know you are afraid. But look behind you. There are our newly built houses. There is our newly harvested grain. There are your wives and children. Now, there are 30 bastards trying to take everything from us and kill all our people. Will you agree? No way. A young villager, his face flushed, was the first to shout it out. No way. More people were ignited with their fighting spirit and roared in response. Fear was replaced by anger at that moment. Shuji nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Pick up your weapons. Follow me. Today, let those scumbags see the might of Blackwater village. After saying that, he held the shield up in front of him and was the first to walk towards the village entrance. Not long after, a cloud of dust rose on the distant horizon. More than 30 bandits riding inferior horses charged forward, shouting. When they saw the brand new supply boxes at the village entrance, their eyes gleamed with greed. They also saw Chuji and his men, who were on high alert. The bandit leader, a one-eyed man with a full beard, let out a disdainful laugh. Ha, a bunch of peasants with hoes want to learn how to fight? Charge! Kill them all! All the money and women are ours! The bandits yelled and quickened their pace. Facing the surging enemy like a tide, Shuji remained unmoved. He is like a steel mountain rooted in the earth. Raise your shields! Spear! When the robbers rushed within 100 meters, he roared and gave the order. The one-eyed man at the forefront immediately spotted Chuji, who was clad in heavy armor. In his view, this must be the fat sheep leading the pack. He grinned maliciously, raised the machete in his hand, and slashed it down fiercely towards Chuji's head. When? A loud bang. That powerful strike left only a faint white mark on the iris shield. Chuji, behind the shield, didn't even flinch. The one-eyed man's pupils suddenly contracted, his face filled with disbelief. He didn't have time to react. A massive shield, carrying immense force, slammed into his face. Shield bash. Puff. The one-eyed man's nose broke instantly, and he flew backward like a broken sack, rolling on the ground along with his horse. Kill. Without pausing, Chuji's spear shot out like a venomous dragon, instantly piercing the chest of another bandit. One strike. In just one exchange, the bandit leader and his henchmen were killed on the spot. This ferocious scene completely stunned all the charging bandits. 10 experienced veterans seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They formed a tight formation, following behind Chuji, their spears thrusting out with precision, reaping the lives of their enemies. The remaining bandits were utterly terrified. They abandoned the corpses of their companions, yelled, turned their horses around, and fled in disarray. What seemed like a perilous attack on the village ended swiftly and decisively. After the last robber's figure disappeared on the horizon. The village entrance was initially deathly silent, then erupted into thunderous cheers. We won! We won! The villagers threw down their weapons and embraced each other excitedly. The look in their eyes when they looked at Chuji was no longer one of awe. It was not fanaticism, but rather fervor. It's a form of worship, like that of a deity. Chuji took off his helmet and let out a long breath. The battle had taken a toll on his stamina, but he was far less exhausted than he had imagined. His physical strength was more abundant than ever before. He looked at Cheshire, who was standing at the door of a house in the distance, gazing at him with a mixture of worry and affection. Her lower abdomen was already noticeably protruding, making it somewhat difficult for her to move around. An idea popped into Chuji's mind uncontrollably. He's now rich, powerful, and his physical abilities have more than doubled. In the past, it was because we were poor and couldn't afford to raise them, and there weren't any suitable ones in the village. But now, perhaps it's time to consider finding a new wife for the sake of the family and for myself. One Cheshire is no longer enough for him. Chapter 11, Pantheon. January 1st, 960th year of the human era. The first rays of the New Year's sunlight shone on the brand new wooden fence of Heishui village. In the village, wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys of every household. The air was no longer filled with the smell of thin porridge mixed with despair, as it had been in previous years. Instead, it has a rich, mouth-watering aroma of meat broth. The children, dressed in new clothes hastily made by the village tailor, were running around with great joy. The adults' faces were beaming with genuine smiles. Happy New Year! Ah, Happy New Year! This year is sure to be another bumper harvest. The villagers greeted each other, their words filled with boundless hope for the future. This time last year, they were still struggling to make ends meet for their next meal. Today, every household's granary is piled high with wheat. All these changes stemmed from that young and powerful lord. As noon approached, the villagers spontaneously gathered in the open space in the center of the village. A makeshift stone altar was erected there. Today is Pandora's Day. It is a day to welcome the new year and hear the divine message from the Lord God. The old village chief, Bart, dressed in a clean linen robe, walked solemnly onto the altar. Behind him followed Cheshire, who also wore a solemn expression. As the Lord's wife, she represented Lord Chu-ji at the ceremony. Chu-ji himself was dressed casually and stood quietly at the back of the crowd. He looked at his wife's slightly protruding belly and the holy glow on her face, and his heart softened. Bart cleared his throat, and his deep voice resonated throughout the hall. "Children, be quiet." The noisy crowd immediately quieted down, and all eyes were focused on the altar. Today is the annual Pantheon. The old village chief's gaze swept over the faces, young and old. Perhaps many people have forgotten, and perhaps many newcomers do not know, where Pantheon comes from. In the last millennium, our great king, the god of mankind, defeated all the gods of the past with his supreme power. But he did not exterminate them all. Instead, he made a pact with the gods. From that day on, this continent beneath our feet officially entered the human era. Bart's voice was filled with pride. As part of the agreement, on the first day of each year, a great god will become the chief god of that year. This supreme god will send divine pronouncements to the entire continent, bestowing blessings or making demands. This is both the power of the gods and a permanent submission to the great work of the gods of mankind. Among the crowd, many young villagers listened with rapt attention. These ancient secrets gave them a deeper understanding of the world. Chu-ji listened attentively, even though he had already read it in the book. Time is up. Bart looked up at the sky. Before I knew it, the sun had risen to the very center of the sky. The moment he finished speaking. Buzz. A soft, visible pink light seemed to break through the limitations of space and descend from the sky. The beam of light precisely enveloped the entire stone altar. The sacred fire burning on the altar changed from its original orange-yellow color to a magnificent pink in an instant. A strange fragrance filled the air. Everyone who smells this fragrance feels a surge of inexplicable joy and a longing for beauty. It's the goddess of beauty. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. This year's main deity is the goddess of beauty. The wife of that god of men. A low murmur rippled through the villagers. The next second, a majestic female voice resounded in the minds of everyone in Blackwater Village. The voice was loud and clear, as if whispering right next to their ears. I am the goddess of beauty, wielding authority over all beauty in the world. From this day forward, I will be the chief deity for this year. I have only one divine oracle. Within this year, all unmarried men and women in mainland China who are 16 years of age or older must enter into marriage. Those who disobey will suffer the curse of beauty. The grand sound abruptly stopped. The pink pillar of light in the sky and the flames on the altar also returned to normal at the same time. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. The entire Blackwater village fell into a brief silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden divine decree. Must we get married? What kind of divine decree is this? For the inhabitants of those impoverished territories, this was nothing short of a disaster. If you can't even feed yourself, how can you have extra money to get married and have children? However, the silence lasted only 3 seconds. Oh! In the crowd, a young man in his 20s suddenly blushed and let out a deafening scream. His roar was like a spark thrown into a pot of oil, instantly igniting the entire arena. Very good. I'm getting married. Ha, my mom started urging me to get married last year, but I was still hesitant. Now it's all good, it must be God's will. Instead of panicking, the villagers erupted in cheers even more enthusiastically than during the Lunar New Year. Thank you, Lord. If this had happened last year, this divine decree would have killed me. A middle-aged man shouted excitedly. Now every family in our village has surplus grain and money, so who's afraid of not being able to afford a wife? That's right. The men from our Blackwater village are highly sought after these days. The entire village turned into a sea of joy. The single young men put their arms around each other's shoulders and started discussing which village they should go to propose marriage. Parents with daughters are happily calculating how much dowry they can receive. Cheshire looked at the lively scene and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She turned and searched through the crowd, and soon spotted her husband. Shuji stood at the very back of the crowd, a meaningful smile on his face. The oracle of the goddess of beauty. This is like a pillow being delivered to someone who's just fallen asleep. He was struggling with how to bring up the topic to Cheshire, that he wanted to take another wife. Now it's all right. It wasn't his idea. It was God who made him have to do it. Using divine pronouncements to actually expand and proliferate is simply perfect. A frail figure instantly appeared in his mind. That was the waitress he saw in a small inn when he passed through Shurjia town. In a world where strength is considered beautiful, the girl was ostracized and ridiculed by everyone because she was too ugly. But in Shuji's eyes, her fair skin, her slender waist, and her timid, deer-like eyes were captivating. She was clearly a stunning, untouched beauty in the making. The divine decree has been issued. That girl must be very anxious right now. Shuji's lips curled up into an even wider smile. He gently waved to a veteran patrolman in the crowd. The veteran immediately understood and quickly walked through the crowd to Shuji's side. My lord, what are your orders? Shuji's gaze passed over the jubilant crowd and looked toward the direction of Shurjia town. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable command. Take 2 people and go to Shurjia town immediately. Could you find out for me the ugliest waitress at the Curved Antelope Inn in town? I need to know everything about her. Chapter 12, The Twin Flowers. Veterans are very efficient. Just 3 days later, he returned to Blackwater village with 2 of his men, weary from their journey. At this moment, Shuji was inspecting the progress of the village's construction. Under his guidance, 5 craftsmen led the villagers to build several brand new stone houses. These stone houses were spacious and bright enough to provide a home for newly arrived craftsmen and soldiers. Grown-ups. The veteran stepped forward quickly and gave Shuji a standard military salute. I have successfully completed my mission and obtained all the information you requested. Shuji stopped and waved to him, telling him not to stand on ceremony. Explain. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Sir, that waitress's name is Ella. The veteran's expression was somewhat strange. She also has a younger sister named Lena. The 2 sisters were very famous in Shurjia town because they were too frail and were known as the Sickly Sisters. Sickly Sisters? Shuji raised an eyebrow. Yes, sir. The veteran nodded. The 2 sisters lost their parents at a young age and were left with no one to rely on. The older sister, Yella, did odd jobs such as washing and cleaning at the Curved Antelope Inn, while the younger sister, Lena, was in worse health and could only live on her older sister's meager income. After the oracle of the goddess of beauty came down, their situation became very bad. The unmarried bachelors in Shurjia town would rather spend a lot of money to go to the neighboring villages to propose marriage than even look at them. Some people even mocked that if someone married them, they wouldn't be marrying a wife, but rather 2 sickly people, which would be pure bad luck. The hotel owner is also planning to kick them out in the next couple of days, because she thinks that the 2 ugly ducklings are affecting the business by staying in the hotel. The veteran's tone became tinged with sympathy as he spoke. Shuji listened quietly. His face was expressionless, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Ugly duckling? Sickly person? Ella's delicate yet pale face and her panicked, helpless eyes reappeared in his mind. They possess the innocence of students and the competence of social elites. It's such a waste. Buy one get one free. What a great deal. Very good. Shuji spoke slowly, a slight smile curving his lips. You've worked hard, go and get some rest. Yes, sir. The veteran turned and left. Shuji gave a new order to another soldier who was accompanying him. You, go to Shijiao town now. There's no need for direct contact with them. All you need to do is go to that curved Antelope Inn and find a prominent spot to drink. Then, you need to casually leak information about our Blackwater village. The soldier asked, puzzled, Sir, what message do you want to convey? Shuji's smile became unfathomable. You tell me that the lord of our Blackwater village, that is, me, has a unique aesthetic sense. I like those ugly women who have fair skin and slender figures. He's even preparing to marry a wife like that. The soldier's eyes widened instantly, but his years of military service allowed him to react immediately. Understood, sir. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. The soldiers accepted the order and quickly headed towards Shijiao town. Meanwhile, in the backyard storage room of the Curved Antelope Hotel in Shekau town, Ella and Lena, the two sisters, were hugging each other tightly. The small house was dark and damp, and the only piece of furniture was a dilapidated wooden bed. For them, the oracle of the goddess of beauty was a death warrant. Get out. You two are a disgrace. The landlady's sharp and sarcastic curses pierced through the thin door panel and came in clearly. If you can't find a man to marry by tomorrow, get out of Shijiao town right now. Don't dirty my place. Lena, the younger sister, trembled and buried her head in her older sister's arms, crying silently. Ella hugged her sister tightly, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Marrying? Who will marry them? Since the oracle was delivered, they have received more ridicule and disdain when they go out than in the previous 10 years combined. The men in town looked at them as if they were disgusting garbage. Once driven out, all that awaited them was hunger and death. Just when the two sisters were in utter despair, a rough, booming voice suddenly rang out from the lobby outside. Have you heard? The new lord of Blackwater village is a complete freak. It was an unfamiliar voice, seemingly belonging to a passerby. He doesn't like strong women, he prefers fair-skinned, delicate women. His men said it themselves, that the lord thinks that kind of ugly woman is the real beauty. Another voice immediately asked curiously. Really? That's absolutely true. It's said that the lord is planning to marry one of those ugly beauties. These words were like a thunderclap, cleaving through the darkness in the sisters' hearts. They looked up in disbelief and stared at each other in disbelief. Are there really noblemen in the world with such peculiar aesthetics? The news was so absurd that their first thought was that it was a malicious joke. But what if it's true? At night, the landlady's cursing finally stopped. The storage room was completely silent. In the darkness, Lena's weak voice rang out softly. Sister! Shall we go to Blackwater village? Ella's heart skipped a beat. Lena, are you crazy? That could be a hoax. A prank targeting us. But Lena's voice was trembling with tears. But we have no other way out. If we stay here, we'll be kicked out tomorrow and starve to death. Even if it's a scam, can it be any worse than it is now? Her sister's words were like a needle, piercing the last shred of hope in Ella's heart. Yes. They have nothing left, so what else can they be fooled about? Go to Blackwater village and take a gamble. If you win, you'll survive. Losing simply means facing death sooner. In the darkness, Ella bit her lip hard until she tasted a hint of blood. She seemed to have used all her strength to squeeze out a single word from her throat. Good. We'll leave as soon as it's light. Chapter 13, Arrival in Heaven. The next day, it wasn't fully light yet. A layer of cold morning dew soaked the weeds in the wilderness. Ella helped Lena along, and with the help of the dim light of day, they trudged through the wilderness, one step at a time. They had already fled Stonehorn, a town that felt like a nightmare. Not daring to take the main road, they could only choose this rugged and difficult path. The cold dew quickly soaked their thin clothes, clinging tightly to their skin and taking away their already meager body heat. Lena, the younger sister, was already much weaker than the average person. After walking for less than an hour, her steps began to falter and her breathing became rapid. Sister, I can't walk anymore. Lena's face was as pale as paper, and her lips even turned a frightening bluish purple from the cold. Ella looked at her sister and felt a pang of heartache. There's no village or shop in sight. If they stop, they'll just freeze to death. Lena, hang in there a little longer, we'll be there soon. Ella's voice trembled slightly from hunger and cold, but she still tried to make her tone sound hopeful. Without further hesitation, she gritted her teeth and, amidst Lena's gasps, hoisted her sister's frail body onto her back. Ella herself was equally weak and hungry. Carrying the weight of a person on her back made every step she took feel like stepping on a red-hot knife. My lungs felt like they were about to explode, burning with pain. But she couldn't stop. Stopping means certain death. The rumor about the Lord of Blackwater Village in her mind was the only belief that kept her from collapsing. That nobleman with his unique aesthetic sense was the only glimmer of light the two sisters could see in the endless darkness. I don't know how long I walked, whether it was a day or two. Ella's consciousness began to blur. When she felt she was about to collapse in the wilderness with her sister, she realized that she was also about to give up. The outline of a village finally appeared on the horizon. A village firmly protected by a tall, brand new wooden fence. Ella's heart leaped into her throat. Arrive! Is this Blackwater Village? As the distance drew closer, the village became increasingly clear. Rows of brand new stone houses stand side by side, completely different from the dilapidated village of legend. On the outermost perimeter, soldiers dressed in uniform leather armor and carrying sharp spears are on guard and patrolling the high fence. Their eyes were sharp, their posture upright, they were clearly elite soldiers. People come and go in the village, and everyone has a genuine smile and a sense of contentment on their face. All of this was a stark contrast to the lifeless, numb atmosphere of Shurgia town. Is this really the infamous, incredibly impoverished Blackwater Village? Ella and Lena stood not far from the village entrance, hesitant to approach. Their clothes were already tattered and covered in mud, a stark contrast to the prosperity and cleanliness of the place. They were like two bedbugs in the sunlight. Who are you? An old soldier patrolling at the village entrance quickly spotted them. He strode over, spear in hand, his tone full of vigilance. Ella's heart clenched instantly, and she instinctively shielded her still-dazed sister behind her. We are from Shurgia town. She mustered all the courage she had, looked up at the soldier, and spoke in a weak but clear voice. I wish to see your lord. The veteran frowned and gave them a sharp look. When his gaze fell upon the sister's fair skin and delicate features, a knowing glint flashed in his eyes. He did not show disgust and contempt like the people in Stone Corner Town. That initial wariness transformed into a calm tinged with sympathy. They're just another poor soul drawn by the adult's peculiar hobbies. Come with me. The veteran nodded and turned to lead the way. The two sisters followed the veteran nervously into the village that had deeply moved them. Finally, they were led to the center of the village, in front of the largest stone house. The house was taller and sturdier than any other building in the village, and two fully armed soldiers stood guard at the entrance without moving an inch. Ella's heart started beating even faster. The veteran and the guard exchanged a few words in hushed tones, and then the heavy wooden door of the stone house was pushed open. Go inside, the adults are waiting for you. Ella, supporting Lena, walked inside with heavy steps. A blast of warm air swept over them, instantly dispelling the chill that had accumulated on their bodies over the past few days. A tall, handsome young man sat in front of a warm fireplace, flipping through a parchment scroll that appeared to be a map. He raised his head, his calm gaze sweeping over them. That face was so handsome that you couldn't look directly at it. Ella instantly recognized him as the VIP guest she had met once before at the inn, the one who had been so generous with his money. Beside him, in the firelight of the fireplace, a woman slowly stood up. She had a head of dazzling golden hair that looked like molten gold, an exquisitely beautiful face, a slightly protruding belly, and an overall gentle and holy radiance. The moment Ella and Lena saw this woman, their breath caught in their throats. They instantly felt ashamed and their courage vanished without a trace. All they wanted to do was bury their heads in the ground. It's over. The Lord already has such a petite lady by his side. Their hopes are probably about to be dashed. Just as they were falling into a new round of despair, the young lord spoke. Ella, Lena? Shushi's voice wasn't loud, but it reached the two of them clearly. The two sisters shuddered and looked up in astonishment. How did he know our names? Raise your head. Shushi's voice carried an undeniable authority. Ella and Lena dared not disobey, and could only slowly raise their terrified faces to meet Shushi's gaze. A satisfied smile curved Shushi's lips. She was even more pure and beautiful than he remembered. Their pale faces and the terror in their eyes added to their pitiful beauty. These are all unpolished gems. I already know why you've come. Shushi didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. The oracle of the goddess of beauty must be troubling you greatly. The two sisters trembled again. That's right, I do plan to marry 2 more wives. Shushi's gaze swept over their terrified faces. And my aesthetic sense is indeed quite different from that of ordinary people. He stood up and slowly walked to the two sisters. The overwhelming sense of oppression from those in power made it almost impossible for them to breathe, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. I like you guys the way you are. Shuji's announcement was like a thunderbolt, exploding in the minds of the two sisters. Their minds went blank, they couldn't comprehend the meaning behind those words. Just then, Lady Cheshire, carrying 2 steaming cups of animal milk, approached them. Ella and Lena were so nervous they almost fainted. They thought they were about to face the wrath and humiliation of a legal wife. However, Cheshire simply reached out and gently took their hands, which were as cold as ice. Her hands were warm. Her smile was also very warm. Welcome to Blackwater Village. Cheshire spoke softly, her voice filled with genuine joy. My husband's decision is my decision. She looked at the 2 girls in front of her, who were even more delicate than herself and breathtakingly beautiful, and her eyes were full of pity. I'm pregnant, so many things are inconvenient for me. My husband is at the peak of his energy, and in the future, our home and our territory will need more female heads of household. With you all by his side, I feel more at ease. From now on, we are family. Simple, straightforward, yet full of kindness and wisdom, these words completely shattered the last line of defense in Ella and Lena's hearts. They were finally convinced. This is not a dream. It wasn't some malicious scam. That legendary lord with his unique aesthetic sense was actually willing to accept them. Even his goddess-like wife opened her warmest embrace to them. The pent-up grievances, the pain of being ridiculed, the despair and fear of the future, all found an outlet at this moment. Ella and Lena could no longer hold on. Their legs buckled, and with a thud, they knelt straight down on the ground. Grown-ups. Lady. They wept uncontrollably, offering the most humble yet most devout kowtows of their lives to Chuji and Cheshire. Chapter 14, Harem Plus 2. Warm hands gently rested on Ella and Lena's shoulders. The ground is cold, get up. Chuji's voice was calm, yet it carried an irresistible force. The sisters stopped crying. They slowly raised their tear-streaked faces, their eyes still filled with a hint of confusion. Cheshire had already come over with 2 cups of warm animal milk. She placed the cup into their cold hands, her smile warmer than the fireplace. Have something to drink first to warm yourself up. Hot water has been prepared for you, please follow me. Without saying a word, Cheshire pulled the 2 still dazed sisters toward the back room. Ella and Lena were like puppets, gently guided by her. Steam rose from the huge wooden barrel. As their bodies were fully immersed in the warm water, the chill and fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days receded like the tide. The suffering and grievances endured over the past few months seemed to be washed away by the warm water. Ella looked at her fair arms in the water, then at her sister beside her, who was also looking dazed. It feels like a lifetime ago. When they changed into the clean linen dresses that Cheshire had prepared by hand and reappeared in front of Chuji. The air inside the room seemed to freeze for a moment. Having washed away all the grime and dust, the 2 covered gems finally revealed their true brilliance. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were so exquisite that she seemed to be a creation of the gods. His eyes, which had appeared unusually large due to long-term malnutrition, were now filled with a timid dependence and unease. Ella, the older sister, is pure yet stubborn, like a white plum blossom just beginning to bloom in the snow. Lena, the younger sister, is so frail that she seems like she could be blown away by a gust of wind, making one feel an irresistible tenderness towards her. Chuji nodded in satisfaction. His judgment was indeed correct. The next day, Chuji announced a decision in front of all the villagers. From this day forward, Ella and Lena will be my wives. The news did not cause much of a stir among the villagers. The oracle of the goddess of beauty required all unmarried men and women to marry as soon as possible. The Lord is rich and powerful, so isn't it perfectly normal for him to have several wives? Only. Old village chief Bart looked at the 2 excessively slender figures beside the Lord and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a wonderful Lord! It's just a shame he has such poor taste. However, his gaze toward Ella and Lena was full of goodwill. These 2 poor ugly girls are incredibly lucky to have won the Lord's favor. The other villagers shared similar ideas. The disdain and mockery that had been present in their gazes towards the 2 sisters were gone. Instead, a kind of well-intentioned blessing mixed with regret and sympathy was given. Congratulations, Lord! Congratulations to the 2 new ladies. The wedding was very simple, yet incredibly lively. At dusk, a huge bonfire was lit in the central square of the entire Blackwater village. The whole wild boar was roasted over a fire, sizzling and dripping fat into the flames, releasing bursts of meaty aroma. The villagers sang and danced around the bonfire, eating meat and drinking wine heartily. Chuji held Ella and Lena's hands and announced their identities to the public, receiving the warmest blessings from the villagers. Enveloped in this joyful atmosphere, the two sisters relaxed considerably. This was the first time in their lives they had experienced such pure joy. At night, the red candles in the room burned quietly. Ella and Lena changed into soft silk nightgowns and sat nervously on the edge of the bed, twisting the hem of their clothes with their hands. Their hearts were pounding, a mixture of fear and a secret anticipation. The door was pushed open. Chuji walked in. He didn't say much, but calmly walked to the bedside and sat down between the two of them. The two sisters' bodies tensed up instinctively. Chuji reached out and gently pulled them into his arms, one on each side. "Don't be afraid." His voice was deep and gentle. "From today onwards, this is your home. No one can bully you anymore." A simple sentence completely shattered the last trace of unease in their hearts. After a night of passion, the room returned to silence, with only the sound of even breathing remaining. Ella and Lena were already fast asleep. They nestled on either side of Chuji, their sleeping faces serene and peaceful, as if trying to make up for the lack of security they had in the first half of their lives. Chuji, however, felt no sleepiness whatsoever. He leaned against the headboard, gazing tenderly at the two beautiful bodies in his arms. Then silently repeat it in your mind. System, view their panels. The next second, two virtual panels that only he could see unfolded before his eyes. Name, Ella. Level, 0. Bloodline, none. Occupation, none. Attributes, Strength 3, Constitution 3, Skill 4, Agility 4, Perception 6, Willpower 6. Talent, none. Name, Lena. Level, 0. Bloodline, none. Occupation, none. Attributes, Strength 2, Constitution 3, Skill 3, Agility 3, Perception 5, Willpower 5. Talent, none. Really? Chuji looked at the two panels that were so white they couldn't be whiter, and he wasn't surprised at all. This is a true reflection of the reality for the vast majority of ordinary people in this world. Lacking bloodline and talent, and suffering from long-term malnutrition, its attributes are pitifully low. Lena's perception was slightly higher, probably because her body was weak and her mind was more sensitive and delicate. This result made Chuji realize even more deeply just how rare and precious a girl like Cheshire, who possesses the bloodline of the sun god, truly is. However, he was not disappointed. For him, Ella and Lena's greatest value did not lie in their combat abilities. They are two fertile fields. It is an important cornerstone for his family to expand and for triggering system rewards. A wife is good as long as she can have children. Cast a wide net, catch many fish, and choose the best ones to catch. A calm and rational smile appeared on Chuji's lips. Quantity is the foundation, but quality is the key. To obtain more powerful offspring and greater rewards, he must find more ugly women with noble bloodlines like Cheshire. From then on, the Lord's life in the stone house entered a new phase. Ella and Lena quickly adapted to their new identities. Waking up in the morning, I am no longer in a cold storage room, but in a warm bed in my husband's embrace. They voluntarily took on all the housework every day, keeping the stone house in perfect order. And she took meticulous care of Cheshire, who was nearing her due date, treating her as her most respected older sister. There were no conflicts among the three women as Chuji had imagined. On the contrary, they were as close as family. This saved Chuji a lot of trouble. He can devote all his energy to the development of his territory and his own cultivation. The future of Blackwater Village has only just begun. Chapter 15, Pregnancy in Succession. March, 960th year of the human era. The last snowflake of winter quietly melted away. A gentle spring breeze swept across the fields, and the land, which had been dormant all winter, was revitalized. Outside Heishui village, tender green shoots eagerly sprouted from the ground, covering the barren land with a layer of new green. Today, Heishui village is no longer the dilapidated and desolate place it was just a few months ago. Tall, sturdy stone walls have completely replaced the simple wooden fences. The cold dirt road surface has been covered with smooth stone slabs, bidding farewell to the muddy conditions of rainy and snowy days. Inside the village, rows of brand new stone houses stand side by side, arranged in an orderly manner. The villagers, dressed in clean clothes, beamed with anticipation and hope for the future. Everyone was busy, either reinforcing the city walls or cultivating new farmland. The air was filled with the fresh scent of stone chips and soil, mixed with the aroma of hope. The sun was shining brightly in the afternoon. Several young mothers who had just given birth gathered in an open space in the center of the village, basking in the sun and exchanging parenting tips. "Sigh, my little boy caught a cold again these past few days, and he cries and fusses every day. It's really worrying." A woman complained with a worried expression. Another woman sighed as well. "Who can argue with that? Babies are small and weak, it's hard to even feed them. My baby is almost 8 months old and still as skinny as a monkey." Their complaints were met with a chorus of agreement from those around them. Just then, a series of light footsteps approached. Everyone turned to look and saw Lady Cheshire, the Lord's wife, slowly walking towards them, pushing an exquisite wooden baby carriage. She was wearing a loose and comfortable maternity dress, and her already slightly protruding belly was now quite noticeable, radiating a gentle maternal glow. Beside her were Ella and Lena, who were also somewhat plump. After several months of recuperation, the two sisters have shed their initial timidity and paleness. Their cheeks are rosy, their eyes are radiant, and they are so beautiful that people dare not look directly at them. "Greetings, ladies." The women quickly rose to their feet and bowed, but their eyes were involuntarily drawn to the baby carriage. "The little lord has grown quite a bit taller," a woman exclaimed in surprise. Inside the stroller, Shuji's eldest son, Chuyang, was staring curiously with his big, dark eyes, looking around at everything. He was only 8 months old, but he looked bigger and stronger than some 1-year-olds. The little guy's arms and legs were full of strength, and he kept kicking around in the car, showing great energy. Cheshire smiled gently. "This child is full of energy and can't stay still for a moment." A bold woman couldn't resist moving closer and teasing Chuyang. "The little lord is really strong. Look at his little arms, they're like those of a calf." As she spoke, she handed over a hard wooden stick used for grinding teeth. Chuyang grabbed the wooden stick and exerted a sudden force with his chubby little hand. Click! A crisp sound rang out. He actually managed to crack a clear line on the hard wooden stick that was specially used for babies to chew on. The surroundings fell silent instantly. All the women stared in disbelief at the scene. This. The woman teasing the child had her tongue tied in knots. How can an 8-month-old baby have such strength? A hint of surprise flashed in Cheshire's eyes, which quickly turned into deep pride. She affectionately stroked her son's little face. "It's even scarier when we're eating," Cheshire added with a smile. "Now he eats almost as much in one meal as half an adult." Upon hearing this, another collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The women's gazes toward Chuyang had shifted from simple affection to deep reverence and envy. This is no ordinary child. The Lord's bloodline is indeed powerful. In the evening, the fire in the hearth of the Lord's stone house burned brightly. Shuji had just finished a day of patrolling and returned to his warm home. He took off his dusty coat and, as was his habit, went to check on his beloved son first. At this moment, Chuyang had just finished drinking a large bowl of minced meat porridge and was fast asleep in his cradle. Shuji looked at his son's body, which was much stronger than that of his peers, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "This is the manifestation of 37% bloodline." He turned and went into the inner room, only to see his 3 wives sitting together, talking in hushed tones. Cheshire's face was filled with joy, while Ella and Lena's pretty faces were as red as ripe apples, tinged with shyness and unease. "What are you talking about? You seem to be having a great time," Shuji asked with a smile. His appearance caused Ella and Lena to lower their heads instantly, like startled little rabbits. Cheshire stood up, took Shuji's hand, and could no longer hide the joy on her face. "Honey, we have some good news to share." "Oh?" Shuji raised an eyebrow. Cheshire's gaze fell gently on Ella and Lena. "Sisters, you all have them." Boom! This news brought Shuji even more joy than seeing his son crush the wooden stick during the day. His gaze swept over the sisters' still flat stomachs, and a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. "Real? You have everything?" Ella and Lena nodded shyly, their voices barely audible. Ha ha. Great. That's wonderful." Shuji couldn't help but burst into laughter. "This is truly the best news." He pulled the 2 expectant mothers into his arms and hugged Cheshire tightly as well. Cheshire nestled in her husband's arms, feeling his heartfelt joy, and her heart was filled with contentment. She looked at Ella and Lena, who were blushing shyly beside her, and said softly, "From now on, the important task of continuing the family line will be shared by us sisters." There was not a trace of jealousy in her tone, only sincere blessings for her family and expectations for the future. Ella and Lena looked at her gratefully and nodded vigorously. Shuji embraced the three beauties, feeling the warmth and harmony that belonged only to him, and his heart was filled with boundless pride. An exceptionally talented eldest son. 3 beautiful wives, all pregnant. A thriving territory. This is just the beginning. His imperial era is quietly beginning in this warm spring sunshine. Chapter 16, Section 16, The Letter from Blackrock Fortress. The construction of Heishui village has also entered a new high-speed phase. 5 experienced craftsmen are like 5 efficient engines. Under their guidance, the villagers worked together with astonishing efficiency. A stone wall, far stronger and thicker than a wooden fence, rises from the ground like the spine of a giant beast. They completely and firmly protected the entire village. The roads within the village have been redesigned, becoming wider and cleaner. The drainage ditches have also been properly constructed, freeing the village from the muddy conditions that used to plague it during rainy and snowy weather. The air was filled with the fresh scent of stone chips and earth, mixed with the aroma of hope. Inside the Lord's stone house, Ella and Lena's bellies grew bigger day by day, and both of them radiated a maternal glow. They no longer needed to do any housework, as they were taken care of meticulously by Cheshire and Shuji. My only task each day is to take a walk on the newly built stone-paved road in the village and bask in the sun. Or perhaps, together with Cheshire, you could sew soft clothes for the 3 newborns on the way. The entire territory was immersed in a peaceful, harmonious, and thriving atmosphere. This tranquility was shattered on a spring afternoon. Shuji is guiding the young and middle-aged villagers in basic formation training at the newly planned training ground. For these villagers, who were farmers not long ago, obeying orders was far more important than wielding weapons. Just then, a scout, who was on guard duty at a high post outside the village, galloped over on horseback. "My lord! A messenger has arrived from outside the village, claiming to be from Blackstone Fortress." The scout's voice was loud and clear, full of energy. Shuji stopped giving the training commands and nodded calmly. What's meant to come will eventually come. Not long after, a messenger dressed in the Blackrock family uniform was brought to the front of the training ground. The messenger was weary from his journey, but he couldn't hide his arrogance. This is a natural sense of superiority that the main family has over the collateral branches. However, when he saw what was happening in front of him, his arrogance froze instantly. He saw the magnificent stone wall in the distance, which was already taking shape. He saw nearly 100 villagers on the training field, clumsy in their movements but full of spirit, wielding spears. He also saw the figure standing at the front of the line, clad in fine armor, with a calm and composed demeanor. This is still that useless illegitimate son who was banished to a barren land? Is this really the legendary Blackwater village, so poor that people couldn't survive? The messenger felt he must have gone to the wrong place. He only snapped out of his daze when Shuji's gaze swept over him. The messenger hurriedly dismounted, stepped forward quickly, and bowed respectfully. He took out a letter sealed tightly with sealing wax from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. "My lord, this is a letter written by the Baron himself." The messenger's address had quietly changed from young Master Shuji in my mind to the extremely respectful lord. He knew all too well that the person before him was no longer the one who could be ignored in the castle. Shuji took the letter but did not open it immediately. He simply looked at the messenger calmly. "You must be tired from your journey. Go have some water and rest for a bit." Thank you, lord." The messenger, flattered and overwhelmed, stepped aside, his heart filled with immense shock. Shuji tore open the sealing wax and pulled out the letter. The letter contained very simple information. It was more of an order than a letter home. His elder brother, Shu Xiong, the first heir of the family, is about to marry the daughter of Baron Fury from the neighboring territory, due to a divine oracle from the goddess of beauty. His father ordered him to put aside all his affairs and return to Blackstone Castle within 5 days to attend the wedding. At the end of the letter, he specifically mentioned that the man should bring his personal guards. "I see." Shuji put away the letter, his expression calm and composed. The last time he went back, it was to extort his father, hoping to find a glimmer of hope in the midst of this predicament. This time, he will participate in the family's grand gathering as a lord with true strength and a solid foundation. Their states of mind are now completely different. After briefly explaining the daily affairs of the territory, Shuji prepared to set off. At the entrance of the stone house, Cheshire reluctantly straightened his luggage and collar. "Honey, be careful in everything you do. Your older brother, he..." She didn't finish her sentence, but the worry in her eyes said it all. Don't worry. Shuji took her hand and kissed her forehead. Now, Blackwater Village no longer needs to be subservient to anyone. I don't need it anymore. He then looked at Ella and Lena beside him, their faces filled with tension and worry. Take care of yourself and your sister, and wait for me to come back. Shuji smiled and reassured him. Unlike the last time when he traveled alone in an ox cart, he was dejected. This time, a magnificent black-scaled warhorse was already waiting outside the door. He bought this horse at a high price from a passing caravan. It possessed a rare dragon bloodline. And behind him, 10 guards, all riding tall warhorses, wearing identical hard leather armor, carrying longbows, and with steel swords at their waists, stood quietly in a line. They were a scout team assembled by Chuji using resources he obtained from his father, selected from the best of the best. Every one of them has experienced real battles, and their eyes are as sharp as knives. A group of 11 people galloped on horseback, raising clouds of dust. 2 days later, the majestic Blackstone Castle appeared on the horizon. When the scout squad, with its neat equipment and high morale, appeared at the castle gate, the guards at the gate recognized the figure in the lead almost instantly. Everyone held their breath, no longer daring to show the slightest contempt or ridicule. Those unlucky guys who mocked Chuji last time are already experiencing life in the mine. The bloody lesson is right before our eyes. Before they even got close, the newly appointed captain of the guard immediately jogged up to greet them with a beaming smile. Welcome back to the castle, second young master. His back was bent at almost a 90-degree angle, and the fawning on his face was almost overflowing. Chuji didn't even bother to look at him, simply nodded indifferently, and rode straight into the castle gate. The captain of the guard stood there, stunned, until the cavalry had gone far away before he dared to straighten up, his back already ice-cold. The castle was clearly more lively than when he last left. New colorful ribbons and family flags were hung everywhere, and servants were bustling about. But when everyone saw Chuji and his personal guards, they instinctively stopped, bowed, and looked at him with awe and curiosity. The castle's old butler was already waiting at the entrance to the inner castle. Second young master, you're back. The old butler bowed respectfully. The master is already waiting for you in the study. Chuji dismounted and casually tossed the reins to a servant who ran up to him. He followed the butler through the familiar corridor to the door of the study, which symbolized the center of the family's power. Push open the heavy door. His father, Baron Blackstone, stood with his hands behind his back by the window, gazing into the distance. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned around. This time, there was no longer any contempt or anger in his eyes. Rather, it was a complex look, a mixture of scrutiny, satisfaction, and a hint of trying to regain control. I'm back. The Baron's tone was unreadable. Father. Chuji bowed slightly, performing an impeccable aristocratic salute, his posture neither humble nor arrogant. How is Blackwater Village now? The Baron asked casually. Everything is fine. The village's stone walls have been built, and the population has increased significantly. This autumn's tax revenue will probably triple. Chuji's answer was calm and confident, and every sentence reflected his solid achievements. Very good. The Baron nodded, his sharp gaze scrutinizing his son. The Chuji before me had become even more upright and his aura more composed. The timidity and resentment that once filled his eyes had vanished, replaced by a calm that startled even him. He was no longer a pawn who needed the protection of his family. You should know why I called you back this time, the Baron said in a deep voice. I know, it's for my brother's wedding, Chuji replied. The Baron's gaze sharpened further. That's right. Your older brother is getting married. His bride is Baron Stormwind's daughter. This marriage was both a fulfillment of the oracle of the goddess of beauty and an important political alliance. It will solidify our position in the north and is of great significance to the future of the Blackstone family. Chuji listened quietly without interrupting. He understands all of this. Therefore, this wedding cannot afford any mistakes. The Baron abruptly changed the subject, took a step forward, and an overwhelming sense of oppression washed over him. I need you to participate, not only as my son, but also as the Lord of Blackwater Village. I want Baron Stormrage, and all the guests who have come to witness this. My Blackstone family not only has your eldest brother as an excellent and qualified successor. And then there's you, a rising star with boundless potential, capable of building an empire even in dire straits. I want them to know that the Blackstone family has far more talented people than they imagine. The Baron's voice was powerful and resonant, his eyes gleaming with the brilliance of a tyrant. This is a brilliant, open strategy. Use the wedding of the eldest brother, Shushon, to solidify external alliances. He also used his own appearance to prove that the family has strong reserves and future potential. It can both appease the eldest brother's faction, who are uneasy about Chu Yang's birth, and perfectly showcase the family's strength to the outside world. Chu Ji instantly understood all of his father's intentions. A perfectly timed smile appeared on his face. I understand, father. He bowed slightly. I will definitely complete the task you have assigned me. Chapter 17, Section 17, Xu Xiong's Jealousy. Chu Ji came out of the study. The heavy wooden door slowly closed behind him, blocking his father's complex and scrutinizing gaze. The confrontation with Baron Blackstone went more smoothly than expected. His father was ultimately a complete opportunist. Once Chu Ji demonstrated the value he and Blackwater Village possessed, the so-called father-son relationship and family rules became bargaining chips that could be put on the table for trade. Chu Ji was not averse to this kind of deal. On the contrary, he liked it very much. This allows him to clearly calculate what he can gain and what he needs to give up at each step. He walked unhurriedly down the familiar corridor inside the castle toward his room. The corridor was long, with portraits of the Blackstone family's ancestors hanging on the walls on both sides. Their gazes seemed to pierce through the picture frame, scrutinizing and authoritative, falling upon everyone who passed by. Right at the corner of the corridor, a figure stood quietly. It seems they have been waiting for a long time. The man was dressed in a well-fitting hunting outfit, with a tall and handsome figure, but a hint of arrogance lingered between his brows. It was Chu Ji's elder brother, Xu Xiong, the first in line to inherit the Blackstone family. Seeing Chu Ji approach, Xu Xiong's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. Hey, isn't this our Blackwater Village's great lord back? His voice wasn't loud, but it sounded particularly jarring in the empty corridor. Have you finished talking with your father? Chu Ji stopped and looked at him calmly. He simply responded with a single word and prepared to walk past the other person and leave. He had no interest in wasting time on such trivial matters. However, Xu Xiong stepped to the side, blocking his way once again. What, you've grown wings and think you can get away with it? You don't even call me big brother anymore? Xu Xiong's eyes were full of aggression as he looked Chu Ji up and down, his gaze full of criticism and disdain. Just because you're wearing decent armor and have a respectable squad of personal guards, you think you're someone important? Chu Ji, I'm warning you, don't forget who you are. You are just a son of a concubine. Even if your father gave you a poor village, you are still an illegitimate son. A son born out of wedlock should do what a son born out of wedlock should do. Chu Ji finally stopped. He slowly raised his head and looked directly at his older brother for the first time. He wasn't angry, and there wasn't even the slightest emotional fluctuation. His eyes were as calm as a bottomless lake. But deep within the lake, there was a trace of pity that even Xu Xiong couldn't decipher. It was as if I were watching a clown jumping around, yet looking incredibly pathetic. That look made Xu Xiong feel inexplicably angry. What he hated most was Chu Ji's calm and collected demeanor. This made him feel like all his sense of superiority was hitting a cotton ball, with nowhere to land. What kind of look is that? Xu Xiong's voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of embarrassment and anger. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I heard that your wife, whom you picked up from who knows where, gave birth to a son with good bloodline. Xu Xiong finally revealed the real reason he had been waiting here today. His eyes were fixed on Chu Ji, like a lion whose territory had been invaded. 37% Blackstone bloodline, that's impressive. You brought him back to show father, isn't that just to prove you're better than me? Are you trying to use him to threaten my position? Chu Ji, let me tell you, put away your filthy and ridiculous thoughts. I am the first heir recognized by my father. As long as I am alive, you will never be able to touch a single thing of the Blackrock family. You'd better make your son behave himself. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting him disappear without a trace. The final threat was uttered by Xu Xiong through gritted teeth, his words filled with undisguised murderous intent. The temperature seemed to drop a few degrees in the empty corridor. However, faced with this threat that almost led to a complete breakdown in relations, Chu Ji suddenly smiled. It was a genuine smile, tinged with absurdity and amusement. Big brother. He spoke softly. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake? What do you mean? Xu Xiong frowned. What I mean is. Chu Ji took a step forward, and the calm aura he exuded after several life or death battles made Xu Xiong subconsciously take a half step back. This discovery made Xu Xiong's face turn even uglier instantly. Chu Ji's gaze passed over Xu Xiong's shoulder and looked toward the Baron's throne at the end of the corridor, which symbolized the pinnacle of power. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Chu Xiong's ears, carrying a contempt that Chu Xiong couldn't understand at all. You treat this baronial position as your whole life. Because of it, you are tense, you are anxious, you bark like a dog guarding its food at anyone who gets close. They even threaten to kill a child. It's really pathetic. Boom! These words struck Chu Xiong's chest like an invisible hammer. His mind was blank. Sad? He is the first heir of the prestigious Blackstone family, the future Baron Blackstone. In the eyes of this useless younger brother, he is actually pathetic? You! Chu Xiong's face instantly turned a deep purplish red, and his finger pointing at Chu Ji trembled violently with rage. Chu Ji completely ignored his anger, slowly withdrew his gaze, and focused it back on him. Did you hear me clearly? I have absolutely no interest in that position. I don't care about the inheritance rights you want. This castle, this territory, you can take it all if you like. Chu Ji spoke calmly, as if he were talking about a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. He looked at Chu Xiong, who was completely stunned, and the pity on his lips widened. But, elder brother, don't use your pitiful perspective to speculate about my future. My journey is not in Blackrock Fortress. And in a place you can't even dream of. After saying that, Chu Ji didn't look at him again and walked straight past him. The footsteps echoed crisply and firmly in the empty corridor. Chu Xiong was left alone, frozen in place, dumbfounded. Every word he just said was like a knife, piercing deeply into Chu Xiong's mind. Not interested? Take them all? A pitiful perspective? A tremendous sense of humiliation and absurdity erupted in his heart like a volcano. Chu Ji. He suddenly turned around and let out a hysterical roar at the departing figure. You're a madman. You arrogant madman. However, Chu Ji did not pause at all and soon disappeared at the end of the corridor. The only response he received was his own distorted echo, born of extreme rage. Chapter 18, Evelyn. The wedding ceremony was long and tedious. Chu Ji was seated at the end of the family seating area, with a group of relatives from collateral branches. This was clearly a deliberate arrangement by the eldest brother, Chu Xiong, a silent humiliation. But he didn't care at all. His identity is the Lord of Blackwater Village, not the second young master of Blackstone Castle. He didn't come to the wedding, he came to hunt. Chu Ji held his wineglass, his calm gaze sweeping across the entire wedding hall. The hall was bustling with noise and filled with the fragrance of fine clothes and the elegance of women. One by one, noble ladies dressed in gorgeous clothes showed off their well-defined muscles. They are universally recognized beauties. But in Chu Ji's eyes, they were no different from the stones on the roadside. His goal for this trip was very clear. Seeking a woman of noble lineage who was rejected because of her ugliness. The transaction was completed, and everyone was happy. His gaze swept through the crowd like a lone wolf searching for prey. Soon, a suppressed chuckle caught his attention. Look, Earl Silvermoon's ugly woman has also arrived. Several ladies at the next table were covering their mouths with their fans and pointing at a corner. How pitiful. She dares to come to such an occasion, isn't she afraid of embarrassing the Earl? Chu Ji followed their gaze. In the most secluded corner of the hall, closest to the servants' passage, a solitary figure sat there quietly. She wore a simple long dress that was out of place among the other ladies of high society. Compared to the hustle and bustle around her, her world was as quiet as a still life painting. Just one glance. Chu Ji's breath caught in his throat for a moment. What kind of girl was she? She didn't have the strong muscles that the world admired. Instead, she appeared somewhat overly slender. Moonlight-like silver hair falls smoothly over her shoulders. Her skin was as white as the finest mutton fat jade, and it seemed to glow even in the dim corner. Although they were far away, I couldn't see their facial features clearly. But that unique, aloof and cold temperament, which seemed to be at odds with the whole world, acted like a magnet, instantly drawing Chu Ji's entire mind. Found it. This is his prey. Chu Ji's heart began to beat faster and faster uncontrollably. This is simply a gift from the gods. Just then, several drunken young nobles staggered toward Evelyn's corner. Hey, look, that ugly freak is sitting here drinking all by himself. A young man with freckles on his face winked at his companion. Let's go and show some concern for the Countess. What if she's moved and agrees to marry us? The foul language, accompanied by suppressed laughter, came through clearly. No one stopped them. Evelyn had clearly noticed them as well. Her hand gripping the wineglass tightened unconsciously, her knuckles turning slightly white. Her body instinctively shrank back, as if trying to hide herself in the shadows of the corner. Just as the young men were about to reach Evelyn, a figure stood up at a leisurely pace. Chu Ji, holding his wineglass, strode over, seemingly casually, and ended up blocking their path from Evelyn. The young men were taken aback and were about to reprimand them. But when they saw that the person who came was Chu Ji, and the 10 imposing guards behind him, they instantly sobered up. Second young master. The freckled youth at the head of the group stammered as he greeted them. Chu Ji wore a faint smile, but his gaze did not fall on them. Instead, he looked over their shoulders and towards the family elders behind them. Weddings are sacred. Chu Ji's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. I think your family's traditions should be such that your descendants would not behave rudely on such an important occasion, would they? The faces of those young men turned pale instantly. The knights behind them looked extremely grim. This is a blatant threat. Get back here. You bunch of disgraceful bastards. A middle-aged knight suddenly stood up and roared at his son. The young men, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, slunk back to their seats. Chu Ji diffused the farce with a few words. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence for a moment. Chu Ji slowly turned around, finally facing the girl in the corner for the first time. Evelyn looked up, her obsidian-like eyes filled with shock, confusion, and an undisguised wariness. Miss Evelyn, I'm so sorry to have disturbed you. Chu Ji bowed slightly, performing an impeccable aristocratic gesture. I am Chu Ji, the second son of the Black Stone family. Evelyn paused for a moment, then returned the greeting somewhat awkwardly. Thank you, Mr. Chu Ji. Her voice was clear and cold, like a mountain stream, carrying a hint of aloofness. Chu Ji looked at her flawless face and smiled from the bottom of his heart. Under everyone's gaze, he uttered a statement that was enough to overturn the world's aesthetic standards. Miss Evelyn, you are the most beautiful lady I have seen in this hall today. After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Everyone who heard this was petrified and stood frozen in place. Evelyn was struck dumb, staring blankly at Chu Ji, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. However, she saw no hint of mockery or ridicule in Chu Ji's eyes. There was only pure, undisguised appreciation. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, Chu Ji made an even more outrageous move. He turned around abruptly and knelt on one knee in the seat of honor, facing the imposing Earl of Silvermoon. Your Excellency Earl Silvermoon. Chu Ji's voice was loud and clear, echoing throughout the entire hall. Chu Ji, the second son of the Blackrock family and Lord of Blackwater Village. I extend my highest respect to you. And I formally request that you allow me to marry your daughter, Miss Evelyn. I offer half of the tax revenue from my territory for the next 10 years as my dowry, and I swear this on my life and honor. I will love her, respect her, protect her, for all eternity, and never betray her. Chapter 19, Section 19, The Earl's Conditions. Boom! Chu Ji's words were like a ton of dynamite, exploding in the deathly silent wedding hall. The entire hall was completely silent for 10 seconds. Then, the suppressed discussion surged up like a tidal wave. He's gone mad. This Chu Ji must be insane. A baron's second son dares to propose to an earl's daughter in public? And the one who proposed was that ugly freak Evelyn. What will he use to marry her? His run-down village? 10 years' worth of taxes? How many gold coins could that possibly yield? Everyone's face was filled with absurdity and excitement at the spectacle. However, the first to recover from the shock was none other than themselves. It was the Blackstone family itself. Chu Ji. A roar like that of a wild beast rang out from the wedding stage. The eldest brother, Chu Xiong, had his eyes turn bloodshot instantly. He stared intently at the kneeling figure in the distance, his handsome face contorted with extreme rage. This is his wedding. It was the most glorious moment of his life. Now, however, his most despicable good-for-nothing younger brother has stolen all the limelight in the most despicable way. What he found even more unbearable was that the woman he was proposing to was the daughter of a count. His wife was merely the daughter of a baron. This was nothing short of a resounding slap across his face. You bastard! Get up! Chu Xiong roared and tried to rush off the wedding stage. Compared to him, Baron Blackstone's expression was even more unpleasant. His face turned from red to purple, then from purple to green, as if a dye shop had been opened. His body trembled slightly with anger. That unfilial son! This rebellious son who doesn't respect him at all. Who does he think he is? What right does he have? Is he trying to drag the entire Blackrock family onto his chariot and make them take a huge gamble? This is more than just a marriage proposal. This is a provocation against the dignity of an earl. If they are not careful, the entire Blackstone family could face annihilation. You beast. Baron Blackstone spat out 2 words through gritted teeth, his murderous gaze fixed on Chu Ji. Shut up right now. Get back here. However, faced with his elder brother's roar and his father's gaze that seemed to want to tear him apart, Chu Ji acted as if he hadn't heard. He remained kneeling on one knee, his posture as straight as a spear. His gaze pierced through the crowd, remaining steadfastly fixed on the Silver Moon Earl at the head of the table, a man with an expressionless face. His silence, his persistence, his disregard. It is itself the most arrogant and the most aggressive attitude. Evelyn, caught in the eye of the storm, was completely bewildered. Her mind went blank. She felt like a rabbit suddenly thrust into the spotlight, with everyone around her casting their gazes with a variety of emotions. Shock, sympathy, ridicule, jealousy. She instinctively wanted to run away, but her legs felt like they were made of lead and she couldn't move. Her gaze involuntarily fell on the man kneeling on the ground. This was the first time in her 23 years of life that someone had stood up for her. For the first time, someone praised her in public. This was the first time someone had asked her to be their wife in such a solemn manner. Why? Why him? Why did you choose me? Evelyn's heart was in complete turmoil. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, the ultimate arbiter of this farce, Earl Silvermoon, slowly spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority that instantly drowned out the noise in the room. Quiet down. He simply uttered 3 words, and Chu Xiong, who was already preparing to rush off the stage, stopped abruptly, like a rooster being choked. Baron Blackstone could only suppress his anger, but his chest was still heaving violently. Earl Silvermoon's gaze finally shifted from his daughter to the audacious young man. He scrutinized Chu Ji, his eyes as deep as the sea. He vaguely remembered this young man. The second son of the Blackstone Baron, who was said to have been exiled to a remote village because of his peculiar aesthetic sense. But there was no trace of dejection in him. Instead, he exuded a confidence that surprised even him. Earl Silvermoon was not angry. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. He hadn't seen such an interesting young man in many years. He glanced at his daughter, who kept her head down, and sighed softly. Evelyn was his shame and his heartache. Now, surprisingly, someone is actually willing to take on this trouble. Although this person's status was pitifully low. Chu Ji, is that right? Earl Silvermoon spoke slowly. Yes, Your Excellency. Chu Ji's voice was steady and powerful. You're very brave. The Count's lips curled into a playful smile. However, the daughter of my Silver Moon family is not someone that just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can covet. You're the second son of a baron, without even a title. Do you think you're good enough for her? These words plunged Baron Blackstone's heart into despair. But Chu Ji remained calm. I'm not good enough for you now. He readily admitted it. However, the future is uncertain. Ha ha ha. Earl Silvermoon laughed loudly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Laughter echoed through the hall, filled with the mockery of those in power. He stopped laughing, leaned forward slightly, stared at Chu Ji, and said, word by word. The future is uncertain. Then I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Everyone in the room held their breath. 1 year. Earl Silvermoon held up one finger. Starting today, for the next year. If you can earn a baron title for yourself through your own abilities, I will personally send Evelyn to your land and marry her to you. But if you can't do it. The Count's eyes instantly turned cold. Everything you have done today is an insult to me and to the entire Silvermoon family. At that time, your fate will be even more miserable than death. The Earl's terms struck like a thunderbolt, shaking the entire hall once again. How can one obtain a hereditary baronial title within a year? How is that possible? In this rigidly class-based world, obtaining a noble title is harder than climbing to heaven. Aside from inheritance, only those who have rendered outstanding service in the kingdom's wars have a chance of being personally bestowed a title by the king. However, in peacetime, no new baron has been born for nearly a century. Everyone believed that the Earl was delivering a dignified death sentence to Chu Ji. Baron Blackstone's face turned deathly pale. A cruel sense of pleasure appeared on the face of the eldest brother, Chu Xiong. He could almost see Chu Ji's tragic end, being executed by the early year later. However, to everyone's surprise, it happened. Faced with this impossible task, Chu Ji's face showed no fear or hesitation. He even laughed. Good. He answered loudly, with only one word. Yet it resonated deeply, brimming with unparalleled confidence. It's settled then. After saying that, he slowly stood up and patted the dust off his knees. He didn't look at anyone else. He didn't look at his gloating elder brother, nor at his father with a livid face, nor even at Earl Silvermoon in the main seat. His gaze fell on that corner one last time. It landed on the girl who had kept her head down the whole time, her body trembling slightly. Wait for me. He mouthed two words silently, in a way that only the two of them could hear. Then, he suddenly turned around. Let's go. He gave orders to his 10 personal guards. Before the grand wedding had even ended. Chu Ji, the mastermind behind the bombshell that just dropped. Under the complex, shocked, and bewildered gazes of everyone present. Without looking back, he strode out of the wedding hall. Simply neat. All that remained was a resolute silhouette and a sea of stunned jaws. Chapter 20, Section 20, The Baron's Praise. Chu Ji had just stepped out of the side door of the wedding hall. The castle's old butler, like a silent statue, had been waiting there for some time. Second young master, the master is waiting for you in the study. The old butler's tone was devoid of any emotion, but the slight trembling in his eyes betrayed his inner fear. The servants around watched from afar, their eyes filled with awe and evasion, as if Chu Ji were some kind of plague god bringing disaster. Chu Ji simply nodded calmly. He understood that his father's thunderous anger at the banquet was more of an act for Earl Silvermoon and the other nobles. That was a necessary stance. Now is the real moment of judgment. Chu Ji followed the old butler alone, walking once again down that familiar corridor. This time, the path to the study seemed exceptionally long. Push open the heavy wooden door. His father, Baron Blackstone, stood with his back to him, hands clasped behind his back, by the window like a silent volcano. The air in the study seemed to have solidified, creating a suffocating atmosphere. A long time. The Baron slowly turned around. His face was expressionless, but his sharp, hawk-like eyes were churning with a chilling storm. Kneel down. The Baron's voice was calm as a frozen lake, revealing no emotion whatsoever. Chu Ji did not move. He simply bowed slightly, performing a standard aristocratic greeting, his posture neither humble nor arrogant. Father. The Baron narrowed his eyes slightly, and the storm in his eyes seemed even more terrifying. He stared at his son, who was still standing ramrod straight, for a full 10 seconds. That overwhelming pressure was enough to break any seasoned knight. But Chu Ji showed no fear whatsoever. Sudden. Baron Blackstone smiled. The frozen lake shattered instantly, and all the coldness vanished in a flash. Instead, there was hearty, unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was filled with irrepressible joy and appreciation. Good. The Baron's laughter stopped abruptly, and he slammed his hand on the table, staring at Chu Ji with gleaming eyes. What a brilliant strategist, Chu Ji. What a wonderful son I have. The Baron's face still wore an uncontrollable excitement. Very good. You didn't kneel down. Do you know that just now at the banquet, even I thought you had gone mad and wanted to kill you on the spot to apologize to the Earl? But I soon understood. The Baron's voice was full of admiration. An insignificant wedding, a meaningless compliment, and an outrageously arrogant proposal. You used a cost that my Blackrock family could barely afford to pay to force your way into the Silvermoon Earl's territory. Half of 10 years' tax revenue? How many copper coins does your Blackwater village have now? What's the difference between this and a worthless check? The Baron paced back and forth in his study, appearing extremely agitated. Even if we fail, the only loss will be you, a dispensable illegitimate son, and a little bit of the family's reputation. But if it succeeds... The Baron's breathing became rapid. That is a marriage alliance with the Earl. Even if the other party is just an ugly daughter, the status of our Blackstone family in the north will experience a qualitative leap. To gain the greatest benefit at the lowest cost. That is the way of survival for the nobility. I always thought you were cowardly and incompetent, but I never imagined you harbored such a ruthless and ambitious nature. I underestimated you. Just then. Bang! The study door was kicked open. The eldest brother, Shu Xiong, rushed in with bloodshot eyes, his chest heaving violently like an enraged bull. He happened to hear his father's last words, which were full of praise. "Father!" Shu Xiong's voice was hoarse with anger. "Are you crazy? You're still praising him? He made the entire Blackrock family a laughingstock among all the nobles. Didn't you see the way they looked at us? He's just being silly. He's retaliating for you sending him out of town." Shu Xiong couldn't understand. In his view, Shu Ji's behavior was foolish, arrogant, and extremely dangerous. However, the Baron merely gave him a cold glance. "Shut up." Those two cold words left Shu Xiong speechless, unable to utter a single word. "Do you know what politics is? Do you know what game theory is?" The Baron's voice was filled with undisguised disappointment. "You only see that pitiful face, and you're only worried that someone will steal the spotlight from your wedding. Do you think the Earl would go to such lengths for a disfavored daughter? Do you think he would abandon a pawn that could bring him future benefits just for the sake of some so-called humiliation? How foolish." Shu Xiong's face turned pale and then red as he was scolded, but he was still unconvinced. "But obtaining a baronial title within a year is simply impossible. Father, he's just stalling for time. He's trying to use this as a pretext to threaten my inheritance rights. Don't be fooled by him. What if he really gets in touch with the Earl? Would you pass the title to him?" This statement finally revealed his deepest fear. Snap! A crisp slap echoed throughout the study. Shu Xiong covered his face, looking at his father in disbelief. The Baron's eyes were now extremely cold. Looking at the heir before him, who knew only jealousy and infighting, a deep weariness welled up within him. He shouldn't have been sent to the professional school in the first place. The school only taught him how to become a powerful warrior. But he wasn't taught how to be a proper lord. "Get out!" The Baron's voice was devoid of any warmth. "Don't let me see you again until I let you in." Shu Xiong trembled all over, and finally, with a face full of humiliation and resentment, he staggered out. The study returned to silence. The Baron turned his head and looked at Shu Ji, who remained calm throughout, his eyes filled with increasing admiration. "You are very good." He walked up to Shu Ji and patted him on the shoulder. 10,000 times better than your useless older brother." The Baron suppressed his excitement, his expression turning serious again, a calculating glint in his eyes. "However, don't be too happy yet. The conditions that Earl Silvermoon gave you are a dead end. He said he'd give you a year, but do you really think you have a year?" Shu Ji's pupils contracted slightly. The Baron sneered and walked back to the map. "Don't forget, the whole thing started with an oracle from the goddess of beauty." "What is the time limit for the oracle?" Shu Ji understood instantly. 1 year. It ends on the last day of this year." "That's right." The Baron turned around abruptly, his eyes sharp as knives. "The divine decree is only valid for this year. When the new chief god descends next year on Pantheon, who will remember this trivial matter concerning the goddess of beauty? By then, Earl Silvermoon's daughter will have already married, and even if you obtain the title, you will not be able to marry her. And you, from a highly anticipated challenger to a laughingstock of a fraud, only need 1 night." The Baron's voice was calm and cruel, revealing the deadly trap beneath the glamorous gamble. "Therefore, the Count's so-called 1 year for you is a complete lie. Your real deadline is only until the end of the year. It's March now, and you have less than 10 months left." Upon hearing this, Shu Ji's expression finally turned serious. The Baron looked at him, a satisfied smile curving his lips. He liked to see everything under his control. But that's not the worst part. He extended a finger and pointed to a region in the northernmost part of the kingdom. 1 month later, Duke Ironhorn and Duke Windwhisper will launch a war of glory over the ownership of a disputed mining area. This is a proxy war personally authorized by the king to resolve disputes among the top nobles. For us minor nobles, this is a grand feast to gain merit. It is also the only opportunity in peacetime to obtain a title. The Baron turned around, his burning gaze fixed on Shu Ji. "A year is too long, and 10 months is too long. I'll only give you 6 months. These 6 months are your only window of opportunity. In this month, I will use all the resources of the family to arm you in your territory, regardless of cost. 1 month from now, I need you to represent the Blackrock family and step onto that glorious battlefield. In the remaining 5 months, I will win a true baronial title for myself and for my family." Inside the study, the stove crackled and popped. Every word the Baron uttered struck Shu Ji's heart like a war drum. A battle for glory. using war to obtain titles. This was exactly what he wanted. He raised his head and met his father's expectant and ambitious gaze, his own eyes burning with the same fervor. I understand, father. Chapter 21, Guilt and Preparation. Bearing the Baron's promise and the heavy pressure of the War of Glory, Chuji embarked on his journey back to Blackwater Village. Horses galloped by, kicking up dust. He came here with lofty ambitions, ready to stage a spectacular gamble on the family stage. On his way back, his mind was heavy, and he kept thinking about how to confess everything to Cheshire. He is not a pure politician. At Blackrock Fortress, he could engage in ruthless exchanges of interests and verbal battles with his father and elder brother. But when I think of Cheshire's clear and pure eyes, all my scheming and pretense become pale and powerless. He knew very well that his actions at the wedding would be hurtful to any wife. Whether his initial intention was for the future of his family or for the tempting system rewards. The caravan arrived at Blackwater Village at dusk. After a few days, the village's stone walls seemed to have grown taller, and the watchtowers on top of the walls were beginning to take shape. In the fields, villagers returning home late would stop and bow in greeting when they saw the Lord. Their faces radiated genuine respect and joy. This is his foundation, the home he built with his own hands. This sense of realism calmed down Chuji's restlessness caused by political maneuvering. He dismounted, handed the reins to his guards, and strode towards the Lord's stone house. The warm light shone through the window, dispelling the chill of the night. As soon as I opened the door, a warm, delicious aroma of food wafted out. Cheshire, Ella, and Lena were sewing baby clothes by the fireplace when they heard the door open, and all three looked up at the same time. "Honey, you're back." Cheshire's face lit up with the brightest smile. She immediately put down what she was doing and jogged over to greet him. She skillfully took the heavy cloak that Chuji had taken off, and then stood on tiptoe to wipe the dust off his forehead. Ella and Lena, also pregnant, stood up with smiles on their faces. "My lord, you must be tired from your journey." This heartwarming scene intensified Chuji's sense of guilt. He forced a smile. "You all should get some rest too. I have something to discuss with Cheshire." Ella and Lena exchanged a glance. Both were intelligent women and noticed that Chuji's expression was somewhat off. They nodded understandingly and went back to their rooms to rest. The fire crackled in the fireplace, and only Chuji and Cheshire remained in the stonehouse. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Cheshire poured him a glass of warm water and asked softly, "Honey, is something wrong? Did your brother give you a hard time?" Her voice was full of worry. Chuji took the water glass, but didn't drink it. He just held it in his hand, feeling its warmth. He took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. "Giselle, I have something to tell you." "What happened at the wedding?" He raised his head, looked directly into his wife's eyes, and recounted the entire scene that had unfolded in the wedding hall. From his love at first sight for Miss Evelyn. Then he proposed to Earl Silvermoon in public. Then there's the earth-shattering bet he made with the Count, wagering the title of Baron. He spoke slowly, each word like a heavy stone, striking the air between them. He was prepared to face Cheshire's tears, questions, and even anger. He deserves all of this. However, when he finished speaking the last word, a long silence fell over the stonehouse. Cheshire simply looked at him quietly, her beautiful eyes devoid of tears, anger, or even the slightest hint of jealousy. There was only a calmness that Chuji could not comprehend, and a faint sense of understanding, as if he had foreseen everything all along. "Husband." She spoke softly, her voice still so gentle. "That's only natural." Chuji's brain buzzed. He thought he had misheard. "What did you say?" Cheshire lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath her eyelids. She walked gently to Chuji and straightened his slightly disheveled collar. "I had long expected this day to come. You are the second son of the Baron, the Lord of Blackwater Village, and an eagle about to soar in the sky." Her voice was very soft, as if she were stating a fact that couldn't be clearer. "And me? I was just a village girl who was sold by my mother for a silver coin. My bloodline and my status are not worthy of you. To be your wife and to give birth to Chu Yang is an honor I never dared to dream of in my life. In the future, you should marry a truly noble lady, the daughter of an earl, or even a duke. Only they can be your help and add luster to your life at those noble banquets." She looked up at Chuji's shocked face and instead gave a comforting smile. "Miss Evelyn, I've heard of her. She is the daughter of an earl, isn't she? That's good. Really, I'm not lying to you. I'm happy for you." Her smile was so genuine, and her eyes were so clear. But it was precisely this damned sincerity and clarity that, like an invisible hammer, slammed into Chuji's heart. It made him instantly breathless. He would rather Cheshire cry, he would rather she make a scene, he would rather she take her anger out on him. That way, at least his guilt could find an outlet. But she didn't. She wasn't jealous at all, on the contrary, she thought it was only natural. She was genuinely happy for him to marry a count's daughter. Her maturity, her understanding, and her clear awareness of the class system deeply rooted in this world were like the sharpest knife, slowly torturing Chuji's heart. Overwhelmed by intense guilt and pity, he was instantly engulfed like a torrent. No. Chuji's voice was a little hoarse. He suddenly reached out and pulled the girl in front of him, whom he felt a deep pang of heartache, into his arms tightly. His arms were so strong, as if he wanted to melt her into his body. That's not how it is. Listen to me, Cheshire, it's not like that. In my heart, no one is more important than you. No one. You are my wife, the mother of my first child, and the lady of our home. Always. Cheshire was startled by his sudden action and stiffened as she leaned against his chest. She could feel his rapid heartbeat and his slightly trembling body. Husband. Listen to me. Chuji interrupted her, his voice trembling with excitement, his eyes bloodshot. I propose to Evelyn for her bloodline, for the future of our family, and to gain the Earl's support. That was a deal. A gamble. But I swear to you, none of this will change the place you hold in my heart. I swear. He cupped Cheshire's face in his hands and made her look into his eyes. I will definitely win that bet. I will not only win a baronial title, but I will also become stronger, so strong that everyone will have to look up to us. At that time, you, Cecily, will be the most honored baroness in the entire kingdom. If anyone dares to say you're not good enough for me, I'll tear their mouth apart. His words were passionate, each one carrying an undeniable determination. These words were no longer for system rewards, nor for political maneuvering. Rather, it stems from a man's deepest guilt and most solemn promise to his wife. Cheshire stared at him blankly, her eyes finally reddening. A single, glistening tear slid down her cheek. She nodded vigorously. Yes, I believe you. Night had fallen. Chuji stepped out of the bedroom, and the cold wind that greeted him calmed his feverish mind considerably. The confession with Cheshire was like a baptism of the soul. The guilt in his heart did not disappear, instead, it transformed into an unprecedentedly powerful driving force. He has to win. At all costs. His gaze sharpened, and the decisiveness and ruthlessness that belonged to a lord returned to him. Someone come here. His voice carried clearly in the quiet night. A guard who was keeping watch at the door immediately stepped forward. Grown-ups. Go, summon the scout captain and those 10 veterans. Now, immediately. Yes. The guards dared not delay in the slightest and turned to run away. Soon, more than a dozen figures strode into the main hall of the Lord's stone house. Seeing the Lord's extremely serious expression, they all felt a chill run down their spines, knowing that something big was about to happen. Please sit down. Chuji pointed to the chair next to him. He himself stood in front of the sand table, his expression stern. Starting today, Heishui village is entering a state of highest combat readiness. One sentence instantly put everyone present on edge. Chuji's gaze swept over the crowd. Scouting captain, tell me first, how many combat-ready men do we have right now? The scout captain immediately stood up. Reporting to you, sir. Besides the 11 of us, there are 93 able-bodied young men in the village who have received basic drill training. They are determined and ready to fight for you at any time. Where are the weapons? Chuji continued to ask. An old soldier stepped forward. He was now in charge of managing the territory's armory. My lord, we have 120 standard spears, less than 30 of which are made of iron, the rest are made of wood with iron tips. We also have 10 bows, 300 arrows, 15 sets of leather armor, and only 11 sets of iron armor for you and your personal guards. Chuji nodded. The family's resources were even weaker than he had anticipated. Where is the food? Enough to feed the whole village until next year's harvest. Where's the money? You still have 120 silver coins left from the Blackrock fortress you brought back last time. After listening to the report, Chuji quickly began to make plans in his mind. We have manpower, but they are all new recruits. The equipment was severely inadequate, especially armor and ranged weapons. 120 silver coins may seem like a lot, but when it comes to arming an army, it's just a drop in the ocean. However, he wasn't flustered at all. Because he had his father's promise. His gaze sharpened again, becoming aggressive. My father promised to arm us regardless of the cost. Tomorrow morning, Scout Captain, take all my silver coins and head to the nearest town, Stonehorn. I want you to buy me all the iron, fine horses, bows, and arrows you can find in town. Tell them, I want as much as you have. If it's not enough, put it on the Blackrock family's tab. His voice was resolute. Yes, sir. The scout captain responded loudly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The others. Shuji looked at the veterans. Starting tomorrow, the training volume will be doubled. I will turn those farmers into true warriors within a month. 1 month from now, we will be on the battlefield. Chapter 22, Secret Weapon. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The air seemed to freeze on the training ground in Heishui village. 40 soldiers stood silently, divided into 4 rows. On the far left are the 10 veterans brought from Blackrock Fortress. They were clad in brand new iron armor, their eyes sharp as eagles, and they exuded a calm and collected aura from years of battle. They are the backbone of this unit. Beside him were 30 newly recruited soldiers. They were also wearing the standard leather armor given to them by their fathers and carrying spears. The childishness and confusion on their faces have faded, replaced by a dark complexion and unwavering determination. The hands that once held a hoe now grip a spear tightly, their tigers' mouths covered in calluses. The farmer's fear was gone from their eyes, only absolute obedience to the figure ahead remained. Shuji walked at the front of the line, his steps neither hurried nor slow. His gaze swept across the face of every soldier. A month of intensive training, incorporating their past life experiences, coupled with an ample supply of meat, transformed these once emaciated villagers. Discipline is ingrained in their very being. Shuji stopped and turned to face everyone. I have decided that this expedition will be led by 5 veterans and 25 new recruits, a total of 30 people, who will accompany me on the expedition. His voice was clear and powerful. The remaining 5 veterans and 5 new recruits stayed behind in the village. Your mission is to protect our homes and our families. The soldiers who were assigned to stay behind showed no sign of disappointment. Instead, they straightened their chests. Yes, sir. 40 men roared in unison, their voices echoing across the surrounding area. Shuji nodded in satisfaction. These are the soldiers he wants. The troops were dismissed, and they were allowed to make final preparations for tomorrow's campaign. Shuji, however, walked alone towards a newly built warehouse in the most remote part of the village. The warehouse was guarded by the most reliable veterans and was heavily guarded. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, a peculiar smell wafted out. Inside the warehouse, hundreds of sealed ceramic jars were neatly arranged. Shuji opened one of them, and inside was a black, viscous liquid. This is the real specialty of Blackwater Village, the black oil that the villagers despise. To others, this is a scourge that pollutes water sources. But in Shuji's eyes, this was a flame that could burn everything. It is a divinely bestowed weapon capable of creating miracles on the battlefield. He had long ago instructed the craftsmen to secretly collect and store them here. This battle for glory was the first time it revealed its fangs. Is everything ready? Shuji asked softly. An old soldier bowed and said, Sir, everything has been prepared as you instructed. 50 cans will be carried with the army, and the rest will be sealed up. Very good. Shuji closed the jar, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Tell the brothers in charge of transportation that these are more important than their own lives. Night fell. The lights in the Lord's stone house looked especially warm. Cheshire's belly was already quite large, and she would be giving birth soon. Ella and Lena's pregnant bellies were also quite noticeable, and the 3 of them sat together, their faces radiating maternal glow. Shuji called Ella and Lena to the study. The 2 women were somewhat flustered, wondering what the Lord wanted to do by summoning them so late at night. I'm leaving tomorrow. Shuji looked at them with a serious expression. While I am away, I entrust the affairs of the territory to you. Ella and Lena were both stunned. Shuji took out a piece of parchment that had been written on beforehand. Ella, you are thoughtful and meticulous. You are in charge of managing the village's internal affairs and warehouses. You are in charge of deciding on the distribution of grain, the registration of supplies, and the scheduling of craftsmen. Lena, you have a cheerful personality and get along well with the villagers. You are responsible for supervising the cultivation of farmland and calming the villagers' emotions. When you encounter problems, the 2 of you should discuss them. If you encounter a major problem that you cannot solve, go to the veteran captain who is staying behind. He solemnly handed the parchment to the two of them. Ella and Lena stared at the clear division of responsibilities on the parchment, their hands trembling slightly. They never imagined that one day they would wield such important power. "Sir, we're afraid we won't do a good job," Ella said nervously. Shuji smiled and said, "I believe in you. You are my wives, the mistresses of this land. Show me the presence of a lady of the house and protect our home for me and the children." His words were full of trust and encouragement. Ella and Lena exchanged a glance, nodded heavily, their eyes filled with determination. "Yes, husband." Back in the bedroom, Cheshire was sitting on the edge of the bed, stroking her belly with a gentle smile on her face. Seeing Chuji enter, she asked softly, "Have you explained everything?" Chuji walked over and sat down beside her, gently pulling her into his arms and placing his hand on her high, protruding belly. He could clearly feel the movements of the tiny life inside. A strange feeling of blood connection softened his heart, which had hardened from preparing for battle. "Thank you for your hard work," he said softly. Cheshire shook her head and leaned on his shoulder. "I'm not tired. I just hope you can take good care of yourself while you're out there. You must come back safely. The child will wait for his father to name him himself." Shuji did not speak again. He simply hugged his wife tightly and planted a deep kiss on her forehead. All the promises and determination were contained in this kiss. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, 30 fully armed soldiers had already assembled at the entrance of the village. The men, women, and children of the village spontaneously stood on both sides of the road to see them off. There was no noisy commotion, only complete silence. The women's eyes were red, but they all held back their tears. The men's eyes were filled with envy and respect. Chuji, clad in heavy iron armor and surrounded by his personal guards, walked to the front of the group. He looked back one last time. On the stone wall, the figures of Cheshire, Ella, and Lena stood in the morning breeze. Their gazes pierced through the crowd, following him intently. Chuji withdrew his gaze, his eyes instantly becoming incredibly resolute. He mounted his horse, drew his long sword from his waist, and pointed the tip of the sword directly to the north. Set off. Chapter 23, The Spear of Inheritance. At dawn, a cavalry unit of 31 men appeared on the horizon of Blackrock Fortress. They didn't raise any banners, but the formation was perfectly synchronized, and their movements carried a chilling silence. When they arrived at the city gate, the captain of the guard's pupils suddenly contracted. Leading the group was none other than the second young master, Chu Ji, who had left the castle a month ago. But the 30 soldiers behind him were completely different from the farmers in Blackwater village he remembered. They rode on uniform war horses, wore standard leather armor, carried longbows, and had steel swords at their waists. What's even more terrifying is their eyes. It was a gaze that mixed absolute obedience with a bloodthirsty hunger, like that of 30 meticulously tamed wolves. Just by standing there quietly, an invisible aura of chilling menace emanates from them. The captain of the guards dared not delay in the slightest and immediately ordered the castle gates to be opened. Chuji led his troops and slowly drove in. The spacious central training ground was already bustling with people. His father, Baron Blackstone, stood with his hands behind his back on the steps, watching him silently. In the center of the training ground, a large number of weapons and equipment were neatly arranged. 30 sets of full-body chainmail gleaming with metallic luster. 30 kite-shaped shields, enough to protect half the body. Hundreds of sharp-edged standard longswords and dozens of warhammers specifically designed to break through heavy armor. There were also 10 heavy crossbows already cocked, as well as boxes of crossbow bolts. Under the sunlight, the entire training ground shimmered with a cold, deathly glow. This is the true heritage of an old aristocratic family. Chuji's soldiers began to breathe rapidly. They gazed at the sea of steel before them, their eyes blazing with fanaticism. With this equipment, their combat effectiveness will experience a qualitative leap. Chuji dismounted, walked to the steps, and bowed slightly to his father. "Father." Baron Blackstone nodded, his face revealing no emotion. He merely scrutinized the 30 soldiers behind Chuji with his gaze. He could sense that it was a real army. "Let's change clothes," the Baron said calmly. "Get ready to depart in 1 hour." "Yes." Without wasting any words, Chuji immediately turned around and began organizing his men to change their equipment. Soon, the sounds of metal clashing and armor plates rubbing together filled the training ground. Just then, the Baron spoke again. "Chuji, come with me." Chuji was taken aback, But he still handed over command to the scout captain and followed his father into the depths of the castle. They walked through the heavily guarded corridor but did not go to the study. Instead, they arrived at a secret chamber located underground, guarded by a gate made of cast iron. The Baron himself opened the heavy iron door. A scent mingled with rust and the dust of history wafted over me. This is the Blackrock family's true armory, housing weapons used by their ancestors throughout history. The Baron did not linger outside, but went straight to the deepest part of the secret chamber. There was only one lonely weapon rack there. On the shelf, a long, narrow weapon was wrapped in thick linen. The Baron's eyes became incredibly complex at this moment, filled with reminiscence, awe, and a hint of anticipation. He carefully removed the weapon, laid it flat on a stone table, and then slowly unveiled the linen cloth. An ancient spear lay there quietly. It looks unremarkable. The gun barrel was made of an unknown black wood, with a dull color and covered with fine scratches and old marks. The spearhead was also made of dark black metal, without any reflection, but the edge of the blade had a deep, almost light-absorbing quality. The entire spear exudes a sense of vicissitude, as if it has been washed away countless times by the years. This is the legacy gun of our Blackstone family. The Baron's voice sounded particularly deep in the quiet, secluded room. It was handcrafted by the first Blackrock Baron, and his blood is infused into the gun. From then on, only offspring with the bloodline of the Blackrock family could gain its recognition. The Baron turned his gaze to Chu Ji, his eyes burning with intensity. Go, pick it up. Chu Ji's heart began to beat faster and faster uncontrollably. He reached out and slowly grasped the dark gun barrel. Just as his hand clenched tightly. Buzz! An indescribable warmth suddenly surged from the gun, running down his arm and into his entire body. The feeling was like long-lost relatives finally finding each other. A sense of intimacy and longing, stemming from the depths of his blood, instantly overwhelmed him. At the same time, the attribute panel, which only he could see, popped up frantically. Bloodline resonance detected, equipment binding in progress. The Blackrock family legacy spear has been successfully bound. Equipment effect activated. Your strength attribute +5. Your skill attribute +5. Chu Ji's breathing became rapid. Simply by holding it, he gained 10 precious attribute points. The enhancements he receives are enough to allow him to defeat 3 of his previous selves. Can you feel it? The Baron saw the undisguised shock on Chu Ji's face and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. This gun contains the power passed down from our ancestors, which can greatly enhance the user's strength. The Baron's voice carried a hint of solemnity. This family heirloom is a token passed down from the head of the family, and only the head of the Blackstone family can use it in each generation. He paused, his expression turning serious again. But the battle for glory is no small matter, and I need you to win. So, I'll lend you this gun for now. The Baron walked up to Chu Ji and said, word by word. Remember, it's a temporary loan. When you return from the battlefield, it must be returned intact and put back here. It belongs to the future Baron Blackstone, not you. Chu Ji snapped out of his shock and looked up to meet his father's sharp eyes. He understood what his father meant. This is an investment, an endorsement, but also a constraint. I understand, father. He answered in a deep voice. Very good. The Baron seemed relieved. He took one last look at the spear in Chu Ji's hand, which had become anything but ordinary, and his eyes became incredibly deep. He didn't spout any more grand principles, nor did he mention the family's honor again. He remained silent for a moment, then spoke his last words in an almost commanding, unquestionable tone. Come back alive. Chapter 24, Arrival Location. A month-long march is a double test of willpower and physical strength. Chu Ji and his newly formed unit experienced hardships they had never faced before. The scorching daytime and the freezing nighttime take turns testing everyone. Every young face in the team was etched with fatigue and covered in a thick layer of dust. But their eyes were brighter and more resolute than when they set off. The marching formation maintained an astonishing level of discipline throughout. In the past month, these former farmers and hunters have been initially forged into a real army. Sir, we'll arrive once we cross that hill. A scout who had been leading the way returned on horseback, his voice hoarse with excitement. Everyone's spirits lifted. Chu Ji reined in the horse and turned his gaze to the low hill. His black-scaled warhorse snorted uneasily, seemingly sensing the immense aura emanating from afar. The entire army will take a short rest and tidy up their uniforms. Chu Ji issued the order. Yes. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, wiping the dust off their armor and tidying up their somewhat scattered equipment. Half an hour later, when the team of 100 reached the top of the hill, everyone was so shocked by the sight before them that they held their breath. Below the hills lies a vast, boundless plain. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a poignant golden hue over the land. On the plains, an unimaginably huge camp, like a lurking beast, looms on the horizon. Countless tents stretched out in a continuous line, resembling an endless forest. Thousands upon thousands of flags of different colors and coats of arms fluttered in the wind, forming a steel jungle. Countless plumes of smoke rose into the sky, gathering in the air to form gray clouds. The sounds of people, horses, and weapons clashing converged into an astonishing wave of sound that could be heard even from miles away. This is the gathering place for the battle for glory. Sunset on the plains. Along with the shock, a hint of tension and fear also appeared on the soldiers' faces. They had never seen such a grand scene. "Stay close to my flag, let's go down." Shuji's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a reassuring power. He took the lead, guiding the team slowly into this chaotic ocean. Upon entering the camp, the noise became even more deafening. The roads were packed with people. There were noble private soldiers dressed in fine chainmail, with arrogant expressions. There were mercenaries with all sorts of equipment and menacing faces. Shuji even saw a group of short but extremely sturdy dwarves carrying huge warhammers, walking by as if no one else was around. Several other northern barbarians, wearing wolf head totems and unusually tall, were glaring angrily at another group of people over a minor argument. The sounds of hawking, arguing, and clinking glasses filled the air. Shuji ignored all of this and led his troops straight through the most chaotic outer area. Finally, he found a relatively quiet open space beside a river. This place is backed by a small grove of trees and bordered by a river, making it an easy and difficult to attack location. "Let's set up camp here." At Shuji's command, his soldiers immediately displayed astonishing efficiency. Those retired veterans brought from Blackrock Fortress became the best commanders. They had a clear division of labor. Some were responsible for guarding, some for setting up tents, and some for digging simple defensive fortifications. In less than an hour, a small camp, though not large in scale, was well organized and heavily fortified, and sprang up on this chaotic land. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding chaotic mercenary camps. Shuji temporarily handed over command to the captain of his personal guards. He changed into an inconspicuous set of leather armor, and with only 2 scouts who had also changed into civilian clothes, he once again ventured deep into the camp. His purpose in coming here was to gather intelligence. The entire Sunset Plain camp was divided into 2 parts by an invisible line. To the east lies the camp of the Duke of Ironhorn. To the west lies the camp of Duke Windwhisper. The 2 sides' flags were clearly distinguished, and the atmosphere between them was full of tension. Shuji's target was the tavern area, the most bustling and chaotic area located at the border between the 2 major camps. Here, a few daring merchants temporarily set up dozens of huge tent taverns to provide alcohol and simple food for the soldiers who came to fight. This is the best place to gather intelligence. Shuji casually walked into the largest tavern. The tavern was bustling with noise, the air thick with the smells of cheap beer, sweat, and roasted meat. He found an inconspicuous corner to sit down, ordered 3 glasses of ale, and quietly listened to the conversations around him. Cheers! To the glory of the Duke of Ironhorn! At a table not far away, several men who were clearly soldiers under the command of Duke Ironhorn were shouting loudly. "Those sissies from the Wind Whisperers dare to try and steal our Duke's territory? They're asking for trouble." A burly man with a thick beard downed more than half a glass of wine in one gulp and slurred his words. "Exactly. That Black Ironer area was marked as belonging to our Ironhorn territory on maps from 100 years ago. Now they come here claiming to have discovered a new vein and want half of it? On what grounds?" A different voice came from another table. Several soldiers, dressed relatively neatly, sat over there, their armbands bearing the insignia of the Duke of Windwhisper's Harp of Wind. "A bunch of lawless barbarians." A young soldier scoffed dismissively. "Ownership of the mining area is one thing, and the right to discover the vein is another. It was our Duke's exploration team that first discovered the incredibly large mithril vein in the lower layer of the mining area. According to the laws of the kingdom, the discoverer should rightfully enjoy half of the mining rights." "A mithril vein?" The moment the word was uttered, the tavern fell silent for half a second, before erupting into an even louder murmur of discussion. No wonder the 2 dukes were at odds so much. It wasn't iron ore, it was mithril. Shuji's hand, holding the wineglass, paused almost imperceptibly for a moment. He drank the rest of the ale in his glass in one gulp. The situation was far more complicated than what his father described in his letter. Behind this battle for glory lies a far greater secret than ordinary territorial disputes. Shuji did not linger. He left a few copper coins and quietly left the tavern with his personal guards. He returned to his quiet tent. He lit the oil lamp and spread out a simple animal skin map. Under the dim light, Shuji's expression appeared unusually solemn. Duke Ironhorn is brave and straightforward, but also brutal and greedy. Duke Windwhisper is elegant and rule-abiding, but may also be hypocritical and cunning. What appears to be a simple mining dispute has led to the discovery of a mithril mine and even the presence of the royal capital. His purpose in coming here was to win a title. Which side he chooses to join will directly determine his future fate. This is a potentially fatal choice. Chapter 25, Choosing a Side. Night was falling. The hustle and bustle of the sunset plain was gradually swallowed up by the deep darkness. Inside Chuji's tent, the oil lamp still shone brightly. Under the dim light, a simple animal skin map was spread out on the table. On the map, 2 names are marked with charcoal. Ironhorn. Whispers of the Wind. Chuji's fingers moved back and forth between the 2 names as he fell into deep thought. The intelligence gathered during the day echoed repeatedly in his mind, weaving together a complex web. Duke Windwhisper is elegant, respects the law, and enjoys a better reputation among the nobility. He had gathered a large number of middle and lower nobles who valued appearances. Choosing to join him seems to be more in line with the proper path of a nobleman. However, it was precisely this elegance that made Chuji feel uneasy. After all, elegance doesn't equate to strength, and none of the information gathered mentioned how powerful Duke Windwhisper's army was. His gaze shifted to another name. The Duke of Ironhorn. Brave, skilled in battle, brutal in nature, and unabashedly greedy. His territory was in the north, near the barbarian region, and his troops frequently fought against the barbarians, making them a formidable force. Shuji had already made his judgment. His goal was to obtain a hereditary baronial title. A commander like the Duke of Ironhorn, who believed in strength and valued military achievements, was undoubtedly a better choice. As long as you can achieve enough merit on the battlefield, you won't have to worry about not receiving rewards. For Duke Windwhisper, political considerations are probably far more important than military achievements. As an outsider with no connections, it's difficult for me to make a name for myself there. Ironhorn. Chuji's finger landed heavily on that name. The decision has been made. He stood up, blew out the oil lamp, and the entire tent was plunged into darkness. But his heart was brighter than ever before. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon, Chuji stepped out of his tent. The entire army is to break camp. His voice broke the tranquility of the camp. Target, Eastern Camp. Report to Duke Ironhorn. Yes. A unified response rang out. His soldiers began to move with astonishing efficiency. Pack up the tents, organize the equipment, and feed the warhorses. All actions were carried out in an orderly manner, busy but not chaotic. In less than half an hour, the small unit had reassembled and was ready to go. They were like a sophisticated war machine, forming a stark contrast to the surrounding mercenary camps where people were still cooking and making noise. Shuji mounted his horse and led his 30-man team into the eastern region of this land of glory. The closer you get to the core camp of the Duke of Ironhorn, the more oppressive the atmosphere becomes. The number of patrolling soldiers had increased significantly. They wore uniform armor, were well equipped, and had sharp eyes. Upon seeing Chuji's group, they merely cast scrutinizing glances without offering any assistance. Finally, after passing through countless tents, the recruitment office of the Duke of Ironhorn came into view. It wasn't a fancy tent. Instead, it was a temporary fortress built from sharpened giant logs and black iron. The fortress was surrounded by sharp barricades and trenches, exuding a chilling atmosphere of war. 2 rows of heavily armored guards stood at the entrance, motionless like statues. The halberds in their hands gleamed with a bloodthirsty light in the morning glow. This is no longer a simple recruitment office, it is a real military fortress. The powerful aura made everyone who came here subconsciously put away their casualness and contempt. Shuji dismounted and handed over command to the captain of his personal guards. He walked alone towards the entrance of the recruitment office. There were already more than a dozen people queuing at the entrance. These people, in 2s and 3s, represented different factions, and their expressions varied. At the very front of the line was a young nobleman dressed in a magnificent silk blouse. He was arguing vehemently with a clerk in charge of registration. "I told you, I am Viscount Ralph S. second son. You should give me the title of Captain of the Knights." The clerk didn't even look up, only replying coldly, "Here, only the number of men and swords you bring matters. Your surname is worthless." The young nobleman's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Shuji's gaze swept across the crowd and then landed on another team next to him. They were a group of mercenaries. The leader was a one-armed middle-aged man with a cold expression and remained silent. The team members behind him had all sorts of equipment, but each piece was in excellent condition. They stood there quietly, their eyes calm, yet they resembled a pack of wolves ready to pounce on their prey at any moment. They are war hyenas fighting for money. They are also the most reliable, yet most dangerous, ally on the battlefield. Suddenly, a loud, boisterous laugh caught Shuji's attention. "Ha, dwarves, with your height, how can you even climb onto a warhorse?" The speakers were several tall human soldiers, pointing and gesturing at a peculiar group. It was a group of extremely short and stocky soldiers. They only reached the chest of an average person, but their shoulders were incredibly broad, and their arms were thicker than many people's thighs. His tangled beard was braided into various small braids, with shiny iron rings hanging from them. Each of them carried a giant axe or warhammer that was disproportionately large for their height. Faced with the mockery, the leader of the dwarves did not back down and roared back in a loud voice, "Shut your stinking mouth, Longlegs! My warhammer can smash your skull like a rotten watermelon." A strong sense of novelty flashed in Shuji's eyes. Dwarf. A race that, according to legend, dwells deep within the mountains and is skilled in forging and combat. I never expected to see him here. His gaze was then drawn to the silence on the other side. In the shadows of the farthest corner of the recruitment office, several figures stood quietly. They were a head taller than ordinary people, and their skin had a light grayish-green hue. The exposed muscles were as hard as granite. What is most striking are the short, sharp fangs protruding from the corners of their mouths. Orcs. Unlike the dwarves, they didn't make a fuss, they simply leaned quietly against the wall, scrutinizing everything around them with indifferent eyes. It was a look from a predator, with a faint scent of blood. Just as Shuji was secretly observing, it was finally his turn in the group. The person in charge of registration was a one-eyed veteran with a hideous scar on his face. His gaze swept over Shuji as if he were sizing up a piece of livestock. "A name brings military strength." His voice was hoarse, brief, and powerful. Shuji handed over the document bearing the seal of the Blackstone Baron. "Shuji, Lord of Blackwater Village, has brought 30 men." The one-eyed veteran took the document, glanced at the seal, then raised his one eye, his sharp gaze sweeping over the neatly standing team behind Shuji. When he saw the soldiers' uniform equipment and upright posture, a barely perceptible hint of approval flashed in his eyes. He nodded and took a wooden plaque with numbers engraved on it from the shelf next to him. 7th Camp, number 123. He tossed the wooden plaque to Shuji and said one more thing. "Your neighbors are the Mad Axe mercenary group and the Grey Fong tribe. Keep your people in check and don't cause trouble." Shuji took the wooden plaque and nodded. "Clear." Without asking any further questions, he turned and left, leading his troops toward their assigned camp. After passing through layers of tents, they quickly found their place. It was a newly cleared open space. On the left, a group of mercenaries are making a lot of noise and sharpening their weapons. To the right, several huge, rugged animal hide tents were set up, and several tall orcs were coldly watching them from the entrance. A brand new environment, full of unknowns and challenges, is right in front of us. Chapter 26, Section 26, Demonstration. Woohoo! A long, mournful hornblast, like a sharp blade, tore through the first hazy rays of dawn on the sunset plain. The sound of bugles echoed endlessly over the vast plains. This is the prelude to war. The first day of the battle for glory has officially begun. The western side of the plain. The army belonging to Duke Windwhisper had already been arrayed before the night had completely faded. Tens of thousands of soldiers formed one seamless, giant square formation after another. Shields like walls, spears like a forest. The uniform, silver-white armor reflected a cold metallic luster under the rising sun, forming an endless sea of steel. They stood silent, like sculptures that grew out of the earth. On the eastern side of the plain, the allied camp of Duke Ironhorn presented a completely different scene. The long, drawn-out bugle call, instead of bringing order, was like a ladle of cold water thrown into a pot of boiling oil, igniting chaos everywhere. Countless nobles and private soldiers from different territories poured out of the tents, their clothes disheveled. Their armor was a motley collection of different styles, and their banners were a chaotic mix of tall and short, square and round, resembling a swaying reed bed. Damn it! Who stepped on my foot? Quick! Where's my helmet? Who the hell chose this meeting point? It's so crowded. The shouts, yells, and the clanging of equipment blended together, creating a scene reminiscent of a bustling, newly opened, super-sized farmer's market. In the center of the plain, on a high platform built of giant logs, the Duke of Ironhorn's imposing figure was shrouded in heavy black plate armor. He looked down at the disorganized army below, who were even shoving each other for positions. His weathered, resolute face was now as black as the bottom of a pot. His lips were pressed into a stiff, straight line. His chest heaved violently as he suppressed his anger. This is my ally? His voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, each word carrying a chilling edge. A bunch of rabble. On the opposite side, on another equally towering watchtower, Duke Windwhisper displayed a completely different demeanor. He was not wearing heavy armor. She was wearing only a well-tailored gold silk dress, with a snow-white mink cloak draped over it. He held an elegant crystal glass filled with bright red liquid in his hand, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Ironhorn, my dear friend. Duke Windwhisper's voice wasn't loud, but with the help of some kind of amplification device, it clearly resonated throughout the entire battlefield. Your army looks very energetic. He deliberately dragged out his words, his gaze sweeping over the noisy ocean below. They probably think this is a grand bonfire party, not a battle for glory that will determine our future. The Duke of Ironhorn's fists clenched so tightly in his iron gauntlets that they cracked. This is blatant humiliation. But he couldn't refute it. Duke Windwhisper chuckled softly and slowly raised the wineglass in his hand. It was as if it were a signal that had been rehearsed 1,000 times. With this action, a sudden change occurred. Thump! 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 The opposing Windwhisper army, with tens of thousands of soldiers, seemed to have transformed into one person in an instant. They raised their right feet in unison and stomped them heavily on the ground. The sound of thousands of iron boots was no longer scattered noise, but converged into a powerful, earth-shaking drumbeat. With each stomp, the earth seemed to tremble. The steely heartbeat, like that of an ancient giant, pounded relentlessly into the hearts of every soldier in the Ironhorn Alliance. The once noisy Ironhorn army was instantly overwhelmed by this terrifying, overwhelming aura. Many soldiers turned pale. Their hands, gripping their weapons, trembled, and they instinctively recoiled, bumping into the people behind them. The already loose formation became even more chaotic. Panic spread rapidly among the population like a plague, even causing small-scale disturbances and collapses. Waste! Duke Ironhorn trembled with rage and slammed his fist into the hard black iron railing of the high platform. The railing groaned in pain, leaving a clear fist-shaped dent. Shame! An unprecedented disgrace! Before the battle even began, they had already lost the morale battle completely. However, it was precisely in this chaotic ocean that represented shame that it was a place, yet it seemed out of place. That was the most inconspicuous corner of the Ironhorn army formation. A very small unit, consisting of only 30 men, stood quietly. They had no tall flags, nor any elaborate badges. At the front of the procession stood only an ordinary battle flag painted with a black serpent. Amidst the disheveled scene of friendly forces staggering and looking terrified. This miniature square formation of 30 people resembled a black reef growing from the depths of the earth. Despite the raging winds and waves and the spreading panic, they remained unmoved. The terrifying stomping of the Windwhisper army was like a gentle breeze brushing past their ears, having no effect on them whatsoever. They stood ramrod straight, eerily quiet. This strange scene, like a needle, instantly pierced the thick layer of rage in the eyes of the Duke of Ironhorn. A flicker of disbelief and astonishment flashed in his angry and desperate eyes. What is that? Just then, the leader of that small unit, a young figure riding a tall warhorse, slowly raised the command sword in his hand. No password. There was no shouting. With a simple and swift motion, he gently swung his command sword downwards. Almost at the same instant, the 30 soldiers behind him made the exact same gesture. They raised their spears. Then, with the heavy end of his spear, he used all his strength to smash it hard into the center of the kite-shaped shield in front of him. There was no massive outcry from tens of thousands of people. It also lacks the imposing momentum of 1,000 troops galloping across the land. Only 30 points, converging into a single sound at the same instant. Boom! A deep, muffled roar, like a mountain collapsing, exploded across the entire plain. The voice was so concise, so profound, so pure. It doesn't sound like a sound. More like an invisible battering sledgehammer, it instantly shattered the noisy, chaotic, drum-like stomping sounds from the other side. It pounded hard on everyone's eardrums and heart. For a strange moment, the entire battlefield fell into absolute silence. The earth-shattering stomping of Feng Yujun, which was originally earth-shattering, seemed so weak and powerless in the face of this terrifying roar, and came to an abrupt end. All eyes, whether on the west or the east, were drawn involuntarily to that small, black reef that had created this miracle. After the 30 soldiers smashed the shields, they once again placed their spears beside them. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, as if they had never moved at all. They stood silently, as if using that silence to declare their existence to the whole world. On the high platform, Duke Windwhisper's elegant smile froze. His hand holding the wineglass trembled slightly, and a drop of bright red wine fell onto his snow-white cloak. And opposite him, the Duke of Ironhorn's eyes, which had been burning with rage, were now filled with nothing but shock and ecstasy. He stared intently at the black Xian snake banner and the small army beneath it, like a traveler dying of thirst who had spotted an oasis in the desert. That flag. Whose unit is this? The Duke's voice was hoarse, yet it carried a hint of barely suppressed excitement that even he himself was unaware of. The general beside him was startled and hurriedly flipped through the registration list in his hand. He followed the Duke's gaze and quickly found the corresponding location. Your Grace, that is Chu Ji, the Lord of Blackwater Village from the 7th Baron's domain, from the 7th Military District. Chu Ji. As the Duke of Ironhorn chewed on the unfamiliar name, a startling light flashed in his bloodshot eyes. He engraved that name, along with that black Xian snake banner, deep in his heart. Chapter 27, Rescuing Friendly Forces. On the high platform. The Duke of Ironhorn's anger did not completely dissipate after witnessing the amazing performance of Chu Ji's small force. Instead, it transformed into a cold and decisive action. He looked down at the allied forces below, who had barely managed to regain their footing under the reprimands of their respective generals, yet remained utterly disorganized, and his contempt was undisguised. Duke Windwhisper's words, a grand bonfire party, were like a poisonous thorn, deeply embedded in his heart. Shame. A humiliating disgrace. He had been famous for Ironhorn for half his life, experiencing countless battles, big and small, but he had never had such a frustrating start. That night, the atmosphere inside the Duke's command tent was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The dozen or so corps generals and vassal nobles under the command of the Duke of Ironhorn didn't dare to breathe loudly. They watched as the Duke tore the battle plan, which he had painstakingly devised over several weeks, to pieces, inch by inch. Decisive battle? The Duke of Ironhorn's voice was hoarse and deep, like two rusty iron plates rubbing against each other. With that bunch of useless trash below who can't even stand in formation. He slammed the scraps of paper onto the ground, his bloodshot eyes sweeping over everyone present. What's the difference between sending them to clash head-on with Fengyu's ironclad legion and sending them to their deaths in a line? Ironhorn has utterly lost face today. No one dared to speak. The scene during the day was also a lifelong disgrace for them. After venting his anger, Duke Ironhorn calmed down. He sat back in his command seat, his imposing figure shrouded in a deep shadow. Pass on my orders. His voice regained its commander-in-chief coldness. Starting tomorrow, cancel all plans for large-scale army groups. All the troops that came to help were dispersed and organized into 100-man units to operate independently on the Sunset Plain. Upon receiving this order, all the generals showed expressions of astonishment. Your Grace, isn't this just letting them run rampant, a general couldn't help but ask. Reckless behavior? Duke Ironhorn sneered. Are they no longer in chaos now? Since we can't unify and command this rabble, let's just let them make use of their rabble. His fingers pressed heavily on the sand table. I want them to scatter like a pack of wolves, to tear apart, to harass, to attack Fengyu's scouts, supply lines, and small units. I want to make sure that Fengyu guy never has a moment's peace. Fight a stalemate, wage a war of attrition. I want to see how long his precious and elegant army can hold out. Military merits will no longer be judged by their noble titles, but solely by the enemy heads and captured flags they bring back. Whoever has the ability will be rewarded. Whoever is useless, get out of here and go back to your hometown. Let everyone know that I, Ironhorn, do not tolerate idlers. A cunning, beast-like glint flashed in the Duke's eyes. He remembered the Black Serpent banner from earlier that day. Especially those disciplined and capable units should be given the greatest autonomy. The new strategy, like a whirlwind, swept through the entire Ironhorn Alliance camp overnight. Some are happy, some are sad. For Chu Ji, this was undoubtedly the best news. Several days later, spring sunlight filters through the dense forest canopy, casting dappled patterns of light. An 11-man cavalry squad is moving silently through the woods. They were Chu Ji's personal guards and scouts. Each of them rode a tall warhorse and wore tough leather armor. They moved without making any extraneous noise, only the dull thud of horses' hooves on the thick layer of fallen leaves. With sharp eyes and coordinated movements, they resembled a pack of wolves patrolling their territory. Suddenly, the scout at the front raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. The entire team stopped instantly, their movements perfectly synchronized. A scout slid off his horse as silently as a cheetah, his ear pressed against the ground. A moment later, he stood up and made several complex gestures to Chu Ji. There is fighting 3 miles ahead. It's quite large, and it's moving in their direction. Go to the high ground and scout. Chu Ji issued a brief order. The team immediately changed direction, skillfully leading the horses up a steep ridge. Above the ridge, the view suddenly opens up. In the valley below, a chaotic chase is unfolding. A force of about 500 men is being pursued by another enemy force of similar size. The fleeing side had a flag embroidered with a golden lion. He was a noble lord under the command of Duke Ironhorn. However, their ranks had completely collapsed, and the soldiers abandoned their armor and weapons, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. Amidst the chaotic ranks, a figure clad in magnificent silver armor stood out. He rode a pure white warhorse, futilely brandishing his long sword and roaring as he tried to make the fleeing soldiers turn back. Unfortunately, no one listened to him. The pursuing enemy troops, on the other hand, were in high spirits, trailing behind at a leisurely pace like a pack of wolves toying with their prey. Every now and then a whooshing sound would emanate, as it used scattered arrows to reap the lives of those who had fallen behind. "My lord, it is the troops of the Knights of Laurent," one of the guards whispered, his tone tinged with disdain. This Knight Laurent was quite imposing before, but I didn't expect him to be so easily defeated. Chu Ji remained silent. His gaze was like that of a hawk, calmly analyzing the entire battlefield. The collapse of the Laurent forces was inevitable. In another 15 minutes, they will be completely dragged down, divided up, and then devoured. To save or not to save? Chu Ji's mind raced as he weighed the options. He looked at the enemy's pursuing formation, which, due to overconfidence, had become extremely loose. Their flanks were completely exposed. Prepare for battle. Chu Ji drew his command sword from his waist. Target, enemy flank 3 rounds of mounted archery, then charge. Yes. A bloodthirsty glint instantly ignited in the eyes of the 10 guards. They quickly mounted their horses and checked the longbows and quivers on their backs. In the valley, Knight Laurent felt like he was going crazy. "Come back. All of you, come back here. You bunch of cowards." His handsome face flushed red with fear and anger. Just when he was almost in despair. Buzz. A sharp whooshing sound suddenly rang out from the forest behind them. A precise rain of arrows, like an invisible hand, struck the pursuing troops hard in the waist. The dozens of enemy soldiers charging on the flank were instantly thrown to the ground. This sudden attack stunned all the enemy troops. They looked in astonishment in the direction from which the arrows had come. However, they were met with a second, even denser barrage of arrows. The enemy's pursuing formation instantly descended into chaos. Before they could react, an effective defense was organized. In the mountains and forests, a black Xian snake banner suddenly burst forth. Chu Ji took the lead, and behind him, 10 knights, like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, plunged fiercely into the enemy's chaotic flank. This small cavalry unit unleashed a terrifying lethality completely disproportionate to its size. Like a black whirlwind, they pierced through the enemy's loose formation in an instant with overwhelming force. The enemy commander, who was leading the troops, was swiftly and decisively cut down by Chu Ji before he could even raise his weapon. Enemy attack. Ambush. The enemy's morale collapsed completely at that moment. They were nothing more than a mob that bullied the weak and feared the strong. Faced with such a fierce attack, everyone lost their will to fight and scattered in all directions with screams. What was originally a hunt turned into a two-way rout in an instant. Chu Ji did not order a pursuit, after all, he had fewer men, and it would be troublesome if the other side reacted. He reined in his horse and spurred it toward the group of surviving, still shaken allies. Lawrence sat blankly on his horse, watching the small squad that had swiftly routed hundreds of pursuers. His mind went blank. When he saw the banner of the black water serpent at the head of the group, a complex look flashed in his eyes. Immediately, this complex feeling was replaced by intense anger and resentment. Chu Ji's cavalry stopped in front of him. "I am Chu Ji, the lord of Blackwater Village." Chu Ji spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping over the other person's armor, which, though dusty, was still incredibly magnificent. "Knight Laurent, your troops seem to have suffered considerable losses." This was originally just a polite greeting. But to Laurent, it sounded like the most grating mockery. "Chu Ji?" He roared like a powder keg that had been ignited. "Why are you only arriving now?" His voice was sharp and angry, and his face was twisted with a fierce but cowardly expression. "Do you know that because of your lateness, 30 of my bravest knights have all died in battle? If you had arrived half an hour earlier, they wouldn't have died." Laurent spat as he pointed at Chu Ji's nose and launched into a tirade of insults. "This is your responsibility. You killed them." He made no mention of how he fell into the enemy's ambush because he was greedy for credit and acted rashly. Instead, he blamed all the mistakes on Chu Ji, who had just saved his life. The guards behind Chu Ji all wore angry expressions, their hands already gripping the hilts of their swords. Chu Ji raised his hand to stop them and turned his horse around. "Now that Knight Laurent is safe, let's continue our mission. Goodbye." After saying that, he led his squad and turned away without looking back. It was decisive and without any hesitation. "You." Laurent reached out his hand, as if to call out to him, but he couldn't utter a single word. He could only watch helplessly as the small unit disappeared into the woods, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. The overwhelming sense of absurdity and humiliation turned his face a deep purplish red. Chapter 28, Lowland the Illegitimate Son. When Chu Ji led the scout team back to the camp, it was already dusk. The setting sun bathed the entire plain in gold, and countless wisps of smoke rose from the vast camp. "My lord, today was truly enjoyable," one of the guards said excitedly as he wiped the saddle. "Those pursuers looked numerous, but we wiped them out with a single charge. They were no match for the village bandits." The other person also laughed. "We rescued Zio's army and also defeated hundreds of enemy troops." Although this achievement is not great, the commander-in-chief will definitely remember it. Everyone wore relaxed smiles. They didn't expect to receive much reward from this small reconnaissance mission. But to have one's bravery recorded is an honor in itself. Chu Ji did not participate in their discussion, but calmly ordered the war horses to be settled and the weapons and equipment to be checked. An hour later, the bell tolled precisely in front of the bulletin board in the center of the camp to summon the soldiers. This is the time when daily battle reports and military achievements are published. Hundreds of soldiers emerged from their tents and gathered in front of the bulletin board. An officer in heavy armor stood on a high platform, holding a parchment scroll, and read it aloud. The 6th Battalion, the Blood Axe Mercenary Group, launched a preemptive strike in the Western Valley, beheading 23 and capturing 8, earning a third-class merit award. 9th Battalion, Knight Fernan, leading his squire, successfully burned an enemy supply wagon, and was awarded a second-class merit. The reading echoed through the noisy camp. When a unit's name is called, it always draws envious whispers and cheers from those around them. Chu Ji's personal guards were also crowded in the crowd, their faces filled with anticipation. Next is the report on the military exploits of the encounter that took place this afternoon in the Black Pine Forest to the north. The officer cleared his throat and raised his voice even higher. Chu Ji's personal guards perked up and instinctively straightened their backs. The officer's gaze swept across the room, and he announced loudly with an appreciative tone. Knight Laurent, when ambushed by an enemy force twice your size, remained calm and led from the front. He led his brave soldiers in a valiant counterattack, effectively pinning down the enemy's main force. In the end, under the wise command of Knight Laurent, our side successfully defeated this enemy force of over 500 men at minimal cost. A glorious victory was achieved. After verification by the command headquarters, Viscount Laurent has fought bravely and commanded effectively. He is hereby awarded a first-class merit and a reward of 500 gold coins. All soldiers under his command who participated in the battle were also commended and received double the military pay as a reward. This impassioned announcement was met with thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. To defeat the superior force with the inferior force, and to crush them head-on. This is a great achievement that can be used as a battle example to promote. However, amidst this deafening cheer, Chu Ji's 10 personal guards, however, were as if they had been petrified, frozen in place. Their faces were filled with utter disbelief. The credit belongs to Laurent? What kind of positive restraint? What kind of valiant counterattack? What they saw was only a coward running away like a stray dog. That so-called first-class merit was clearly won by their own leaders leading them. The announcement didn't even mention the name Chu Shi once. This is outrageous. One of the hot-tempered guards' eyes instantly turned red. How dare they do this? How is this any different from robbery? I'm going to confront that officer. He roared and raised his foot to rush onto the platform. Stop. Chu Shi's icy voice came from behind them. The guard froze, turned around, and met Chu Shi's calm, unwavering eyes. My lord. I said, stop. Chu Shi repeated himself, his tone still calm. But that unquestionable authority forced all the anger that was rising in his throat to be swallowed back down. Yes. Several guards gritted their teeth, their nails digging deep into their palms, but in the end they still lowered their heads. Just then, several soldiers who had previously followed Laurent happened to pass by. They looked at Chu Shi with undisguised schadenfreude on their faces. Hey, have you heard? Today, the knight was truly a god descended to earth. Exactly, unlike some people who work hard all the way around but end up with nothing, all for nothing. Their voices were not loud, but they were like poison thorns, piercing the hearts of the guards. My lord, we can't just let this go. The guards looked up again, their eyes filled with humiliation and resentment. Chu Shi ignored the provocations and simply turned around and walked towards his own tent. Come back with me. His silhouette appeared remarkably composed in the flickering firelight. The guards exchanged glances, suppressing their anger as they silently followed. Back to the camp. Chu Shi lit an oil lamp and carefully wiped his command sword in the dim light. Sir, are we really not going to do anything? One of the guards finally couldn't help but ask. Chu Shi didn't even look up and said calmly. Go to argue? And then what? Get Laurent to publicly admit he's a deserter and return the credit to us? Do you think that's possible? The guards fell silent. This was not a mistake. Chu Shi raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the faces of each of his personal guards. Someone deliberately erased our existence behind the scenes. I now need to know who it is and why. He looked at his most trusted scout captain. Find out who the clerk in charge of recording and reporting military achievements is, and which tent he is in. A knowing glint flashed in the scout captain's eyes. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, the scout captain quietly returned. Chu Shi changed into an inconspicuous set of cloth clothes and disappeared alone into the night at the camp. In a relatively remote camp, he found the clerk's tent. Inside the tent, a slightly overweight middle-aged man was absent-mindedly organizing documents under the light of an oil lamp. Who? When he saw Chu Shi lift the curtain and walk in, he was startled and stood up warily. Chu Shi didn't say anything, but simply found a chair and sat down. What do you want with me? This is a military stronghold. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed here. The clerk's words were abruptly cut off before he could finish speaking. Because a heavy money bag was casually tossed onto the table in front of him. The bag was open, revealing glittering gold coins inside. The clerk's eyes widened instantly, and his throat bobbed involuntarily. I'll only ask a few questions. Chu Shi's voice was calm. Who submitted the battle report on the skirmish at Black Pine Forest this afternoon? A flicker of struggle and fear crossed the clerk's face. He instinctively wanted to deny it. I don't know, I was just a recorder. Chu Shi didn't press him for answers. He simply used his finger to gently push the bag of gold coins forward an inch. Tell me. Or, I can give these gold coins to your superior and tell him that you accepted bribes and falsified military achievements. The clerk broke out in a cold sweat instantly, his face turning deathly pale. He looked at the gold coins, then at Chu Shi's emotionless eyes, and his inner defenses completely crumbled. I'll talk. He clutched the money pouch tightly to his chest, leaned closer, and whispered a deadly secret. The battle report was submitted personally by Knight Laurent. It was handed directly to the commander-in-chief's adjutant. No one else can get involved. Then why? Chu Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. The clerk's voice trembled even more as he quickly revealed the final secret. Because Knight Laurent, he's not an ordinary knight. He is Duke Ironhorn's illegitimate son. His Excellency the Duke personally arranged for us to participate in this war of glory. It was so that he could easily gain enough military merits to be granted a respectable title after the war. The whole thing was planned from beginning to end. Your credit was stolen, and no one dared to say anything. Because giving him credit would be tantamount to currying favor with the Duke. Boom! The clerk's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Chu Ji's mind. The Duke's illegitimate son? Did you come here just to get a gilded plagiarism award? I see. No wonder he's so incompetent yet so arrogant. No wonder my achievements could be so easily erased. Because he was facing not an ordinary knight at all. Rather, it is the pinnacle of power within this camp. The Duke of Ironhorn. Chu Ji didn't ask any more questions. He slowly stood up, turned around, and walked out of the tent. The biting night wind made his clothes flutter loudly. He raised his head and looked at the cold crescent moon in the night sky, his face showing no anger or frustration. Instead, a cold smile, filled with chilling murderous intent, appeared. Do you want to climb to the top by stepping on my achievements? So what if he's the Duke's illegitimate son? Chapter 29, The Opportunity Arrives. Time stretches out slowly and tediously on the sunset plain. The Battle of Glory did not begin with an earth-shattering final battle as people had imagined. The Duke of Ironhorn's new strategy turned what should have been a fierce and epic war into a bloody and trivial hunting game. The army of tens of thousands was broken up into smaller units, like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, scattered across the vast plains, using endless harassment and ambushes to wear down the spirit and patience of Duke Windwhisper's army. Chu Ji and his troops performed exceptionally well in this hunt. They are disciplined and efficient, like the sharpest scalpel, always able to pinpoint the enemy's weaknesses. However, this excellence failed to bring him the honor he deserved. In the weeks following the first instance of his credit being stolen, Chu Ji led his troops to 3 more small-scale victories. One instance was an ambush on an enemy scout squad. One instance involved burning down some of the supplies at one of the enemy's outpost camps. On another occasion, they cooperated with friendly forces to defeat a guerrilla force of about 100 men. Each time, the results were neither big nor small. Every time the battle report was released, all the credit was precisely given to the Knight of Laurent. Laurent seemed to have become the most dazzling star in the Ironhorn Alliance. Every day, he would parade around the camp in his gleaming, ornate armor, enjoying the praise from the crowd, whether genuine or feigned. But those soldiers who truly fought and bled were unable to even have their names appear on the bulletin board. It's not just Chu Ji. There was more than one unlucky fellow in the camp who had made great contributions but was forced to reap the rewards because he had no connections. Privately, there was widespread discontent. But in public, everyone chose to remain silent. No one dared to challenge the authority of a duke's illegitimate son. Laurent was also very good at knowing his limits. He only dared to steal credit from those insignificant figures like Chu Ji, who only had a small baronial estate behind them. He was humble and polite to those vassals who truly held significant military power or were themselves powerful earls, and even voluntarily relinquished credit to them. Chu Ji remained remarkably calm in the face of all this. He didn't argue further, nor did he complain. He continued to attend morning exercises, train, and lead his team on missions every day as usual. It was as if the credit that was taken from him had nothing to do with him. Only his closest personal guards knew. Their lord simply buried that murderous intent even deeper. He was waiting. Waiting for a stage big enough and chaotic enough. Wait for the chance when Laurent gets carried away and exposes his back to everyone. At the same time. At the other end of Sunset Plain, inside Duke Windwhisper's command tent, the atmosphere was heavy. This can't go on any longer. A richly dressed count slammed his iron gauntlet onto the table. Your Grace. We're here to fight a glorious battle that will decide the ownership of the mines. Not to play hide and seek with a pack of wild dogs. Half a month. A full half a month. My troops have been harassed 17 times. 3 supply lines have been cut off. More than 50 have been killed in action. Yet we haven't even seen Ironhorn's main force. His words resonated with the other noble generals in the tent. Duke Windwhisper sat in the main seat, his slender fingers gently tapping the smooth tabletop. His face, which always wore an elegant smile, was now shrouded in a gloomy cloud. Ironhorn's reckless and shameless tactics really disgusted him. His army is like a magnificent long sword, sharp and noble, suited for a decisive victory in a fair and square duel. But now, this sword is forced to slash at a swarm of ubiquitous flies. He had a lot of strength, but he couldn't use it. Does Ironhorn think that by breaking his army into smaller, scattered units, turning them into a pack of hyenas that raid everywhere, he can win this war? Duke Windwhisper spoke slowly, his voice icy. He forgot that no matter how many hyenas there are, they only dare to approach when the lion is dozing off. Since he refuses to fight us to the death, then we'll force him to fight. He stood up, walked to the huge sand table, and his gaze fell on the area representing the Iron Horn Alliance's headquarters. He released all the wolves, so his wolf den must be at its most vulnerable now. A resolute light flashed in Duke Windwhisper's eyes. Pass on my orders. Gather all main forces and abandon all secondary defensive lines. 3 days from now, launch a general offensive and achieve victory in one fell swoop. I will launch a thunderous surprise attack to destroy his command tent and hang Ironhorn's ugly head on my flagpole. 2 days later. In a quiet valley. Chuji's scout team was silently reaping the spoils of war. There were more than a dozen corpses of Windwhisper army scouts lying on the ground. This was a clean and efficient ambush. Sir, we've captured a prisoner alive, he's a squad leader. The scout captain dragged a trembling prisoner and threw him in front of Chuji. Chuji squatted down and patted the man's cheek with the back of his command sword. What are you trying to do, sending such an elite scout team so deep into this area? The squad leader's lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. I can't say. Chuji smiled and didn't ask any more questions. He only found a roll of parchment wrapped in oilcloth in the captain's arms. Open the parchment, there is a hand-drawn map on it. On the map, the locations of various camps belonging to the Ironhorn Duke's faction were clearly marked in red. The camp belonging to the Duke of Ironhorn was also among them, and it was marked with a striking red circle. Chuji paused slightly in the hand holding the map. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Ironhorn camp, his eyes becoming incredibly deep. It seems that Duke Fengyu is no longer willing to delay any longer. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. A massive battle involving tens of thousands of people, a battlefield rife with chaos and perfect for opportunists. He slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping across the valley, as if he could see that smug and magnificent figure in the distant camp. Laurent. A cold smile curved Chuji's lips. It's time to settle the accounts, with interest included. Chapter 30. Changes in the battle situation. Duke Windwhisper's patience had clearly been exhausted. The war horns, no longer a prelude to dawn, suddenly resounded across the entire Sunset Plain on a dull afternoon. This time, it wasn't just sporadic harassment. It was a real, deadly attack. Thousands of Duke Windwhisper's most elite cavalrymen, like a black tide surging from the horizon, transformed into dozens of sharp arrows, simultaneously rushing towards every camp on the Ironhorn Alliance's vast front. In an instant, flames of war rose everywhere, and shouts of battle shook the heavens. The Duke of Ironhorn's proud wolf-pack tactics were torn to shreds in the face of absolute strength and speed. The Allied forces, scattered in various locations, were unable to mount any effective resistance and were swept away by the torrent. The messengers seeking help, like a swarm of startled headless flies, darted about aimlessly across the plain. The iron-blooded Duke was forced to constantly mobilize his few main forces to support camps that were on the verge of collapse. The entire coalition front was firmly pinned down by this sudden, full-scale attack. Then, Duke Windwhisper revealed his true fangs. 1,000 men, clad in heavy silver armor, rode purebred warhorses adorned with unicorn helmets. They are the personal guard of Duke Windwhisper, and all of them are professionals of rank 2 or above. This terrifying cavalry, like a red-hot branding iron, swept towards the heart of the Ironblood Duke's weakest point of defense with overwhelming force. Enemy attack. It's Windwhisper's personal guard. The sentry on the watchtower let out a desperate cry, his voice filled with despair. Although the iron-blooded Duke anticipated the possibility of a surprise attack and had deployed 300 of the most elite royal guards as a trap, he was prepared to prevent it. However, in the face of such an absolute disparity in numbers and strength, this arrangement seems utterly inadequate. The shield wall composed of 300 royal guards was shattered almost instantly upon contact with the silver torrent. Fortunately, the royal guards also managed to slow down the heavy cavalry. The heavily armored knights brandished their lances and warhammers like a pack of tigers breaking into a sheepfold. They advanced with unstoppable momentum, their objective clear, the massive battle flag in the center of the camp, representing the glory of the iron-blooded Duke. Once the flag is captured, this battle for glory will end in the most humiliating way. Stop them. All troops, provide support. Quickly. Support the main camp. The iron-blooded Duke's orders, filled with unprecedented panic, spread to every corner through magical communication. Sir! An urgent order from headquarters. A messenger stumbled and crawled into Chuji's tent, his face covered in sweat and terror. His Excellency the Duke has ordered everyone to immediately abandon all missions and provide full support to the main camp. Inside the tent, the expressions of Chuji's personal guards all changed. They immediately began donning their armor, checking their weapons, and preparing to depart at any moment. Chuji simply stood calmly in front of the sand table, without making any move. He looked at the area on the sand table that represented Duke Windwhisper's camp. That place must be where he feels most empty right now. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile curved the corners of Chuji's lips. He looked at the messenger. "Okay, you can go now." The messenger was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. "But sir, the military situation is urgent." "I said, I understand." Chuji's voice remained calm, but the undeniable authority made the messenger swallow the rest of his words. "Yes." He could only bow and step back. "Grown-ups?" The scout captain looked at Chuji with a puzzled expression. "Aren't we sending reinforcements?" Chuji shook his head. Going there now would only add a few more corpses to that defeat. He turned around and glanced at his personal guards. The Duke of Windwhisper has played all his cards. That means that his hometown doesn't even have a gatekeeper now. Would you rather reap the fruits of victory or be buried with others? A burning light instantly shone in the eyes of the guards. They were fed up with being someone else's stepping stone. "We'll listen to the adults." Chuji nodded in satisfaction. But he didn't intend to just take his people with him. He looked at the scout captain and lowered his voice. "Go and contact Sir Grant, Commander Bard, and Sir Jocelyn. The people here are all like him, whose credit was stolen by Laurent. Tell them that I have found an opportunity for us to get back everything we lost before, with interest. Have them come to me for a meeting. Remember, be quick and discreet." "Yes, sir." A knowing glint flashed in the scout captain's eyes, and he immediately accepted the order and left. Half an hour later, 3 minor nobles and mercenary leaders from different camps quietly gathered in Chuji's tent. Each of them wore a look of wariness and suspicion. "Lord Chuji, what brings you here?" A mercenary leader with a scar on his face asked impatiently. "There's fighting everywhere right now, we don't have time to chat with you." Chuji didn't waste any words and directly laid out his entire plan. "What? You're going to launch a surprise attack on Duke Windwhisper's headquarters?" Upon hearing the plan, everyone stood up in shock. "Are you crazy? That's the Duke's camp. Even if it's empty, it's not a place where a few of us can touch it." Chuji looked at them and said calmly, "Fortune favors the bold. Do you want to stay here, fight tooth and nail, and then hand over the credit to a piece of trash like Laurent? You still want to gamble with me? If we succeed, we can be knighted in one battle and leave Laurent far behind?" This statement hit everyone's sore spot perfectly. Their breathing became rapid. "Let's do it." The scarred mercenary leader was the first to slam his fist on the table, his eyes filled with madness. "I've had enough of being used as a stepping stone for that pretty boy. I bet you. I'll do it too." The other two gritted their teeth and made up their minds. "Very good." A smile appeared on Chuji's face. He lowered his voice and continued. "To ensure everything goes perfectly, we also need an ally. A sufficiently significant ally who can help us draw the enemy's attention." Scarface frowned. "Who?" Chuji's smile became somewhat meaningful. That evening, inside Lowland's tent, the lights were on. He was pacing back and forth anxiously. When the main camp was besieged, his orders were to go and provide support. But he didn't want to go. That kind of meat grinder like battlefield is too dangerous. Just then, a trusted confidant hurried in with a mysterious expression on his face. "Sir, I have just received some news that I'm sure you'll find interesting." "Explain." A friend of mine who works at a tavern overheard Chuji's men bragging after they got drunk. The confidant leaned close to Laurent's ear and whispered something. He said that Chuji had no intention of supporting the main camp at all. He contacted a few other guys who had also been overshadowed by us, and planned to take advantage of the chaos to launch a surprise attack on Duke Vingy's base camp and make the greatest contribution. Laurent's steps abruptly stopped. His expression shifted from initial shock to rage. "Chuji? Him?" He grabbed his confidant by the collar. "Is the news reliable?" "Absolutely true. My friend said they agreed to meet in the grove to the west around midnight tonight." Laurent released his grip, his eyes shifting uncertainly. After the anger subsided, a huge surge of greed welled up inside him. A surprise attack on Duke Windwhisper's headquarters. What a great achievement this is! If that peasant Chu Ji succeeds, where will he, the Duke's illegitimate son, put his face? No. Absolutely not. This incredible achievement must be mine. A mad light flashed in Lawrence's eyes. Pass on my order. Assemble all my troops. He roared at the outside of the tent. We're not going to support the main camp. We have a more important mission. He glanced at the location of Duke Windwhisper's headquarters on the sand table, a determined smile spreading across his face. Chu Ji, you idiot, you think you can steal my credit? I will plant that banner of the Harp of the Wind before you do, before my horse, Laurent. The night was deep. Laurent led his hastily assembled and somewhat disorganized troops on a rapid march, rushing towards Duke Windwhisper's camp. And shortly after they set off. In the grove of trees to the west, Chu Ji and his allies' troops quietly emerged from the shadows. Looking in the direction where the Laurent troops had gone, the scarred mercenary leader asked, somewhat puzzled. Lord Chu Ji, why should we tell that good-for-nothing such important information? Chu Ji looked at the night sky and spoke calmly. Because Duke Windwhisper's base camp will definitely not be without defenses, let him go ahead to scout ahead and avoid risks for us. Chapter 31, The Pawn That Scouts the Way. The night was as dark as ink. The icy wind howled across the towering mountain ridge, stinging one's cheeks. Chu Ji and his three allies lay motionless in the shadows of the mountain ridge, like four statues blending into the darkness. Behind them, in the mountains and forests, the army of less than 300 men remained silent, their horses gagged, as if they did not exist. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the single patch of fire on the distant plain. That is the headquarters of Duke Windwhisper. Meanwhile, between the ridge and the main camp, an army several times their size was kicking up dust as it marched rapidly toward the flames. It was Laurent and his hastily assembled rabble. Lord Chu Ji, is that good-for-nothing Laurent really going to charge headlong into that hole? Bard, the scarred mercenary leader, lowered his voice, his tone filled with barely concealed anxiety. Jealousy gnawed at his heart like ants. That's the Duke's camp. What if it's really empty inside, and that pretty boy gets the better deal? Wouldn't all that great credit be handed over to someone else? He will. Chu Ji interrupted him, his voice as calm as a deep pool, his gaze never leaving the magical artifact eagle glasses in his hand. When greed and envy consume a person's reason, he will mistake the most foolish traps for divine gifts. The other two noble knights remained silent. But the way they gripped their sword hilts so tightly, their knuckles turning white, betrayed their inner tension. After all, their next plan was nothing short of insane. Time was ticking away, second by second. The atmosphere on the ridge was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Finally, in the eagle-eye's view, Laurent's troops stopped outside Duke Windwhisper's camp. Laurent's magnificent silver armor gleamed ostentatiously in the torchlight. He seemed to be giving a loud speech at the front lines, inspiring the soldiers whose eyes were unfocused and whose formations were disorganized. Then, he suddenly drew his long sword and pointed it at the overly quiet camp. Charge! For the glory of Duke Ironhorn! That fierce yet cowardly roar seemed to penetrate the night wind even from miles away. The several hundred soldiers, amidst a chaotic shout, charged towards the main camp like a disorganized pile of sand. Commander Bard's heart was in his throat. Knights Gran and Jocelyn instinctively gripped their weapons, ready to respond at any moment. However, the earth-shattering battle that was expected did not occur. Just as the first few dozen men of the Laurent troops stepped into the open area in front of the camp, a sudden change has occurred. Buzz. A soft, almost imperceptible sound, like the plucked strings of a harp, rang out in the still night. Immediately afterwards, dozens of dark blue magic runes lit up out of thin air beneath the feet of the charging crowd. Trap! On the ridge, the Grand Knight cried out in alarm. The dozens of soldiers at the forefront didn't even have time to let out a scream before the ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed. It's not a spike. Instead, they were bottomless, pitch-black pits, with ripples of spatial magic shimmering at their edges. Those dozens of vibrant lives were swallowed up silently, as if they had never existed. This bizarre and terrifying scene caused the advancing troops to pause abruptly, and their formation instantly fell into chaos. Before they could even recover from their shock. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, countless dense whooshing sounds erupted from the towering arrow towers on both sides of the camp. There was not a single archer in sight. Only a barrage of black arrows, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, whistled sharply, accurately covering the entire chaotic area. It's an enchanted crossbow turret. Fully automatic. Bud, the seasoned veteran, recognized him at a glance, and his scalp tingled instantly. The fragile leather armor and inferior iron armor were as thin as paper in the face of these deadly weapons. Rows and rows of soldiers fell down, like wheat stalks blown down by a strong wind. The wails, screams, and the sound of arrows piercing bodies mingled together, creating a one-sided symphony of death. Only 2 volleys of arrows. Lawrence hastily assembled force lost nearly a third of its strength. His so-called elite force has completely collapsed. Retreat! Retreat! There's an ambush! The surviving soldiers abandoned their armor and weapons, yelling and running away, wishing they had 2 more legs. Laurent himself was terrified and, surrounded by several guards, turned his horse around, trying to escape this hellish place. Unfortunately, it was too late. Thump! The wooden gate of the camp slowly opened at that moment. A small group of heavily armored infantry, numbering only about 100, marched out quietly in perfect unison. Each of them carried a huge tower shield, and the battle axes in their hands reflected a chilling light in the firelight. They did not shout any commands, nor did they pursue the fleeing soldiers. They have only one goal. Laurent. The army of 100 men, like a moving steel wall, silently and resolutely blocked Laurent's retreat. On the ridge, the only words left in the minds of Bud, Glenn, and Jocelyn were "It's over." What follows can no longer be described as a battle. It was a complete, one-sided massacre. Laurent's guards tried to organize a resistance, but in front of that steel wall, they were like a few fragile pebbles hitting a dam, instantly crushed to pieces. From the start of the charge to the complete annihilation of the army, the entire process took less than 15 minutes. The pawn on which so much hope was placed has no right to make the opponent pay even the slightest price. Laurent himself was easily knocked off his horse by a knight with a lance and captured alive, like a dead dog being dragged back. The wooden gate of the camp was closed again. The battlefield returned to its deathly silence, as if nothing had ever happened. All that remained was a scene of devastation and a rapidly cooling corpse. The 3 allies on the ridge were unable to recover from the deep-seated tremor for a long time. Their faces were whiter than snow. Cold sweat had already soaked through the armor on my back, clinging coldly to my skin. Oh my God! The Grand Knight's voice trembled, and his teeth chattered. What kind of monster army is that? Knight Jocelyn's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with the fear of surviving a close call. He had even considered that if Laurent got bogged down, they could flank and seize the victory. The thought that he had almost become one of those corpses covered in arrows or crushed by steel walls gripped his heart with an indescribable fear, almost suffocating him. Scarface Bud didn't say anything. He just stared blankly at the camp in the distance, as if nothing had happened, his muscles twitching uncontrollably. After a moment, he slowly turned his head and stared intently at Chu Ji with an expression as if he were looking at a god or demon. You knew this would happen?" His voice was hoarse and dry, filled with disbelief. Chu Ji retracted his eagle glasses, his calm face showing no emotion whatsoever, as if he had just witnessed not a massacre, but a boring drama. "I said that. He was merely a pawn used to probe the true nature of the path." Chapter 32, The Real Goal? The battlefield returned to silence. But the hearts of Bard and the others were still beating wildly. The distant slaughterhouse, swallowed by darkness, resembled a silent, gigantic maw, mocking their overestimation of their abilities. No. No. Hearing that Chu Ji seemed determined to continue his plan, the scarred mercenary leader, Bard, was the first to break the silence, his voice dry and hoarse. "This is simply an opponent we can't even come close to." He suddenly stood up from the ground, his face filled with terror and determination. "Lord Chu Ji, your plan is brilliant. I, Bard, am impressed. But we don't want this wealth." He cupped his hands in a respectful gesture to Chu Ji, his tone heavy. "I'll take my men back right now. This life is more important than anything else." "That's right, Commander Bard is right." Knight Gran and Knight Jocelyn also struggled to their feet, their faces pale. "Their defense is too formidable. If we charge in with our small force, we'll be no different from Laurent. Let's call this operation off." Seeing that the newly formed alliance was about to fall apart, Chu Ji's personal guards all showed anxious expressions. Chu Ji's face remained expressionless. He simply stared coldly at his 3 allies, who were practically terrified. "Give up?" He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but it carried a chilling questioning tone. "Then what? You're taking your men back to continue being hunting dogs for others? Are you going to watch helplessly as the credit you risked your lives for is repeatedly stolen by trash like Laurent? Or do you think you can keep this unauthorized operation a secret? Once you get back, a charge of disobeying military orders will be enough to make you lose everything. These words were like buckets of ice water, poured over the three men's burning hearts. The color drained completely from their faces. Yes. What good would it do to go back? Moving forward is a dead end, and retreating is also a dead end. A deep sense of despair appeared in the eyes of all three. Seeing their reactions, Chu Ji knew the time was right. He walked up to Bud and patted him on the shoulder. Who said we were going to attack that impregnable military camp? Bard looked up abruptly, staring at him in astonishment. Our goal was never there from the beginning. Chu Ji turned around and walked back to the simple sand table, drew his command sword, and pointed to another place. It was a place located about 10 miles behind Duke Windwhisper's main camp, marked as a logistics area. This is our true destination. The three of them followed the tip of the knife. Granary? Bard gasped in shock. That's right, the granary. A glint of wisdom shone in Chu Ji's eyes. Duke Windwhisper deployed his most elite guards and the most powerful magical traps at the main camp, because that's where his reputation rests. But what's most important for an army of tens of thousands? It's grain. Although his granaries are also fortified, they are definitely not on the same level as the main camp. As long as we can burn his granaries, Duke Fingyu's entire army will collapse without a fight within 10 days. At that time, the credit will be 10 times greater than breaching one of his empty main camps. These words made all three of them breathe rapidly. Burn down the enemy's main grain depot. This achievement was indeed enough to propel them to the top. But a new problem arose. Lord Chu Ji, the most cautious of the Grand Knights, frowned. This is a crucial granary, so it must have been built with huge stones for fire prevention. We haven't brought any siege equipment. How can we break through the stone walls and burn down the granary in a short time? This problem once again dampened the glimmer of hope that had just been ignited. Chu Ji laughed. Who says that burning down a stone house means you have to go inside first? He turned his head and gave an order to one of his personal guard captains. Bring me a few of my secret weapons. Yes. Soon, the captain of the personal guards carefully walked over, carrying several unremarkable black pottery jars. The three of them looked at the pottery jars with curiosity. The jar was sealed tightly with wax, so you couldn't tell what was inside. Chu Ji took a pottery jar, weighed it in his hand, and then looked at a huge rock about 2 people tall 100 meters away. Watch closely. After he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force with his arm and threw the pottery jar in his hand with all his might. The pottery jar traced a precise parabola through the air before crashing accurately into the massive rock with a loud thud. Broken pottery shards scattered everywhere. A stream of black, viscous liquid was instantly splashed onto the surface of the rock. The three of them, including Bard, looked at each other, completely baffled as to what Chu Ji was doing. Pouring oil? However, the next second. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted. A huge, orange-red fireball exploded on the rock with a deafening roar, and the violent shockwave made even those 100 meters away feel suffocated. The blazing flames, like a demon unleashed, instantly engulfed the entire boulder. Even more terrifying, the black liquid seemed to be alive, clinging tightly to the rock surface and burning wildly. It makes a sickening sizzling sound. The temperature in the air suddenly rose, and the surrounding vegetation instantly turned scorched and curled. The boulder, as tall as 2 people, was visibly heated to a bright red before the eyes of the 3 allies, and its surface even began to show signs of melting. This isn't fire. This is practically the breath of a legendary dragon. What is this? Bard's voice trembled violently as he looked at his hands, which were glowing red in the firelight, as if he were seeing a hallucination. Glenn and Jocelyn collapsed to the ground, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. The surreal scene before them had completely shattered their understanding. Blackwater. Chu Ji calmly uttered 2 words, as if he were just talking about a very ordinary fuel. He looked at the three of them, who looked completely lost and dejected, and a smile crept onto his lips. Now, do you still think we can't burn down a poorly guarded granary? Chapter 33, All Bait. The massive rock, scorched to a dark red, radiated a scorching heat in the cold night wind. The air was filled with a pungent, acrid smell, as if it could ignite even the soul. Bud, Glenn, and Jocelyn stood there, dumbfounded. Their gazes had long since shifted from the terrifying rock, and like 3 hungry wolves who had spotted a dragon egg, they were now staring intently at the few inconspicuous black pottery jars at Chu Ji's feet. Shocking. fear. Finally, all emotions culminated in an intense, undisguised greed. They were all people who lived a life of constant danger. They knew better than anyone what this unheard of black water, capable of igniting even stones, meant. That's not a weapon. That was a miracle. It is a ladder to heaven that can change the course of a war and allow them to rise to the top in one step. Scarface Bard was the first to recover from the shock. He rushed to the boulder, wanting to reach out and touch it, but was instantly forced back by the terrifying heat. He gasped and slowly turned around. The way he looked at Chu Ji had completely changed. It's no longer the doubt and skepticism of before, nor the fear of just now. It was fanaticism, an absolute worship akin to believers looking up to a god. Lord Chu Ji. Bard stepped forward and bowed deeply to Chu Ji. This is a mercenary's courtesy, representing the most complete submission. His awe at that moment came from the bottom of his heart. You don't need to say anything more. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. From now on, if you tell us to go east, we will never go west. We'll take on the job of burning down the granary. Glenn and Jocelyn, as if waking from a dream, quickly stepped forward to express their loyalty. That's right. We'll do whatever you say. If we could possess such a divine object, we'd dare to touch anything, not just a granary, but even Dupfing's throne. Looking at the three people's burning gazes, Chu Ji's calm face revealed a satisfied smile. The fish have taken the bait completely. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Very good. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying a reassuring calmness. Since everyone is willing to share the wealth and prosperity, I, Chu Ji, will naturally not be stingy. I will provide the black water needed for this operation to everyone free of charge. This statement was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The three of them were instantly overjoyed. Free. They originally thought that obtaining the right to use such a divine object would inevitably come at a great cost. Unexpectedly, this young lord was so generous. Your Excellency is truly virtuous. You are so generous. The three were so excited they were incoherent, and were about to offer their most lavish praise. Chu Ji then changed the subject. However, I also have my conditions. His voice wasn't loud, but it instantly froze the smiles on the faces of the three of them. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle at this moment. Chu Ji's gaze slowly swept across the three faces, taking in every subtle change in their expressions. First, I must have full command over this operation. All actions and orders must be obeyed unconditionally. The three of them had no objection to this and immediately nodded vigorously. After witnessing Chu Ji's extraordinary abilities, they couldn't wait to hand over command. Chu Ji paused for a moment, then stated his second condition. Second. After this operation is successful, I want to claim 40% of the credit. 40%. The smiles on Bud, Glenn, and Jocelyn's faces vanished completely. They looked at each other, each seeing a hint of hesitation and struggle in the other's eyes. It accounts for 40%. This ratio is neither high nor low. The problem is, Chu Ji is all alone. There are three companies, and they will split the remaining 60% equally, with each company only receiving 20%. There's a certain degree of psychological imbalance about this. Bard looked at Knight Gran, whose brows were furrowed and who shook his head slightly, clearly finding it hard to accept. Knight Jocelyn lowered his head, his fingers rapidly calculating, his expression shifting between light and shadow. Chu Ji did not urge them. He simply watched quietly, as if he were appreciating a play whose ending he already knew. Silence. Everyone present could hear their own heart pounding. Finally. The first to break the silence was Scarface Bard. He suddenly raised his head, a ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. He figured it out. 40% sounds like a lot. However, without Chu Ji's plan, they would either have become Lawrence's sacrificial lambs or be preparing to slink back and accept punishment. Without Chu Ji's black water, they wouldn't even have been able to touch the stone wall of the granary. Don't even mention a 20% success rate. They didn't get a single hair. Once you understand this, all imbalances disappear. All that remains is the desire for profit. Let's do it. Bud slammed his hand hard on the tree trunk next to him, shaking a leaf off. He looked at Chu Ji and said through gritted teeth. Don't even mention 40%, I'd accept 50%. I, Bard, will follow you. His statement was like the first domino to fall. The hesitation on Glenn and Jocelyn's faces instantly turned into decisiveness. We agree. 2/10 is better than nothing. Very good. Shuji smiled, seemingly very satisfied with the result. He turned around decisively and gave orders to his personal guards. Go, distribute all 10 jars of black water we brought to the 3 gentlemen. Yes. Soon, 10 heavy black pottery jars were carefully placed in front of the 3 people. The 3 of them looked at the pottery jars that seemed to contain magic, and their breathing became rapid. Commander Bard, you get 4 cans. Knight Gran and Knight Jocelyn, you get 3 cans each. Shuji began to issue specific instructions, his voice clear and decisive. Your task is simple. 15 minutes later, you will split into 3 groups and sneak up on the perimeter of the granary from different directions. Wait for my signal. Once the signal is given, throw all the black water onto the stone wall of the granary as quickly as possible. Remember, the bigger the commotion, the better. Once the fire starts, retreat immediately and don't linger in the battle. Do you understand? Clear. The 3 responded in unison, their voices strong and clear. They carefully held the black water they had been allocated to them, as if they were holding their own sons. After bowing respectfully to Chuji, the 3 immediately turned around and led their respective troops, quickly disappearing into the deep night. Watching them leave, one of Chuji's personal guard captains approached. His face was full of incomprehension and regret. Grown-ups. Such a great achievement, should we really give them 60% of it? In his view, his own father could have taken all the credit for himself. Shuji did not answer. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the darkness, looking towards the area in the distance that represented the granary. A cold, slightly mocking smile curled at the corners of his lips. Merit? He chuckled softly, his voice calm yet chilling. Just a bunch of discarded pawns. They're trying to attract more than just the attention of the granary guards. The captain of the personal guards was suddenly stunned. He seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Shuji slowly turned his head and looked in another direction. That was Duke Windwhisper's headquarters. When everyone's attention was drawn to that fire, that's where its most vulnerable and fatal flaw will be revealed. Our real target is the truly empty house that remains after they ignited the fire with their lives. Headquarters. Chapter 34, Disguised Infiltration. The firelight from the direction of the granary had completely dyed half of the night sky red. The deafening explosions and blaring alarm bells could still be clearly heard from miles away. Shuji put away the eagle-eyed glasses in his hand. In his view, the elite heavy armored guard of 100 men had transformed into a torrent of steel, rushing headlong into the sea of fire, luring the tiger away from the mountain. It was a success. Sir, the tiger has come out of the mountain. The captain of the personal guard's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Shuji's face remained completely expressionless. He calmly issued the new order. Prepare for action. 20 elite guards immediately sprang into action. They took several burlap sacks off their horses, which contained several complete sets of Wind Whisper Army standard leather armor. There were also some damaged helmets and officer accessories. These were spoils of war that I had deliberately collected during the previous small-scale conflicts. Put it on. Shuji was the first to take off his armor and put on a Wind Whisper Army squad leader's uniform. He then grabbed a handful of black soot from the bottom of the cooking pot and casually smeared it on his face. His once handsome face instantly turned into a disheveled mess. The guards followed suit, and soon all 20 men were dressed exactly like the Wind Whisper Army. They looked like a group of defeated soldiers who had just escaped from a fire. Sir, you. The captain of the personal guards looked at Shuji's disguise and was at a loss for words. Shuji ignored him. He spoke in a deep voice with an exotic accent. From now on, my name is Dorn, an unlucky junior captain. You are a bunch of terrified idiots under my command. Remember, we are going to see the Duke to report on that terrible fire. His gaze swept over everyone, and his imposing presence made all the guards instinctively straighten their backs. Now, show your most pathetic and terrified side. Our performance begins. 20 minutes later. A small team of 20 people appeared at the west gate of Duke Windwhisper's camp. The team's formation was in complete disarray. Some people had their armor askew, some were limping, and 2 were supporting each other, as if they might fall at any moment. Everyone's face was etched with fear and exhaustion. Stop! The soldiers guarding the camp gate immediately raised their spears in alarm. Who goes there? Shuji, playing the role of Captain Dorn, rushed forward, stumbling and scrambling. He grabbed the guard's arm, his voice hoarse and trembling with tears. "It's one of us. Open the door. Something terrible has happened." The guards at the gate were mostly distracted by the towering flames in the distance. Upon hearing his words, an older veteran asked lazily, "What happened? Didn't they already send people to the granary?" "It's not a granary, Captain Dorn," he screamed in terror, spitting out his own words. "It's that fire. There's something wrong with that fire. It wasn't an ordinary fire." His exaggerated acting and genuine fear successfully caught the guard's attention. An officer who looked like a minor officer walked over with a frown. He looked at the disheveled group with suspicion. "Which unit are you from?" "The 7th Company, 3rd Battalion, 1st Logistics Regiment." Captain Dorn immediately gave a real, but extremely marginal, unit number. This was also information obtained through previous interrogation. The officer's eyes remained sharp. "Password. The Harp of the Wind, never ending." Captain Dorn answered fluently, even with a hint of impatience. The officer's expression softened slightly. "The password and number match, so it seems they are indeed one of our own. What exactly happened?" "That fire will explode. Like thunder from the sky." Captain Dorn pointed in the direction of the granary, his whole body trembling. "It can even melt stones. If you pour water on it, the fire will burn even bigger. It's the demon's flames. So many of our brothers have died. I fought my way out to warn the Duke." His words caused the surrounding guards to gasp in shock. Can even stone be melted? This overturned their understanding. Seeing the fear on the faces of the guards, Captain Dorn knew that his performance was half successful. "Quick! Open the door," he urged, reaching out to push open the camp gate. "Let them in." The veteran was also frightened by the news and immediately ordered the door to be opened. Etc. Just then, the young officer who had been on guard suddenly spoke. His gaze was fixed on Captain Dorn's boots. "Since you escaped from the granary, why is there not a speck of mud on your boots?" One sentence froze the atmosphere instantly. All eyes were on Captain Dorn's feet. Really? Their boots were so clean. I was so focused on smearing soot on my face that I overlooked this fatal detail. The soldiers' hearts jumped into their throats. Even Shuji felt a slight unease in his heart. That was a miscalculation. However, there was no unusual expression on his face. Under the officer's sharp gaze, a look of bewilderment flashed across the face of Captain Dorn. Immediately, he jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He slapped one of his personal guards hard across the face, making a crisp sound. "Damn it! I told you! I sent you guys to put out the fire, and you were all secretly sleeping in the barracks." He launched into a tirade of curses, as if he had suffered a tremendous injustice. "Now everyone sees through you. You bunch of spineless cowards. You've completely disgraced me." His unusual behavior baffled everyone, including that young officer. Before he could react, in the distance, a much more violent explosion suddenly rang out. Boom! The entire earth trembled. A new, even more terrifying flame shot into the sky from the center of the camp. The armory. It's in the direction of the armory. Someone let out a desperate scream. The guards at the gate were completely thrown into chaos. No one had any interest in questioning Chuji's small, defeated army anymore. Everyone stared in horror at the new source of fire. A barely perceptible glint flashed in Chuji's eyes. It seems those three guys weren't fools after all. They actually thought of attacking the armory, which actually helped him. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted, he kicked the young officer hard in the buttocks. "What are you all standing there for? Open the door. Something's happened at the armory too." The officer stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. His mind was now blank. His last shred of reason had been completely destroyed by the series of explosions. He subconsciously waved his hand to give the order. Open the door." The heavy wooden door was finally slowly pulled open. Chuji, along with his 20 desperate soldiers, silently merged into the chaotic city, like raindrops flowing into a torrent, against the backdrop of the raging fire. Chapter 35, Target amidst the chaos. Under the cover of night, the Wind Whisper camp was in complete chaos. In the distance, the towering flames from the granary and armory were like two huge branding marks, searing them into the hearts of every soldier. However, this was only the beginning of the chaos. Chu Ji, along with his 20 desperate soldiers, silently merged into the panicked camp, like raindrops flowing into a stream. They quickly left the main road and disappeared into the shadow of a cluster of unnoticed tents. Grown-ups. The captain of the personal guards approached, his voice filled with suppressed excitement and nervousness. We did it. There was no joy of success on Chu Ji's face. He calmly took out the camp map that he knew by heart and spread it out on the ground. Using the faint light of the distant fire, he marked 3 spots on the surface with the tip of his command sword. The stables on the east side. The logistics and supplies area on the west side. And to the south, near the central command tent, is a group of ordinary soldiers' tents. He raised his head and his gaze swept across the faces of his personal guards. There are 8 cans left. Divide our men into 4 groups of 2, each carrying a can of black water. Remember, your goal is not to kill people, but to make the fire bigger and hotter as quickly as possible. He paused, his voice turning cold. I want to set this camp ablaze, from top to bottom, in every corner. A fanatical light shone in the eyes of the guards. They had long since developed an almost blind worship of their lord's commands. Yes. There was no doubt, only the most resolute execution. 8 guards were selected, and they were paired up. Each of them took a heavy earthenware jar and quickly disappeared in different directions. Their movements were like those of venomous snakes slithering in the dark, quiet and deadly. Chu Ji led the remaining men and hid in place. He was like a patient hunter, quietly waiting for his prey to completely lose its mind. About 15 minutes had passed. The chaos in the camp seemed to be showing signs of being contained. Some officers who still retained their senses were shouting and rallying their troops, trying to organize manpower to support the granaries and armories. However, at that moment, hiss! A sudden, terrified, and pained neighing of a horse came from the east side of the camp, tearing through the night sky. Immediately afterwards, it was like a landslide and a tsunami. The mournful cries and roars of hundreds of warhorses merged into a terrifying sonic wave. Boom! The massive wooden fence was smashed to pieces by the frenzied herd of horses. Hundreds of warhorses, their tails and manes ablaze with flames, charged into the densest part of the camp, like nightmares bursting forth from hell, carrying with them towering flames and terror. The guards responsible for setting the fire simply poured a can of black water onto the driest haystack. The terrifying flames that erupted instantly engulfed half of the stable. The high temperatures and thick smoke drove these strong warhorses into a primal frenzy. Their only thought was to escape. Thus, they became the most terrifying catalyst in this chaos. Get out of the way. The horses gone mad. Get out of my way. The soldiers, who had just been assembled by the officers, were swept away by the torrent of steel and flesh before they could even put out the fire. The tent was smashed to pieces. Soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were trampled into mincemeat. The entire eastern side of the camp was instantly transformed into a scene of carnage, with people and horses stumbling and falling. But that's not enough. Almost at the same time that the stable fire broke out. In the logistics and supplies area on the west side, several of the largest tents burst into flames almost simultaneously from inside. Boom! 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 The orange-red fireball tore through the thick canvas. The large amount of flammable materials stored inside, such as quilts, winter clothes, and spare tents, became the best fuel. The fire is fueled by the wind, and the wind fuels the fire's power. In just a few dozen breaths, a vast sea of fire had formed, with thick black smoke shooting straight into the sky, as if it were burning a hole in the sky itself. Fire! The supply depot is flooded too. Quickly, put out the fire. All our supplies are there. Desperate screams echoed throughout the room. Duke Windwhisper's soldiers were completely dumbfounded. On one side was the armory, on the other the granary, and now even the stables and the last winter supplies were on fire. What exactly happened? Where did the enemy come from? Or was it that the gods wanted to punish them and sent down this world-destroying heavenly fire? The officer's command seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. Their orders were drowned out by the soldiers' terrified screams and the constant explosions. Order has vanished completely. The last straw was pressed down on the south side of the camp. The fourth group's objective was to find the area where the patrol team was resting. They did not directly attack anyone. Instead, they used black water to create several huge rings of fire around the perimeter of several tents. When the flames ignited, the soldiers who were resting in their tents or waiting outside were horrified to find themselves surrounded by an insurmountable wall of fire. Enemy attack. We're surrounded. Help! Help me! Their survival instinct drove them to desperately try to break free of the ring of fire, only to be forced back by the terrifying heat. They could only wander aimlessly in the ring of fire like headless flies, trampling each other. One small riot after another was precisely ignited. Then connect the points to form lines, and from lines to form surfaces. Finally, with fires raging everywhere and frantic horses running amok, the command and control of the entire Wind Whisper camp was completely paralyzed. Everyone was left with only one thought: escape. Escape this hell shrouded in flames and death. Shuji stood in the shadows, coldly watching the hellish painting he had created with his own hands. The 8 guards responsible for setting the fire had quietly returned and joined his ranks. Looking at the masterpiece before them, their eyes were filled with fanatical worship for their lord's unfathomable abilities. The captain of the personal guards was breathing rapidly. He lowered his voice and asked excitedly, "My lord, mission accomplished. Shall we retreat now?" Retreat? A cold smile curled at the corners of Chu Ji's lips. Having gone to such great lengths and laid out such a grand scheme, how could they possibly just burn a few tents and leave? The overture has only just begun. He turned his head, his gaze piercing through the layers of firelight and thick smoke, looking towards the very center of the camp, the only place untouched by the flames. There, a huge banner embroidered with the harp of the wind still flutters in the night sky. That's my goal. He wanted to personally secure the greatest victory in this battle. Chapter 36, Daughter's Blessing. The night was as dark as ink, and flames soared into the sky. The entire Wind Whisper camp has been completely transformed into a living hell. Shuji stood in the shadows of the armory, coldly observing the scene he had created with his own hands. His gaze was like that of a hawk, constantly scanning the chaos, searching for the next fulcrum that could shift the tide of battle. Sudden. His eyes narrowed, and he looked in a direction in the northwest corner of the camp. That was the area where prisoners of war were temporarily held. At that moment, a commotion broke out there as well, with several soldiers on guard frantically trying to put out the burning tents. A familiar figure, taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, emerged from an inconspicuous gap in a tent. He was still wearing his magnificent aristocratic attire, his face covered in soot and terror. "It's Laurent!" A terrifying killing intent flashed in Shuji's eyes. He had been looking for an opportunity to get rid of this guy. Unexpectedly, the other party came to us on their own. This is a golden opportunity. Without the slightest hesitation, Shuji immediately rushed out of the shadows. As he ran, he let out a deafening roar in the accent of the Wind Whisper Legion. "The enemy spy has escaped. Grab him. Don't let him get away." This roar was like a boulder crashing into an already chaotic pond, instantly stirring up even bigger waves. The countless Wind Whisper army soldiers around him, in a state of chaos, instinctively looked in the direction he was pointing. When they saw Laurent's panicked face and his incongruous Ironhorn Alliance uniform, everyone believed it. Catch that spy. It was him. He set the fire. Shuji successfully shifted all the blame for the chaos he had caused onto Laurent. He himself perfectly disguised himself as a loyal officer of his own side who was hunting down fugitives. He mingled in the angry crowd, rapidly closing the distance to Laurent at an astonishing speed. Laurent was terrified. He had no idea what was happening. All he knew was that countless people behind him wanted to kill him. He could only frantically flee like a headless fly amidst the burning tents and chaotic crowd. Shuji chased after them while loudly giving instructions. "He's heading east. Encircle him. Block that intersection." Under his command, the panicked Laurent was perfectly driven to a corner of an abandoned tent that had long been forgotten. "This is a dead end." Laurent leaned against an insurmountable fence, watching in horror the figure that was chasing after him like a ghost. When he saw the person's face clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted. "It's you! Shuji!" He let out a scream of shock and anger. Shuji slowly raised the inheritance spear in his hand, its tip gleaming coldly in the firelight. "It's me. Your journey has come to an end. Enemies meeting are bound to be filled with hatred." The fear on Laurent's face was quickly replaced by extreme resentment and madness. "You think you can kill me?" He roared, drew his long sword, and charged at Shuji. The sword flashed fiercely, aiming straight for Shuji's throat. Clang! Shuji flicked his spear, easily deflecting his attack. After a month of grueling training at Blackrock Fortress, and several real battles, they had completed the training. Shuji's combat skills are now vastly different from what they used to be. The spear shot out like a dragon, accompanied by a whistling wind, transforming into a sky full of spear shadows that completely enveloped Laurent. Laurent was immediately at a disadvantage. He could only awkwardly swing his long sword, desperately trying to defend himself, and was forced to retreat step by step. When? Another loud bang. Chuji seized an opening and slammed the gun heavily onto Chuji's sword blade. A tremendous force struck, causing Laurent's hand to split open and his longsword to fly out of his grasp. It's over. A flicker of despair flashed in Laurent's eyes. Chuji, having gained the upper hand, pressed his advantage relentlessly, thrusting his spear like a venomous snake toward his heart. As the cold spear tip was about to pierce his chest, a crazed grin suddenly flashed across Laurent's face. "Let's die together, you lowly people." He suddenly ripped open his collar and crushed a seemingly insignificant obsidian amulet on his chest. That was his father, the Duke of Ironhorn, who gave him his last trump card to save his life. Buzz. A dense, inky dark energy suddenly erupted. It formed a shield in front of Laurent, precisely blocking Chuji's fatal shot. Immediately afterwards, the shield shattered with a deafening roar. It transformed into terrifying energy several times greater than before, and rebounded fiercely. Chuji's pupils suddenly contracted. He tried to draw his gun and retreat, but it was too late, they were too close. Boom! That chilling, shadowy energy slammed solidly into his chest. Puff! Chuji was struck dumb, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto a tent pole in the distance. The other soldiers who had surrounded them retreated upon seeing this, their faces showing fear. The excruciating pain, penetrating to the bone marrow, spread throughout my entire body. Chuji felt as if several of his sternum bones were broken, and all his strength was rapidly draining away. Ha ha ha! Laurent looked at Chuji, who was lying on the ground, and let out a wild laugh as if he had survived a disaster. He picked up his longsword and walked step by step toward Chuji, his face full of smugness and ferocity. See that? That's true depth. No matter how hard you try, you lowly peasant will never be able to defeat those of us who are born noble. Go to hell. He raised his longsword high, aimed it at Chuji's heart, and plunged it down fiercely. Chuji's vision began to blur, and a strong sense of weakness and resentment filled his mind. Am I really going to die here? At this critical moment, a curtain of ice blue light suddenly appeared before his eyes without warning. Ding! Your wife Giselle has given birth to a healthy daughter at Blackrock Fortress. Both mother and daughter are safe and well. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, job level +1. Boom! An indescribable, vast warm current appeared out of nowhere within Chuji's body. Like a surging river, it instantly washed over his limbs and bones. The cold, shadowy energy that had been eroding his body melted away completely in the face of this warm current, like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. The broken bones healed rapidly with a crackling sound. The damaged internal organs are quickly repaired by the warm energy. An unprecedentedly powerful force filled every muscle and every cell of his body. Class, Heavy Infantry LV1, Heavy Infantry LV2. Strength and physical fitness have seen a significant increase. Although the injury was not severe, it was completely healed in an instant. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Die! Laurent's long sword, whistling through the air, pierced down fiercely. He could almost see the scene of his opponent being pierced through the heart by his sword. However, the expected penetrating sensation did not come. The long sword, which should have pierced his heart, was blocked by Chuji with his dagger, just an inch from his chest. Laurent's smile froze on his face. He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, unable to believe what he was seeing. He used all his strength, trying to push the sword forward even a fraction of an inch. But the long sword, forged from fine steel, was blocked by a small dagger, as if it had been welded shut, remaining completely still. Chuji slowly raised his head. There was no trace of weakness in his eyes. Those jet-black pupils were frighteningly bright, as if flames were burning within them. The hand gripping the dagger twisted again with force. Click! A crisp sound sent chills down Laurent's spine. The long sword made of refined steel was actually deflected by the dagger. Laurent was terrified. He screamed and turned to run away. But it was too late. A black phantom instantly severed the distance between the two. Chuji's figure appeared in front of Laurent as if by teleportation. The dagger in his hand suddenly unleashed unprecedented power as it stabbed towards Laurent. No! Laurent only managed to utter a single, desperate syllable. Puff! The dagger pierced his heart without any resistance. Laurent lowered his head, staring blankly at the cold dagger protruding from his chest. The fear and confusion on his face were frozen in time. Shuji drew his dagger and retrieved the inherited spear. He raised his head and looked towards the direction of Blackstone Castle in the distance, a rare warmth appearing in his cold eyes. Chapter 37, Passing off the good as the bad. Shuji drew his dagger and, with clean and swift movements, severed Laurent's head, which remained open in death. Warm blood splattered on the back of his hand, but he didn't care at all, and didn't even show a trace of extra expression. He slowly turned around, carrying that still somewhat handsome head, now filled with terror and resentment. He faced the dozens of Wind Whisper army soldiers who were stunned and frozen in place by the incredible reversal they had just witnessed. The soldiers' faces displayed an extremely complex range of emotions. There was a fear of the terrifying shadow amulet that Laurent had used before his death. There was also a deep shock at how Shuji withstood a blow and instantly turned the tables. More often than not, there is a sense of bewilderment at not being able to understand the situation at hand. Look carefully. Shuji raised the blood-dripping head high. Without feigning an accent, he unleashed a deafening roar in his pure kingdom common language. His voice, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, resounded clearly amidst the chaos and noise of the fire, striking everyone's eardrums hard. All the soldiers' eyes were drawn to the head. They looked at each other, their faces filled with shock and confusion. This person. Shuji pointed to the head, his voice cold and menacing. Laurent, a nobleman of the Ironhorn Alliance. He's the real traitor who caused the riots in our camp, set fire to our military equipment, and led to the tragic deaths of countless brothers. These words contained a wealth of information, like a boulder thrown into an already chaotic pond, instantly creating even bigger waves. Spy? All the chaos tonight was caused by this Ironhorn Alliance nobleman who was just killed. In an atmosphere of panic, this statement acted like a shot in the arm, instantly providing an outlet for all the chaotic thoughts. Right. That must be it. One of the soldiers suddenly realized something and cried out in surprise. I remember now. The earliest chaos tonight started at the prisoner of war camp. That's right. I saw it too. The fire started near the tent where he was being held. So it was him. He was colluding with the enemy from the inside. In despair, people don't need the truth. Rather, it is an answer that can be trusted. Seeing the soldier's eyes shift from panic to I see, and then to blazing rage, Shuji knew that his first move had been the right one. He portrayed himself as the hero who uncovered the truth and took revenge on his enemies. An older centurion, his voice trembling, stepped forward from the crowd. His gaze as he looked at Shuji was filled with awe and curiosity. Sir, you are. Shuji's gaze was sharp as lightning as he coldly swept over him. Who I am is not important. The important thing is that I am the Duke's soldier. He pointed to the directions where the firelight was brightest in the distance, his voice stern and urgent, filled with unquestionable authority. The fire in the grain warehouse is still burning. The explosions at the armory are still ongoing. His Majesty the Duke's life's work, and the century-old glory of our Wind Whisper Legion, are being mercilessly devoured by this fire. And you? Shuji's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Yet you're still running around like headless flies. You're even doubting a hero who killed your enemies for you. This rebuke made the soldiers present lower their heads in shame. They were already terrified by this hellish night and had lost their backbone. At this moment, this powerful hero who slayed the traitor has become the only commander they can trust and dare to trust. My lord. Please give the order. We'll do whatever you say. That's right. What should we do? The soldiers were filled with excitement, their eyes fixed intently on Shuji, as if they were looking up at a beacon that could lead them out of hell. This is exactly the effect Shuji wanted. He ignored these requests and instead, carrying the severed head, walked step by step toward the very center of the camp, as the crowd parted to make way for him. His steps were steady and firm, a stark contrast to the chaos around him. There, a huge banner embroidered with the harp of the wind still fluttered forlornly against the backdrop of the raging fire. Beneath the commander's banner, a dozen guards clad in heavy silver armor formed the last line of defense, nervously observing the commotion around them. Seeing Shuji approaching surrounded by a group of ordinary soldiers, the captain of the guard immediately raised his spear in a wary manner. Halt! Military area, do not approach. His voice was loud and clear, full of vigilance. Shuji stopped and casually threw Laurent's head on the ground, letting it roll in the dust. The head of the traitor is here. He spoke calmly, his gaze passing over the guards and landing on the huge flag, his eyes deep and thoughtful. The captain of the guard heard the surrounding soldiers' thunderous discussions and saw the head that indeed belonged to an enemy nobleman. The hero who slays the traitor has arrived. It was this sir who avenged us. The guard captain's vigilance immediately lessened considerably. But due to his duty, he still maintained a final degree of caution. My lord, I am under orders to guard the commander's flag, and no one is allowed to trespass. If you have any business, I can inform you on my behalf. A notification? Shuji laughed, a laugh filled with undisguised sarcasm and anger. Who else do you want to inform? The fire that's going to burn us all to ashes? He interrupted the captain of the guard abruptly, his voice rising abruptly. Look around. Shuji's voice was filled with unquestionable authority and heartbroken disappointment. Fire everywhere. Explosions everywhere. The screams of our brothers everywhere. His Majesty the Duke's life's work, the glory of our Wind Whisper Legion, is being burned to ashes by the fire. He pointed at the guards who stood motionless guarding the flag and questioned them sternly. And you, the most elite guards, the most loyal watchdogs, are guarding a wooden pole that won't run away, and remain indifferent to it. Tell me. What are your duties? It is to protect the property of the Wind Whisper Legion. It is to defend the Duke's honor. The captain of the guard was speechless after hearing his words. His cheeks turned red, and his hand holding the spear trembled slightly from the force. Shuji took a step forward, and his imposing aura caused all the guards to subconsciously take a half step back. His voice was full of seductive power. Now, I command you in the name of the Duke's personal guard. Take your men immediately and go put out the fire. Extinguish the flames in the armory and save our last weapons and supplies. Prove your loyalty with your actions. Don't be a coward here. Here. Shuji pointed to the ground beneath his feet, standing proudly upright. I will take command myself. I will live and die with the commander's flag. These words were powerful and resounding, each one a gem. Chapter 38, Success. Escape. The captain of the guard shuddered violently, and the last trace of doubt in his eyes was completely burned away by a flame called glory. Yes. Go and put out the fire, save the entire camp that is the greater glory. This is what truly demonstrates their value as the Duke's personal guards. He entrusted the relatively safe task of guarding the commander's flag to the hero who had killed the traitor, while he himself went to the most dangerous place to make a name for himself. This is an absolutely perfect arrangement. Your Excellency is righteous. The captain of the guard felt a surge of passion and gave Shuji the most perfect military salute he had ever given in his life, his voice firm and powerful. I will obey your orders. I guarantee the mission will be completed. After saying that, he suddenly turned around and roared at his subordinates who were also fired up by what he had said. Brothers! The time to prove our loyalty has come. Tonight is the night to make our mark. Follow me to put out the fire. Yes. Without the slightest doubt, the more than 20 guards followed their captain with high morale, rushing headlong towards the direction where the fire was brightest in the distance. Watching their departing figures, a cold mockery flashed in Shuji's eyes. He slowly turned around, alone, and looked at the flag that was now completely unguarded. The night wind blew, and the flags fluttered in the wind, as if playing a symphony for the victors. Awah! Shuji let out a long whistle. This is the agreed-upon signal. His personal guards, who had been lying in ambush in the shadows of nearby tents, quickly appeared and joined him. Grown-ups! They stared at the incredible scene before them, at the enormous banner so close at hand, their eyes filled with fervent worship. Our own master actually took this place single-handedly, without shedding a drop of blood. Shuji ignored their astonishment and calmly issued the order. Get down the flag. Yes. 2 guards immediately rushed forward and began to figure out how to break the huge flagpole that required 2 people to hug. However, at that moment, a small patrol of soldiers happened to pass by the scene and witnessed this bizarre scene. Halt! Who are you? The leading soldier shouted alertly. What are you doing to His Excellency the Duke's banner? The newly arrived guards tensed up and instinctively gripped their weapons. Shuji didn't even turn his head, but just snorted coldly in an impatient tone. You're blind as a bat. Didn't you see the fire is almost coming over? He pointed to a spot not far away where a cluster of tents was ablaze, the hot sparks being whipped up by the night wind and drifting toward the direction of the commander's flag. The patrolling soldier was taken aback, then looked anxious. But we can't touch the commander's flag. This Idiot. Shuji suddenly turned around and stared at him with an expression as if he were an idiot. The banner is the Duke's soul. If it's burned, can you bear the responsibility? I am ordered to temporarily lower the command flag and move to a safe command post to prevent damage in case of fire. Are you going to disobey orders? His words were spoken with such conviction and brooked no argument. The patrolling soldiers were stunned. They looked at the approaching firelight and then at Shuji's imposing face. I think that makes sense. The leading soldier immediately bowed in salute. It is my foolishness that is evident. Your wisdom and foresight are truly admirable. Having said that, he dared not linger any longer and immediately led his men to join the firefighting efforts. Shuji watched as the last obstacle was cleared away, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. As the last group of guards rushed to the fire, a cold mockery flashed in Shuji's eyes. He slowly turned around, alone, and looked at the huge banner that was now completely unguarded. The night wind blew, and the flag fluttered in the wind. It was as if a symphony belonging to the victors was being played. Let's do it. He calmly issued the order, his voice devoid of any emotion. Take the flag down. Yes. The two guards who were already waiting immediately rushed forward. They did not choose to chop down the thick flagpole with an axe. That would be too much of a commotion and could easily attract unnecessary attention. One of them, with agility, swiftly climbed the flagpole like a monkey and began to untie the ropes securing the flag. Soon, the huge banner was successfully taken down and slowly lowered. Several guards below immediately rushed forward and hurriedly rolled the huge flag into a bundle, which was then carried on their shoulders by 4 men. Seeing this trophy, which could determine the course of the war, in his hands, Shuji did not linger for a moment. Walk. Let's take the military flag to a safe place. He shouted orders at the stragglers who were casting questioning glances at him. He led his troops, disguised as defeated soldiers, carrying huge banners, and strode openly toward the planned withdrawal direction. Less than a quarter of an hour after Shuji and his group disappeared at the boundary between firelight and darkness on the west side of the camp. An old knight, clad in heavy silver armor and covered in blood, hurried against the flow of people to the commander's tent, escorted by a squad of personal guards. He is Colin, the Duke of Windwhisper's adjutant. They had just managed to regain their footing from another location that had been attacked. However, when he saw the empty flagpole in front of him, this veteran general was struck dumb. He grabbed the collar of a distraught officer next to him. Where's the flag? His voice became shrill with extreme anger. Where did the flag go? The officer was so frightened that he stammered his reply. I was taken away by an adult. He said the fire was too big and they needed to move the command flag to a safe place. Lieutenant Colin was taken aback when he heard these words. Immediately, a chill that penetrated to the bone ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Transferring the command flag? Are you kidding me? He suddenly remembered the scout's report about the enemy detachment that had set fire to the granary and then attacked the armory. A terrifying deduction took shape in his mind. That unit was just bait from beginning to end. Their real target is right here. Damn it! Colin let out a roar of extreme rage. His bloodshot eyes swept around, finally settling on a troop of cavalry that had just assembled beside him. This is the only organized mobile force he can currently mobilize. Bach! He roared at the young knight in the lead. Take your men with you. No matter the method, no matter the cost. Bring that bastard who's carrying our flag back to us. The young knight named Bach is a genuine second job class player. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes, and he yanked the reins sharply. Yes, sir. The next moment, more than a dozen swift warhorses, like arrows released from a bow, galloped wildly in the direction where Shuji had disappeared. Chapter 39, The Fierce Cavalry. The flag has been obtained. But the crisis is not over. Shuji and his group had already prepared horses outside the camp. At this moment, they were running wildly across the dark wilderness, carrying huge banners. The sound of horses' hooves behind me, like the drumbeats of death, grew clearer and heavier. My lord, I can't shake him off. One of the guards turned around and looked back. His face was deathly pale. It's Duke Windwhisper's elite cavalry. They've got our tail between us. Shuji's gaze swept over the dozen or so pursuers behind him, and his heart sank. He knew that his 30 men, who were merely ordinary men, were no match for the elite enemy force. If he keeps running like this, it's only a matter of time before he gets caught up. We can't walk together anymore. Shuji made a quick decision and suddenly reined in his horse at a fork in the road. He pointed in 3 different directions and gave the order at top speed. Listen. From this moment on, split up and retreat. Team 1, Team 2, 10 men each, run in those 2 directions, make as much noise as possible, and lure the pursuers away. I will lead 3 teams, carrying the commander's flag, and proceed along the middle road. He looked at the 2 personal guards who had been appointed captains with eyes as sharp as knives. We'll meet at Duke Ironhorn's camp. Yes, sir. Without any hesitation. The 20 guards immediately split up, urging their horses to gallop wildly into the mountains on either side, shouting as they ran, deliberately creating a huge commotion. Shuji, along with the remaining 10 personal guards, put away the commander's flag and plunged into the most rugged dense forest path in the middle. In the distance, among the pursuing troops, a young officer clad in heavy silver armor reined in his warhorse. His face was stern, and his eyes were like those of an eagle. He was none other than Bach, the sharpest blade under Duke Windwhisper's command. His face remained expressionless as he watched the 3 groups of enemies flee in different directions. Trying to distract our forces with such a petty trick? He sneered and gave orders to his subordinates. You guys, go after the team on the left. You guys, go after the team on the right. He randomly selected a few groups of men to go out. Then, they fixed their gaze on the team in the middle. You 3, come with me. Bach flicked the reins, and with 3 of his most elite personal guards, he sped off like a silver lightning bolt in the direction where Chuji had disappeared. On the rugged forest path, Chuji and his personal guards trudged along with difficulty. Chuji's heart was burning with anxiety. He glanced back and his heart skipped a beat. There were only 4 pursuers. The young officer at the head, and 3 cavalrymen following behind him. Although their warhorses were exceptionally fine and their armor was far superior to that of ordinary soldiers. But the overwhelming numerical advantage made Chuji's mind race. There were only 4 people. On my side, there are 11 people, including myself. 11 elite infantrymen faced off against 4 cavalrymen who had been pursuing them for a long distance. In this complex woodland, the cavalry's advantage in a charge would be minimized. Perhaps, we can turn the tables. Once this idea arises, it grows wildly like weeds. He can't keep being chased like this forever, his strength will eventually run out. Find a spot and prepare to ambush. Shuji lowered his voice, his eyes flashing with a cold killing intent. Upon hearing this, the guards were all invigorated. Rather than being chased to death like a rabbit, it's better to fight a fierce battle. However, just as they crawled into a thicket of bushes to set up an ambush, suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from the woods to the side. Sir! Lord Chuji! It's Bard's voice. The mercenary leader he sent to burn down the granary. Chuji was overjoyed and quickly crawled out of the bushes. Bard and his dozen or so mercenaries were running out of the woods, each of them with the excitement of surviving a disaster on their faces. They were covered in soot and their armor was torn in several places, but they were unusually excited. My lord! I have not failed you. When Bard saw Chuji, he felt as if he had seen a relative and ran over excitedly. We burned down the granary. Ha ha ha. The fire was so big you could see it for miles. Well done. Chuji nodded, but his gaze went past him and looked in the direction behind him. The sound of horses' hooves was already very close. Sir, what's going on here? Bard also noticed the pursuers behind Chuji and his solemn expression. They're being hunted down. Shuji's words were concise and to the point. Bud followed his gaze and looked back. Only 4 cavalrymen could be seen, slowly approaching this direction. A hint of contempt flashed across Bard's face. They had just burned down the granaries of tens of thousands of enemy troops, achieving a tremendous feat. In his eyes, 4 mere cavalrymen were nothing to be concerned about. Sir, you may go first. Bud patted his chest confidently, as if he were making a huge promise. These small fry are our brother's responsibility. We can use their heads to add another credit to our record. After saying that, he turned around and roared at his mercenaries. Brothers! Prepare to meet the enemy. A dozen or so mercenaries, who had just experienced a great victory and were in high spirits, immediately lined up in a crooked formation with shouts. They raised their swords and axes, taunting the 4 cavalrymen defiantly. Shuji frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He wanted to offer a word of advice, but it was too late. Bach and his 3 cavalrymen stopped 100 meters away. Bach looked at the group of mercenaries whose formation was scattered and whose equipment was incomplete, and a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. It's like watching a bunch of ignorant ants. Charge! He calmly uttered 2 words. There were no pre-battle roars, nor any unnecessary movements. The 3 cavalrymen lowered their face shields in unison and leveled their lances. The next second. Boom! All 4 warhorses started moving at the same time. The heavy hooves pounded the ground with a thunderous roar. In a single breath, they transformed from stillness into an unstoppable torrent of steel. Bushes, trees, everything that stood in their way was torn to shreds. 100 meters can be covered in an instant. The smile on Bud's face froze. The shouts of his mercenaries turned into terror. They didn't even have time to react. Puff! 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 There are no tricks involved. There were no fancy moves. It was simply the most basic and purest form of lance charge. The sharp, triangular spearhead easily tore through the mercenaries' fragile leather armor and inferior shields with undeniable force. The mercenaries at the forefront didn't even have time to scream before the immense impact pierced their bodies. They were tossed about like tattered sacks. That defensive line, composed of a dozen or so flesh and blood, was as fragile as a sheet of paper in the face of this torrent of steel. It was torn apart in an instant. It was destroyed. To drill through. Bard didn't even see how the enemy made their move. I felt a sharp pain in my chest that made it hard to breathe. He lowered his head. A blood-stained spear tip protruded from his chest. His eyes were filled with endless confusion and bewilderment. Then, the whole world was plunged into darkness. Shuji stood there, as if struck by lightning. He watched as the dozen or so mercenaries who were alive just a moment ago were ruthlessly slaughtered by the 4 cavalrymen in less than 10 breaths. His heart sank to the bottom. The thought of fighting back that had crossed his mind was shattered by the bloody reality before him. He finally understood what kind of monsters he was facing. Walk! Shuji let out a hoarse growl. He grabbed the stun guard beside him and turned to run. He no longer harbored any illusions. All he wanted was to live. Bach didn't even glance at the corpses of the mercenaries on the ground. His gaze remained fixed on Shuji and the commander's flag from beginning to end. He waved his hand, about to order a pursuit. A mercenary who wasn't quite dead struggled to his feet and grabbed the leg of his horse. Bach frowned slightly. With a backhand stroke, he ended his life cleanly and swiftly. But this brief delay allowed Shuji's figure to disappear into the depths of the dense forest. Chapter 40, Counterattack, Bloodbath. The rapid sound of horses' hooves echoed behind Shuji like the tolling of a death knell. The 4 cavalrymen behind them, like tireless hunting dogs, relentlessly bit their tails. My lord! This can't go on! A guard shouted hoarsely. Our horse is dying. Shuji glanced back and saw the 4 silver figures appearing and disappearing in the shadows of the forest, their distance having decreased considerably. A ruthless determination flashed in his eyes. Prepare a trap. Shuji gave the 2 personal guards the cruelest order. You 2, stay here and set up the tripwires. The 2 guards did not hesitate at all. They pulled hard on the reins and gave Shuji a final military salute. I am willing to die for you, sir. After saying that, they dismounted, quickly untied the strongest tripwires from their saddles, and disappeared into the roadside bushes. Shuji didn't look back and led the rest of his men on a frantic run. Soon. Behind them came the mournful neighing of warhorses and the loud thud of heavy objects falling to the ground. Immediately following were 2 short, agonizing screams. Shuji looked back. Of the 4 pursuers, only 2 remained. The trap was successfully set. But what was sacrificed was the lives of 2 loyal individuals. However, this brief success brought about an even more fatal crisis. The young knight Bach, who was in the lead, stopped beside the body of his companion. He stared at the corpse that had fallen to its death from the tripwire, a terrifying crimson tinge appearing on his cold face. A visible, crimson battle aura erupted from the gaps in his armor. You deserve to die. Bach let out a beast-like growl. Crimson flames of battle aura instantly enveloped his entire body, causing even his warhorse to neigh in pain. The warhorse's muscles swelled at a visible rate, and its eyes turned blood red. This is a desperate fighting style that involves burning your fighting spirit and forcibly stimulating the life potential of your mount. Boom! Bach's warhorse transformed into a red lightning bolt, tearing through the air at a terrifying speed far exceeding its previous speed, and relentlessly pursued him. The trees on both sides rushed past him in his eyes. It only took a dozen or so breaths. The scorching heat and suffocating pressure had already appeared behind Chu Ji. It's over. Despair was evident in the eyes of the guards. Bok's figure had already appeared to their side, running alongside Chu Ji. He raised his lance high, the crimson battle aura at the tip condensing into a cold glint, aimed at Chu Ji's heart. Die! Bok's face was filled with savage pleasure as his spear pierced through the air with thunderous force. This attack was unavoidable. However, at this critical moment, Chu Ji made a move that surprised everyone. He actually let go of the legacy spear in his hand, leaving it hanging on the side of the horse. Then, he grabbed the huge banner bundle from his body and, without even looking at it, threw it hard at Bok. The heavy banner, swirling through the air, crashed down on Bok's face. Bok's pupils suddenly contracted. He was absolutely certain he could kill Chu Ji. But if he continues to fire, he will inevitably pierce through the banner that symbolizes the glory of Duke Windwhisper. Capturing the flag is for glory. But if he destroys this flag himself, all his achievements will be for naught. He might even be punished. In a split second, Bok made his decision. He roared and abruptly withdrew his deadly shot, instead using the gun barrel to block the incoming flag. Now! A terrifying glint flashed in Chu Ji's eyes. This is the moment he's been waiting for. As he threw out the flag, Chu Ji had already grasped his inherited spear once more. Without even glancing at Bok, he suddenly thrust the tip of his spear downwards, using all his strength to stab Bok's horse's foreleg. Put! Hiss! The warhorse let out a mournful cry that was extremely shrill. Its foreleg was pierced by the spear, and its high-speed body instantly lost its balance and fell heavily forward. Caught off guard, Bok was thrown off his horse like a cannonball, tumbling awkwardly for more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. The last remaining cavalryman was terrified and immediately reined in his horse. Now! Kill! Chu Ji let out a deafening roar. Without hesitation, he and his 8 remaining personal guards dismounted and launched a desperate charge towards Bok, who was dazed and confused, and the lone cavalryman. A bloody battle of extreme brutality thus broke out. Bok truly lives up to his reputation as a second-tier professional. Even with severe injuries, his combat prowess remains terrifying. He abandoned his lance and instead wielded his long sword, forcing Chu Ji to defend himself with all his might with every strike. Another cavalryman, fearless in the face of death, fought fiercely with 8 personal guards. Puff! One of the guards was unable to dodge in time and was beheaded by a cavalryman with a single sword stroke. Another guard roared and grabbed him from behind, only to have his heart pierced by the other's sword. The cost was severe. But after paying the price of 2 lives, the remaining guards managed to plunge several spears into the cavalryman's body. After resolving this problem, everyone immediately turned around and surrounded Bok. He traded his life for the injury. One of the guards took a blow from Bok's sword with his shield, and his entire arm was severed. But before he collapsed, he clung tightly to Bok's leg. Chu Ji seized upon this opening that had been created at the cost of his life. The spear of heritage in his hand unleashed its full power at this moment, like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, precisely piercing Bok's throat. The fierce glint in Bok's eyes slowly solidified, finally turning into a deathly silence. The battle is over. Chu Ji leaned on his spear, panting heavily. He looked back. Of the original 10 bodyguards, only 4 are still standing. The rest of them perished forever on this foreign land. The price of victory was incredibly heavy. Chu Ji remained silent for a moment, then stepped forward to check everyone's injuries. He then stripped the exquisite cavalry heavy armor from the corpses of Bok and the others. A set of cavalry armor like this could fetch at least 500 silver coins if sold. In addition, the only remaining intact warhorse became Chu Ji's new mount. After collecting the bodies of his fallen soldiers, Chu Ji embarked on his journey home. Chapter 41, Duke Ironhorn's Surprise. The western side of Sunset Plain. The Duke of Ironhorn's defenses are on the verge of collapse. The Windwhisper Legion's offensive was like wave after wave of relentless tides. They frantically pounded on the crumbling dam. A knight covered in blood staggered up to Duke Ironhorn. His face was filled with despair. Your Grace, we can't hold on any longer. The 3rd Battalion has been completely routed, and the 5th Battalion's position has also been breached. The main force of the Windwhisper Legion is closing in on us. Duke Ironhorn remained silent. He simply stared blankly at the approaching banner of the Windwhisperer in the distance, and at the arrogant figure riding a horse. His old rival, Duke Windwhisper. We lost. Everything is going according to the other party's script. Their proud Ironhorn Legion was almost powerless against this meticulously planned conspiracy. Duke Ironhorn gripped the giant axe in his hand tightly. Even if it means death, he will personally charge into battle and knock out one of the enemy's teeth. At the same time, inside Duke Windwhisper's central command tent, the atmosphere was quite different from that of the victory at the front. What did you say? Duke Windwhisper grabbed the wineglass in front of him and smashed it hard on the ground. The purple liquid, mixed with crystal shards, splattered all over the ground. His face was no longer filled with the triumph and composure he displayed on the battlefield, only twisted anger remained. A scout knelt on the ground, his body trembling like a leaf. He held something high in the air with both hands. It was a broken tip of a knight's lance, still stained with congealed dark red blood. Your Grace. Lieutenant Colin has sent an urgent report. The main camp's command flag has been captured. The knight Bach who went to pursue has been confirmed dead. This is the keepsake on his sword. The commander's flag has been seized. Bach is dead. Each word was like a heavy hammer blow, striking Duke Windwhisper's heart. His mind went blank, with only a buzzing sound in his ears. How is that possible? The rear camp was impregnable even if harassed by small groups of troops, such a thing could never happen. The commander's flag, that's the soul of the Legion. Moreover, Bach was his sharpest blade. A second-tier professional, dying in a chase? Useless. All of you are useless. Duke Windwhisper roared in fury and kicked over the tactical sand table next to him. The meticulously crafted model lay scattered on the ground, just like his chaotic state of mind. However, after the extreme anger, a chilling sensation rose from his tailbone and instantly spread throughout his body. He suddenly realized an even more terrible consequence. If that brute Ironhorn finds out about this, a victory that was already in hand can instantly turn into a complete and utter defeat. No! This must never be allowed to happen. A mad light flashed in Duke Windwhisper's eyes. He forced himself to calm down. The news had just arrived. Less than an hour had passed since the incident. That idiot Tejo is probably still in the dark. He must have thought he had the victory in his grasp. There's still a chance. This war must end before the news gets out. A bold and insidious plan quickly took shape in his mind. Duke Windwhisper straightened his robes, which were somewhat disheveled from the heat of his anger. He took a deep breath, and the ferocity on his face slowly faded. Instead, there is a kind of arrogance belonging to the victors, a compassionate but arrogant attitude. Prepare the horses. He calmly gave instructions to the guards outside the tent. I'm going to see our Duke Ironhorn. The Duke of Ironhorn is preparing to assemble his last personal guard for a desperate last stand. The Windwhisper Legion in the distance suddenly stopped their attack. The soldiers slowly retreated, making way for a passage. Duke Windwhisper rode his snow-white warhorse, accompanied only by 2 attendants, and slowly approached. He stopped 100 paces away from Duke Ironhorn, a fake smile on his face. Ironhorn, my old friend. Duke Windwhisper's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Should we continue fighting? Look at your soldiers, they are exhausted. Duke Ironhorn narrowed his eyes and remained silent. He couldn't figure out what this old fox was up to. I admit you are brave. But war is not about the bravery of one person. Duke Windwhisper shrugged, looking relaxed. For the sake of our past relationship, I'll give you a decent chance. Surrender now, and I can waive the ransom for the captured nobles, and I'm even willing to give you 20% ownership of that mine. Upon hearing this, the generals around Duke Ironhorn all showed expressions of shock and disbelief. Some people even showed signs of interest in it. At this point in the war, if you can save your life, you can also get a 20% share of the spoils. This is like a pie falling from the sky. Only the Duke of Ironhorn felt his doubts growing heavier. He understands the whispers of the wind all too well. This is a mean, ungrateful, and vindictive man. His style is to eliminate everyone without hesitation. He could never act out such a display of great compassion. Unless something happened that he doesn't know about. Something extremely unfavorable to Duke Windwhisper forced him to end the war immediately. Countless thoughts flashed through Duke Ironhorn's mind in an instant. But his face remained expressionless, and he only let out a rough snort. 20%? Do you think I'm a beggar? I haven't lost yet. Seeing his reckless appearance, Duke Wind Whisper was secretly delighted, thinking that he had taken the bait. Once you start bargaining, the deal is half done. Then what percentage do you want? Duke Fingyu asked, feigning magnanimity. We can talk. Duke Ironhorn slammed his giant axe into the ground with a loud clang. He pretended to be thinking seriously. Let me think about it. As he spoke, he secretly made a very subtle gesture to his adjutant behind him. The adjutant understood immediately and quietly slipped into the crowd. He has only one task. Immediately send people, at all costs, to investigate what exactly happened in King Fengio's camp. Chapter 42, The Duke's Reward. The veins on the Duke of Ironhorn's forehead throbbed violently. He stared intently at his old rival in the distance, whose face was full of a hypocritical smile. The more magnanimous Duke Windwhisper appeared, the deeper his unease grew. That old fox would never be so kind. What is it, my old friend? Duke Windwhisper's voice came again, with a hint of teasing, like a cat playing with a mouse. 30%, that's the most I can do. This is already the greatest sincerity I can offer. You should be content. The Wind Whisper Legion behind him began to slowly press forward again. The oppressive atmosphere made the nobles behind Duke Ironhorn even paler. Your Grace, please grant my request. If we keep fighting, we'll all die here. Duke Ironhorn ignored the noise behind him. The scouts he sent out have not yet returned. Just when he was about to despair, a commotion suddenly broke out on the distant horizon. Several small black dots are slowly moving towards the battlefield. Duke Windwhisper noticed it too, and he frowned. Judging from their disheveled appearance, they looked like defeated soldiers. A faint glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in the heart of the Duke of Ironhorn. As the black dots drew closer, everyone could see them clearly. Those were indeed several soldiers, dressed in rags and covered in blood. They supported each other, barely moving their feet. Among them was a huge, rolled-up, strip-shaped object. That thing is too big and too conspicuous. Shuji felt a burning pain in his lungs, as if they were on fire. He only had 4 personal guards left. But their hands gripped tightly the incredibly heavy bundle of flags on their shoulders. This is what they risked their lives to get back. It is the key to victory. Finally, they reached the front of the Duke of Ironhorn's army. Shuji raised his head and looked at Duke Fengyu in the distance, who was scrutinizing him with a condescending gaze. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. He let go. Boom! The huge banner slammed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shuji used the last bit of strength in his body to grab one end of the flagpole and suddenly flicked it upwards. Whoosh! The rolled-up flag was instantly unfurled. A huge banner embroidered with wings and storm emblems. The Wind Whisperer's banner. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The Duke of Ironhorn's army was first deathly silent, then erupted into a roar as powerful as a landslide. It's Wind Whisper's banner. Oh my God! They've taken over Wind Whisper's banner. We won! We won! All despair and exhaustion were washed away by ecstasy in this moment. The roar of victory, like tangible sound waves, crashed fiercely against the Wind Whisper Legion's formation on the opposite side. Duke Wind Whisper's smile froze. The mockery in his eyes disappeared. Instead, there was a somber and cold feeling of the plan's complete failure. He knew the flag had been captured, and he knew Bach had been killed in action. His reason for being here to negotiate was to end the war before the news reached Ironhorn's ears. But he lost the bet. The flag that represented his glory and military spirit was planted by the enemy on the front lines like a trophy. Panic, like a plague, spread rapidly through the Wind Whisper Legion. The commander's flag has been captured. The camp has been breached. Our homes have been ransacked. At this moment, morale completely collapsed. The army collapsed like a house of cards. The Wind Whisper Legion, which had been so powerful just moments before, completely collapsed in just a dozen breaths. The tide has turned. Duke Ironhorn recovered from his extreme shock, his face flushed with ecstasy. He grabbed the giant axe stuck in the ground and pointed it at Duke Windwhisper. Looks like you won't get even a tenth of that mine. Duke Fengyu's face darkened. Inside the Duke of Ironhorn's main tent, the lights were on. Cheers of victory continued to echo throughout the camp. Duke Ironhorn personally poured Shuji a glass of ale, his smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Good lad. You're truly my lucky star. He patted Shuji's shoulder hard, almost knocking Shuji off his feet. How did you do that? Tell me quickly. The other nobles in the tent looked at this recently unknown baron's illegitimate son with a complex mix of awe, curiosity, and jealousy. Shuji calmly recounted how he took advantage of the chaos, how he seized the flag, and how he was hunted down. Of course, he omitted the details about Laurent, and Duke Ironhorn was unaware that his illegitimate son had died at Shuji's hands. When everyone heard that he had actually managed to kill the most elite second-tier knights under Duke Windwhisper's command with his remaining troops, they were all filled with shock. "Madman," a nobleman muttered to himself. After listening, Duke Ironhorn remained silent for a long time, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Shuji had completely changed. It's no longer about admiring a wolf cub, but about recognizing a grown wolf. "What reward do you want?" Duke Ironhorn spoke, his voice extremely solemn. "You deserve the most credit for this battle. Any request you make, as long as it's within my power, I will grant it." The atmosphere inside the tent froze instantly, and all the nobles pricked up their ears. Upon hearing this, Shuji's heart stirred. This was precisely the purpose of his participation in the war. He bowed respectfully. "Your Grace, I wish to obtain the title of Baron." "That's it?" Duke Ironhorn raised an eyebrow. He then burst into laughter. "Good. For your merit, a baronial title is indeed well deserved. I can appoint you as a baron, and a baron with actual lands." Upon hearing this, the nobles behind Shuji all showed expressions of envy. However, the Duke of Ironhorn's next words changed the atmosphere. "However, my power is limited, and this fiefdom must be separated from my duchy. In other words, you need to swear allegiance to me and become a vassal under my Ironhorn." The tent fell silent immediately. Everyone could tell that the Duke was making no attempt to hide his intention to recruit them. Shuji's heart sank suddenly. He instantly understood the meaning behind it. However, the territory of the Ironhorn Duchy is located in the northern part of the kingdom and has been at war with the barbarian tribes of the north for many years. Becoming his vassal means that your territory will be the front line of war, and you will face brutal battles every year to defend the Duke against foreign enemies. For him, who needed a stable environment to develop his family and reproduce, that place was a giant meat grinder. This goes against his long-term plans. The title is tempting, but the price is too high. Seeing Shuji hesitate, Duke Ironhorn's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes deepened. "What? Is becoming my vassal a disservice to you?" The pressure was overwhelming. Shuji took a deep breath and bowed again. "It is my honor to serve His Majesty the Duke. However, I come from the Blackstone family, and as a lord, I have a duty to protect my people. I cannot abandon them and migrate to the far north." He did not directly say that the north was dangerous, but instead attributed the reason to the responsibility of the family and the territory. These words were perfectly worded, expressing both respect and a clear stance. Duke Ironhorn's face darkened visibly. He never expected that the olive branch he had extended would be rejected in public by an unknown young man. The temperature inside the large tent seemed to have dropped a few degrees. Just when the atmosphere reached its most tense point, Duke Ironhorn suddenly laughed again, breaking the silence. "Ha, what a good lord who is loyal to his family and cares for his people. Since that's the case, I won't force you to do anything against your will." He waved his hand, as if the unpleasantness from just now had never happened. "Although I cannot grant you a fiefdom, your merits deserve a reward." Duke Ironhorn gave instructions to the guards outside the tent. "I will grant you the title, and also, go and fetch 1,000 gold coins. Furthermore, select the 500 best sets of weapons and armor from our spoils of war and reward them to Lord Shuji. 1,000 gold coins. 500 sets of high-quality equipment." The nobles present were shocked once again. This amount was almost equivalent to the entire wealth of a small family. "Your Excellency is using money to make up for the regret of not being able to be granted a title." Soon, 2 large chests filled with gold coins, along with squads of soldiers carrying weapons and armor, entered the main tent. The gleam of the gold coins and the cold light of the equipment were so dazzling that it was hard to open one's eyes. Looking at the supplies in front of him, Shuji felt a mix of regret and surprise. With this huge sum of money and equipment, the strength of his Blackwater village will undergo a qualitative leap. "Thank you for your generous gift, Your Grace." He thanked them sincerely. Duke Ironhorn nodded in satisfaction. Then, everyone continued to revel in the joy of victory. Chapter 43, Recruiting a Mercenary Group. The war is over. The clamor of Sunset Plains fell silent with the defeat of Duke Windwhisper. At the Duke of Ironhorn's camp, the celebrations of victory lasted all night. The aroma of ale by the campfire, mixed with the smoky scent of roasted meat, filled the air, dispelling the bloody stench left by the war. The next morning, Chuji refused Duke Ironhorn's repeated attempts to persuade him to stay. He found Knight Gran and Knight Jocelyn, who were also preparing to set off. "Lord Chuji, are you really not going to consider the Duke's proposal?" The Grand Knight looked at Chuji with a hint of regret in his eyes. To retain this hero who turned the tide of the war, the Duke of Ironhorn offered such generous terms that many of the old Duke's vassals were envious. Chuji simply shook his head, a calm smile on his face. "I also have my own territory and people to protect. It is my honor to fight alongside you too this time." Knight Jocelyn looked on with emotion and patted Chuji on the shoulder forcefully. "To be honest, I never thought we could actually win. I never expected His Majesty the Duke to be so generous this time." His face was beaming with barely suppressed joy. Because of this achievement, his territory doubled in size, and he received a bounty enough for him to renovate the castle. The Grand Knight laughed and said, "My gains are about the same. This trip was definitely worthwhile." The group exchanged smiles. They all knew that the source of all this was the seemingly naive young man in front of them. After a brief farewell, Grant and Jocelyn, each with their own knights and squires, embarked on their journey back to their respective territories. Their backs were full of high spirits. Chuji watched them leave, then turned around to gather his men and supplies. However, in a corner of the camp, he saw a scene that stood out starkly from the surrounding celebratory atmosphere. Bard's mercenaries were silently packing their bags. They also received a substantial bounty, enough for any one of them to go home and start a decent business. But there was no joy on the faces of these weathered men. Instead, there was an indescribable desolation and confusion. Their souls seemed to have died in that dense forest along with the death of their commander, Bard. Chuji slowly walked over. "Everyone, where are we headed?" The mercenaries stopped what they were doing and looked up at Chuji with complicated expressions. A tall, one-armed mercenary with a missing arm stepped forward. He was Bud's second in command, and his name was Hacker. He gave Chuji a fairly standard chest-touching salute. "Lord Chuji." His voice was hoarse. "With the leader gone, the Mad Axe mercenary group is gone too. We're going to split the money and go our separate ways." They went their separate ways. These 4 words made Chuji's heart tremble slightly. He looked at these veterans, who were in their prime and had fought countless battles. They should have been the most valuable asset on the battlefield. Now they must scatter like bandits, perhaps joining other mercenary groups in the future to make a living, or simply becoming thieves. Involuntarily, the image of Bard's hearty face appeared in Chuji's mind. If it weren't for Bard and his men, who bought him even a brief respite, he would have been in trouble. He was probably already dead from Bok's pursuit. The flag cannot be brought back. The Duke of Ironhorn's army will be completely routed. And he, Chuji, will only become an unknown corpse in this war. Thinking of this, a strong impulse suddenly rose in Chuji's heart. He looked at Huck, and then at the dozens of dim eyes behind him. He took a deep breath and made a decision. This decision stemmed both from gratitude and from his own most pressing need. Of the 30 personal guards he brought with him, many were killed on the way to the retreat, leaving only 22 survivors. With such a generous reward from the Duke of Ironhorn, and so few people, the journey back would likely be dangerous. The mercenary group before us has been tested by blood and fire, and the 2 sides have cooperated before. Their loyalty and combat effectiveness are beyond doubt. They are the best source of recruits. I have a suggestion. Chuji's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every mercenary. If you have nowhere to go, why don't you work for me? Hark was stunned, and so were all the mercenaries behind him. They looked at each other, thinking they had misheard. Should we work for him? A noble lord was willing to take in a group of lowly mercenaries with no future. Hack's eyes flickered a few times, and he shook his head bitterly. Lord Chuji, thank you for your kindness. But we are just rough men who sell our lives for money. We can't afford to support them. Nobles kept private armies, which was extremely costly. The sheer number of people, dozens of them along with their daily food expenses, is staggering. Not to mention the maintenance and upgrading of equipment. Chuji smiled. He pointed to the mountain of weapons and armor, and several heavy chests of gold coins not far away. Money and equipment are the things I have plenty of right now. He stopped smiling, and his gaze became extremely serious. What I lack are trustworthy warriors like you. Commander Bard sacrificed himself to cover my death, and I, Chuji, will never forget this kindness. I cannot stand by and watch his brothers become homeless. These words struck the hearts of every mercenary like a heavy hammer. Some of the more emotional people already had slightly reddened eyes. Chu Ji continued. Follow me, and you will no longer be mercenaries. You will become my personal guard and protectors of my territory. You will receive stable housing, a generous salary, and the honor a soldier deserves. Your families will be under my protection. If you die in battle, I will provide compensation. Your children may study in my territory. Every word is incredibly alluring. The last sentence, in particular, made many mercenaries from humble backgrounds gasp for breath. What are they risking their lives for? Isn't it just that they want their descendants to have a better future than they did? Hak's one arm was trembling slightly. He recalled a phrase that Commander Bard often said before his death. That Lord Chu Ji is definitely not an ordinary person. He will surely achieve great things in the future. At the time, they all took it as drunken talk. Now it seems that the commander's judgment was more accurate than anyone else's. Thump! Huck suddenly knelt down on one knee and pounded his chest heavily with his only remaining arm. I, Hak, am willing to die for you. Behind him, the dozens of mercenaries did not hesitate at all. Splash! They threw away their luggage and the money bag that symbolized their farewell payment. They all knelt down on one knee in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if they had rehearsed it 1,000 times. We are willing to die for you, sir. A deafening roar echoed throughout the camp. The confusion and dejection from before were gone from his voice. Only a resolute and fervent spirit, like being reborn from the ashes. Looking at the army that had sworn allegiance to him, Chu Ji felt a surge of pride. Chapter 44, Zhu Xiong's Fear. The convoy was several times larger than when it left. The wagons, laden with weapons, armor, and chests of gold coins, moved slowly through the middle of the procession. The personal guard, which originally consisted of only 22 men, has now expanded to nearly 100. The newly joined mercenaries have donned the fine armor bestowed upon them by Duke Ironhorn, and their spirits have been completely renewed. They mingled with Chu Ji's veterans, creating a chilling atmosphere. When the group appeared on the horizon of Blackrock territory, the sentries on the city walls sounded the alarm. But soon, when they saw the familiar Blackrock family banner at the front of the procession, and the figure riding a black warhorse under it, the alarm turned into an incredulous exclamation. It's the second young master. Oh my God, the second young master is back. The news spread quickly. When Chu Ji's horse hooves stepped onto the drawbridge in front of Blackstone Castle, the castle gates were already open. Baron Blackstone himself, accompanied by his butler and a group of guards, stood at the door to greet them. This was an unprecedented honor for a son born out of wedlock. The Baron's gaze swept over the impressive army behind Chu Ji and the heavy supply wagons, his eyes filled with undisguised surprise and satisfaction. It's good that you're back. He took 2 steps forward and patted Chu Ji's shoulder heavily, his voice trembling slightly. This son, whom he had already given up on, gave him a tremendous surprise. Night. The banquet hall of Blackstone Castle was brightly lit. A grand celebration banquet is underway. Chu Ji became the absolute protagonist, with nobles and knights taking turns toasting him, their words filled with awe and flattery. In an inconspicuous corner of the banquet hall, Zhu Xiong sat alone, his face terribly gloomy. He downed glass after glass of strong liquor, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the figure surrounded by the crowd. The flames of jealousy burned fiercely in his chest. On what grounds? Why should a damned illegitimate son be able to obtain such a dazzling halo? The surrounding laughter and cheers seemed like a cruel mockery of him. After the banquet, Baron Blackstone called out to Chu Ji. Come with me to the study. The two walked one after the other through the quiet corridor and arrived at the castle's study. The door was closed, cutting off all outside sounds. The Baron lit the candle on his desk, the light illuminating his slightly tired yet excited face. It's a pity that you didn't become a vassal of the Duke of Ironhorn. The Baron's tone carried a hint of regret. However, His Excellency the Duke kept his promise. He took a rolled-up parchment from his pocket and handed it to Chu Ji. The royal heraldry has officially issued the document. From today onwards, you are Baron Chu Ji. Chu Ji took the parchment. It bears the double seals of the kingdom and the Duke of Ironhorn. This means that his title has been recognized by the kingdom and is no longer a temporary, empty title like the one in Blackwater Village that can be revoked at any time. Thank you, Father. Chu Ji thanked him sincerely, then took the long spear wrapped in cloth from his back and handed it over with both hands. Father, this is the family's heirloom gun, and now it is being returned to its rightful owner. Baron Blackstone took the spear, his fingers tracing its cold shaft, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He didn't hang it back on the wall, but instead placed it next to his desk. I have already sent someone at full speed to Silvermoon City with your war merits and title certificate. The Baron looked at Chu Ji and smiled. On behalf of the Blackrock family, I formally propose marriage to Earl Silvermoon. I think Earl Silvermoon should have no reason to refuse now. Chu Ji felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Evelyn's cool and beautiful face appeared in his mind. If all goes well, we should get a response within a month. The Baron continued. You should also start preparing. Early wedding matters cannot be taken lightly. I understand. Chu Ji nodded. I plan to return to Blackwater Village tomorrow to start setting up the territory and preparing for the wedding. Good. The Baron nodded in satisfaction and looked at the legacy spear leaning against the table. After your wedding, everything will be on track, and your future will be completely secure. Outside the study, a figure staggered and clung to the heavy oak door. It is Chu Xiong. He had drunk too much and was dizzy. The night wind blew him over, and he staggered here, just in time to see his father and Chu Ji enter the study. As if possessed, he moved closer. Alcohol numbed his senses, but it also amplified his unease and suspicion. He couldn't hear the complete conversation inside. Only a few fragmented words, like the whispers of the devil, slipped into his ears through the crack in the door. The legacy spear returned to its rightful owner. Officially, Baron Chu Ji. Propose marriage to Earl Silvermoon. After the wedding, everything, your future. These fragmented words, in Chu Xiong's brain filled with alcohol and jealousy, automatically pieced together a picture that terrified him the most. The father took the inherited spear. He was going to give it to Chu Ji. He's even proposed marriage to that bastard. After the wedding. After his wedding to the Countess, everything will belong to him. Titles, the spear of inheritance, the future of the family. What about me? What about me, the eldest son? An extremely cold chill instantly shot from the soles of Chu Xiong's feet to the top of his head, making the hairs on his body stand on end. He wasn't jealous. He was in despair. My father is going to give up on me completely. He wants to give everything that should belong to me to that bastard. On what grounds? Chu Xiong gritted his teeth, his nails digging deep into his palms, and he felt no pain as blood flowed out. He stared intently at the closed door, as if he could see the father inside who had taken everything from him. Anger and despair intertwined, brewing a black, destructive storm in his heart. A crazy and malicious thought, like a venomous snake, quietly emerged. Since you won't give it to me, then I'll take it myself. If only. As long as you die. Chapter 45, The First Daughter and the Army's Return. After a brief overnight stay at Blackrock Castle, Chu Ji led his now several times larger army toward Blackwater Village in a grand procession. The returning procession was quite different in spirit from the one that had come. Nearly 100 soldiers in fine armor escorted more than a dozen horse-drawn carts loaded with supplies. The wheels rolled on, kicking up clouds of dust. The heavy chests of gold coins and the mountains of weapons and armor silently testified to the fruitful results of this expedition. Hark and the newly joined mercenaries have all been equipped with brand new gear. They rode on horseback, their posture upright, the confusion and dejection on their faces completely gone. Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and belonging. When the team appeared on the horizon of Blackwater Village, the entire village erupted in excitement. The villagers, who were working in the fields, put down their farming tools. They rushed to the roadside to greet their lord's triumphant return with the utmost enthusiasm. The Lord has returned. My God, we've won the battle. Cheers erupted one after another. The children's smiling faces and the villagers' respectful gazes warmed the hearts of the soldiers who had just experienced blood and fire. This is the place they are protecting. Chu Ji did not linger at the village entrance. He dismounted, handed over command to Hack, and strode quickly toward the Lord's mansion. He had been away from home for too long, and his heart was already filled with several figures. Push opened the gate of the mansion. Two beautiful figures were waiting anxiously in the courtyard. It was Ella and Lena. Both of them had very large bellies and moved very carefully, clearly indicating that they were about to give birth. My lord! You're finally back. Upon seeing Chu Ji, the two sisters' eyes filled with tears, and they quickly went to greet him. Chu Ji quickly stepped forward to help them up. Walk slowly, don't rush. He felt the warmth of their bodies and a sense of peace welled up inside him. Ella grabbed his arm, her voice urgent yet joyful. My lord, Sister Cheshire, she has already given birth. Lena nodded vigorously beside her. It's a girl, and she's very cute. Shuji's heart skipped a beat. He could no longer care about anything else. He told the two of them to rest well, and then rushed straight to Cheshire's room. The room was filled with a faint milky scent. Cheshire was leaning against the headboard, her face glowing with maternal warmth. In her arms, she held an infant wrapped in soft fabric. Hearing footsteps, Cheshire looked up. When she saw that familiar yet somewhat haggard face, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. You're back. All those words can be summed up in just 4. Shuji stepped forward, sat on the edge of the bed, and held her hand tightly. His gaze immediately fell on the little life. It was a baby girl, as beautiful as a porcelain doll, sleeping soundly. Its small mouth was slightly open, emitting even breathing sounds. At that moment, all the weariness and killing intent brought by the war were instantly melted away. His heart was filled with nothing but endless tenderness and tranquility. Thanks a lot. Shuji's voice was a little hoarse. Cheshire shook her head and carefully handed the child to him. Give her a hug. Shuji stretched out his somewhat stiff arm and clumsily took his daughter. It's very light and soft. It was as if any force would hurt her. Looking at his daughter's sleeping face, his heart was filled with warmth, and a silly smile involuntarily appeared on his face. It's a girl, are you happy? Cheshire asked somewhat nervously. In this world, inheriting the family business is always the responsibility of boys. Happy? Of course I'm happy. Shuji answered without hesitation. Boys should inherit the family business and fight on the battlefield, while girls should be little princesses for life. He looked up at Cheshire and said earnestly. Let's name her Chuyu, like the moon, bright and gentle. Chuyu. Cheshire murmured the name, a happy smile spreading across her face. Shuji's heart stirred, and he silently recited a command, bringing up his daughter's attribute panel. Name, Chuyu. Level, LV0. Bloodline, Blackstone 15%. Occupation, none. Attributes, Strength 1, Constitution 2, Skill 1, Agility 1, Perception 1, Willpower 1. Talent, none. Blackstone bloodline 15%. This number caused Shuji's smile to freeze slightly. A concentration of 15% is only slightly higher than the threshold for becoming a low-level professional. Compared to the eldest son Chu Yang's bloodline concentration of 37%, it's worlds apart. An indescribable sense of loss instantly welled up in my heart. However, this feeling of loss lasted only a moment before he forcibly suppressed it. He looked at his daughter, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, completely unaware of anything, and couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. When did I become so greedy? The core of the many children, many blessings system lies in the word many. Quantity is the key. It's impossible to expect every child to be a prodigy. The fact that a genius like Chu Yang could emerge is already a huge surprise. What does it matter if my daughter is a little mediocre? Just like she said, it's nice to be a carefree little princess. Moreover, his own bloodline concentration is only 5%, so what right does he have to look down on a bloodline concentration of 15%? Having figured this out, Shuji's mind instantly became clear. He gently placed his daughter back next to Cheshire, lingered with his wife for a few more moments, and then got up to leave. After comforting Ella and Lena, who were also looking forward to giving birth, Shuji left the mansion. His expression had regained the dignity and composure of a lord. Hak had already led all his soldiers to line up and wait in the open space outside the mansion. The group of nearly 100 people stood silently, ramrod straight. They were all waiting for the Lord's instructions and rewards. Shuji's gaze slowly swept over each person. He saw the familiar veterans, and he also saw the new recruits with their fervent eyes. We achieved a great victory in this expedition. His voice clearly reached everyone's ears. I remember everyone's contribution. The spoils are in the car and will be distributed later according to merit. Excitement immediately shone in the soldier's eyes. However, Shuji changed the subject. However, we also have 12 brothers who were left forever on Sunset Plain. The atmosphere in the room instantly became heavy. Everyone lowered their heads. Their names will be engraved on the memorial stone in Blackwater Village and worshipped by all the villagers. Shuji's voice was strong and clear. Their family is my family. Hak. Your subordinate is here. Hak strode forward. Take 120 silver coins from the gold coin box. Come with me to bid farewell to our fallen brothers. 120 silver coins. Hack was stunned, and all the soldiers were stunned. Each fallen soldier will receive a compensation of 10 silver coins. That's 1,000 copper coins. This is enough to instantly transform an ordinary family into one of the wealthiest households within a radius of hundreds of miles. This is a huge undertaking. The veterans who originally belonged to the Mad Axe mercenary group were deeply shocked. They spent their entire lives as mercenaries and witnessed far too many life and death situations. If a comrade dies, receiving a few silver coins as a resettlement allowance is considered a sign of the commander's kindness. They had never even heard of a lord like Chu Ji who would spend such a huge sum of money to compensate the fallen soldiers. What they found even more incomprehensible was that the lord himself was going to handle such a matter. While they were still stunned, Huck had already retrieved the silver coins, the heavy money bag held in his one arm. Chu Ji did not say another word. He led the way to the village's residential area. The first one is veteran Carter. His wife was holding their child, who was not yet 2 years old, and waiting anxiously at the door of their home. When she saw that her husband was not among the approaching group, her face turned deathly pale. Carter, he. The woman's voice trembled. Chu Ji stopped and bowed deeply to her. I'm sorry, I couldn't bring him back. The woman's body went limp, and she almost collapsed to the ground. The villagers nearby quickly helped her up. Carter sacrificed himself to cover his comrades. He is a hero of Blackwater. Chu Ji's voice was extremely solemn. He took a money bag from Huck and handed it to the woman himself. This is the compensation he deserves, 10 silver coins. Furthermore, in the name of the Lord, I promise that from today onwards, the Blackwater village will be responsible for the livelihood of you, a widow and her orphan. Your child can attend school for free from now on. The cold gold coins and the warm promise left the woman, who was on the verge of collapse, stunned and frozen in place. All the soldiers following Chu Ji watched this scene in silence. Their hearts felt as if they had been struck hard by something. Especially the new recruits, their eyes have changed. The original fervor and awe have been supplemented by a new understanding called a scholar will die for one who understands him. A lord who is willing to treat your family so well after your death. A lord who truly treats you as family. It's worth risking my life for him. Chapter 46, True Feelings Are Priceless. The afternoons at Silvermoon Manor always have a perfectly languid feel to them. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the exquisite carpet. Evelyn sat on the soft couch by the window, but didn't turn a single page of the book in her hands for a long time. Her thoughts were somewhat wandering. Two maids were at the other end of the room, wiping a silver candlestick while talking in hushed tones. But even in the excessively quiet room, their whispers still reached Evelyn's ears without missing a single word. Have you heard? That businessman named Barto sent someone to deliver gifts again yesterday. How could I not have heard? I saw it with my own eyes when the box was brought in. It was a whole box full of South China Sea pearls. It was so dazzling it almost blinded me. Tsk tisk, he's really rich and powerful. I heard that the dowry he's willing to offer to marry our young lady is enough to buy another Silver Moon Manor. But isn't he a nouveau riche from a commoner background? I heard his father is old enough to be a prostitute, and his appearance is, well, let's just say it's not that he's good looking. So what? With money, what can't you buy? The Earl seems quite interested lately. That's true. If I marry into that family, I'll enjoy endless wealth and luxury. Evelyn could no longer hear what was said after that. Or rather, she didn't want to listen anymore. A wave of physical nausea rose in my throat. Bartorian merchants. She had heard of this name before. A speculator who made his fortune by reselling military rations had a terrible reputation among the nobility. He was vulgar, greedy, and extremely lecherous. The thought of possibly getting involved with a man like that sent a chill down Evelyn's spine. She clenched her fists involuntarily, her nails digging deep into her palms. Am I a commodity that can be clearly priced? For the sake of the family's interests, she was to be sold to someone she didn't even want to look at. She didn't want this immense wealth. Amidst my chaotic thoughts, a figure burst in without warning. The man who walked straight up to her at the wedding, amidst the mocking or disdainful gazes of everyone. Chu Ji. What did he say at that time? Evelyn still remembers it clearly. He said, Earl Silvermoon, I, Chu Ji, the second son of Baron Blackstone, request to marry your daughter, Miss Evelyn. When he said those words, his eyes were clear and firm. There was no fear in the slightest, nor any desire whatsoever. It's as if it's something that's taken for granted. He was clearly just a lord of a poor village, an illegitimate son who was not valued by his family. What gives him the right? What gave him the audacity to say such things in that situation? Evelyn didn't know. But she knew that at that moment, the man's image was like a brand, deeply etched into her heart. Compared to that money-grubbing Barto businessman, Shuji's figure appeared so clean. Even if he might only ever be a minor lord his whole life. Even if following him might mean living a frugal and impoverished life. Evelyn suddenly realized that she didn't care at all. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. The butler's voice rang out from outside the door, respectful yet carrying an unquestionable tone. "Miss, the Earl requests your presence in his study." "They've arrived." Evelyn's heart sank. She put down her book, straightened her slightly wrinkled skirt, and slowly stood up. The corridor leading to the study is not long. But today, Evelyn felt that every step she took was unusually heavy. The portraits of ancestors hanging on the walls on both sides of the corridor seemed to be focused on her, with scrutiny and pressure. She pushed open the heavy oak door. The study was dimly lit, and the fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, making a soft crackling sound. Her father, Earl Silvermoon, was not sitting behind his desk as usual. Instead, he stood with his back to her in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery outside. His silhouette looked somewhat desolate. "Father, you wanted to see me." Evelyn spoke softly. Earl Silvermoon slowly turned around. His face held a complex expression Evelyn had never seen before. There was weariness, scrutiny, and a hint of longing that she couldn't decipher. "Please sit down." The Count's voice was somewhat hoarse. He walked to the desk and picked up the two parchment scrolls on it. One copy is the marriage contract of the Barto Chamber of Commerce. He pushed one of the portions in front of Evelyn. He was willing to offer half of his family's liquid assets as a dowry and promised that the Silvermoon family's caravans would permanently have priority access to all of his trade routes. The Count spoke calmly, as if he were stating a transaction that had nothing to do with him. But Evelyn could tell that the terms were so generous that any lord would be tempted. Her heart sank little by little. "Another one." The Count picked up the second scroll and gently stroked the sealing wax stamp on it. "It's a marriage proposal from the Blackstone family. That kid named Shuji really did it. He is now a baron officially conferred by the Kingdom's Heraldry Academy. The Duke of Ironhorn endorses him, and his military achievements are enough to make him rightfully stand before me." Evelyn suddenly looked up, a look of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Did he do it? Did he really win a war and obtain the title of baron in just a few months? How is that possible? Earl Silvermoon took in his daughter's shock. He pulled out a chair, sat down, interlaced his fingers on the table, and stared intently at her. "Now, I'm giving you two choices. First, marry the Barto merchant. You will have inexhaustible wealth and live a luxurious life that all noble ladies would envy. The Silvermoon family will also benefit greatly from this marriage. Second." The Count paused, his voice becoming somewhat deep. "Marry that Baron Shuji. He has nothing now, his territory is barren, his future is uncertain, and he has offended Duke Fengyu. If you follow him, you may have a hard time, or even regret it." The study fell into a deathly silence. Evelyn looked at her father. She knew this was an ultimatum. Her choice will determine her life. Without the slightest hesitation. Even before the Count finished speaking, her answer had already slipped out. "I choose option 2. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was unusually firm. Earl Silvermoon seemed unsurprised. He just let out a long, long sigh. That sigh seemed to contain so much. There was regret, relief, and a faint, comforting smile. "I knew it." He leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting out the window, as if lost in distant memories. "Your mother faced the same choice back then. On one side is the eldest son of a duke who was richer than the country, and on the other side is me, a poor earl who has just inherited the title and whose territory is on the verge of bankruptcy. Just like you, she chose me without hesitation." Evelyn was stunned. My memories of my mother are already blurred. She had no idea that her parents had such a past. She had always thought that her father was a cold-blooded person who only cared about the interests of the family. "I won't stop you." Earl Silvermoon withdrew his gaze and looked at his daughter again, his eyes softening considerably. "I will prepare a generous dowry for you. That money will be enough for you to develop your territory steadily and live comfortably for 10 years. I will also give you the belongings left by your mother. But he then changed the subject. Besides that, the Silver Moon family will not provide you with any further assistance. You will have to walk your own path in the future. Evelyn's eyes were slightly moist. She stood up, faced her father, and performed a perfect curtsy, bowing her head deeply. Thank you, father. At that moment, the invisible barrier between father and daughter seemed to quietly melt away. She knew that this was the last and best blessing her father could give her. Stepping out of the study, the afternoon sun was still warm. Evelyn looked up and squinted at the sky. The sky, which was originally gray, now looked so blue and so vast. Her future will be the same. Chapter 47, Evelyn's Secret. A fast horse galloped into the territory of Blackwater Village, kicking up dust. The messenger on horseback held aloft a scroll of parchment sealed with sealing wax, bearing the emblem of the Silvermoon family. Count Silvermoon's reply has arrived. Shuji opened the envelope. The contents of the letter were concise and to the point. Earl Silvermoon agreed to the marriage. The wedding date is set for 1 month from now. Shuji was instantly enveloped in immense joy, but this was quickly followed by the pressure of reality. That's the Count's daughter. Even if Evelyn and her father don't mind, the wedding can't be too shabby. This is not only a matter of his own reputation, but also of the reputation of Earl Silvermoon. At the very least, it should be a standard aristocratic wedding banquet. The venue, food, drinks, and the lavish hospitality for guests, each item represents a huge expense. Shuji took stock of the funds he had on hand. He had another purpose for the 1,000 gold coins that the iron-blooded Duke had bestowed upon him. Gold coins were rarely used in the market and could only be used in the royal city. The remaining money is barely enough to cover daily expenses, let alone enough to host a decent wedding. After much deliberation, Shuji set his sights on the spoils of war. After the iron-blooded Duke bestowed upon him 500 sets of fine equipment, he still had more than 300 sets left after re-equipping his personal guard. These equipment are just gathering dust in the warehouse. It's better to exchange them for gold coins. He immediately wrote a letter and sent it to Blackrock Castle. The power of the Blackrock Baron far surpasses that of this newly promoted Baron. Having the father handle the disposal of this batch of equipment would not only fetch a good price, but also avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. The Blackstone Baron's reply and the gold coins arrived almost simultaneously. The father didn't say much in the letter, only telling him that the money had been delivered and that he should go ahead and do his job without disgracing the Blackstone family. With this huge sum of money, Shuji felt more confident. The entire Blackwater village was gearing up for the upcoming wedding. The villagers spontaneously cleaned up every corner of the village, their faces beaming with joy. Hack and his men cleared a large open space outside the village and built a huge banquet tent that could accommodate hundreds of people using freshly felled timber. Large quantities of ale, meat, and various exquisite fabrics and decorations were continuously transported from nearby towns. In the midst of our busy schedules, a month has passed in the blink of an eye. On the wedding day, wearing a brand new formal suit and riding the magnificent warhorse he had captured, Shuji personally led his 50 most elite guards to greet the bride. On the official road 5 miles away from Blackwater Village, he saw Evelyn's wedding procession. It was a much larger force than he had imagined. More than 200 fully armed silver-armored guards were protecting more than a dozen carriages. The leading middle-aged nobleman rode a tall, pure white warhorse. His face bore a resemblance to Evelyn's, but his expression was cold and imposing. It was Earl Silvermoon. Shuji stepped forward and saluted. Earl Silvermoon simply nodded, his gaze passing over him and landing on the small village in the distance, whose outline he could only see. As the group slowly arrived at the entrance of Blackwater Village, Earl Silvermoon's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Although the village was cleaned up and decorated with ribbons and flowers everywhere. But the rammed earth walls, the low houses, and the faded clothes on the villagers' bodies all silently testify to the poverty of this place. The Count remained silent. He simply gave the captain of the guard behind him a wink. The captain of the guard understood immediately, spurred his horse forward, and issued a series of commands to the 200 guards behind him. Clang! The sound of swords being drawn in unison echoed through the sky. 200 silver-armored guards began practicing military formations in an open space outside the village. Their steps were synchronized, and their momentum was overwhelming. A chilling, murderous aura instantly enveloped the entire village. The villagers who came to attend the wedding were so frightened by the spectacle that they turned pale and retreated. Chushi's personal guards, on the other hand, all had flushed faces, gripped their weapons tightly, and their eyes were filled with resentment and anger. This is a show of force. Earl Silvermoon was using this method to vent his dissatisfaction with his daughter's marriage down, and it was also a warning. Chuji understood. He didn't get angry, he simply waved his hand calmly, signaling his men to remain calm. He dismounted, walked to Earl Silvermoon's horse, and said sincerely, "My lord, I understand your concerns. Blackwater Village is indeed impoverished now, but I assure you, I, Chuji, will cherish Evelyn with my whole life and will never let her suffer the slightest grievance or hardship. Today's Blackwater Village is not worthy of her. But the Blackwater Village of the future will surely become a territory that she can be proud of." Earl Silvermoon looked down at him and remained silent for a moment. Finally, he slowly waved his hand. The suffocating military drills outside the village came to an abrupt halt. "I hope you remember what I said today." The Count's voice remained cold. The wedding began. Under the guidance of the priest of the wedding god, Chuji and Evelyn exchanged vows. The moment Chuji put the ring on Evelyn's finger, he saw tears in her eyes, not tears of sadness, but of joy and determination. The subsequent banquet was a great success, with both hosts and guests enjoying themselves immensely. Amidst the villagers' good-natured laughter and blessings, Chuji led Evelyn back to their bridal chamber. The room wasn't big, but Ella and Lena had decorated it to be exceptionally cozy. The red candlelight illuminated Evelyn's exquisite face, making her appear even more shy. Chuji felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He gently stepped forward and took his wife's hand. However, just as he was about to lean down and kiss her, Evelyn reached out and gently placed her hand against his chest. "Chuji, please wait a moment." Her voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable solemnity. Chuji stopped what he was doing, somewhat puzzled. Evelyn looked up and met his gaze, her clear eyes filled with complex emotions. "Before we become a real couple, I have to tell you something. A most important secret about me." She took a deep breath, as if using all her strength. "After you hear this, you can decide whether you still want me." Chapter 48, Elven Bloodline. The room was very quiet. The flickering light of the red candle cast their shadows on the wall, elongating them and intertwining them. Chuji looked at his wife with some confusion. Evelyn's hand was still gently placed against his chest, her palm slightly cool and trembling almost imperceptibly. Her gaze darted away, avoiding his eyes. Her long eyelashes cast a shadow in the candlelight. "What's wrong?" Chuji asked softly, assuming it was the girl's shyness. Evelyn didn't answer. She just slowly shook her head, then took a deep breath, as if using all her strength, before finally raising her head to meet Chuji's gaze. Those clear eyes no longer held shyness, but rather a resolute determination bordering on tragic. "Chuji." She called his name again, her voice hoarse. "Do you know why father initially preferred to marry me off to a disreputable merchant rather than have me marry into another noble family?" Chuji paused for a moment. He had indeed thought about this question. Evelyn's beauty, even in this world with its distorted aesthetics, is enough to make any man's heart flutter. Her family background is impeccable. However, she seemed to be isolated within aristocratic circles. "Because I am not purely human." When Evelyn said those words, her body was ramrod straight, like a prisoner awaiting trial. "The blood of other races flows in my veins." Chuji's pupils contracted slightly. He understood everything in an instant. In a world where humans universally believe in a human god and revere humanity, any mixing of blood with that of other races is considered a form of pollution and betrayal. It might be okay among ordinary people. But among the aristocratic class who prided themselves on their noble lineage, this was almost an unforgivable original sin. No wonder Earl Silvermoon was so helpless. No wonder Evelyn always had a lingering sense of inferiority in her eyes when faced with harassment from those noblemen. "For this reason, I cannot receive the blessing of the god of humanity like other pure-blooded humans." Evelyn gave a bitter smile as she extended her pale wrist. "I cannot summon my own attribute panel. For nobles, a descendant who cannot demonstrate the purity of their bloodline and talent is worthless, even a disgrace. That's why my father, in desperation, accepted the marriage proposal from that Barto merchant. Only commoners wouldn't care about such things." After saying all this, Evelyn seemed to have all her strength drained away. She closed her eyes and waited for Chuji's reaction. She had prepared for the worst. Perhaps it was disgust, perhaps it was anger, or perhaps it was a cold interrogation. However, all she received was silence. This silence made her more uneasy than any accusation. She dared not open her eyes. She was afraid to see the face she loved so deeply reveal her deepest fears. But she didn't know that at this moment, Shuji was not feeling disgust, but rather a storm of emotions. Unable to access the attribute panel? That was merely a blessing from the god of mankind. My system is not subject to this restriction. Shuji's heart stirred, and he immediately murmured a phrase. System, scan Evelyn's attributes. The next second, a pale blue virtual panel that only he could see clearly appeared above Evelyn's head. Name, Evelyn Silvermoon. Bloodline, Elf 20%. Elven bloodline. A full 20% concentration. Shuji's heart skipped a beat. A bloodline concentration of 20% is not quite at the 25% threshold for intermediate professionals, but it's not far off. This is hardly a shameful mixed bloodline. This is clearly a rough gem, uncarved and unpolished. Shuji almost burst out laughing. The people in this world are practically begging for food while holding a golden rice bowl. What does the elven bloodline represent? It represents innate agility and perception, and an innate magical talent. And that stunningly beautiful face, that's where the secret lies. His gaze toward Evelyn changed instantly. It was the kind of fervor a hunter feels when he sees a priceless treasure. Marrying her was the best deal I've ever made in my life. Are you trying to get rid of me? Evelyn's trembling voice pulled Shuji back from his ecstasy. Her eyes remained tightly closed, and her face was as pale as paper. Looking at her vulnerable and helpless state, Shuji's burning passion slowly subsided, replaced by an indescribable pity. He reached out and gently took Evelyn's hand, which was blocking her way. Then, with his other hand, he gently stroked her cheek. Evelyn's body trembled violently, and she finally couldn't help but slowly open her eyes. What she saw was not disgust, nor anger. Instead, they were eyes warmer than candlelight and brighter than stars. Those eyes were filled with heartache and earnestness. Evelyn. Shuji stared at her, speaking each word with perfect clarity. Listen, I don't care whether your bloodline is human, elf, or any other race. For me, the standard for judging a person has never been his origin or lineage. It is his character and conduct. He gripped her hand tightly, his voice firm and resolute. I assure you that as long as you abide by human laws, uphold human morality, and do not do anything to harm humanity, then in my territory, under my protection, you are not some so-called demi-human. You are just my wife, the Lord's wife of Blackwater Village, and the person I, Shuji, am willing to protect with my whole life. Silence fell over the study once again. Evelyn stared blankly at Shuji, her mind completely blank. She had imagined countless possibilities. The best outcome might be that Shuji, out of consideration for the Silver Moon family, would reluctantly accept her, but from then on, he would harbor resentment towards her and remain cold and distant. She never imagined that what she would hear would be like this. This is not a perfunctory response, nor is it a consolation. It is a man's most solemn and steadfast vow to his wife. A powerful surge of warmth instantly broke down the last line of defense in her heart. That cold barrier, built from childhood by discrimination based on bloodline and by indifference and pretense, collapsed at this moment. Tears, which could no longer be held back, streamed down my face. She threw herself into Shuji's arms and cried loudly like a wronged child. He released all the anxiety, fear, and grievances he had accumulated over the years. Shuji didn't say anything, he just held her quietly, letting her tears soak his dress. He knew that from this moment on, this girl, who appeared cold on the outside but was soft on the inside, truly belonged to him completely. After a long while, the crying gradually subsided. Evelyn raised her tear-streaked face, her eyes red from crying, and stared at him intently. She didn't say anything, but instead, she stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips. The red candles flickered, and spring was in full bloom. Chapter 49, The Death of Baron Blackstone. The wedding banquet in Heishui village lasted until late at night. Inside the huge banquet tent, the bonfire was burning brightly. The singing and the aroma of ale blended together, creating a joyful atmosphere. The atmosphere at the main table was equally lively. Baron Blackstone and Earl Silvermoon, two fathers with completely different identities and personalities, seemed like old friends at this moment. They drank one glass of strong liquor after another. The coldness on Earl Silvermoon's face was no longer present when he first arrived. He raised his glass and said to Baron Blackstone with some emotion, "To be honest, I didn't think much of you as my son at first." His voice was quite loud, attracting the attention of those around him. A lord from a poor, remote place, a son of a concubine who was not valued by his family, I'm really afraid Evelyn will suffer with him. Baron Blackstone just chuckled and didn't refute. but today, I saw it. Earl Silvermoon's gaze swept over the villagers who were laughing heartily. He swept his gaze over the soldiers who were filled with fanatical worship of Chu Ji. Although this place is poor, everyone's eyes shine with light. He has few men, but every one of them is a warrior willing to die for him. Earl Silvermoon turned around and slammed his hand heavily on the table. You've raised a good son. He's much stronger than us old folks. I'm not worried about Evelyn with him. Hearing this heartfelt praise, Baron Blackstone puffed out his chest even more. An indescribable sense of pride rose from the bottom of his heart, making him glow with pride. Ah, my son, of course he's great. He laughed loudly and drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. However, after his initial excitement, he couldn't help but think of his eldest son, Chu Xiong. A hint of regret flashed across his eyes. That almost inaudible sigh was quickly drowned out by the surrounding laughter and cheers. As night deepened, the guests gradually dispersed. Baron Blackstone refused Chu Ji's offer to stay and prepared to return to his castle. There's still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with in the castle. He walked up to Chu Ji, patted him on the shoulder one last time, his eyes full of relief and entrustment. Treat Evelyn well, and manage your territory well too. After saying that, he led his dozen or so guards, mounted his horse, and disappeared into the night. Chu Ji stood at the village entrance, watching his father's figure disappear at the end of the road. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had felt such genuine fatherly love and recognition. He turned and went back to the Lord's mansion, back to the bridal chamber filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Evelyn had finished bathing and was waiting for him. Nothing was said that night. However, when the morning sun of the next day had just begun to illuminate Blackwater village, a rapid, frantic sound of hooves shattered the tranquility of the village. My lord! Something terrible has happened. A guard from Blackrock Castle, covered in blood, tumbled off his horse. He stumbled and crawled toward the Lord's mansion, his face filled with fear and despair. Your Excellency! Your Excellency the Baron! He was attacked on his way back to the city. Boom! This news struck Chu Ji like a bolt from the blue. His mind went blank. Attacked? In one's own territory? How is that possible? Where is he? How is father? Chu Ji grabbed the guard by the collar, his eyes bloodshot. It's on Maple Slope to the west, sir, please go and take a look. The guard's voice was choked with sobs. Chu Ji didn't have time to think much, and didn't even have time to explain to Evelyn, who had just woken up. He rushed out of the mansion, mounted his horse, and galloped wildly towards Maple Forest Slope. Hack and dozens of his personal guards also mounted their horses and followed closely behind. They sped along at breakneck speed. When Chu Ji arrived at Fanglinpo, the scene before him made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. In the middle of the road, the corpses of several Blackstone family guards lay scattered in pools of blood. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mixed with the morning mist, making one want to vomit. Several stray war horses were pawing the ground restlessly nearby. Chu Ji dismounted and staggered toward the center of the mess. There, he saw that familiar figure. Baron Blackstone. His father. He lay there quietly on the ground, several arrows stuck in his body. There was a huge hole in his chest, as if he had been pierced by some kind of heavy weapon. The ground beneath him was stained crimson with blood, turning it dark and somber. Those eyes, which were full of pride and satisfaction yesterday, now stared blankly at the sky, devoid of any light. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Chu Ji felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The pain was so intense I couldn't breathe. He slowly knelt down beside his father's body. She reached out, wanting to close his eyes, but found her hands trembling uncontrollably. Father! A hoarse, low call escaped his throat. We were drinking together yesterday, and I patted him on the shoulder, telling him to do a good job. Today, however, it has become a cold corpse. A surge of rage and murderous intent exploded within him. Who is it? Who did this? Just then, a series of rapid hoofbeats and footsteps came from the other end of the road. There are quite a few people. Hack and his guards immediately gripped their weapons, shielding Chu Ji behind them, and warily looked in the direction from which the sound came. A moment later, a group of nearly 100 people appeared in the morning mist. They flew the Blackstone family's banner, their military bearing impeccable, exuding a murderous aura. The leader, riding a tall horse, was none other than Chu Xiong. His face showed anxiety and concern, as if he had been searching all night. Chu Ji slowly stood up, his scarlet eyes fixed on his elder brother. Upon seeing the tragic scene, Xu Xiong's expression changed drastically, and he immediately spurred his horse to come over. He dismounted and rushed forward. "Father!" His voice was filled with just the right amount of astonishment and grief. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, then at Chu Ji, who was radiating murderous intent. The next second, the grief on Xu Xiong's face was instantly replaced by a twisted, righteous anger. He suddenly raised his hand, pointed at Chu Ji, and let out a deafening roar. "Chu Ji! You beast! How dare you murder your father?" This accusation was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. Huck and his guards were all stunned. Chu Ji stared at Xu Xiong in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. He murdered his father? Xu Xiong gave him no time to react. He turned to face the nearly 100 guards he had brought, his voice filled with grief and indignation. "You all saw it. My father left last night and did not return all night. I was extremely anxious and brought people to meet him, only to find such a terrible scene. And this unfilial son, he's right here. Last night at the banquet, he was the last one to stay with my father. He has been coveting the family's title and wealth for a long time. Now, he has become even more depraved, murdering our father for his own ambition." Xu Xiong's acting was superb. His words were delivered with tears in his eyes and were incredibly moving. The castle guards who followed him were unaware of the truth of the matter. Seeing the baron's corpse and Chu Ji standing beside it, the scales in his heart instantly tipped. "Take him down. Avenge my father." Xu Xiong drew his long sword, the tip pointing directly at Chu Ji. "My father's body is barely cold. We must not let the murderer go unpunished." Splash! Nearly 100 guards drew their weapons in unison, took a step forward, and surrounded Chu Ji and his dozens of personal guards. The somber atmosphere froze instantly. "You're talking nonsense!" Hark roared, wielding a knife with his one arm, and stood in front of Chu Ji. "How could my lord do such a thing? You must have framed me." "Frame?" Xu Xiong sneered, his eyes looking at him as if he were a dead man. "With witnesses and physical evidence all presented, are you still trying to deny it?" He pointed at the corpse on the ground, then at Chu Ji. "I ask you, did father leave last night with only a dozen or so guards? But you have dozens of elite soldiers under your command. I'll ask you again, why was father murdered on Blackwater Village's territory, while you, the lord, were unharmed and appeared here immediately? Guards of the Blackrock family. Are you still going to aid and abet the evildoer and protect the murderer who killed your lord?" Every word Xu Xiong uttered was like a knife, each one piercing the heart. The guards behind him looked even more determined and furious. Chu Ji looked at his brother, who was distorting the truth and acting more convincingly than the real person, and trembled with anger. He finally understood everything. This is a trap. A deadly trap that had been set up from the moment the father left Blackwater Village. He killed his father and then framed himself. If he were from Xu Xiong, he could rightfully inherit the title and clear away all obstacles. Such ruthless methods. Xu Xiong. Chu Ji's voice was hoarse, yet unusually cold, as if it came from the deepest hell. "You'll regret this." "Regret? You're the one who should be regretting it." Xu Xiong's face was contorted with rage, and he no longer bothered to pretend. He raised his long sword high and gave his final command. "Blackrock Guard, listen to my command. Kill him. Avenge the Baron." Chapter 50, Failed Frame Up. Shouts of battle suddenly rang out. The nearly 100 guards behind Xu Xiong, like beasts released from their cages, raised their weapons and pressed forward. The chilling creaking of armor clashing together filled the air. "Protect the Lord." Huck, wielding a knife with only one arm, let out a deafening roar. Without the slightest hesitation, the dozens of guards behind him instantly formed a tight shield formation, firmly protecting Chu Ji and the Baron's corpses in the center. There was no fear in their eyes, only the raging anger ignited by betrayal and false accusation. "A bunch of mercenaries who don't know their own mortality dare to stop my Blackstone family from cleaning up its own house?" Xu Xiong's face was filled with a ferocious sense of pleasure. "Charge them. Whoever kills Chu Ji, I will knight him." Enticed by the generous reward, the guards' breathing became heavy, and their eyes gleamed with greed. "You dare!" Hack slammed the knife into the ground, his scarlet eyes fixed on Xu Xiong. "Anyone who wants to harm our lord will have to step over my dead body first." "Step over it." His guards behind him roared in unison, their voices echoing through the forest. The two sides were on the verge of a bloody battle. Chu Ji slowly stood up. He didn't look at the approaching guards, or even pay attention to Hack, who was blocking his way. His bloodshot eyes were calm, fixed intently on Chu Xiong. There was no anger, no sadness in those eyes. There was only a bottomless abyss, cold enough to freeze the soul. Just then, a distant and majestic horn sounded without warning from the end of the official road. Woohoo! The voice seemed to possess a strange magic, causing everyone in the room to pause in their actions. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. In the morning mist, a dazzling silver light is rapidly approaching. That was a cavalry unit. A cavalry unit completely different from the Blackrock family guards. They wore uniform bright silver full-plate armor, their helmets decorated with moon-white feathers, and their warhorses were clad in light chainmail. At the very front of the procession, a flag embroidered with a crescent moon and stars fluttered in the wind. The Silver Moon family. This cavalry unit was small, numbering only about 100 men. But the moment they appeared, their elite, solemn, and unified aura pressed down on everyone's hearts like an invisible mountain. They ignored both sides in the standoff and went straight to the center of the field. Splash! The well-trained cavalry parted to the sides, making way for them. Earl Silvermoon rode out slowly on his pure white warhorse. His gaze swept across the entire area, finally settling on the cold corpse on the ground. His brows furrowed deeply. Chu Ji. The Count looked at the young man whose back was to him. Chu Ji slowly turned around. Your Excellency! What happened here? Earl Silvermoon's voice was cold, carrying an unquestionable air of authority. Before Chu Ji could speak, Chu Xiong preemptively bowed to Earl Silvermoon with a noble salute, his face once again bearing that expression of utter grief. Your Excellency, you've come at the perfect time. My father, Baron Blackstone, was murdered by this heartless and rebellious son on his way back to the city. I am going to bring this murderer to justice on the spot and avenge my father. Earl Silvermoon didn't look at him, but instead gave orders to the captain of the guard behind him. Go, examine the Baron's body. Yes. A silver-armored guard immediately dismounted, strode forward, and carefully examined the Baron's wounds. A moment later, he returned to the Count's side and reported in a low voice. Sir, the wounds are penetrating from heavy blunt force trauma, as well as several arrow wounds, all standard military procedures. The fatal wound is the blow to the chest. Earl Silvermoon nodded, his icy gaze finally settling on Chu Xiong's face. You said that your father was killed by Chu Ji. We have both witnesses and physical evidence. Chu Xiong said, head held high, looking righteous and confident. Then hand over both the witnesses and the physical evidence. The Count said calmly. Then, everyone stayed put and waited for the kingdom's judge to come and investigate. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xiong's expression changed instantly. His original plan was to kill Chu Ji immediately, so that there would be no way to prove anything. Then, they used money and power to settle everything that followed. If we really wait for the adjudicator to arrive, things could get complicated, and who knows what they might find out. No! Chu Xiong blurted it out without thinking. Realizing his lapse in composure, he quickly tried to cover it up. My lord! It's not that I don't trust you. He looked around and spoke loudly to the Black Stone Guards and the Earl's personal guards. However, you are Chu Ji's father-in-law. This matter involves the heinous crime of patricide and the theft of a title. If you were to handle it, I'm afraid it would be difficult to gain the respect of the people. His words were extremely malicious. This immediately placed Earl Silvermoon on suspicion of favoritism and corruption. The guards behind the Count immediately showed anger on their faces. Even the air seemed to tense up. However, Earl Silvermoon showed no emotion on his face. He seemed completely oblivious to Chu Xiong's offense. He simply looked calmly at Chu Xiong, at this young man who, in his eyes, was like a clown. Then, he slowly began to speak. What you said makes sense. Everyone was stunned. Chu Xiong was even more astonished. He hadn't expected the Earl to admit his doubts. I am indeed Chu Ji's father-in-law. To avoid suspicion, I should not get involved in this matter. Earl Silvermoon's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. In that case, let's have someone whom everyone can trust, someone who is absolutely impartial, handle this matter. He reined in his horse and looked up at the sky. I will immediately send someone to the nearest city to invite the bishop of the Church of the God of Justice in the name of my Silver Moon family. Let the agents of the gods personally investigate the Baroness' death and find the real culprit. I think no one will question the priest's judgment, right? God of Justice. Lord Bishop. These words struck Chu Xiong like bolts of lightning. The color drained from his face instantly. His mind went blank, with only a buzzing sound in his ears. He never expected that Earl Silvermoon would resort to such a tactic. That's a bishop from the temple. He held a prestigious position and was known for his impartiality and ruthless methods. His own flawed scheme of framing others was utterly ineffective against the divine judgment techniques of the temple, which could directly interrogate the soul. Chu Xiong's heart sank into an abyss in an instant. He knew he had already lost. From the moment the Count uttered the words God of Justice, he had already lost everything. He looked at Earl Silvermoon's expressionless face, and a chill that went straight to his bones spread throughout his body. He finally realized how laughable his little bit of cleverness was in front of this shrewd and calculating old nobleman. How? Earl Silvermoon's voice rang out again, like a final judgment, shattering Chu Xiong's last glimmer of hope. Don't you even trust the bishop of the God of Justice? This huge accusation is enough to crush the entire Blackstone family to pieces. Chu Xiong's body trembled violently. He could feel all the guards' eyes focused on him. Some were brought by him, and some were brought by Earl Silvermoon. If he dared to say no, he would probably be killed on the spot for blasphemy, even before the bishop arrived. He squeezed out the words, one by one, through gritted teeth. I, of course, trust him. He lowered his proud head, his eyes filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. He dared not look at Chu Ji again. He knew that this time, not only had he failed to kill his opponent, but he had also pushed himself to the edge of a cliff. No. We absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait to die. Even traveling by fast horse to the nearest city, it would take at least 2 or 3 days to go there and back. This is my last chance. We must find another way before the bishop arrives. We must find a way to make it impossible for Chu Ji to recover. In Chu Xiong's mind, one wicked scheme after another began to be frantically devised. Chapter 51, The Final Poisonous Scheme. The wind on Maple Forest Slope carried a biting chill. Chu Xiong led his nearly 100 guards and hastily retreated. Their initial arrogance has long since vanished. Only a deathly silence remained, along with the lingering confusion and fear on the soldiers' faces. Chu Xiong's face was as pale as paper. The Silver Moon Earl's final, icy gaze haunted him like a nightmare. Bishop of the God of Justice. How dare he? How could he have thought of using this trick against me? That's not a judge, that's an agent of the gods. Before the divine power of judgment, any lie will be torn to shreds. Their so-called witness testimony and physical evidence were fragile and easily destroyed under the power of the temple. It's over. Everything is over. Chu Xiong's heart sank to the bottom of a cold valley. He could feel that the gazes cast upon him by the soldiers behind him were no longer filled with respect and admiration, but rather with suspicion and scrutiny. This force, which he cherished like an arm, is growing increasingly disloyal. Once the bishop arrives and the truth is revealed, he will no longer be the heir to the Blackrock family. He was a traitor who murdered his father. He would be stripped of his noble status and hanged on the castle gallows. No. This must not be done. He gripped the reins tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. He still has time. Even at top speed, it would take a day to get from here to the nearest city. A round trip takes 2 or 3 days. This is his last chance. He must find a way to completely turn the tide during this period. Blackstone Castle. Inside a secluded room, candlelight flickered. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Chu Xiong sat in the main seat, his gloomy face appearing somewhat distorted in the flickering firelight. 3 young men were sitting to his left and right. They were all Chu Xiong's classmates at the prestigious academy and were key participants in this patricide plot. At this moment, the faces of all 3 people were filled with fear and unease. It's over, Chu Xiong, we're completely finished this time. A slightly overweight young nobleman broke the silence first, his voice trembling with tears. The bishop of the God of Justice, how could we possibly hide it from him? It's all your fault. I told you long ago, just kill Chu Ji right there at Fenglinpo, then there would be no way to prove it. But you had to put on that frame-up act. Another gaunt young man couldn't help but complain as well. Now look what's happened. We've attracted Earl Silvermoon. Things have gotten out of control. Shut up. Chu Xiong slammed his fist on the table and roared. His bloodshot eyes swept over the 3 men, and the fierce look in his eyes silenced the 2 complaining youths instantly. What's the point of saying all this now? The choice is yours, either wait to die here, or find a way to survive. Silence fell once again in the secret room. A sense of despair spread like a plague. After a long silence, the third young man, a man named Gray, slowly raised his head. His expression was the calmest among the four. Perhaps we have another way. His voice was soft, yet it was like a pebble thrown into stagnant water, causing Chu Xiong and the other two to abruptly raise their heads. Explain. A glimmer of hope flashed in Chu Xiong's eyes. Gray did not answer immediately. He stood up and paced around the secret room, as if organizing his thoughts. Why is Earl Silvermoon helping Chu Ji? Just because Chu Ji is his son-in-law? Don't be ridiculous. For old foxes like them who have lived for decades, their daughter's happiness is far less important than the interests of the family. Gray's analysis made Chu Xiong fall into deep thought. That's right. If Earl Silvermoon really cared about his daughter that much, he wouldn't have agreed to that bet in the first place. There is only one reason why the Earl would intervene. A glint of light flashed in Gray's eyes. That is, helping Chu Ji is more beneficial to him than helping us. Chu Ji has been recruited by the Duke of Ironhorn, and his future potential is limitless. The Earl is making a venture capital investment. Since it's an investment, we need to look at the returns. What Chu Jining gave him was a vague and uncertain future. And we can give him real benefits. Benefits so great that he can't refuse them. Chu Xiong's breathing became rapid. He understood. He fully understood what Gray meant. You mean, bribe him? It wasn't a bribe. Gray shook his head, a chilling smile appearing on his face. It's a transaction. Use a sufficiently large incentive to make him change the direction of his investment. Money? Women? Chu Xiong frowned. What hasn't a count seen? No. Gray held up one finger. For a nobleman, there is only one eternal pursuit. Land. Boom. These two words exploded in Chu Xiong's mind like a thunderclap. His pupils contracted instantly. Yes. Land. For any nobleman, money is just a number. Only land is the foundation of family inheritance and a symbol of glory. Although Earl Silvermoon's territory is wealthy, it is not very large. This is a dilemma faced by all established aristocratic families. Blackstone territory, the forest to the east. Gray's voice was filled with a devilish allure. That land is adjacent to the territory of the Silvermoon family. As long as we cede that land to him, he will not only abandon his support for Chu Ji, but he might even turn around and help us get rid of this son-in-law who poses a threat to his future. Even if Earl Silvermoon cares about his daughter, it doesn't matter who she marries. Chu Ji can marry his daughter, and Chu Xiong, you can marry his daughter just the same. Chu Xiong's heart was pounding wildly. Ceding out the family's land. What an outrageous idea. If his father were still alive, he would be hanged immediately if he dared to have such a thought. But now, my father is dead. Once he ascends to the position of Baron, who can judge him? A crazy idea took root in his mind and grew wildly at a terrifying speed. A morbid, fanatical smile gradually appeared on his face. Despair was completely replaced by greed and madness. Right. Let's do it. It's just a valley, isn't it? As long as we can get rid of Chu Ji and inherit the entire Blackstone territory, there will be plenty of opportunities to take it back in the future. Gray, you're my best friend. Chu Xiong suddenly stood up and patted Gray on the shoulder heavily. He looked around, and his initial panic and dejection vanished. Instead, there was a resolute determination to burn one's bridges and sink one's boats. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. I'll take the bet. He walked to his desk and spread out a brand new sheet of parchment. He personally wrote a secret letter, using the most humble and seductive words. In the letter, he positioned himself as a weakling at the mercy of others. He lamented his despair about the future and his awe of the Earl's power. Finally, he offered up his chips. If you can remain neutral in this ruling, I am willing to offer you the twilight forest of my family, along with all the minerals therein, as your eternal private domain. Furthermore, I fell in love with Miss Evelyn at first sight, but although she is already married, my feelings for her will never change. After writing the last word, Chu Xiong folded the letter and sealed it with sealing wax. He summoned one of his most trusted henchmen. Immediately, right now, deliver it to Silvermoon Castle as quickly as possible. It shall be personally handed over to the Earl. No one is to be allowed to see it. Yes. The assassin took the secret letter and quickly disappeared into the night. Watching that disappearing figure, a cruel smile slowly crept onto Chu Xiong's lips. Chu Ji. This time, let's see how you die. What about the bishop of the God of justice? Even gods must yield in the face of absolute self-interest. Chapter 52, Putting the Bets On. The wind on Maple Forest Slope gradually subsided. The smell of blood was still strong, pungent, and irritating to the nose. Chu Xiong and his guards retreated like stray dogs. Earl Silvermoon's 100-man cavalry escorted Chu Ji and his group back to Blackwater Village. The Count did not stay in the village. He simply left a meaningful message at the village entrance: "Wait for my news." He then led his troops to set up camp on a high ground not far from the village. Under the cover of night, the silver camp resembled a silent beast. It kept watch over the small village of Blackwater and kept out all prying eyes from Blackrock Castle. Inside the Lord's Manor, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was almost suffocating. The body of the Blackrock Baron lay quietly in the center of the hall, covered with a clean white linen sheet. In front of the makeshift, simple morning hall, the candlelight flickered, casting long and short shadows. Hack held the knife with one arm, his eyes bloodshot. His body was still stained with dried blood. It was impossible to tell whether it was from the enemy or his own. Grown-ups. Hack's voice was hoarse, filled with deep-seated hatred. That bastard Chu Xiong. We're going back to Blackrock Castle right now to avenge the Baron. Yes. Let's fight our way back. Dozens of surviving guards roared in unison, their killing intent palpable. Their lord is dead, and their new lord has been framed. This pent-up anger made these tough men feel like their chests were about to explode. Evelyn and Cheshire stood in the corner, their faces filled with worry and sadness. Chu Ji stood in the shadows of the hall, his face expressionless. Are you grieving? Certainly. Are you angry? It has seeped into my very bones. But he wasn't overwhelmed by these emotions. His voice was frighteningly calm. Revenge? He spoke slowly, asking a question in return. His cold gaze swept over everyone present. What should we report it with? Are we going to use these few dozen wounded men to attack Blackstone Castle, which Chu Xiong has built up over many years and has hundreds of guards and strong walls? Or are you planning to just wait here, putting all our lives and fortunes on the shoulders of the bishop who might not arrive for several days? Hack and his guards fell silent instantly. They were blinded by anger, forgetting the coldest, most realistic question. Strength. They simply do not have the strength to take revenge. Calm down, everyone. Chu Ji's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority that came with becoming a professional. I will definitely avenge my father. But not now. He waved. Everyone go down to rest, treat your wounds, and conserve your energy. No one is to act without my orders. Yes. Although Hack and the others were unwilling, they still bowed and withdrew. They could tell that the young lord already had a plan in mind. Evelyn walked quickly to Chu Ji's side, took his cold hand, and looked at him with worry in her eyes. Chu Ji, you. She wanted to say something comforting, but didn't know where to begin. I'm fine. Chu Ji took his wife's hand in return and gave her a reassuring look. His icy hands finally warmed up a little. Trust me, everything will be all right. He whispered a few words of comfort to Evelyn and Cheshire, and told them to go and rest as well. Then, he turned and went into the study next door. Squeak! The moment the door was closed, all the gentle pretense on Chu Ji's face vanished instantly. Instead, it was replaced by a wolf-like coldness and ruthlessness. He did not light the lamp. Using the moonlight streaming in through the window, he walked to his desk and spread out a huge parchment map. That's a sand table of the entire Blackrock territory. He didn't use a pen instead, he slowly traced lines on the map with his finger, reviewing the entire game. Chu Xiong lost the first battle. But we will never sit idly by and wait for our demise. The bishop of the God of justice, this sword of Damocles hanging over his head, would drive him to seek a way to survive like a mad dog, at any cost. How much time does he have? Chu Ji's finger traced from Blackstone territory to the nearest free city. The messenger sent by Earl Silvermoon will arrive at full speed and will take a day. The bishop, upon receiving the message, would need at least a day to travel from the temple in the city. A round trip takes 2 to 3 days. This is Chu Xiong's last chance. What will he do? Chu Ji's finger focused heavily on the silver camp marker located outside Blackwater Village. There is only one answer. Earl Silvermoon. This seemingly fair third party, who forcibly intervened in the matter, is the real key to victory or defeat in the entire game. Chu Xiong will definitely spare no effort to win over the Earl. What can be used to win them over? Money? Treasure? A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of Chuji's mouth. At the level of an earl, ordinary wealth has long lost its meaning. For a true nobleman, there is only one thing that is most tempting from beginning to end: land. And the foundation attached to the land, enough to allow the family to pass down for hundreds of years. In order to save his life, Chu Xiong will definitely offer a price that Earl Silvermoon cannot refuse. Chuji's finger moved across the map, finally stopping at the eastern part of Blackrock territory, on the vast forest bordering Silvermoon territory. Dusk Forest. He whispered the name. Beneath that forest lies an iron ore mine that my father discovered years ago, but which he has kept secret ever since. Chu Xiong, as the eldest son, must have known about this. What if he were to offer this land, along with the mineral resources beneath it, to the Earl? Will Earl Silvermoon be tempted? Definitely. Chuji emphasized the map with his finger. He doesn't trust anyone's character, he only trusts the bond of mutual benefit. The reason Earl Silvermoon helped him today is because he demonstrated the value of winning in the Battle of Glory, making him a long-term blue-chip stock worth investing in. However, if the benefits offered by Chu Xiong are substantial enough to be tangible in short-term returns, an ambitious count will not hesitate to break his verbal agreement with himself, and it may even become the last straw that breaks his back. He must never entrust his fate to the kindness of others. We must not place our hopes on the father-in-law's pitiful fatherly love for his daughter. He must take the initiative. We must act before Chu Xiong's secret letter arrives, or immediately after he does. Give the Count a bargaining chip that he cannot refuse, and that only he can offer. A bargaining chip that outweighs any land or money. What is that? Chuji's gaze pierced through the wall, as if he could see his wife, who possessed elven blood and held a noble status, in the next room. Perhaps. A thought arose in my mind. Chuji suddenly stood up. He left the study and went into the courtyard. He did not alert any of the guards. He personally led the magnificent warhorse, captured in the Battle of Glory, from the stable and prepared its saddle. He went into his room and took down the finely enchanted armor, which he had also captured from the second-class nightbok, from the weapon rack. When he was dressed and ready to go out, two figures stood quietly at the doorway. It's Evelyn and Cheshire. They had clearly been awake, waiting for him. Are you going out? Evelyn's voice carried a hint of worry. Chuji nodded. He did not explain where he was going or what he was going to do. Neither of the two intelligent women asked any further questions. They simply walked forward. Cheshire tightened the slightly loose breastplate straps for him. Evelyn then tiptoed and gently straightened his collar, which had been ruffled by the night wind. Come back soon, Evelyn said softly. Chuji mounted his horse without hesitation. He took one last look at his two wives, as if trying to etch their faces into his heart. Then, he pulled hard on the reins. Drive! The warhorse let out an A, its four hooves flying, transforming into a black lightning bolt that pierced the night. They sped off toward the silver camp on the high ground outside the village. Chapter 53, The Weight of 1,000 Pieces of Gold. The night wind was like a knife. Chuji rode alone to the front of the Silver Moon Clan's camp. Two guards clad in gleaming silver armor blocked his path with their crossed halberds. Their eyes were cold and devoid of any emotion. Halt! Chuji pulled on the reins and dismounted. Lord of Blackwater Village, Chuji, requests an audience with Earl Silvermoon. He calmly introduced himself. One of the guards turned and went into the camp, returning a moment later. The Earl requests your presence. Without saying anything more, he stepped aside to make way. Chuji led his horse and followed the guards into the somber camp. Along the way, all the patrolling soldiers cast scrutinizing glances at him. That was the look in the eyes of someone eyeing prey. It was cold and full of assessment. He was taken directly to the very center of the camp, to the most magnificent command tent. Sir, please. The guard lifted the tent flap and then turned and retreated into the darkness. Chuji took a deep breath and stepped inside. The tent was brightly lit. An expensive polar bear skin rug was laid on the floor, and incense burned in a censer in the corner. Earl Silvermoon was sitting alone behind a low table. He wasn't wearing armor, only a loose silk robe, and slowly sipped a cup of hot tea. It was as if he were not in a heavily guarded military camp, but in his own castle study. They're here. The Count didn't even look up, he simply said something indifferently. In front of him was another empty teacup, the tea inside still steaming. Clearly, he had anticipated Chuji's arrival. Your Excellency. Shuji bowed respectfully. Please sit down. Earl Silvermoon raised his chin, gesturing to the opposite side. Shuji sat down as instructed, his back ramrod straight. You came to see me so late because of your father? The Count finally raised his eyelids, and his cloudy yet piercing eyes fell on Shuji's face. Yes and no. Shuji's answer was somewhat unexpected. The Count raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly intrigued. Oh? I will definitely avenge my father. But not now, and there rests no need to trouble you, Earl. Shuji's tone was calm, yet it exuded an undeniable confidence. Earl Silvermoon smiled. It was a knowing smile, tinged with a hint of mockery. Young people, it's a good thing to be confident. But sometimes, confidence can turn into arrogance. He put down his teacup, making a crisp sound. Your current situation is not very good. The crime of patricide is enough to cost you everything, including your life. Although I suggested asking the Bishop of the God of Justice to make the judgment, that would take time. The Count leaned forward slightly, and an invisible pressure descended upon him. During this time, your good brother won't be idle. He pointed to a sealed letter with sealing wax on the low table. The Blackstone family crest on it was particularly glaring. Just half an hour ago, I received a letter that he sent by someone. The terms in the letter are very generous. Earl Silvermoon's gaze was playful. He promised to cede the Duskwood of Blackrock territory to me as long as I remained neutral. Shuji, do you know what that means? That means a stable income of at least 100 gold coins a year. It's the land, it's the foundation. The Count leaned back in his chair, looking at Shuji with a leisurely air. And what can you give me? The identity of a suspected patricide? A son-in-law with no future who could be executed at any moment. Every word he uttered was like a knife, precisely dissecting Shuji's most predicament. The air seemed to freeze. The wind howled outside the tent, but inside it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Shuji remained silent. He simply looked at the Count quietly, his face showing no panic or anger. After a long while, he slowly spoke. My lord, I did not come here tonight to negotiate terms with you. Oh? So what brings you here? A hint of sarcasm played on the Count's lips. I'm here to deliver the betrothal gifts. Shuji said. Bride price? Earl Silvermoon was stunned. He wondered if he had misheard. At this critical juncture of life and death, why talk about bride price? Shuji did not offer any further explanation. He stood up, walked to the tent entrance, and dragged in a heavy wooden crate he had brought with him. Bang! The wooden box was placed in front of the Count with a muffled thud. The Count's gaze fell on the half-person high wooden box, his brow furrowed. What's this? Open it and you'll see. Earl Silvermoon hesitated for a moment. He waved his hand, and 2 guards outside the tent immediately came in. One of them stared warily at Shuji, while the other stepped forward and carefully pried open the box lid with his sword sheath. The moment the box lid was opened, a dazzling golden light instantly filled the entire tent. The 2 well-informed guards gasped for breath. Earl Silvermoon's pupils contracted sharply. There was nothing else in the box. A whole box full of brand new, shiny gold coins. Under the flickering lamplight, these gold coins seemed to come alive, radiating a mesmerizing glow. This. For the first time, the Count's voice sounded slightly hoarse. As an earl, he had seen countless gold coins. But he had never seen anyone pile such a large sum of money in front of him in such a brutal way. 1,000 gold coins. Shuji's voice rang out again, like a heavy hammer striking the earl's heart. This is all the bounty I've won in the Battle of Glory. I present this to you as a dowry to marry Evelyn. Earl Silvermoon's mind went blank. 1,000 gold coins. The Sunset Valley, seated by Chuxiong, can only produce a maximum of 100 gold coins per year. The young man in front of him simply slammed 10 years' worth of output onto his table in cash. You're insane? The Count said it instinctively. This sum of money is enough for Shuji to build an elite force of over 100 men, enough to transform his territory within a year. Did he just give it away as a betrothal gift like that? I'm not crazy. Shuji shook his head. I just want to prove one thing to you. He looked into the Count's eyes and said, word by word. What Chuxiong can offer you is land acquired by selling his property, which is a dead money that will depreciate in value. What I can offer you is a son-in-law who can continuously create wealth and bring continuous victories. The value of a forest is fixed. but my value is limitless. Earl Silvermoon exhaled slowly and deeply. When he looked at Chu Ji again, his eyes had completely changed. That is no longer about scrutiny and evaluation. It's a look of appreciation and satisfaction, like looking at one's own family. I'll accept the betrothal gifts. He stood up, walked to Chu Ji, and personally closed the box full of gold coins. Then, he patted Chu Ji on the shoulder heavily. My daughter, I didn't misjudge her. Chapter 54, Chu Xiong's New Allies. Blackstone Castle. The air inside the sealed room was so heavy it seemed as if it would drip water. Chu Xiong sat in the main seat, his face gloomy, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. One after another. Each strike made the hearts of the 3 students below him clench. They are waiting. Waiting for the messenger to return from the Silvermoon Earl's camp. This concerns the lives and fortunes of all of them. It should succeed, right? The slightly overweight young nobleman couldn't help but speak up, breaking the oppressive silence. His voice was dry, with a tremor he himself didn't even realize. Although the Twilight Forest is barren, it is a third of Blackrock Territory's territory. That's right, Earl Silvermoon is a smart man, he knows how to choose. Another gaunt young man chimed in, as if encouraging himself. Only Gray remained silent. There was no optimism on his face, he simply stared silently at the candlelight, lost in thought. Chu Xiong ignored their attempts to comfort themselves. The unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger, like wild grass. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Enter. Chu Xiong suddenly stood up. A servant pushed open the door and led in a disheveled figure. It was that trusted assassin they had sent out. However, the assassins at this moment had long lost the sharpness they had when they set out. His clothes were covered in dust, and there was a clear handprint on his face. He looked utterly disheveled. More importantly, he was holding a letter in his hands. The letter they sent out was sealed with its sealing wax intact. Boom! Chu Xiong's mind went blank with a buzz. The last trace of color drained from the faces of those 2 students in an instant. What happened? Chu Xiong's voice was hoarse, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. The assassin knelt on the ground, his body trembling like a leaf. My lord, this subordinate has never seen the Earl. I had just arrived at the camp gate and given my identity when their men beat me up and threw me out. The assassin's voice was choked with sobs. They said. What did they say? They said the Silvermoon family would not make deals with a traitor who murdered his father. These words, like a final judgment, shattered all the illusions of everyone in the locked room. It's over. Count Silvermoon not only rejected them. He also used this method to express his stance. He has completely and firmly sided with Chu Ji. Useless. All of you are useless. The slightly chubby young man suddenly jumped up as if he had gone mad, pointing at Chu Xiong and roaring angrily. What a foolproof plan. Now look what's happened, we're all going to die. My whole family is going to be killed because of you. And you too. He then turned to Gray, his face contorted in a grotesque grimace. It was all your terrible idea. Bribing the Earl? Now he's treating us like fools. Enough. Chu Xiong suddenly drew his sword from his waist, and a cold light flashed. When? The sword tip was embedded directly in the table in front of the slightly overweight young man, less than an inch from his eyes. The chilling sword aura choked him up, preventing him from saying the rest of his words. His body went limp, and he slumped into the chair, his crotch quickly becoming wet. Is now the time to assign blame? Chu Xiong's bloodshot eyes swept over everyone, his voice as fierce as a wolf's. Those who don't want to die, shut up and think of a way. The locked room fell silent once again. But this time, the silence was filled with despair and fear. After a long while, Gray slowly raised his head. His face was also pale, but his eyes were unusually calm. We have another way. His words instantly drew the attention of Chu Xiong and the other 2 to him. Since we can no longer stop the bishop's trial, there is only one way. A mad glint flashed in Gray's eyes. That is, to introduce a new power that is sufficient to rival Earl Silvermoon. A being that even the Church of the God of Justice has to give him some face. You mean? Chu Xiong's breath hitched. On this land, there is only one thing that can meet both of these conditions at the same time. That's right. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Gray's mouth. Earl of Dragon Cough. Earl of Dragon Cough. Upon hearing this name, the other two students' expressions turned even more unpleasant than before. That person was not a nobleman. That was a madman, a greedy devil. Rumor has it that the taxes in his territory are 3 times that of other nobles, and anyone who dares to resist will be tortured to death by him. Will he help us? Chu Xiong's voice was somewhat hesitant. To cooperate with that devil is tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Yes, it will. Gray cut off the railway with a resolute stance. Because he has 2 reasons he can't refuse. First, he's greedy. He'll be tempted if we offer a high enough price. Secondly, and most importantly, he and Earl Silvermoon have been mortal enemies for decades. He will not let go of any opportunity that can cause trouble for Earl Silvermoon or weaken the power of the Silvermoon family. Gray walked up to Chu Xiong, his voice low and seductive. Think about it. As long as Earl Dragonkoff is willing to send troops, under the pretext of protecting the private property of nobles from the invasion of the church, he can station troops in Blackstone territory. Even if the bishop comes, would he dare to easily put a trial? If it triggers a military conflict between 2 powerful earls, it will no longer be a case of patricide, but a war that could affect tens of thousands of people. By that time, the decision of who lives and who dies will no longer be based on evidence. It's not about whose fist is harder. Chu Xiong's heart began to pound wildly. Gray painted a picture for him that was both incredibly crazy and full of hope. Yes. As long as the water can be stirred up. As long as the matter can be escalated from a criminal case into a political game between 2 powerful noble families. He has a chance. Trading land for survival. Use greater benefits to bind a more powerful ally. The hesitation in Chu Xiong's eyes was completely replaced by a desperate madness. A morbid excitement appeared on his face. Good. He slammed his hand on the table, making the long sword vibrate loudly. Let's do it this way. He drew his long sword, turned and walked to his desk, where he spread out a new sheet of parchment. This time, he didn't hesitate at all. Gray, you write it for me. His voice trembled with excitement. Tell Earl Dragonkoff that if he is willing to send troops, the 5 villages in Blackstone territory that are close to his territory, including all the people and land within them, will all belong to him. 5 villages. That's almost a quarter of the population of Blackrock territory. The other 2 students gasped, but this time, they dared not voice any objections. Because this is their only way to survive. In addition, Chu Xiong added, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Tell him that Earl Silvermoon's daughter, who has elven blood, is also in my territory. She is already my brother's wife. If my brother inherits the territory, he will completely side with Earl Silvermoon. Gray paused slightly in his writing. He looked up and saw the extreme madness distorted on Chu Xiong's face. He knew that Chu Xiong had completely degenerated into a gambler who would sell anything to survive. He lowered his head and said no more. The pen tip moved swiftly across the parchment, writing a letter that was both more humble and more vicious than the previous one. After finishing writing, Chu Xiong snatched the letter and sealed it with sealing wax without even looking at it. He summoned another bodyguard who had been guarding the door. Set off immediately and deliver them to Earl Dragonkoff's castle. Deliver it as fast as you can. Before dawn. Yes. The assassin took the secret letter and vanished in a flash. Watching that disappearing figure, a smile finally appeared on Chu Xiong's face. It was ferocious, yet full of anticipation. Earl Silvermoon. Chu Ji. Do you think you've won? If I'm not having a good time, none of you will be either. Chapter 55, Judgment Arrives. 3 days later. The morning mist had not yet dissipated. On the official road outside Fenglinpo, the atmosphere was so somber it seemed frozen in time. Earl Silvermoon and his 100 gleaming silver cavalrymen stood silently like a group of statues. Each knight stood tall and straight, their armor reflecting a cold light in the morning sun. Chuji stood side by side with the Earl, their gazes calmly fixed on the direction of Blackstone Castle. He has done everything he could. Now, it's time to witness the results. Time passed slowly. A strange sound of footsteps came from the other end of the official road. The sound wasn't fast, but it carried a constant, heart-pounding rhythm. A group of figures emerged from the morning mist and came into view. They were not on horseback, they were all dressed in tightly fitted black priestly robes. The robe was embroidered with a finely crafted scale and silver thread. The leader was an old man with a withered face. His eyes were deep set, and his gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, devoid of any human emotion. He held a pure gold staff in his hand, topped with a scale. He is Philip, the regional bishop of the Church of the God of Justice. A figure known throughout the northern border of the kingdom for his incorruptibility and ruthless methods. Behind Bishop Philip were 12 knights of the temple. They were also dressed in black robes, but long swords hung at their waists, and their faces wore metal masks that concealed all expressions. The arrival of this team made the atmosphere even more oppressive. They are the agents of divine authority, the law walking among men. Earl of the Silver Moon. Bishop Philip stopped 10 paces away from Earl Silvermoon, his voice dry as sandpaper. You petitioned the temple for judgment in the name of your family. Now, I have arrived. Thank you for your hard work, Your Excellency. Earl Silvermoon nodded slightly as a gesture of respect. In the aristocratic system, the status of a powerful count was no less than that of a regional bishop. Bishop Philip said no more. He merely glanced at Chu Ji, who stood beside the earl, with his cold eyes. It was as if they could see right through his soul. Chu Ji calmly returned the gaze, neither humble nor arrogant. Just then, the earth suddenly began to tremble slightly. Boom! Rumble! That was the sound of a large number of cavalry approaching. Earl Silvermoon's brow furrowed slightly. His silver cavalrymen instantly gripped their weapons, shifted their formation slightly, and went into a state of alert. Everyone looked in the direction from which the tremor came. In the morning mist, a huge shadow was rapidly approaching. That was a flag. A giant black flag, almost twice the size of the Silver Moon family's flag. Embroidered on the flag was a roaring dragon spewing black miasma of plague. Earl of Dragonkoff. Beneath the banners stood a dense, dark mass of heavily armored cavalry. Their numbers are at least 300. Their armor was not bright silver, but blackened steel, covered with scratches and battle damage. Every soldier's face bore the fierce courage and cruelty of a desperado. The appearance of this army instantly shattered the delicate balance on the scene. A savage and violent aura swept across the entire area. The troops stopped 100 meters away. Splash! The cavalry split to the sides, making way for a passage. Two tall, black warhorses walked out side by side. The man on the left is Chu Xiong. At this moment, the fear and despair he had shown 3 days ago were no longer visible on his face. Instead, there was an unprecedented arrogance and smugness. His gaze toward Chu Ji was filled with resentment and the pleasure of impending revenge. Beside him stood a man as burly as a brown bear. The man was wearing heavy black plate armor, with his helmet tucked under his arm, revealing a face covered in flesh and scars. He is none other than the Earl of Dragonkoff, Quinton. A nobleman who rose to power through bloodshed and plunder, the most notorious in the north of the kingdom. Oh my, isn't this our esteemed Earl Silvermoon? When Earl Dragonkoff opened his mouth, his voice was rough and unpleasant, as if he had a mouthful of phlegm stuck in his throat. What a rare guest! What brings you to this godforsaken place? He made no attempt to conceal his malice, his gaze sweeping over Count Silvermoon's magnificent silk shirt. TSK, dressed like a woman, is she here for a ball or a blind date? The soldiers behind Count Dragonkoff burst into unrestrained laughter. Earl Silvermoon's expression instantly turned cold. The silver knights behind him all wore angry expressions, their hands already on their sword hilts. Quinton. Earl Silvermoon's voice was icy and chilling. Keep your dog under control. My dog? Count Lonka seemed to have heard the funniest joke, and he patted Chu Xiong on the shoulder beside him. Did you hear that? He told me to keep an eye on you. A hint of humiliation flashed across Chu Xiong's face, but it was quickly overshadowed by a deeper resentment. He lowered his head and said humbly, Your Excellency is too kind. I am your most loyal servant. This conversation has already explained everything. The expressions on Hack and the others' faces instantly turned extremely ugly. They never expected that Chu Xiong would find such a powerful backer. Or perhaps Earl Silvermoon's mortal enemy. Did you hear that? Earl Dragonkoff looked smugly at Earl Silvermoon. Today, I have come to seek justice for my servant. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Bishop Philip. The mockery on his face lessened, replaced by a feigned respect. Your Excellency, matters concerning nobles are governed by noble rules. Even if there is to be a trial, it should be conducted by us nobles ourselves. Isn't the temple's reach a little too far? His words were full of threat. This is a blatant challenge to the authority of the temple. Everyone held their breath, wanting to see how the stern-faced bishop would react. However, Bishop Philip's face remained expressionless. He seemed oblivious to Count Dragonkopf's provocation, and to the tense standoff between the two counts. His gaze was fixed on the quiet maple forest in the distance. "The time has come," he announced in his dry voice. "The place of judgment is where the deceased died. Everyone, move to Maple Forest Slope." After saying that, he leaned on his staff and, with the temple knights behind him, walked straight toward the crime scene. He ignored everyone present. His actions demonstrated an attitude. The judgments of the temple are not to be interfered with by any mortal, whether it's a count or a devil. Earl Dragonkopf's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He was used to lording it over others in his own territory, and this was the first time he had been so completely ignored. He snorted coldly and glared fiercely at Earl Silvermoon. "Let's go." He spurred his warhorse and followed. Chu Xiong glared at Chu Ji with venom, his face full of "you're dead" expression, before following suit. Earl Silvermoon patted Chu Ji on the shoulder. "Don't worry." He didn't say much, but conveyed confidence with his eyes. Immediately, he turned his horse around. The three forces, clearly distinct, surged together towards the maple forest that held secrets and deadly intent. A trial that would determine the fate of countless people has officially begun. Chapter 56, True Word Divine Art. The wind on Maple Forest Slope carries a chilling atmosphere. The three forces, clearly distinct, formed a stalemate triangle at the foot of the hill. All eyes were focused on the black-robed bishop walking alone toward the corpse. Bishop Philip ignored everyone. He only sees the rules, not ordinary people. He walked to the body of the Blackrock Baron and slowly knelt down. He did not touch the body with his hands. A soft, divine golden halo emanated from his palm, enveloping the Baron's entire body. "This is divine magic, insight. 13 wounds." The bishop's voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present clearly. The 6 wounds were from standard military arrows, none of which were vital. 7 wounds were caused by sharp blades, 5 of which were on the back. His voice paused for a moment. "The fatal wound is in the chest. It was pierced through from the front by a large armor-piercing blunt weapon, instantly destroying the heart." The bishop's findings were largely the same as those of the Silvermoon Earl's captain of guard. However, with the blessing of divine magic, this conclusion appears even more authoritative and beyond question. The one who made the move was a professional soldier. The bishop slowly stood up and gave his final conclusion. Moreover, he is a professional soldier who is proficient in coordination and assassination. This conclusion caused Chu Xiong and Earl Lunka beside him to slightly change their expressions. The eyes of Hack and the others were filled with even more anger. This was clearly a premeditated ambush targeting the Baron. "Now, let's begin the verdict." Bishop Philip walked to the very center of the three forces. He slammed the pure gold scale staff heavily onto the ground. Buzz. A strange resonance sound rang out. Centered on the staff, a huge golden magic circle quickly unfolded on the ground. At the center of the magic circle, a phantom-like, enormous scale made of light slowly emerged. True Word Divine Art. One of the most famous judicial arts of the Church of the God of Justice. Any lie told under the influence of this magic circle will be detected by the scales. Chu Xiong. The bishop's gaze first fell on Chu Xiong. "You're the accuser, you go first." Chu Xiong's body stiffened involuntarily for a moment. Despite being prepared, fear still inevitably arose from the bottom of my heart when faced with this legendary divine magic. He took a deep breath and secretly gripped a small black badge hidden in his sleeve. That was the last trump card that County of Dragonkopf gave him before he arrived, a card to save his life. An alchemical artifact that can temporarily shield one from divine magical detection. The cost was huge, but it was worth it. He suppressed his panic and, encouraged by Earl Dragonkopf's gaze, stepped into the center of the magic circle. I stood beneath that enormous phantom of the scales. "I will ask you 3 questions." Bishop Philip's voice was like a judgment from beyond the heavens. "You can only answer yes or no. Any superfluous words will be considered a lie. Do you understand?" "Understood." Chu Xiong's voice was somewhat hoarse. He could feel an invisible, immense pressure emanating from the scales above his head. It was as if the eyes of a god were watching over his soul. "The first question." The bishop's voice rang out. "Did you participate in the planning, or even personally murder your father, Baron Blackrock?" Chu Xiong's heart suddenly clenched. He forced himself to remain calm while secretly crushing the badge in his sleeve. A barely perceptible black energy, carrying the scent of sulfur, instantly enveloped his entire body. No. He practically spat out those two words through gritted teeth. The illusory scales overhead shook violently. The tray on the left side visibly sank down for a moment. Bishop Philip's brow furrowed instantly. Earl Dragonkoff's heart was in his throat. However, the tray sank for only a moment before being pulled back by an invisible force and slowly regaining its balance. Finally, the sky calmed down. The second question. The bishop's voice carried a subtle hint of coldness. Did you witness Chu Ji murdering your father? No. Chu Xiong answered very quickly this time. Having confirmed the effects of the alchemical creation, he completely relaxed. The scales above remained perfectly still. The third question. Do you know who the real killer of your father is? Have no idea. Chu Xiong's answer remained resolute. The scales above remained calm. The three questions are now complete. The scales remained in balance. Chu Xiong passed the divine judgment. This result stunned most of the people present. Huck and his men were all dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Earl Silvermoon's face darkened completely. Even he hadn't expected that Chu Xiong would have a way to get past the true word divine art. Ha ha ha. Earl Dragonkoff burst into unrestrained laughter, shattering the deathly silence of the room. See that? That's the result. My servant is innocent. He is the victim. He looked at Earl Silvermoon with a smug grin, his eyes full of provocation. Chu Xiong also let out a long sigh of relief, his whole body as if he had been pulled out of the water, his back soaked with cold sweat. He walked back to Earl Lunka's camp, his eyes filled with resentment and mockery as he looked at Chu Ji. It's as if it's saying, now, it's your turn. Chu Ji. Bishop Philip's voice rang out again. He turned his gaze to Chu Ji. Chu Ji's expression was equally solemn. He wasn't worried about not being able to pass the divine magic. Instead, they were shocked that Chu Xiong could actually deceive the gods. He took a deep breath, pushed his way through the crowd, and walked into the center of the magic circle. Unlike Chu Xiong. When he stood under the scales, he did not feel any pressure. Instead, he felt enveloped in a warm light. The first question. Did you participate in the planning, or even personally murder your father, Baron Blackrock? No. Chu Ji's answer was firm and resounding. As soon as he finished speaking, the scales above his head suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling golden light. As steady as a rock. The second question. Did you witness your father's murder firsthand? No. Chu Ji answered truthfully. The scales remained brightly lit, without any wobbling. The third question. Do you know who the real killer of your father is? I don't know who the real culprit is. Chu Ji looked at Chu Xiong opposite him and said, word by word. But I know that this matter is inextricably linked to him. This time, he didn't give a simple yes or no answer. However, this is also true in the judgment of divine arts. The light of the scales shone even brighter than before. The three questions are now complete. Chu Ji also passed the ruling. Now, it's everyone's turn to be confused. One accused the other of patricide, but the verdict was passed by divine magic. One was accused of patricide and also passed a divine judgment. Both of them were telling the truth. Who killed the Blackrock Baron? Bishop Philip remained silent. He put away the true word divine art. The enormous golden magic circle and the phantom of the balance scale slowly dissipated into the air. He looked at Chu Xiong, then at Chu Ji, his hawk-like eyes filled with a clear, all-seeing insight. Your Majesty Bishop. Earl Dragonkoff spoke again, his voice filled with impatience. Since neither of them lied, it proves that the Baron's death had nothing to do with the two brothers. This is all a misunderstanding. A bunch of damned bandits or robbers murdered the Baron and then left these two poor young men suspicious of each other. I think we should leave it at that. We nobles will handle our own affairs. Earl Silvermoon's face was icy, and he was about to speak in rebuttal. Bishop Philip raised his hand to stop him. The incorruptible bishop's gaze swept over everyone present. He slowly, in a tone devoid of any emotion, announced the final verdict. Based on the results of the divine magic and the evidence at the scene, the Blackrock Baron died at the hands of a third party. Based on the intelligence, the murderer is most likely the Blood Axe bandit gang active in the nearby mountains. The temple will issue a purification notice regarding this bandit group. His gaze finally swept over Chu Xiong and Chu Ji's faces. As for the dispute between you two brothers, that is an internal matter of the nobility. Irrelevant to this case. Verdict, end. After saying that, he leaned on his staff, and with his 12 temple knights, turned and left without looking back. It was as if everything that happened here was no longer related to him. Behind him were only two opposing armies and a group of people with varying expressions. Earl Dragonkopf's face was filled with undisguised ecstasy and triumph. In Chu Xiong's eyes, there was the relief of surviving a disaster and an even deeper resentment. Earl Silvermoon's brows furrowed tightly. Chu Ji simply stood there quietly. He looked at his father's cold body and felt the cold wind blowing across the hillside. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and an even more biting chill surged into my heart. Chapter 57, Desperate Counterattack. The joy of Blackrock Castle was as fleeting as a bubble. The temple's judgment had just ended, and Chu Xiong hadn't even had a moment to enjoy peace. The envoy of Earl Lonka, with a fake smile on his face, came to visit. His purpose was simple. Bill, please. Respected Lord Chu Xiong, congratulations on clearing your name. The messenger handed over a gift list embossed in gold, but his words were cold and indifferent. This is the fee for using the deceitful god badge and the friendly sponsorship fee for this military expedition, provided by the Earl. Chu Xiong took the light piece of paper. His pupils contracted sharply when he saw the numbers on the screen. 500 gold coins. This number, like a mountain, instantly made him feel suffocated. This is almost all of Blackrock Territory's tax revenue for 2 years. He paid the price of 5 villages to get Count Dragonkopf to intervene. Now it's another 500 gold coins. That's too much. Chu Xiong's voice was somewhat hoarse. We agreed that it was just a friendly favor. The envoy's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes were full of mockery. The price of friendship is defined by the strong. The Earl offended Earl Silvermoon and risked provoking the temple in order to help you. If you think this money isn't worth it, then we can have a proper talk with the temple about the badge. A blatant threat. Chu Xiong's face instantly turned a deep liver color. He gritted his teeth and emptied his father's entire savings account to barely scrape together the money. The moment the envoy left, Chu Xiong felt completely drained. However, the trouble had only just begun. His 3 good brothers, Gray, Rodney, and another classmate, came together. They were all beaming with joy, and as soon as they entered, they loudly congratulated them. Brother Xiong. Congratulations. Rodney, the fattest of them all, rubbed his hands together with a greedy grin on his face. Now you can finally rest easy. Shouldn't we also get our tax revenue rights from those villages? Yes, we've staked our entire family's lives on you. The gaunt Fitch quickly chimed in. Looking at their impatient faces, Chu Xiong felt his anger and murderous intent grow wildly like weeds. Money. Money again. He can't even afford a single gold coin, let alone several villages. Should we tell them the truth? This will only make them turn against them immediately and go to Chu Ji and Earl Silvermoon to inform on them. Since that's the case, then let's go all the way. A warm smile slowly appeared on Chu Xiong's face. Of course. I, Chu Xiong, am not a man of my word. He waved his hand generously. My brothers, you have worked hard and made great contributions. Tonight, I will host a banquet in the castle. We will drink until we drop. I will hand over the land deeds to you immediately after the celebration banquet. The 3 were overjoyed upon hearing this and began to sing praises to Chu Xiong. They didn't see that the moment Chu Xiong turned around, his once amiable face was now filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. The banquet was extremely luxurious. Chu Xiong brought out the last of the castle's finest wine. He frequently raised his glass, speaking earnestly as he reminisced with the 3 heroes about their brotherhood during their time at the academy and looked forward to their future plans. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Gray and his 2 companions were completely intoxicated, drinking 1 cup of the deadly poison wine after another. After several rounds of drinks, the first to collapse was Rodney, who was the fattest and had drunk the most. He felt a sudden dizziness and collapsed onto the table, unconscious. Is Rodney drunk? Gray and Fitch shakily stood up, also sensing that something was wrong. Their vision began to blur, and their limbs became unresponsive. The wine. In his last moments of consciousness, Gray only saw Chu Xiong's face with a sinister smile. Then, he collapsed. Fitch, the last one remaining, struggled to call for help, but couldn't even make a sound before collapsing limply to the ground. The entire banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. Chu Xiong slowly stood up. He walked over to the three men and nudged them with his toe to confirm that they had completely lost consciousness. "Brother?" He chuckled softly, a laugh filled with disdain and cruelty. "Only the dead are my best brothers." He did not act immediately. Instead, he summoned two loyal bodyguards. The three of them worked together to carry Gray and the others to a secluded secret room. Chu Xiong drew a sharp dagger. He first approached the strategist, Gray. "Gray, you're very smart. Unfortunately, people who are too smart don't live long." Without any hesitation, he precisely plunged the dagger into Gray's left chest, right in front of his heart. Gray's body twitched violently, and then he remained still. Next up was Fitch. "You're too greedy. In your next life, remember not to be so impatient." Same spot, same slash. Finally, he walked up to Rodney. The obese young man was snoring loudly, completely unaware of his impending death. "As for you, you're too stupid." Chu Xiong raised the dagger, a hint of disgust in his eyes, and stabbed it down fiercely. The blade pierced the flesh. Rodney's snoring stopped abruptly, and his body shuddered violently. Chu Xiong pulled out his dagger, wiped the blood off his body, and confirmed that he was dead. "Get rid of it." He gave orders to the two assassins. "Throw it into the river to feed the fish, and don't leave any trace." "Yes." Late at night, a carriage covered with a thick canvas stealthily drove out of the back gate of Blackrock Castle under the cover of night. Instead of taking the official road, it chose a remote path leading to the mountains and forests. The driver looked around warily, wanting only to complete the task as quickly as possible. He didn't notice. On the hillsides on both sides of the road, two pairs of eyes, like those of eagles, had been watching him for a long time. "This is a scout sent by Hack." Following Chu Ji's orders, Blackrock Castle was placed under 24-hour continuous surveillance. "What are you transporting so late at night?" a scout asked in a low voice. "Whatever it is, the adults said we can't let anything suspicious go unchecked." The other person resolutely blocked the railway. The two exchanged a glance and, like cheetahs, silently slid down the hillside. A dark shadow flashed by. Before the coachman could even cry out in alarm, he was knocked unconscious by a karate chop. The scouts lifted the canvas. A strong smell of blood and alcohol hit me. Inside the car were three bodies piled on top of each other. It was Gray, Fitch, and Rodney. They were some guests from Chu Xiong. How did they die? A scout immediately recognized them. Checked to see if there are any survivors. Although they had little hope, they still began their routine examination of the body. The first two bodies were already cold and stiff. When the scout's hand touched Rodney at the bottom, his expression changed drastically. "Etc." He ripped open Rodney's shirt. A gruesome knife wound appeared on his left chest. However, the heart, which should have stopped beating, remained completely still. The scout pressed his ear to his chest. A faint, almost imperceptible thump-thump sound came from the right. "He's still alive." The scout cried out in alarm. "His heart is located on the right side." The other scout was also shocked. They immediately realized what this survivor meant. "Quick! Get him out. Immediately. Right now. Notify the adults. Tell the sir, we've caught a big fish. A fish big enough to seal the deal." Chapter 58, The Repentance of a Phonogener. Blackwater Village. Inside the Lord's manor, the secret chamber was brightly lit. The strong smell of herbs and blood mingled together, irritating the nasal cavity. An obese body is lying on a makeshift hospital bed. Rodney. He's not dead yet. But it's more painful than death. The wound on his chest was hastily bandaged, and every breath he took brought excruciating pain. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Chu Ji showed no pain whatsoever, only endless, deep-seated resentment. That resentment wasn't directed at Chu Ji. It was directed at Chu Xiong, the good brother who had personally plunged the dagger into his body. He promised us that once the matter was settled, he would give each of us the right to collect taxes from a village for 10 years. Rodney's voice was like a broken bellows, hoarse and weak. But as soon as he settled into his position, he turned on him. "He drugged us with poison, he did it himself, he did it himself." As he spoke, his body began to tremble violently. "Gray and Fitch are both dead, and he thought I was dead too. But he didn't know that my heart was born on the right side. He's a madman. A faithless piece of trash. Tears of blood streamed from Rodney's eyes. My lord! Please give me a chance. He struggled to get up, but fell heavily back onto the bed. I want to see him die with my own eyes. I want to expose everything he did. Shuji listened quietly to his entire account. His facial expression remained unchanged. He simply stood up slowly and walked to Rodney's bedside. He looked at the soul twisted by hatred and spoke calmly. You will see. He stepped out of the secret chamber, where Hack and Earl Silvermoon were waiting outside. You heard everything? Shuji asked. Earl Silvermoon's expression was extremely solemn. With both witnesses and physical evidence, the crimes he committed, patricide, framing, and silencing, are enough to warrant his death 100 times over. Then what are you waiting for? Shuji looked at Hack with icy eyes. Gather all troops. Target, Blackrock Castle. Also, send our fastest scouts to the Temple of the God of Justice again. A cold smile curved Shuji's lips. Tell His Excellency the Bishop that the majesty of God has been desecrated by the alchemical creations of mortals. If he doesn't come to wash away this shame himself, then we'll have to carry out justice in our own way. Blackstone Castle. Chu Xiong has been in an unprecedentedly good mood lately. He was sitting in the Lord's Hall, enjoying fine wine in the service of his maids. Those few troublesome brothers have already been dealt with by him. Although Earl Dragoncoff was greedy, he had already taken the money and left. Earl Silvermoon and Chu Ji huddled in the barren Blackwater village, like two defeated mutts. The entire Blackstone territory now completely belongs to him. Just as he was feeling smug and thought he had victory in the bag. Boom! The castle gates were smashed open from the outside with a battering ram. The violent shaking caused the wine in Chu Xiong's cup to spill out. What's going on? He flew into a rage and abruptly stood up. A guard scrambled in, his voice filled with terror. My lord! Something terrible has happened. Chu Zhu. Chu Ji has surrounded us with Earl Silvermoon's army. What? Chu Xiong's mind went blank with a buzz. He didn't have time to react. Tap. 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 The sound of orderly and heavy footsteps could be heard from outside the door. Hark and his menacing soldiers stormed in like wolves and tigers, instantly taking control of the entire hall. Immediately afterwards, Chu Ji appeared at the main entrance. Behind him followed Earl Silvermoon and a black-robed bishop whose face was colder than ice and snow. Bishop Philip. He's back again. Chu Xiong looked at that familiar face that filled him with fear, his legs went weak, and he almost lost his balance. You all. He pointed at Chu Ji and roared, his voice filled with bluster but his heart was filled with fear. Do you want to rebel? The temple has already made its judgment. This is blatant disrespect for divine authority. Kamui? Chu Ji laughed, a laugh filled with utter sarcasm. Then tell me, who exactly is it that has blasphemed against divine power? He waved his hand. Two soldiers carried in a makeshift stretcher. Lying on the stretcher was Rodney, barely alive, who was staring at him with venomous eyes. The moment I saw Rodney, the last trace of color drained from Chu Xiong's face in an instant. The expression on his face froze. It was as if I saw a demon crawling out of hell. He's not. He's not dead, is he? Chu Shi spoke the second half of the sentence for him. It's a pity, he's lucky. Your knife missed its mark. Bishop Philip watched all this coldly, without saying a word. But the chill emanating from the pure gold staff in his hand already spoke volumes about his anger. True word divine art. Once again, it enveloped Chu Xiong. This time, he no longer had that badge that could deceive the gods. Under the divine light, before the witness who had risen from the dead. All his pretense and lies melted away quickly, like snow under the sun. I ask you, Baron Blackrock, did you kill him? The bishop's voice was like a proclamation of divine punishment. Chu Xiong struggled violently, his eyes filled with fear and despair. But his mouth, out of control, answered in a hollow and mechanical voice. Yes. Did you frame your younger brother, Chu Ji, for the crime? Yes. Did you poison your 3 accomplices to silence them? Yes. One question after another. One affirmative answer after another. All his crimes were laid bare and exposed to everyone. The hall was deathly silent. Those guards who were originally loyal to Chu Xiong all lowered their heads, their eyes filled with shame and anger. When the light of the divine magic faded, Xu Xiong seemed to have all his strength drained away, and collapsed to the ground. It's over. Everything is over. However, this is not the end. Xu Ji walked step by step to him. He looked down at the loser and calmly asked one last question. Xu Xiong, do you think that as long as you kill me and my father, you can rightfully inherit the title? Xu Xiong raised his head, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Yes. If you hadn't forced me, how could I have ended up like this? Forcing you? Xu Ji smiled. He took out a parchment scroll sealed with sealing wax from his bosom. In front of everyone, the seal was torn open. This was given to me by my father before my wedding. Xu Ji unfurled the scroll and showed its contents to Xu Xiong. He said that you are impatient and unlikely to achieve great things. But he is still your father, and he hopes that you can live a stable life as a wealthy man in the future. Therefore, he had already made a will, bequeathing the title and territory to you. As for me, in his original plan, I would only receive Blackwater Village and some money as compensation. Now tell me, who is it that's forcing whom? Boom! These words struck Xu Xiong like a thunderclap. He stared blankly at the will, at his father's familiar handwriting. Looking at the words clearly written above, it said that the title would be passed on to the eldest son, Xu Xiong. His mind was blank. Immediately, an indescribable, utterly absurd feeling welled up in his heart. What did he do? He killed the father who actually loved him the most and always thought of him. In order to seize something that rightfully belonged to him, he turned himself into a patricide and traitor. No. You're lying to me. No. Ha 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 ha. Xu Xiong muttered to himself for a moment, then burst into laughter. He laughed until tears streamed down his face, and he rolled around on the ground laughing. He's like a complete madman. He laughed at his own foolishness. Laugh at the absurdity of fate. His entire life, all his ambitions and crimes, became a colossal joke at this moment. Earl Silvermoon looked at the mentally broken Xu Xiong, shook his head slightly, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. He walked over to Chu Ji and whispered. He's gone mad. Imprison him for life in the Black Tower and let him fend for himself. After all, he is your brother. Xu Ji shook his head. His gaze fell calmly on Xu Xiong, without the slightest pity. No. Imprisonment is too lenient on him. He turned around and took a heavy longsword, specifically used for executions, from a guard. He disgraced the Blackstone family and stained the land with his father's blood. This sin. Xu Ji raised his sword, the tip pointing directly at the man who was still laughing madly. It must be I, the sole heir of the Blackrock family, who washes away this stain with my own blood. The realization of the murderer's conscience was forged the moment he raised his sword. Chapter 59, Lord of the Black Stone. Xu Ji raised the sword in his hand. All sounds in the world seemed to disappear at that moment. The wind stopped. The person's breathing also stopped. All eyes were fixed on the longsword that gleamed with a deathly cold light. It also converged on the young man holding the sword, whose expression was as cold as a statue. No. Don't want. Xu Xiong, who was pinned to the ground, stared at the raised sword, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints with extreme fear. A warm, foul-smelling liquid instantly soaked his pants. He completely broke down. Brother! My dear brother! You can't kill me! His voice was shrill and distorted, devoid of any aristocratic dignity, reduced to the most primal fear of death. We're brothers. We share the same blood. Father just died. You can't kill me too. He struggled in vain, tears streaming down his face. He looked at Earl Silvermoon, who was standing not far away. My lord! You must persuade him. Killing one's own flesh and blood is cursed. You are my elder. You can't just stand by and watch him do this. After his pleas went unanswered, his last hope rested on the black-robed bishop. Your Excellency! Save me! I am a nobleman. I am willing to offer everything for the temple. Just save me. However, all the important figures present simply looked at him indifferently. Earl Silvermoon's expression was complicated, and he remained silent. Bishop Philip didn't even lift his eyelids. Despair, like a tidal wave, completely engulfed Xu Xiong. When he realized that begging for mercy was useless, the fear on his face was quickly replaced by a more frenzied resentment. He stopped wailing and instead started laughing hysterically. Ha 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 ha. Xu Ji! You bastard! You think you've won? He stared intently at Chu Ji, cursing him with the most vicious language. If you kill me today, someone will kill you tomorrow. You will forever bear the stigma of murdering your brother. Your descendants and your offspring will be cursed because of this. I'll be waiting for you in hell. I'll be waiting to see the day you're abandoned by everyone and die a horrible death. These curses caused some of the Blackstone guards present to show expressions of pity and fear. Killing one's own blood relative is a sin and a curse far too heavy to bear. However, Chu Ji's gaze remained unwavering. He remained silent, as if watching an ugly stage actor looking at a grotesque crawling insect wagging its tail on the ground. He spoke slowly. The sound wasn't loud, but it was as resounding as an ice cube. You're right, we share the same blood. Therefore, it is a disgrace to our Blackstone family. It must be washed away by the blood of the Blackrock family. As for the curse? A sinister smile curled at the corners of Chu Ji's mouth. From the moment I decided to embark on this path, I never expected to be bathed in divine grace. I will personally repay what I owe my father. And you owe him your life. Go down there and pay it back yourself. The words fell. He no longer hesitated for a moment. His arm swung down suddenly. The long sword traced a piercing arc in the air. A flash of cold light streaked past. Puff! A soft sound, like a sharp blade piercing flesh, rang out. Chu Xiong's frantic cursing came to an abrupt halt. His body convulsed violently. Then, all sound and movement ceased completely. A fine head rolled to the ground, the expression on its face forever frozen in that moment of astonishment and disbelief. Blood, like blooming red lotuses, stained the black earth red. The world has finally fallen silent. Chu Ji flicked away the last drop of blood from the sword's edge. Bite! At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Detection has indicated that you personally executed your direct blood relative, your elder brother. You have acquired a permanent negative trait title, Kinslayer. A more detailed explanation, like a brand, was etched into his consciousness. Trait, Parricide. Type, Passive Curse. Effect 1, you will be permanently shrouded in a bloody aura. Your initial affinity with other intelligent beings will permanently decrease by 10. This effect applies to lawful, good, and justice factions, as well as most noble classes. A strange feeling enveloped Chu Ji. He could feel that the way the soldiers around him looked at him had completely changed. What was originally just fear has now been replaced by a deep-seated dread and awe. It was as if he was no longer a human being, but a ferocious beast that would devour anyone it wanted. Only Hack and his personal guards, who had experienced the War of Glory, remained unaffected, their eyes filled with ever-growing fervor. In the midst of this deathly silence, a figure, unexpected by everyone, moved. He is the Bishop of the God of Justice, Philip. He leaned on his golden balance staff and slowly walked to the execution platform. He first glanced coldly at Chu Xiong's head, which remained open in death. Then, he turned his gaze to Chu Ji, who was standing with his sword in hand. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Is the bishop going to unleash divine punishment? However, Bishop Philip did something that shocked everyone. He bowed slightly to Chu Ji. Baron Chu Ji. He spoke in his still dry voice, but with a touch more solemnity. Chu Xiong, a mere mortal, used despicable alchemical creations to blaspheme the majesty of the gods and deceive the true words and divine arts of the God of Justice. This sin should be punished by the temple with the fire of purification. Today, you have avenged your father's rebellion, redeemed your brother's sins, and washed away the shame on behalf of the temple. The bishop's voice, amplified by divine magic, resounded throughout the entire square. His blasphemy is far greater than your patricide. I will pray to God and ask for your forgiveness. May the gods forgive your hands that were stained with blood. Your sins will be borne by the temple and by you. These words caused an uproar in the audience. No one expected that this bishop, known for his impartiality, would actually endorse Chu Ji's actions. This is no longer a simple endorsement. This is using the authority of the temple to declare that Chu Ji's execution is legal, just, and even sacred. Earl Silvermoon watched this scene with an extremely complicated expression. He gave his son-in-law a deep look, which ultimately turned into a sigh that only he could hear. Hack! Chu Ji's voice rang out calmly. Yes, sir. Collect Chu Xiong's body and bury him with his father according to noble rites. Yes, sir. Chu Ji turned around and threw away the long sword in his hand, which made a crisp sound. He approached Earl Silvermoon and the bishop, bowing slightly once more. The farce in Blackrock territory is over. He straightened up, his cold gaze sweeping over all the kneeling soldiers and civilians in the square. His voice was clear and powerful, carrying through every corner of the castle. I am Chushi Blackstone, the first in line to inherit the Blackstone family. According to my father's will and family inheritance law. From this day forward, I shall inherit the title, lands, and all that belongs to the Baron Blackstone. The Blackrock family is under my control. Chapter 60, Internal Cleanup. The winter wind howled as it swept through the towering corner towers of Blackrock Castle. But inside the castle, there was no chill in the slightest. Chu Ji, along with all his family, officially took over the power center that belonged to the Blackstone Baron. Cheshire and Evelyn looked around curiously. This place is more than 100 times larger than the wooden houses in Blackwater Village. Tapestries depicting the achievements of the Blackstone family's ancestors hang on the walls. The corridor was covered with a thick, soft red carpet that made no sound when you stepped on it. Even the youngest, Chu Yang, stared wide-eyed at the exquisite murals painted on the dome, his little mouth slightly agape. Ella and Lena, on the other hand, seemed a little reserved. They followed closely behind Chu Ji, carefully touching the smooth stone carvings on the pillars, feeling the wealth they had never imagined. However, beneath this joy of moving to a new home, an undercurrent was lurking. The servants and guards in the castle looked at Chu Ji with complicated expressions. There was awe, curiosity, and also a hint of barely concealed disdain and scrutiny. Can a young baron who rose to power with the backing of his father-in-law and even bears the title of parasite really hold onto his position? Chu Ji saw through this perfectly, but he remained silent. He went directly to the main hall of the castle and ordered all the stewards and servants to be summoned. The spacious hall was packed with nearly 100 people. They are the cogs that keep this castle running. Chu Ji walked expressionlessly to the end of the hall and sat down in the huge main seat made of black ironwood, which belonged only to the baron. He didn't speak immediately, his gaze calmly sweeping over everyone below. A somber atmosphere permeated the hall. From this day forward, I am the master of Blackrock territory. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. I don't care who you were loyal to before, now you only have me as your master. According to procedure, the transfer of power should take place at this time. The bronze keychain, symbolizing the management rights of the castle, will be handed over by the previous butler to the new butler designated by Chu Ji. However, the gray-haired old butler, Rolf, simply held the keychain and bowed slightly. Your Excellency, Baron. Rolf's tone carried a hint of arrogance, as if he were an elder. The handover of the castle involves many matters, the accounts are in disarray, and the personnel need to be reorganized. A hasty handover might cause trouble and damage your reputation, sir. He paused, then raised his voice a few decibels. How about I temporarily take over the management and get everything in order before handing it over to you in full? This process will probably take about a month. This is a blatant power grab. He wanted to control the castle's internal affairs and sideline the new owner. Many of the older men looked on with amusement, having all been confidants of Chu Xiong and disbelieving that this young man could stir up trouble. Chu Ji didn't even look at him, but nodded to Hack beside him. Huck stepped forward, pulled a thick roll of parchment from his pocket, and unfolded it in a deep voice. Former Blackrock Castle steward, Rolf. Hack's voice boomed like thunder in the hall. Upon investigation, it was found that during the rebellion in Chuxiong, he tipped off the rebels and secretly transferred and hid 2,000 gold coins that Chuxiong had smuggled out of the castle treasury. The evidence is conclusive, and according to the Blackstone Territory Code, he should be hanged and all his property confiscated. Rolf's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Before he could argue any further, two tall, burly mercenaries behind Hark stepped forward and dragged him away like a dead dog. No! Your Excellency, spare me! The screams were cut off by the heavy door closing in. Huck continued reading without pausing. Deputy Commander of the Guard, Calm, assisted Rove in transferring assets and attempted to create chaos upon Baron Chuji's return. Exiled. Stableman Billy, for embezzling warhorse rations and reselling them for profit, is to be executed. Martin, the kitchen procurement officer, for supplying the guards with substandard and rotten food and embezzling procurement funds, is to be executed. One name after another was read out. Behind each name was a clearly defined charge and punishment. The expressions on the faces of the people in the hall slowly changed from initial shock to uncontrollable fear. They then realized that this young baron was not some fledgling who needed to establish his authority slowly. He is a lion that has already shown its claws. These pieces of evidence were clearly not collected in a day or two, indicating that he had been planning this for a long time. As the few short screams outside the castle abruptly ceased, the list was finally read out. 7 people were executed, 15 families were ordered to leave Blackrock territory within a day, and all their property was confiscated. The entire hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. It was deathly silent. At this moment, Shuji slowly stood up. I said, I don't care whose people you were before. His gaze swept over the crowd. Now, you are my people. He walked up to a young deacon who was trembling with fear and patted him on the shoulder. The deacon froze, nearly collapsing to the ground. Exist. The young deacon's voice trembled. You did a good job conveying Chu Xion's movements inside the castle. Shuji's voice was calm and gentle. From now on, you are the new steward of Blackrock Castle. Anders suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Subsequently, Shuji promoted several people who had remained neutral during the turmoil and even had shown him goodwill, filling the vacancies left by the purging. With a combination of encouragement and persuasion, everyone understood the new master's code of conduct. Finally, he addressed everyone and made the announcement. Starting today, all castle employees will receive a 30% salary increase. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall went from freezing to boiling point. The repressed fear was replaced by ecstasy. Splash! Led by the new butler Ander, everyone, whether sincere or not, knelt down on one knee in unison, offering their most fervent loyalty to their new master. I am willing to die for the Baron. A roaring sound, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, echoed throughout the hall. Only then did Blackrock Castle truly change hands. That evening, having finished all his business, Shuji, along with Evelyn and Cheshire, who were looking on with anticipation, arrived at the family treasury beneath the main castle. With 2 bodyguards by his side, Huck worked together to turn the heavy winch, and the stone door, half a meter thick, slowly rose. This must be the accumulation of the family over hundreds of years. Cheshire's eyes sparkled. Evelyn also held her breath. As the daughter of an earl, she was equally curious about the depth and heritage of a long-established baronial family. The stone gate opened completely, revealing a dark entrance. Shuji picked up a torch and was the first to go inside. However, the moment the firelight illuminated the treasure vault, the smile on his face froze. Evelyn and Cheshire, who were following behind him, also froze in place. The imagined mountain of gold and silver treasures did not appear. The entire treasure vault was empty. No, it's not entirely empty either. Dozens of sets of old-fashioned armor covered in dust were piled up in the corner. They were ancient in style and had obviously not been used for a long time. On the other side, several large wooden crates were roughly opened, containing some fairly well-made family crests and silver tableware. There was nothing else besides that. The area that was supposed to contain gold and silver coins was now just a few overturned empty boxes. Shuji's face instantly darkened. He recalled the charges read aloud by Huck, and how Rolf had helped Chu Xion move 2,000 gold coins. Now it seems that was probably just the tip of the iceberg. His foolish brother, in order to usurp the title and win over allies, almost squandered the Blackstone family's centuries-old wealth. What I inherited was not a wealthy territory. Instead, it was a mess whose assets had been completely emptied. Chapter 61, Twins. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was the end of the year 960 of the human era. Under Chuji's iron-fisted rule and financial appeasement, Blackstone territory quickly emerged from the shadow of internal strife. Everything returned to normal. Winter wheat in the fields grows tenaciously in the cold wind, foreshadowing a bountiful harvest next year. Inside Blackrock Castle, there was an atmosphere of anticipation and joy. Because the twin sisters, Ella and Lena, are about to give birth. That night, the rooms in the main building of the castle were brightly lit. Shuji paced anxiously back and forth outside the delivery room. The thick carpet in the corridor completely absorbed the sound of his footsteps. But he couldn't calm his inner anxiety. Inside the delivery room, the suppressed, painful groans of the 2 sisters could be heard from time to time. Each sound struck his heart like a small hammer. Cheshire held a cup of hot tea and quietly stayed by his side. She knew that at this moment, any words of comfort would seem inadequate. Evelyn stood by the window, looking at the dark night sky outside, the cool moonlight shining on her face. Her hands were clenched tightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Time passed by, second by second. Finally, at dawn, as the first rays of light appeared on the horizon. Wow! A loud cry shattered the tranquility of the early morning. Shuji abruptly stopped, his heart pounding in his chest. He rushed to the door in 3 strides. Then, almost exactly 10 seconds later, Whoa! Another cry rang out, just as loud and full of life. The three people in the corridor all wore expressions of ecstasy. With a creak, the door was opened. An experienced midwife carrying two infants wrapped in soft cloth. With a beaming smile, she loudly announced the good news to Chu Ji. Congratulations, Your Excellency. It's twins, a boy and a girl. Mother and children are both safe and healthy, a boy and a girl. Chu Ji let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that his entire back was soaked with sweat. He hurried to meet him, his movements carrying a subtle caution that he himself was unaware of. He took the two children from the midwife. One in the left hand, one in the right hand. Looking at their wrinkled yet incredibly cute little faces, my heart was instantly filled with something called happiness. This is his child. Just as he embraced the two children, the long-awaited system notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. A new offspring has been detected. Offspring's name, unnamed. Bloodline, Blackstone 7%. Qualification assessment, average. Offspring's name, unnamed. Bloodline, Blackstone 7%. Qualification assessment, average. Two offspring with ordinary aptitude have been detected. Rewards will be issued concurrently. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, job level +2. Boom. An indescribable surge of heat erupted within him out of nowhere. That power seemed to come from the very source of life, far purer and stronger than any attribute point. His bones crackled and popped like popping beans. Muscle fibers vibrated high speeds, tearing and then rebuilding at frequencies imperceptible to the naked eye. The previously invincible bottleneck of heavy infantry LV2 is as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in the face of this power. It can be broken with a single thrust. Heavy infantry LV3. The power is still rising rapidly. He could even clearly hear the sound of his blood surging like a great river. His five senses were elevated to a whole new level in an instant. He could see a wisp of black smoke rising from the candlelight at the end of the corridor. He could hear the faint breaths of the night watchmen outside the castle, their breaths heavy with cold. Heavy infantry LV4. The heat finally subsided, merging into his limbs and bones, becoming one with them. Chu Ji slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The breath that was exhaled actually created a faint white arrow of air in the slightly chilly air, which lingered for a long time. He clenched his fist. An unprecedented feeling, filled with explosive power, filled my entire body. He felt that he could kill a bull with a single punch now. For a first-tier professional, each level advancement represents a transformation. A promotion of 2 ranks is almost a complete transformation. He can now easily defeat 10, or even 20, versions of himself from before. Many children, many blessings. The feeling of gaining strength instantly without effort is simply wonderful. Chu Ji, hurry up and give the children names. Cheshire came closer, her eyes filled with maternal love as she looked at the two children in Chu Ji's arms. Yes, Chu Yang has a younger brother or sister again. Evelyn also came over, her cool eyes revealing an undisguised envy and longing. Chu Ji's thoughts were pulled back. He looked down at the two little lives in his arms. The boy on the left is waving his little fist, which looks very strong. The girl on the right is quietly closing her eyes, her long eyelashes resembling 2 small brushes. Choosing a name. This is a father's power and responsibility. He pondered for a moment. He, Chu Ji, comes from another world and has nothing in this world. Everything begins in a seemingly ordinary way. But his future is destined to be extraordinary. His children should be the same. The boy will be named Chu Fan. Chu Ji spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable determination. Fan, meaning ordinary. It implies that he can be down to earth and walk an extraordinary path from the ordinary. The girl's name will be Chu Nian. His gaze fell on the girl's peaceful sleeping face, and his eyes softened with tenderness. Nian, the Nian in longing. I want them to always remember that their family is the most precious thing they cherish and protect. Chu Fan, Chu Nian. Cheshire and Evelyn recited the name to themselves and both thought it sounded nice and had a good meaning. Afterwards, Chu Ji handed the children over to the wet nurses who had been prepared beforehand. Take good care of them. He gave instructions to the wet nurse and maids. Then, he pushed open the door to the delivery room and went inside. The room was spotless, without a trace of blood. The fireplace was burning brightly, making the whole room warm and cozy. Ella and Lena, sisters, each lay on a soft, comfortable bed. Their faces were a little pale, but they were in good spirits. When they saw Chuji come in, they all showed happy smiles. Grown-ups. Lena's voice was still a little weak. Child, did you see that? Ella's eyes were filled with anticipation and a hint of barely perceptible unease. They were commoners, and to be able to bear children for a baron was something they never dared to dream of before. Chuji walked to the bedside and took their hands in his. Their hands were a little cold, so he wrapped them in his own palms. I saw it. Chuji's tone was extremely solemn. A man and a woman, both healthy and cute. I named the boy Chu Fan and the girl Chunyen. He looked into the sister's eyes and spoke, word by word. You've worked hard. Thank you for bringing a new member to my family. You are the heroes of the Blackrock family. Upon hearing the words heroes, Ella and Lena's eyes instantly welled up with tears. They were just ugly women from humble backgrounds, and never imagined they would receive such respect and recognition. It is our honor to give birth to a child for adults. The two sisters said it almost in unison. Chuji smiled and tucked the blankets around them. Don't think about anything else, just rest well and get your body back in shape. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare the best tonics for you every day. He stayed with them for a while longer, until they all fell into a deep sleep, before getting up and leaving the room quietly. Chapter 62, Evelyn, we have to work overtime. It's late at night. Blackstone Castle has fallen silent from the daytime hustle and bustle and joy. Chuji quietly left Ella in Lena's room and gently closed the door behind him. Both new mothers had fallen into a deep sleep under his gentle comforting touch, their pale faces bearing satisfied smiles. In the corridor, the firelight from the fireplace lengthened his shadow. Chuji slowly clenched his fist, feeling the new power surging within his body. The change from heavy infantry LV2 to heavy infantry LV4 is not just a change in numbers. He felt that his five senses, strength, and endurance had all reached a completely new level. It was as if a giant beast with boundless energy had taken up residence inside my body. This kind of effortless transformation, achieved simply through the continuation of bloodlines, is truly fascinating. His smile deepened. He walked through the corridor and arrived at the castle's newly opened nursery. The room was warm and cozy, with a thick felt carpet on the floor, and several experienced wet nurses and maids were quietly busy at work. Four elegant cribs were placed side by side. Upon seeing Chuji enter, the maids all bowed, but he raised his hand to stop them. He tiptoed to the bedside. In the two smallest beds lay the newborns Chu Fan and Chunyen. Both little ones were sleeping soundly. Chu Fan would occasionally wave his little fist and smack his lips a few times, as if he were gathering strength even in his dreams. Chunyen was much quieter, her long eyelashes falling down, casting a small, lovely shadow under the soft light. In the largest bed, Chu Yang, who was almost a year old, was staring at his younger brother and sister with his big, dark eyes, curiously clinging to the edge of the bed. Upon seeing Chuji, he immediately stretched out his chubby little hand. Father! The indistinct call melted Chuji's heart like honey in an instant. He smiled and picked Chu Yang up. The little one immediately giggled and snuggled against him. Shu, keep your voice down, your younger siblings are sleeping. Chuji whispered in his ear. Cheshire had also arrived at the nursery at some point. She was wearing a soft cloak, her long golden hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her face radiated maternal glow. Look at him, he is full of energy and doesn't he want to sleep at all? Cheshire walked over and gently straightened Chu Yang's collar. Our eldest son should, of course, be full of energy. Chuji smiled and kissed his son on the cheek. The family gathered around their three children, their joy palpable, and the air was filled with an indescribable happiness and warmth. However, a figure stood quietly at the half-open door of the nursery. Evelyn looked at the scene in the room, her cool silver eyes reflecting the candlelight and an undisguised sense of loneliness. She saw Cheshire nestled beside Chuji, the two of them playing with the child together, and that natural intimacy filled her with envy. She saw that although Ella and Lena were not present, they had given birth to new members for the family and become contributors to the family's success. And what about herself? Chuji had 4 wives. Cheshire gave birth to Chu Yang, the eldest son with a strong bloodline, who is the hope for the future of the family. Ella and Lena have just added a pair of twins to the family, a truly remarkable achievement. Only she, Evelyn Silvermoon, had nothing. This realization, like a fine needle, gently pierced her heart. She wasn't jealous. She was genuinely happy for this family. However, amidst the joy, the feeling of being marginalized was also so real. She thought of her own bloodline. That 20% elven bloodline was the root cause of her exclusion from noble circles. But it was the most precious treasure in Chu Ji's eyes. Chu Ji said that their child would be an extraordinary genius. But now, the treasure remains buried in the earth, its value yet to be revealed. Evelyn's hands unconsciously clenched together beneath the wide sleeves of her robe. She couldn't wait any longer. She didn't want to be the only one in the family who only enjoyed protection but made no contribution. Her pride wouldn't allow her to do that. Just then, Chu Ji handed Chu Yang back to Cheshire and turned to leave the nursery. "It's getting late, you should get some rest too." He gave instructions to Cheshire. "Yes, honey, you too." Cheshire responded gently. Chu Ji walked out of the room, preparing to return to his own bedroom, when he bumped into Evelyn. "Evelyn?" Chu Ji was somewhat surprised. He looked at her, and the moonlight streamed in through the corridor window, giving her long silver hair a holy glow. "Why aren't you resting yet?" Evelyn did not answer. She simply looked at him quietly, and in his clear, cold eyes, there seemed to be a flame burning. An unnatural blush appeared on her cheeks. "Your Excellency, Baron." She spoke, her voice trembling slightly, without her even realizing it. Chu Ji was taken aback. It had been a long time since she had used such an unfamiliar form of address. The prosperity of the territory requires more outstanding successors. Evelyn lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye, but her tone was like a formal speech in a noble council. "My bloodline should contribute to the future of the family." She took a deep breath, as if she had made a tremendous decision. "So, tonight, I request to fulfill my duties and obligations as the Blackrock Lord's wife." She finally raised her head, her delicate, elfin face already flushed red. But her eyes held an undeniable firmness. "Please, work overtime with me." Chu Ji was taken aback when he saw her shy yet incredibly serious expression. Then, a warm feeling and an irrepressible excitement welled up in his heart. There was a real sense of contrast when he said those words in such a serious tone. Chu Ji took a step forward and gently grasped her cold hand. Evelyn's body stiffened abruptly, like a startled fawn. But she did not pull her hand away. "Madame's request is perfectly reasonable." Chu Ji's voice carried an unprecedented gentleness and a hint of teasing. "For the great revival of the Blackstone family, and to cultivate the strongest heir on the continent." He mimicked her tone and spoke in a serious manner. "Tonight, we must work overtime with all our might." Evelyn's face turned even redder, almost as if it were about to bleed. She glared at him reproachfully, and a touch of shy charm finally appeared in her usually cool eyes. Chu Ji smiled and stopped teasing her. He held her hand, a hand he had once hailed as a work of art, which was now trembling slightly. He held her tightly, using the warmth of his palm to dispel her coldness and tension. "Let's go. Let us go back to our room and discuss the future of the family." He took her hand and led her toward the bedroom at the end of the corridor. Under the moonlight, two figures clung tightly to each other as they gradually disappeared into the distance. Chapter 63, Pantheon God of Agriculture. The last snowfall of the year 960 in the human era was heavier than ever before. The newly appointed castle steward, Ander, returned from his travels, looking travel-worn. His respectable formal attire, which signified his status as an envoy of the Blackstone Baron, had a long tear in the chest, making him look utterly disheveled. Inside the study, the fireplace was burning brightly. Chu Ji was intently sketching something on a huge map with a quill pen. "Grown-ups." Ander's voice was filled with barely suppressed humiliation and anger. Earl Dragoncoff refused to return the 5 villages. Chu Ji didn't even look up, only giving a faint hum. It was as if they had expected this outcome. Ander took a deep breath and continued his report. He also said. Ander's fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He said that since that fool Chu Xiong agreed to give him the land, it is his. A mere brat who only got his title by killing his brother is not worthy of discussing the ownership of territory with him. He even had the family documents and land deeds that we presented to him torn up in public and thrown in my face. After saying that, Ander lowered his head in shame. "Your subordinate is incompetent and has disgraced you, sir." A moment of silence fell over the study. The only sound was the scratching of a quill pen across the parchment. After a long while, Chu Ji slowly put down his pen. He raised his head, his face revealing neither joy nor anger, but his eyes were as cold as a lake in the depths of winter. "You did a great job, Andrew." His voice was calm. "This is not your fault. The one who's wrong is a greedy old man who doesn't know his place." Chu Ji stood up, walked over to Ander, and personally straightened his torn collar. Make a note of this. We are very poor right now, and we don't have the time or energy to argue with a mad dog. But we will get our money back sooner or later, with interest. His calm tone carried a chilling air of authority. Ander looked up abruptly and nodded heavily. Soon, the old year passed. On the first day of the year 961 of the human era, Pantheon arrived as scheduled. The gloomy snowstorm that had lasted for nearly a month finally stopped. The long-awaited sun cast a warm golden hue over the snow-covered black stone ridge. The entire Blackstone castle was immersed in a festive atmosphere. The servants changed into new clothes, and calming incense was lit in the corridor. The kitchen prepared a sumptuous festive feast, including roasted turkey with a golden brown skin, roasted whole lamb sprinkled with spices, and elven-style desserts. Shuji took a rare break from all his affairs to spend time with his family. The atmosphere at the long table in the hall was harmonious and joyful. Cheshire and Evelyn sat on either side of him. Ella and Lena gently cared for the 4 children. Shu Yang, who is almost a year and a half old, can already walk unsteadily. He is chasing a round ball of yarn and giggling. Shuyu sat quietly in the baby chair, curiously looking around. Meanwhile, the youngest twins, Chu Fan and Xu Nian, were sleeping soundly in their wet nurse's arms. Looking at the beautiful scenery before him, Shuji felt a surge of tenderness in his heart. This is everything he wants to protect. It is also the foundation upon which he aims to create an immortal empire. As is customary, on Pantheon, the deity in charge of the year will announce his ordinance. Soon, Shuji learned the contents of the divine oracle. The great god of agriculture, Uriel, who is in charge of abundance and harvest, will become the chief god of the year 961 of the human era. The priest's voice was high-pitched and loud. God said that mortals survive by cultivating the land. God will watch over every field on the continent, and at harvest time, his blessings will fall upon the fields with the highest crop yields. The Lord who owns this land will receive the title of Blessed One of Abundance, and the yield of all crops in his territory will be permanently increased next year. Upon hearing the divine oracle, the people in the square erupted in thunderous cheers. For ordinary people, increased crop yields mean a more prosperous life. The news quickly reached the castle. A hint of worry appeared on the butler Ander's face. He reported this to Chu Ji. My lord, the divine gift of the god of agriculture is tempting, but I'm afraid it's not for us. Throughout the north, and even throughout the entire kingdom, it is known that the land of golden harvest is the most fertile, and their lords have been devout followers of the god of agriculture for generations. Our Blackstone territory has always had barren land, so it's almost impossible to compete with them for yield per acre. Hake and the other military generals nodded in agreement. In their view, it was entirely a matter of luck and had little to do with the lord's governance. The fertility of the land is determined by nature. However, as Chuji listened to Ander's report, a mysterious smile slowly crept onto his lips. Is the land barren? Impossible? Others might be like that. But he isn't. He recalled the techniques he personally guided the villagers to implement in Heishui village to solve the food problem. Composting technology can turn decay into something wonderful, greatly increasing soil fertility. The concept of meticulous cultivation allows the potential of every inch of land to be maximized. And those new farm tools that he improved. These things might seem like insignificant little tricks to people in this world. But Chu Ji knew very well what was going on. Together, they constitute an agricultural revolution powerful enough to overturn the productivity of an era. What is called a divine gift is nothing more than a game that can be conquered in the face of absolute science. Ander. Chu Ji's voice carried a strong sense of confidence. Go and relay my orders. This year, we will promote the farming model of Heishui village throughout the entire Heishi territory. This blessing from the god of agriculture. Chu Ji's gaze fell upon the vast fields outside the window, his eyes gleaming with a determined light. I'm determined to have it. Chapter 64, The Madman's New Policy. The spring breeze swept across the thawing Blackstone Ridge, bringing with it the breath of life. The farmers in the fields, however, were whispering amongst themselves, filled with confusion and unease. Because their new baron has issued a series of strange orders. These orders were personally delivered to each village by the new steward, Ander, along with his guards. First, each village needs to assign a person to collect the excrement and livestock excrement from the households of the villagers. Secondly, this year's planting must not be limited to just one crop. We must plant wheat, beans, and several special fodders together according to the blueprints drawn by the adults. Third, the sowing density should be increased, and the distance between seeds should be reduced to 1/3 of the original. When Ander finished reading these decrees aloud in the village square, there was a deathly silence below. The farmers looked at each other, their expressions shifting from awe to bewilderment. When Ander led his men to the next village at full speed, the crowd erupted in excitement. "What's the point of collecting all that smelly stuff?" An old farmer with a face full of wrinkles spat the grass roots from his mouth onto the ground. "God, I've lived for 60 years and I've never heard of such a thing. Isn't that stuff usually just poured out? And what about mixed farming, where several kinds of crops are planted in one field? Won't they fight each other? What if nothing grows properly by then? The most critical issue is the planting density. If you plant them so densely, the seedlings will all die from overcrowding. How can the crops grow then?" The voices of doubt rose and fell. Each of these strategies contradicts the farming experience passed down from their ancestors. In their view, this was simply insane. The people's confusion quickly reached Blackrock Castle and landed on Chuji's desk. "It seems they can't understand." Chuji was not surprised by this. He had long anticipated that farming habits built up over thousands of years could not be easily changed by a single decree. "Ander, your subordinate is here. We selected 100 farmers from Heishui village who were the first to adopt the new farming methods and who had a bumper harvest last year." Chuji tapped his fingers lightly on the map. "Send them to every village as teachers. Let them use their own experiences to tell all the farmers in the territory what the benefits of doing this are." "Yes, sir." Ander accepted the order and left, his heart filled with hope. He believes that the power of role models is boundless. However, reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. The old farmers of Blackwater village did indeed faithfully carry out the Lord's orders. On the ridges of fields in various villages, they talked animatedly about how compost could make barren land fertile. It describes how mixed farming doubles the harvest. They even brought plump grains of wheat from last year's harvest as evidence. The villagers listened attentively. He did indeed show expressions of envy and surprise. But when the topic shifted to "should we do it together?" everyone fell silent. "Brother, we believe what you say." A middle-aged man who looked like the village chief handed a bowl of water to a farmer from Blackwater village inside. "But what if?" He looked around at the sorrowful faces. "If the crops don't adapt well to the local climate and the harvest is halved, our whole family will go hungry. Yes, we are not like your Blackwater village, which received so many rewards from the adults last year. We can't afford to fail. The risk is too great. I dare not try, I really dare not try." The outreach efforts were met with a polite yet firm rejection in almost every village. Farmers are willing to work hard, but they dare not gamble their family's entire year's food supply on an uncertain future. When Ander reported the results to Chuji, his face was full of frustration. "My lord, I am incompetent. They would rather believe in God than in us." Chuji listened quietly, without the slightest anger, and instead smiled. "No, it's not that they don't trust us." He walked to the window and looked at the land being tilled in the distance. "They simply can't afford the cost of failure." Chuji turned around, his eyes gleaming with a penetrating light that seemed to see right through people. "Since they don't dare to gamble, then we'll gamble for them. Pass on my orders." In each village, the castle funded the selection of 5 acres of the most ordinary paddy fields as experimental fields. "We provide the seeds, we provide the farming tools, and we even hire them to cultivate our experimental fields themselves. They just need to follow our method, and their wages will be settled daily." Ander's eyes suddenly lit up. "Your Excellency is wise." He exclaimed excitedly, "In this way, we will bear all the risks. When the autumn harvest comes, as long as the yield from the experimental field is right in front of them, no one will doubt it anymore. Go and do it." Chuji waved his hand. "Don't be afraid to spend money. Sometimes, trust has to be bought with money." The experimental field plan was quickly implemented. However, Chuji's actions, like the wind, spread beyond Blackstone territory. The news reached the ears of his greedy neighbor, Earl Dragonkoff. In the banquet hall of Earl Dragonkoff's castle. When a merchant vividly described what was happening in Blackrock territory, all the nobles laughed uproariously. "Collecting feces?" Earl Dragonkoff held his wineglass, his fat face full of sarcasm. "That pathetic bastard who murdered his brother seems to have truly been cursed by the gods and has gone mad," he shouted exaggeratedly to the guests. "I heard he emptied the treasury to secure his position, and now that he's broke, he's started dealing in filthy things. He's really disgraced the nobility. A minor nobleman, a vassal, immediately flattered him. The Earl is right. I'm afraid it won't be long before he becomes the first baron in the kingdom to starve to death. Ha 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 ha. The banquet hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. For them, a joke about a patricide is the perfect accompaniment to their drinks. The news also reached Blackrock Castle. Ander reported these offensive taunts to Chu Ji in detail. My lord, Earl Dragoncoff, he. Ander's face was full of anger. Chu Ji simply scribbled on the paper without even lifting his eyelids. Let him say it. His voice was calm, without the slightest ripple. Some people always think that being loud means being right. Ignore the noise. He handed Ander a newly drawn blueprint. That was a preliminary design for an irrigation canal. Do it this way, and the autumn harvest will give them the answer. Chu Ji's gaze passed over Ander and fell upon the vast and hopeful fields outside the window. A faint smile curved at the corners of his lips. Chapter 65, Tie Your Hair Up. A gentle summer breeze caressed the fields of Blackstone Ridge, causing the greenweed to ripple endlessly. A sizable caravan was slowly making its way along the road to Blackrock Castle. Marion, the caravan leader, sat in the carriage, looking out the window in surprise. The road is flat and clean, with neatly planned farmland on both sides. The farmers working in the fields did not appear numb. Instead, their faces radiated enthusiasm. This was a completely different world from the barren, chaotic, and lifeless Blackstone territory he remembered. That young new baron seems to have some tricks up his sleeve. Marion made his own assessment in his mind. As the leader of a caravan that had traveled all over the country, he had passed through Blackstone territory many times, but this was the first time he had noticed such a big change. Inside the reception room of Blackstone Castle, Chu Ji received the merchant from the south of the kingdom. Your Excellency, you may not know this, but the entire kingdom is now going crazy over the oracle of the god of agriculture. Marion took a sip of ale inside. The great lords of the south have all gone mad in their quest for the title of Blessed Ones. They spared no expense, offering rewards to the best farmers and searching for the rarest seeds. Marion lowered his voice, his face showing a hint of mystery and awe. I've heard that even a few counts have organized adventure teams to enter the misty forest in search of the legendary elven tribe. They want to ask the druids among the elves to use nature magic to accelerate the growth of crops and increase yields. Upon hearing this, even Ander, who was standing behind Chu Ji, gasped in shock. Using magic to farm? This is simply a case of overwhelming force. Chu Ji's expression didn't change much. He simply picked up his wineglass and took a sip. Marion looked at his calm face and kindly offered a reminder. Your Excellency, I mean no offense, but your improvement of farming tools and construction of irrigation canals are indeed wise moves. But in front of truly powerful figures, these conventional methods are probably. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already clear. The conventional can never defeat the extraordinary. After seeing the caravan off, Chu Ji stood alone by the window of his study. As he gazed at the distant fields, a trace of worry did indeed cross his mind. Looking for a druid. If they actually find it, will our scientific farming methods still have a chance of success? But he quickly dispelled that worry. A confident smile returned to the corners of his mouth. Whether it's a gift from God or magic, it's all external. Only the strength you hold in your own hands is real. Even without the blessing of the god of agriculture, these measures can still increase food production in Blackrock territory and feed his people. This is the fundamental reason why he expanded his territory and strengthened his power. Having figured this out, Chu Ji felt a sense of clarity and relief. At night, after finishing all his business, Chu Ji habitually headed towards his residence in the backyard. But instead of returning to his bedroom, he went to Evelyn's door. I knocked gently on the door. Please come in. Evelyn's cool yet expectant voice came from inside the door. Chu Ji pushed open the door and entered. The room was filled with calming incense, and Evelyn was sitting by the window. The moonlight shone on her long silver hair, making her seem to glow. But Chu Ji keenly sensed that she was different today. She clasped her hands tightly together in front of her, sitting upright like a student waiting for a teacher's reprimand. What's wrong? Chu Ji walked up to her and asked softly. Evelyn looked up, her beautiful silver eyes filled with incredibly complex emotions. There was tension, joy, and a touch of indescribable excitement. She opened her mouth, seemingly unsure how to begin. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, then stood up and bowed slightly to Chu Ji. Shu Ji. Her voice was very soft, with a barely perceptible tremor. I might be carrying a new family member for you. Boom. In an instant, it was as if a thunderclap exploded in Shu Ji's mind. He froze on the spot, staring unblinkingly at Evelyn. Is she pregnant? Evelyn? Is Evelyn, who has 20% elven blood, pregnant? What does that mean? This means he will have a descendant with elven blood. This is absolutely a treasure that far surpasses advanced qualifications. Legend? Or is it an epic? Ecstasy erupted like a volcano, instantly engulfing every cell in his body. Real? He grabbed Evelyn's shoulder, his voice hoarse with excitement. Yes. Evelyn nodded, a relieved and happy smile spreading across her face. The doctors in the castle have confirmed it. It's been almost a month. That's great. That's great. Shuji was excited and wanted to pick her up and spin her around a few times, but as soon as his hand touched her waist, he quickly pulled it back, afraid of hurting her. Evelyn's smile deepened at her cautious demeanor. However, after the initial joy, a subtle awkwardness began to spread between the two. After all, it was already late at night, and if it were any other time, Shuji would have already started investigating Evelyn. Evelyn's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head, speaking softly. How about we let Ella and the others come? Shuji was taken aback upon hearing this, but then he understood her thoughts. However, Ella and the others have been working hard taking care of the children lately, so they've probably already rested. At that moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Evelyn. He spoke, his voice incredibly gentle. Put your hair up. Chapter 66, Scientific Farming and the Uninvited Guest. Under the moonlight, Evelyn did as she was told, slowly gathering her long silver hair into an elegant updo at the back of her head. With her hair tied up, her smooth forehead and perfect profile were fully revealed. And those slightly longer than human ears, with graceful curves at the tips, trembling slightly. That is the most prominent sign of her elven bloodline. In aristocratic circles, it was a symbol of bastard and outcast. At this moment, under Chuji's focused and gentle gaze, these ears seemed to have become the most sacred works of art. Evelyn's cheeks were as red as the sunset, and her body was slightly tense with nervousness. Have you seen enough? She asked in a low voice. Shuji did not answer, but simply reached out and gently touched the tip of her ear with his fingertips. The skin there is delicate and sensitive. Evelyn's body trembled violently, and she almost lost her balance. Then, Evelyn bent down. The next day, Marion, the caravan leader, was once again invited to the castle's drawing room. This time, Shuji showed him a completely new product. It was a black, viscous liquid with a pungent odor. Your Excellency, with all due respect, this kind of thing. Marion frowned, his eyes filled with confusion. He couldn't fathom what use this black, foul-smelling liquid could possibly have. I know what you're thinking. Shuji smiled and asked a guard to bring him a piece of firewood that had been soaked in water. Then, he used a small stick to dip into a small amount of black liquid and smeared it on the wet firewood. Watch closely. He struck a match and approached gently. Call. A burst of orange-red flame suddenly shot up, instantly igniting the entire soaked firewood. The flames burned exceptionally brightly, crackling and popping, and were much hotter than ordinary firewood. Marion's eyes widened instantly. He jumped up from his seat, staring intently at the flame, his face filled with disbelief. Oil that can ignite wet wood? This is unheard of. As a businessman who had traveled all over the country, he almost immediately sensed the tremendous business opportunity hidden within. Military marches, wilderness adventures, keeping warm in damp weather. It has so many uses. This thing, how many do you have, sir? Marion's voice trembled slightly, and his previous contempt was gone. We call it fuel oil. Shuji said calmly. As for production, Blackrock territory can supply it continuously as long as you need it. Marion's breathing became rapid. He knew he had discovered a real gold mine. Price. The price is negotiable, Chief Marion. Shuji gestured for him to sit down. But this is a new product after all, and the specific price it can sell for depends on the market response. I can sell you 100 barrels at the low price of 10 silver coins per barrel as a trial. If sales are good, we can sign a long-term supply contract, and the price will be negotiated separately. How about that? Marion, being a seasoned veteran, immediately calmed down. He understood what Shuji meant. He was being asked to expand the market. Despite the risks, if successful, he would become the exclusive distributor of this miraculous fuel in the South. Make a deal. Marion nodded emphatically. The Baron is indeed straightforward. The two sides quickly reached a deal. Shuji also took the opportunity to purchase a batch of rare herbs from Marion at a high price for strengthening the body's foundation and nourishing its vital energy. These were prepared for his eldest son, Shu Yang, who possessed advanced qualifications. He wants to start laying the most solid foundation for his son's future from this moment on. The caravan, loaded with 100 barrels of fuel oil, departed contentedly. Shuji then threw himself back into the busy construction work in his territory. Time flies, and summer is coming to an end in the blink of an eye. In the fields of Blackstone territory, a bountiful harvest is in sight. The most eye-catching feature is the 5-acre experimental field in each village. Village Chief Buck was standing on the edge of the field with his hands behind his back. To his left was his own carefully tended wheat field. The wheat was growing well, and the ears of wheat were beginning to become full, which made him very satisfied. But when his gaze crossed the field ridge and landed on the experimental field to his right, the satisfaction on his face instantly turned into undisguised shock and bitterness. The wheat in that experimental field was as if it had taken a miracle drug. Each wheat stalk was as thick as an adult's little finger. The emerald green wheat leaves are broad and thick, layer upon layer. The most striking thing was the wheat ears, each one so heavy that they almost bent the stalks over. This isn't wheat at all. This is practically a small grove of trees. Looking at their own wheat, compared to others, it looked like malnourished weeds. Well. Buck sighed heavily. Back then, he was one of the troublemakers in the village who led the way in refusing to adopt the new law. Now, I'm kicking myself. Not far away, several villagers were also pointing at the experimental field. Gods above, is that really wheat? It seems to be taller than me. I heard from people from Heishui village that this is all thanks to composting and mixed planting. I regret it. I should have listened to the Lord. Look at those ears of wheat, one of them is probably worth 3 of ours. The people on Earl of Dragonkoff's side are even mocking our Lord as a madman. I think they are the blind fools. Next year I will definitely farm all the land in my family like this. Listening to the villagers' comments, Buck's face burned with embarrassment. Facts speak for themselves. The Lord used this heavy wheat field to silently slap everyone in the face. At this moment, in the study of Blackrock Castle, Shuji, meanwhile, was calculating another, even more revolutionary plan. On his table were several sheets of parchment. The document details the sunshine duration, rainfall, and soil conditions in different areas of Blackstone territory over the past month. This is the data that he arranged for Ander to collect. According to his calculations, the autumn harvest in Blackstone territory could be completed by mid-September. The latest time for sowing that the climate allows is early October. There is a 2-week window period in between. Perhaps, we could try harvesting 2 crops a year. A glint of ambition shone in Shuji's eyes. He plans to immediately begin a new round of plowing and sowing after the autumn harvest, rushing to plant a season of spring wheat. As a result, Blackstone territory's grain production will increase by 50% on top of the current level. This is a crazy plan that could change the landscape of the North. Just as he was immersed in his grand plan. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded on the door. Come in. The butler, Ander, pushed open the door and entered, his face grave with a hint of urgency. Sir, something has happened. A large number of refugees suddenly poured into the southern checkpoint of the territory. Shuji frowned. Refugees? Where did they come from? Ander took a deep breath and said in a low voice. According to their own account. They all come from the 5 villages to our east that were seized by Earl Dragonkoff. Chapter 67, Shuji's Wrath. The atmosphere at the southern checkpoint of Blackrock territory was as heavy as iron. Hundreds of ragged, pale-faced refugees were firmly controlled by a squad of 50 soldiers in an open area outside the checkpoint. The soldiers, armed with spears and clad in fine leather armor, silently formed a human wall. They were very nervous, their palms were sweating, because the number of people on the other side was more than 10 times theirs. But they did not back down. The word retreat was not found in the Lord's military orders. The refugees became even more nervous. They fled, starving, expecting a chaotic looting or a cold expulsion. But the soldiers in front of me are well equipped and highly disciplined. They simply stood there in silence, and their imposing aura kept everyone from making a move. The sound of horses' hooves grew louder as they approached. Shuji arrived at the scene with a squad of personal guards. He dismounted, his cloak embroidered with the Blackstone family crest fluttering in the wind. His gaze swept over them, and the refugees all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. This is the deterrent effect brought about by the parasite trait. What happened? Shuji's voice was calm, but it possessed an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger. Grown-ups. The captain of the guard at the checkpoint immediately stepped forward and bowed. As the steward reported, they claimed to be leaders from the 5 villages to the east. Shuji's gaze fell on an old man at the very front of the refugee procession. The old man had a wrinkled face and whip marks on his body, but his spine was still relatively straight. He seems to be the backbone of this group. You, come here. Shuji waved to him. The old man hesitated for a moment, then, encouraged by the gazes of those around him, he staggered out of the crowd and knelt down a few steps away from Shuji. This humble citizen, John, the former village chief of Shimu village, pays his respects to your excellency the Baron. His voice was hoarse and dry, filled with despair and exhaustion. Raise your head. Shuji said calmly. Tell me what happened. John looked up, his cloudy old eyes instantly filling with tears. He called out 3 times to Shuji. My lord. Please, do justice for us. His cries were heart-wrenching. Ever since we were assigned to Earl Dragonkov, we haven't had a single good day. The tax officials he sent took away 80% of our grain. A few days ago, he sent troops over again and robbed all of our families of their last remaining food, not even a single bean was left. Shuji's eyes turned cold. This is no different from draining the pond to catch all the fish. Then what? John wiped away his tears, his voice trembling with extreme anger and fear. After looting the grain, they confined all of us in the village like livestock. We overheard the soldiers' conversation and found out. That devil. That Earl of Dragonkov, he is planning to sell all of us to slave traders in the south for money. Upon hearing this, all the Blackstone soldiers present gasped in shock. Uncontrollable anger surfaced on their faces. Selling free people into slavery is an outrageous crime that crosses the line of human society. Even the usually composed butler, Ander, clenched his fists inside his sleeves. Shuji's face was expressionless, but the cold light in his eyes made the surrounding air seem to drop several degrees. So you escaped overnight? Yes, sir. John cried out. We inquired for several days and finally found a gap in the guard's shifts. The able-bodied men of the village fought desperately to open a gap, and that's how we escaped. We know you have become the new master of Blackrock territory, and that you are a benevolent lord, so we have been heading west. Only if you return to Blackrock territory will we have a chance to survive. Shuji remained silent for a moment, then asked again. Did everyone escape? This question was like a knife, stabbing deeply into John's heart. His expression froze instantly, then was replaced by immense grief. He pounded the ground violently and burst into tears. No. No, sir. We rushed out too quickly. Those elderly people with mobility issues, and many children, are still being held captive. When we were discovered, Count Lonka's soldiers were still shouting behind us, saying that we should sell off the old, weak, sick, and disabled first, because they were worthless and keeping them would be a waste of food. Boom! A muffled thud. One of Shuji's personal guards was horrified to discover that the handle of the horsewhip made of hardwood and brass in his master's hand had been crushed into a pile of wood chips. An endless rage erupted in Shuji's chest like a volcano. He could understand greed. He could tolerate brutality. But he could not tolerate someone trampling on his dignity as a lord in this way. Those people were once citizens of Blackrock territory. Now, like livestock, their food is stolen and they are left to be sold. The most helpless elderly and children are the first to suffer. Very good. Shuji slowly uttered 2 words. His voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling killing intent that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Count Dragonkov, he is courting death. He turned around and gave orders to Hack, the captain of the Mad Axe Guard beside him. The voice wasn't loud, but it was resolute. Pass on my orders. Castle guards, assemble. A fervent fighting spirit instantly erupted in Hack's eyes. He slammed his fist into his breastplate, creating a deafening roar. Yes, my lord. Less than an hour. The vast open space in front of Blackrock Castle was already filled with soldiers in full armor and weapons. After this period of expansion and training, Shuji's truly elite force has begun to take shape. 200 heavily armored infantrymen, clad in full chainmail and helmets, stood silently, shields and spears in hand, like a steel forest. 100 newly formed crossbowmen, carrying crossbows on their backs, with short swords at their waists, and sharp eyes. 50 mercenaries from Mad Axe did not wear uniform armor, but each of them exuded a fierce aura, and the iconic giant battle axes in their hands gleamed with a bloodthirsty light in the sunlight. In addition, there are troops that have just been rotated out of the checkpoints. An army of nearly 500 men has been assembled. This is a military force that Blackrock territory has never possessed in hundreds of years. Shuji arrived in front of the army. He did not give a lengthy pre-battle mobilization speech. Ella. He first looked at the housekeeper and his wife. You are responsible for arranging these refugees, providing them with food and shelter, and counting their numbers. Yes, sir. Don't worry, honey. Ander and Ella immediately accepted the order. Then, Shuji mounted his horse and drew his knight's sword from his waist. He didn't look at the displaced people who were crying with emotion. His gaze swept over the face of every soldier in front of him. I'm only bringing 300 men. His voice echoed throughout the entire training ground. We only have one mission. The sword's edge suddenly pointed eastward. It points to the land that has been seized by Earl Dragonkopf. Go! Take our people back from that old dog's mouth. Chapter 68, The Slave Trade. Shimu Village. The once peaceful village now resembles a ransacked ruin. Earl Dragonkopf sat astride his horse, his obese body trembling violently with rage. Before him, a captain of the guard knelt in the mud, trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Earl of Dragonkopf lashed the captain's back hard with his riding whip. A deep gash immediately appeared on the leather armor. You're supposed to be guarding a bunch of unarmed commoners, and you've managed to get most of them to escape. My lord, spare us. They escaped by digging a tunnel in the middle of the night. I don't care how they ran away. Earl Dragonkopf lashed out with his whip again. This month, all the salaries of your entire squad will be deducted. Use the money to fill in the holes in the ground. He was panting heavily, but his anger was not because of the fleeing people. Instead, it was because the gold coins it was about to obtain had sprouted wings and flown away. Beside him, a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes and looking like a scholar smiled slightly. He was one of the largest slave traders in the South, Khan. My lord, why be angry? Khan's voice was gentle and polite, as if he were talking about the weather. It's normal for some goods to be damaged during transportation. He glanced at the hundreds of elderly people and children in the village who were confined, their eyes filled with despair, but his smile remained unchanged. However, the rest. Khan shook his head. The elderly can't walk or do any work. The child is too young, raising him to adulthood requires costs and carries too high risks. He looked at Earl Dragonkopf and slowly extended a finger. These defective products are of very poor quality. The price we agreed on before will probably have to be reduced by 90%. 1/10 off. Count Dragonkopf's eyes instantly turned red. Khan. You're taking advantage of our misfortune. He roared, these are all top quality goods. Those young men have only run away temporarily, I'll catch them soon. Oh? Khan raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his smile. Really? But I only believe what I see in front of me. If you feel the price is not right, this deal can be cancelled. I think those orc tribes that are short of food might be very interested in the rations for these old, weak, women and children. A blatant threat. Count Dragonkopf's face turned pale and then red. He is desperately short of money right now, and he has to sell this batch of goods. 30% off. He practically gritted his teeth as he squeezed out the number. It can't be any less. Khan seemed to ponder for a moment before reluctantly nodding. All right, I'll do it since you're a regular customer. With an elegant wave of his hand, he gave orders to his men behind him, whose eyes were filled with fierceness. Let's get to work. Hurry up, tie up all the little brats who can still walk and take them away. As for the old ones, move them far away, don't let them die in the village, it'll ruin the impression. At the command, the pack of ravenous slave traders immediately surged into the crowd. Cries, screams, and curses instantly echoed throughout the entire village. A young mother was holding her 3 or 4-year-old daughter tightly in her arms, her fingernails digging into the child's clothes. Please. Don't take her away from me. She's my everything. A burly slave trader with a menacing face stepped forward with a sneer. He completely ignored his mother's pleas and roughly pried her fingers apart. Wow! The girl's cries were heart-wrenching. The slave traders picked her up like a chick and tossed her to one of their companions. An elderly man with white hair rushed over, leaning on a cane, trying to stop him. "You beasts! You bunch of beasts!" His response was a merciless, heavy kick. The old man was kicked hard to the ground, curled up in pain, and could no longer make a sound. Despair spread among the people like a plague. This is hell. However, at this very moment, thump! 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 A series of heavy, rhythmic footsteps came from the end of the road outside the village. The sounds were synchronized, like a giant steel beast striding forward. Everyone was drawn to the sound and involuntarily stopped what they were doing. Whether it was the crying villagers or the abusive slave traders. They saw it. On the horizon, a moving steel forest appeared. 300 soldiers clad in iron armor marched forward in perfect formation, in complete silence. They held heavy tower shields in their left hands and 3-meter-long, chilling spears in their right. The sunlight shone on their cold helmets and spear tips, reflecting a chilling gleam. An atmosphere of grimness and desolation swept over us. Before a slave trader could react, he grabbed a boy's arm. A dark figure appeared before him like a ghost. He is the leader of this army. Shuji's eyes burned with a fury powerful enough to consume everything. He remained silent. He simply drew the long sword from his waist. A flash of sword light. Ah! The slave trader let out a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered. The arm he was holding onto the boy had been severed at the wrist. Stop! Shuji's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the cold wind of winter, blowing through the eardrums of everyone present. Behind him, 300 soldiers stopped in unison, their spears pointing forward and their shields slamming to the ground. Thump! A loud bang shook the ground. All the slave traders froze, their fierce expressions instantly replaced by terror. The expressions on the faces of Count Dragonkov and slave trader Khan were even more fascinating. Shuji? Earl Dragonkov could hardly believe his eyes. How could this mere child in his eyes have brought such an elite army here? Earl of Dragonkov. Shuji slowly turned around, his gaze like a blade, piercing straight at Earl Lanka. You've got some nerve. How dare you sell my people on my territory? Your territory? Earl Dragonkov seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, and then roared in a show of bravado but inwardly weak voice. Shuji. Look carefully. This is my territory. That idiot Chu Xiong ceded it to me with his own hands. Every single person here is my private property. I have the right to dispose of them as I see fit. This is a power granted to me by the noble code. Shuji laughed, a cold laugh filled with disdain. A piece of worthless paper signed by an idiot doesn't even deserve to be called a contract. His voice suddenly rose in pitch, like a thunderclap. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. These 5 villages have been an inseparable part of Blackstone territory since ancient times. It's clearly written in the kingdom's investiture document 300 years ago. You, an outsider, what right do you have to point fingers here? Count Dragonkov coughed violently, unable to utter a single word. Khan, the slave trader standing nearby, glanced at him. He keenly sensed the enormous risk. The ownership of the goods is in dispute. This is a major taboo in business. Stop. He made a calming gesture to his men. Everyone, come back. Khan once again flashed his professional smile and bowed slightly to Chu Ji and Count Lanka. It seems there's been a slight misunderstanding between the two of you. As merchants, it is inappropriate for us to interfere in the internal affairs of nobles. Let's wait here for a bit. We'll discuss the deal once your dispute is resolved. Chapter 69, Forcing Earl Dragonkov to Retreat. Shuji had just finished speaking. The hundreds of villagers, who had been confined in the center of the village, suddenly burst into long-suppressed cries. The white-haired old village chief, John, who had been kicked to the ground, struggled to get up. He pointed at Earl Dragonkov and roared with all his might. That's right. We are from Blackrock territory. Our ancestors, generation after generation, swore allegiance to the Blackstone Baron. We are not animals for you, you old dog. This roar ignited a fire in everyone's hearts. The young mother whose child had been taken away also cried and screamed. We are citizens of Blackrock territory. Immediately following was a massive wave of sound from hundreds of voices. We are citizens of Blackrock territory. Get out of our home. It is what the people want. These 4 words were like an invisible slap, landing hard on Count Dragonkoff's fat face. His face turned extremely pale, and his fat trembled violently. Fart! Earl Dragonkoff roared in rage and shame. The contract is right here in black and white. That idiot Chu Xiong has already sold you all to me. Chu Xi looked at him coldly, as if he were looking at a clown. Chu Xiong? He let out a contemptuous sneer. A traitor who murdered his own father, plotted to poison his companions, and was ultimately publicly judged as a sinner by the temple. Chu Xi's voice suddenly rose, each word like a knife. His right to inherit was completely stripped away the moment he raised the butcher's knife. What right does a sinner who doesn't even have the right to inherit have to dispose of the Blackstone family's territory and people? You're showing off your power on my territory with a worthless piece of paper signed by a sinner? I'd like to ask you a question, Earl Dragonkoff. To associate with criminals and seize other people's territory, are you openly defying the noble code of the entire kingdom? A barrage of questions struck Earl Dragonkoff's heart like a heavy hammer. He was speechless, his old face turning a deep purplish red. Legally speaking, he has already lost, and lost completely. Seeing that he couldn't reason with him, Earl Dragonkoff's eyes finally replaced his anger with a sinister look. Good. What a sharp-tongued brat. He suddenly activated the power within his body. Buzz. A powerful, blood-smelling pressure erupted from his obese body. The air instantly became thick and oppressive. Some of the slave traders who were nearby even felt short of breath and their legs went weak. As a genuine high-level professional, Earl Dragonkoff's absolute strength is enough to crush the vast majority of nobles in the north. He wanted to use sheer force to force this arrogant brat to submit. Kid, the law is written by the strong. Count Dragonkoff's voice was filled with cruel pleasure. Even if Earl Silvermoon came today, he couldn't save you. I said it. However, to everyone's surprise, it happened. Under that terrifying pressure, Chu Xi's figure remained as still as a pine tree on a mountaintop. He simply raised the long sword in his hand slowly, the tip of the sword pointing directly at Count Dragonkoff's throat. That chilling killing intent instantly pierced through the Earl's oppressive aura. Immediately afterwards. Thump! Behind Chu Xi, 300 armored soldiers stepped forward in unison. 300 shields and 300 spears were raised at the same time, aimed at the enemy in front of them. Their synchronized movements and the unified, fierce aura they exuded combined to form an even more powerful and ruthless torrent of steel. It crashed violently into Count Dragonkoff's seemingly powerful personal aura. Boom! Earl Lanka felt an overwhelming aura coming towards him, and his warhorse let out a mournful cry, startled by the aura and taking 3 steps back. The Count's smugness froze, replaced by undisguised horror and fear. 300 well-trained and fearless professional soldiers. This is already a force capable of deciding the outcome of a small-scale battle. Although he himself was a high-level professional, if he were caught in the siege of this army of 300 men, he would have no chance of survival. This Chu Xi is not bluffing. He really dares to take action. Just as the atmosphere reached a freezing point, Chu Xi spoke again. This time, his voice wasn't loud, but it caused another person's expression to change drastically. Mr. Khan. Chu Xi's gaze shifted to the slave trader who maintained an elegant smile. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you. According to the laws of the kingdom, a lord has jurisdiction over the people within his territory. But these people of mine are natural people with free status, not serfs who can be bought and sold at will. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately. Selling free citizens of the kingdom into slavery. This would be a serious crime in any province of the kingdom, enough to warrant a gallows. Upon hearing this, the smile on the face of slave trader Khan finally vanished. A flicker of surprise crossed his shrewd eyes, which was quickly replaced by a resolute determination. I see. Khan clapped his hands as if suddenly realizing something, then bowed deeply to Chu Xi with a face full of apology. Your Excellency Baron Blackstone, this is a huge misunderstanding. He turned his head and glared at Count Dragonkoff with extreme disgust. We, the Flame Fong Merchant Guild, have always been law-abiding merchants. What we despise most is this heinous business of selling free people. Your Excellency, you have truly disappointed us. You actually tried to deceive us and make us bear this filthy crime as well. This righteous and eloquent performance completely absolved them of any responsibility. Earl Dragonkoff was so angry he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Khan didn't give him a chance to speak at all, turning around gracefully and waving his hand decisively at his men. Let's go. This transaction is cancelled. From now on, our Chamber of Commerce will refuse to have any dealings with such untrustworthy and shameless individuals. Having said that, he led his equally bewildered group of slave traders away from this troublesome place without looking back. In the blink of an eye, only Earl Dragonkoff and his 100 or so guards remained at the village entrance. They stood there all alone, like a group of ridiculous clowns. They lost both their money and their lives. They lost all face. Earl Dragonkoff's chest heaved violently. He was practically bursting with rage. He stared intently at Chu Ji, his eyes seeming to want to devour him alive. Good, very good. He squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Chu Ji, you just wait. I'll remember this debt. After uttering a harsh remark, Earl Lonka yanked hard on the reins and led his men in a slinking retreat eastward. Chu Ji watched their disheveled departure with a blank expression. He knew that things were far from over. A mad dog that has been thoroughly enraged is far more dangerous than a greedy wolf. But since he has already done it, he will not regret it. Chapter 70, Count Dragonkoff's weakness. Count Dragonkoff's disheveled figure disappeared on the horizon. The despair that had hung over Riverwood Village was finally completely dispelled. Instead, there was a euphoric joy after the deathly silence, a joy born of surviving a catastrophe. The rescued villagers stood there, stunned, as if they couldn't believe it was real. Until another group of people rushed into the village from the direction of Blackstone territory, crying and shouting. They were young and strong men who had previously managed to escape. When they saw that their loved ones were safe and sound, these 7-foot-tall men cried like children. Father! A burly young man rushed to the old village chief, John, knelt down heavily, hugged his legs, and burst into tears. I'm back. I'm late. The young mother whose child had been taken away stared blankly at the familiar figure in the crowd. Oman, is that you? Her husband, the man who had risked his life to open a breach for the villagers, now had tears streaming down his face. He rushed over in 3 strides and hugged his wife and daughter tightly. The family of 3 wept together. Such scenes unfold in every corner of the village. The joy of reunion, intertwined with the lingering fear of escaping death, transformed into a deafening cry. But this time, the tears weren't salty, they were sweet. After the crying subsided, everyone's eyes turned to the young lord who was riding silently on horseback. With his son's help, the old village chief, John, struggled to reach Chu Ji's horse. He didn't speak, but once again, with utmost solemnity, he knelt down. As he moved, the hundreds of villagers behind him, whom he had just reunited with, all knelt down with a clatter. Their faces were filled with the most sincere and fervent gratitude. Your Excellency! John's voice was hoarse, yet it was filled with unprecedented power. We will never forget your kindness. From this day forward, the lives of everyone in these 5 villages belong to you. Chu Ji dismounted and personally helped Xiao En up. His gaze swept over the dark mass of people in front of him. He knew that from this moment on, they had truly become his most loyal subjects. You were once people of Blackrock territory, and you still are. Chu Ji's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Protecting one's people is a lord's duty. I was just doing what I was supposed to do. He looked around and said in a deep voice. I know what you're worried about. That old dog, Earl of Dragonkoff, let this go. I promise you. From today onwards, I will dispatch an elite scout team of 50 men to patrol around your village day and night until the threat is completely eliminated. The castle's granaries will immediately allocate food to ensure that every family receives enough wheat and bedding to get through the winter. I will help you get back everything you have lost. Every promise was like a reassurance, putting the villagers' minds at ease. Kindness. Powerful. They are responsible. This is their new lord. I swear to serve the Baron to the death. Someone in the crowd was the first to shout it out. Immediately afterwards, a thunderous roar of vows echoed through the sky. I swear to serve the Baron to the death. Several young people who had just reunited with their families rushed to the front and knelt down again, their faces flushed. Sir! We don't want to run away like cowards anymore. Please. Let us join your army. We also want to become soldiers like them, able to defend our homeland. They pointed at the heavily armored soldiers behind Chu Ji, their eyes filled with longing and yearning. Chu Ji looked at them and slowly nodded. The barracks of Blackrock territory are always open to you. Night fell. After settling everything in place, Chu Ji led his troops back to Blackrock Castle. Inside the study, the fireplace was burning brightly. Chu Ji was looking at a map, his brows slightly furrowed. Today's victory is only temporary. The Dragonkov Earl's territory is far stronger than Blackstone territory, with a standing army of nearly 1,000 men. If he really launches a full-scale war regardless of the cost, it will be difficult for us to resist. Evelyn entered silently, carrying a cup of hot tea. She placed the teacup on the table, walked behind Xu Ji, and gently massaged his temples with her slender fingers. "Are you still troubled by Earl Dragonkov's matter?" Her voice was cool and clear, yet it carried a subtle, almost imperceptible tenderness. Xu Ji closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. A mad dog driven to the brink of despair is the most difficult to deal with. Evelyn was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Perhaps he is not as powerful as you imagine. He's more like a paper tiger, all bark and no bite." Xu Ji opened his eyes and looked at her with some surprise. "Why do you say that?" Evelyn walked to the map and pointed her slender white finger at Count Dragonkov's castle. "He is rich, but he is also short of money. Because he has a fatal weakness, a bottomless pit that could drain all his wealth." Her silver eyes gleamed with wisdom. "A secret. A secret I overheard a countess telling me by chance in a noble salon in the capital." Evelyn spoke slowly, as if she were telling an ancient story. "The Dragonkov Earl's family has inherited a strange disease for generations. Every autumn and winter, or when they are emotionally agitated, they cough violently and suffer terribly, as if a fire dragon is burning in their lungs. That is why their family is jokingly called the Dragonkov family." Xu Ji's eyes lit up instantly. He recalled that during the day, when Count Dragonkov was confronting him, he had indeed coughed violently for a while. It turns out it wasn't because of anger, but because of an illness. "This disease cannot be cured," Evelyn continued. "Only by relying on a rare medicinal herb called dragon's saliva grass to brew a medicine can we barely suppress it. This medicinal herb is produced in very small quantities and is almost monopolized by a few large chambers of commerce in the south. Its price is even more expensive than gold." Xu Ji suddenly realized. He finally understood why Earl Dragonkov was so greedy, and why he was willing to risk violating the kingdom's laws to sell his people. Because he needs money. He needs a huge amount of money to buy medicine to prolong his life. This genetic disease is his biggest weakness. A person's body may be strong, but if their spirit is tormented by illness and the fear of death for a long time, they will certainly be weak. A person can wield immense power, but if he becomes extremely dependent on something, that thing becomes his most fatal weakness. A cold smile slowly curved Xu Ji's lips. The enemy, which he had previously seen as a colossal behemoth, now revealed its weaknesses in every aspect. "I know what to do." Xu Ji stood up and gently kissed his wife's smooth forehead. "My lady, you have once again brought me the most important intelligence." A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. "Since he needs the medicine so much, then I will personally prescribe a strong medicine for him." Chapter 71, The Plan. The chilling killing intent in Xu Ji's eyes lingered for less than a moment before being completely melted away by a deeper appreciation and tenderness. He didn't speak, but simply stretched out his arms and tightly embraced his wife, who had just provided him with important intelligence, with such force that it seemed he wanted to melt her into his very bones. He greedily inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from Evelyn's moonlit, silky silver hair that scent seemed to soothe the violence that had just risen in his heart. "My lady," Xu Ji's lips brushed against Evelyn's ear, his voice deep and powerful, with unprecedented seriousness, "the words you just said are 100 times more valuable than those of 1,000 of the most elite heavily armored soldiers." Her hot breath brushed against her earlobe, and Evelyn trembled slightly, her beautiful cheeks instantly flushing with a captivating blush. Her husband's heartfelt praise and his strong, powerful embrace brought her an unprecedented and immense sense of recognition and security. This warm current surged from her heart, instantly flowing through her limbs and bones, dispelling all the gloom that had accumulated in her since childhood due to her bloodline. At this moment, she was no longer the outcast rejected by the nobility because she couldn't display her attribute panel, and because she had a pair of pointed ears she was no longer a beautiful commodity used by the Silvermoon family for marriage alliances. She is Xu Ji's wife, an indispensable partner in his grand ambitions, and a key contributor to his success. "I'm glad I could help you." She leaned against her husband's strong chest and responded softly, her voice carrying a sweet and shy tone of affirmation. Xu Ji chuckled softly, released his embrace, and then gently lifted her delicate chin with his finger. He solemnly placed a kiss on her smooth, jade-like forehead. After the kiss, the tenderness in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a cold, sharp, and razor-sharp calmness. The war machine has begun to run again. Turning around and taking a few steps, Xu Ji arrived at the study door and called out in a deep voice to the outside. "Ander. Master, I've always been here." Almost the instant he finished speaking, the old butler Ander gave a calm and respectful reply from outside the door. With light footsteps, the elderly man, whose hair was always neatly combed and who always maintained a dignified appearance, silently pushed open the door and stood bowing at the entrance. "Come in and close the door," Shushi commanded, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Yes, my master." As the heavy oak door slowly closed with a soft click, the study fell into complete silence, broken only by the occasional crackling of the firewood burning in the fireplace. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, Shuji walked straight to the huge map of the northern border hanging on the wall. With a light tap of his fingertip, he swept across the map on the wall, first showing the vast and rich territory of Earl Dragonkov, and finally landing on the small, somewhat pitiful Blackstone territory next to it. "Ander, from a veteran's perspective, if I were to gather all my forces now and launch a surprise attack on Lankabogo's castle, what are the chances of success?" Ander was taken aback, clearly not expecting his master to ask so directly. He raised his head, his cloudy but still shrewd eyes fixed on the map, and fell into deep thought. He had served the old baron his entire life, and although he was merely a butler, he was by no means ignorant of military matters. After a long silence, he finally raised his head and answered solemnly, "Master, please forgive my bluntness, but if we launch a direct attack, the chances of winning are less than 10%. Although Earl Dragonkov is greedy, the military strength of his territory is beyond doubt. His standing army is at least 3 times the size of ours, and his number of knights and squires far exceeds ours. More importantly, he himself is a genuine high-level professional with the power to turn the tide of battle. If we launch an offensive, it will be like throwing an egg against a rock. Even if Lord Silvermoon sends troops to help, we will inevitably be caught in a protracted war of attrition with heavy casualties, which would be devastating for our fledgling territory." Ander's analysis is very objective and fair. This is also the normal mindset that all nobles of this era had ingrained in their bones when facing conflict, to compete in terms of army, money and supplies, and high-end combat power. "Might makes right. You're absolutely right." Shuji nodded in agreement. But the next second, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "So why should we fight hand-to-hand with a brute in the mud? I don't necessarily need to use a sword to kill someone." He slowly turned around, his deep gaze fixed on the old butler who was extremely confused by his words. "Ander, you must remember this. Directly sending troops is the most brutal and foolish approach. Even if we manage to win a Pyrrhic victory, we will be severely weakened. More importantly, any unannounced military action against a fiefdom earl will attract a severe investigation from the kingdom's council of nobles. At that time, even if we are legally justified, we will be labeled as belligerent and rule-breaking, which will bring endless trouble to our future development. I want him dead, and I want him to die legally, within the rules that everyone agrees on. I want all the nobles in the north, even if they know we did it, to be unable to find any evidence or reason to accuse us." Shushi's voice was as calm as ever, but the coldness in his words, treating rules as playthings and enemies as prey, sent a chill down Ander's spine, straight to the top of his head, even though Ander was an old man who had seen many conspiracies and storms. An emotion called fear began to quietly grow in his heart. Shuji ignored his reaction. In the mind of this future prime minister, a textbook-level modern financial strangulation battle had already been finalized. The whole plan will proceed in 3 steps. He turned back to the map and extended his finger. The tapping of knuckles on the map produced a soft sound, as if tolling the death knell for the enemy. The first step is called creating demand, or in other words, hype. The reason why ambergris is so expensive is because it's a necessity, but the demand is too small, limited to the Dragonkov family. What I want to do is expand this demand 100-fold. I want to make the entire kingdom go crazy for it. I will immediately have the businessman Marion use all his connections and trade routes in the south to spread a message to me at any cost. It is said that, according to the latest research of a reclusive alchemy master, in addition to curing serious diseases, dragon saliva has another unknown miracle effect that has been overlooked by everyone, that is, strengthening the foundation of a man's body. It is a secret of the ancient elven race that has been lost for a long time and can make even the oldest withered tree bloom with a second spring. Upon hearing this, Ander gasped, already vaguely understanding the wickedness of this move. "Master, do you mean, to let those pleasure-seeking, extravagant southern nobles drive up prices?" "That's right, but it's not just about price gouging." Shuji gave him an approving look, but the smile on his lips grew even colder. "Those fat, good-for-nothing bastards in the south have so much money they don't know what to do with it. Generations of wealth have made them numb to numbers. What do they care about most? Face and their own bodies. Once this news spreads, they will go on a buying frenzy like sharks smelling blood, and they will even compete to see who can use more and better ambergris. By then, the price of ambergris will easily rise to a level that would make Count Dragonkov tremble with fear at the mere sight of it. The first step alone was already so ruthless and vicious. Unbeknownst to him, a fine layer of cold sweat had already appeared on Anders' forehead. This is just an appetizer. Shuji's voice was devoid of any emotion as he continued. When the market is hyped to its peak, when everyone's emotions are at their most fervent, and when the inventory on the market has been almost completely consumed by those fools, then it's time for our second step, which is called creating panic. I will release a second piece of information. I will say that the only major production area of ambergris has been hit by a terrible and incurable plant plague overnight. All the herbs have withered and rotted, and the local druids are helpless. For at least the next 10 years, or even forever, there will be no new ambergris on the market. What? Ander gasped in shock. If the first message was a raging fire that tempted greed, then the second message was like pouring a whole bucket of boiling oil on that fire. The panic of production failure will instantly ignite the entire market. Those southern nobles who have just experienced the miraculous effect will fight tooth and nail to grab the last remaining stock. Our real target, Earl Dragonkov, who sees ambergris as his only life-saving medicine, will completely lose his mind under the extreme fear of death. He will spare no expense, selling off his property, emptying the national treasury, and borrowing from all the high-interest lenders to frantically hoard this last straw. The old butler, Ander, was beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He could almost picture Earl Dragonkov, like a gambler who had lost everything, his eyes red with rage, betting everything he had just to buy a few withered blades of grass. This is 100 times more cruel than slowly torturing him with swords on the battlefield. Then, what about the third step? Anders' voice was dry and hoarse from extreme fear, and he almost dared not ask any further questions. The third step is called harvesting, or attacking the heart. A cold, devilish smile finally flashed in Shuji's eyes. When we, through our agents, have squeezed every last penny out of his working capital and his territory, leaving him with a huge debt that he can never repay in his lifetime for those herbs that have already risen to exorbitant prices, causing the territory's finances to collapse completely and even the guards' salaries to be unpaid, then we will slowly release the third piece of news. It is said that a young alchemy master has developed a perfect substitute for ambergris, which is more effective but only costs 1/10 of the original market price of ambergris. With a plop, Anders' legs went weak, and he would have almost knelt down on the spot if he hadn't caught himself on the chair behind him in time. What broke the camel's back was not the last straw, but a mountain that crashed down with a deafening roar. It would instantly shatter all of Earl Dragonkov's psychological defenses, making him clearly understand that all his struggles and sacrifices, and the priceless pile of withered grass he had gambled everything for, were nothing but a huge joke from beginning to end. A ridiculously stupid scam where someone is being manipulated. After hearing the whole plan, Anders stood there dumbfounded, feeling cold all over and his hands and feet were ice cold. A profound fear, originating from the depths of his soul, made him unable to even look directly at the young master before him, whose face still bore a slight smile. That's terrifying. Interlocking steps, meticulous planning, and deadly attacks. Every step was calculated with unparalleled precision, exploiting human greed and fear. This is not war, this is art, an elegant and cruel art of hunting from the devil. At this moment, Ander finally realized that the terror of this new master was not only his bravery and mercy on the battlefield, but also his unfathomable brain that could see through everything, see all living beings as pawns, and manipulate people's hearts at will. Shuji nodded in satisfaction as he watched the old butler turn pale with fright, as if he had lost half his life. That's exactly the effect he wanted. Absolute authority must come from absolute reverence deep within the soul. Stepping forward, Shuji gently placed his hand on Anders' trembling, cold shoulder. The old butler jolted as if electrocuted, snapping back to his senses. Now, let's take the first step of the plan. Shuji's tone returned to its calm and composed state, as if the devil who had just described his shocking and wicked scheme was merely Anders' illusion. Go, bring Marion back to me. Tell him that a business opportunity that will allow him to earn enough money to last 3 lifetimes is about to begin. Chapter 72, Winning Over Assistance. The merchant Marion's caravan had not gone far when they arrived quickly, their faces beaming with humble yet eager smiles. The Lord's study in Blackrock Castle was much simpler than he had imagined, yet it exuded a reassuring warmth. The fire in the fireplace burned quietly, illuminating the entire room. The newly appointed Baron sat behind his desk, quietly sipping a cup of hot tea, a faint smile on his face. This composure and calmness made Marion even more certain that this business deal would be significant. As soon as he entered the study, he bowed deeply to Chu Ji, adopting an extremely humble posture. Your Excellency, you summoned me here. Is there any new development in the fuel business? Marian's eyes gleamed with the light of gold coins. In his eyes, Shuji was the greatest benefactor of his life. Once that magical fuel is transported to the north, its price will increase tenfold, which is just the tip of the iceberg. It's practically an inexhaustible gold mine. Shuji gestured to the old steward, Andy, to offer him a seat. Marian, the fuel business isn't urgent. Shuji's voice was calm and expressionless, revealing no emotion. I invited you here today to discuss a much bigger business deal. A bigger business? Marian's heart skipped a beat, and his breathing quickened. Could it be that the Baron has come up with some earth-shattering new product? He immediately sat up straight, his back tense, adopting an attentive posture, afraid of missing any word that could turn into gold coins. I want you to help me drive up the price of a certain medicinal herb. Shuji said calmly. Marian was taken aback, his tense body instantly relaxed, and he even looked somewhat disappointed. Drive up the price of medicinal herbs? This isn't a big deal. My lord, please forgive my frankness, but this is not my forte. Moreover, the profit from trading medicinal herbs is limited, and it requires too much time and effort. He began to politely decline. This medicinal herb is called ambergris. Shuji interrupted him. Our goal is to increase its price 100-fold within 6 months. Then, we'll make it worthless. Shuji's voice was soft, but the content made Marian's smile freeze instantly. He felt his heart skip a beat, all he could hear was a buzzing sound, and his breath even stopped for half a second. As a businessman who had spent half his life navigating the business world, he immediately understood the bloodshed and horror hidden behind those words. This is not business, this is murder. An economic murder without the use of knives. Your Excellency, are you joking? Marian's voice became dry, as if there was sand stuck in his throat. Do I look like I'm joking? Shuji countered with a question. The warm air in the study seemed to be sucked away in an instant, and an invisible chill crept up Marian's spine. This is impossible. Marian suddenly stood up from his chair, nearly knocking over the coffee table in front of him with his sudden movement. He waved his hands repeatedly, his face no longer able to conceal his terror. To manipulate the price of a commodity to increase 100-fold requires an astronomical amount of capital. I'm just a small businessman, I don't have that ability. Moreover, I know about ambergris, it's Earl Dragon's cough's life-saving medicine. By doing this, we are openly making an enemy of an earl. My lord, the worst thing a businessman can do is get involved in noble disputes, it will destroy us. Marian's reaction was exactly what Shuji had expected. He didn't refute, but slowly and methodically threw out the first chip. I'll provide the funds you mentioned. Marian was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. Sir, this is no small sum of money, it may empty your coffers. I didn't say I would use gold coins. Shuji shook his head. He looked at the old butler, Ander, who understood and handed him a pre-prepared contract. This is the contract for fuel. Shuji pushed it in front of Marian. From today onwards, for the next 10 years, you will be the exclusive distributor of all fuel sold by Blackstone. Exclusive agency rights. Still 10 years. Marian's breathing quickened instantly. These 6 words seemed to possess some kind of magic, temporarily easing his earlier fear. He knew better than anyone how much fuel was needed in that cold northern land. This is no mere contract, it's practically a divine scroll that reliably produces gold coins. As for startup capital. Shuji tapped the table, the sound wasn't loud, but it drew Marian's attention. I will provide you with 100 barrels of fuel for free. You can use them to sell in the northern market and earn your first sum of money. This money will be the capital we use to speculate on ambergris. Throughout the entire process, you won't need to spend a single penny. If we make a profit, we'll split it 30-70, you get 70% and I get 30%. If we lose money, it's on me. Marian's mind went blank for a second. Having lived half my life, I've never heard of such a business. He'll give you exclusive agency rights for free, he'll give you free startup capital, he'll take the lion's share of the profits, and he won't be held responsible for any losses. This is hardly business. This is clearly a windfall. No, it's like a mountain of gold falling from the sky. When their gazes returned to Chuji's calm face, a feeling of fear rose from the bottom of their hearts for the first time. What exactly is this young baron up to? My lord, why did you do this? Marian's voice trembled, he felt as if he were talking to a devil in human skin. Because what you just said is very true. A cold smile curved Chu Ji's lips. Our target is Earl Dragonkov. I want him to squander all his wealth for this lifeline, burdened with insurmountable debt, and finally die in despair. Marion fell silent, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Zero cost, extremely high returns, and backed by a baron with elite troops. Greed, like a venomous snake, began to gnaw at his reason. But his remaining sanity was still struggling. But, what a risk it would be to offend a count. Risk? Chu Ji smiled. Marion, tell me, in the southern markets, is it illegal for a merchant to hoard a large quantity of a commodity because he is optimistic about it, and then sell it at a high price due to market panic? Marion shook his head instinctively. No. It's not illegal. This is normal business practice. That's settled then, isn't it? Chu Ji spread his hands, looking relaxed. From beginning to end, you've been nothing more than a shrewd speculator swept up in the market frenzy. Everything you've done has been for the sake of making money. Even if Earl Dragonkov goes mad in the end, he'll only hate the Southern Chamber of Commerce that conspired to drive up prices. He won't be able to hold you accountable. These words, like a sharp blade, precisely severed the last rope called fear binding Marion's heart. Seeing the flickering flame of greed in Marion's eyes, Chu Ji knew it was time to administer the final, drastic measure. He stood up, walked over to Marion, and patted him on the shoulder. Marion, the fuel business can make you a millionaire. But this deal could make you a big shot who decides the life and death of a nobleman. Chu Ji's voice possessed a captivating, bewitching power. Do you want to spend your whole life just bowing and scraping before nobles, earning a meager living through hard work? Or do you want to stand in a higher place and watch those counts and marquises who you once looked up to bow down and even head towards destruction because of some commodity in your hands? This is an opportunity. A chance to transform you from a pure businessman into a chess player who can influence the game. We can make money. But what's more important than money is the power to manipulate big shots. These words, like the whispers of the devil, completely shattered Marion's last psychological defenses. That power. Yes, it's power. The pursuit of money throughout one's life is nothing more than an attempt to escape the fate of being looked down upon, and to gain the right to stand on equal footing with the nobility. Now, an opportunity far more tempting than that is right in front of us. An opportunity that could determine the fate of the nobles. His breathing became extremely heavy, and his eyes turned bloodshot. The ambition and desire deep within could no longer be suppressed, like magma bursting through the earth's crust, scorching and frenzied. Thump! The sound of the chair being shoved aside was particularly jarring in the study. Marion suddenly slid off the chair and knelt heavily on one knee in front of Chu Ji. Grown-ups! That head, which once bowed only to money and profit, now droops deeply. He roared in an almost fervent, oath-like tone. Marion, at your service. My wealth, my connections, everything I have will become the sharpest knife in your hand. Chu Ji looked at him with satisfaction and gently helped him up. Very good. Ander, give him my detailed plan and the delivery receipts for those 100 barrels of fuel. The old butler, Ander, handed over a thick envelope. Marion accepted the letter with trembling hands, as if it were not a letter, but a divine oracle leading to a new world. He clutched the envelope tightly, bowed deeply to Chu Ji once more, then turned and left the study with a face full of excitement and fervor. Ander watched his fervent back with a complex expression. He felt as if he had witnessed the birth of a devil. Chu Ji sat back down in his chair, picked up the cup of tea that had long since gone cold, and took a small sip. Look. He said this to Ander in a calm tone. There is no one in this world who cannot be bribed. It just depends on whether your offer is tempting enough. Outside the window, night was deepening. A hunt for Earl Dragonkov has quietly begun. Chapter 73, Can it enhance male virility? The first shot of the hunt was fired in Jinhui City, 1,000 miles away. As the most prosperous commercial city in the south, Jinhui City is always more dazzling at night than during the day. Spices, wine, silk, and endless gold constitute the eternal themes here. Marion, the merchant who was as humble as dust in front of Chu Ji, was now sitting in a salon of lower-ranking nobles, holding a glass of red wine and looking quite respectable. His brand-new suit was expensive, but his cautious, bowing posture made him look like a comical duck mixed in with a flock of swans. He succeeded. The enormous wealth he gained from trading 100 barrels of fuel allowed him to easily gain entry into this industry. According to Chu Ji's script, he was going to drop a bombshell here tonight. In the center of the salon, a young nobleman named Viscount Carter was showing off his newly purchased thoroughbred warhorse with great enthusiasm. See that? Those muscles. That glossy coat. I spent 300 gold coins to get it from the kingdom's horse farm. Viscount Carter's face was full of pride, as if he were showing off his offspring. The surrounding nobles echoed their sentiments, letting out bursts of cheap exclamations. Marion seized the opportunity, moved closer, and plastered a fawning smile on his face. My goodness, Your Excellency! This is truly the most magnificent horse I have ever seen. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone around him to hear. Viscount Carter was indeed pleased by this perfectly timed flattery. He glanced at Marion and recognized him as the nouveau riche businessman who had been throwing money around the city lately. You country bumpkin, you know nothing about horses? The Viscount's tone was laced with undisguised contempt. I don't understand. How could I possibly understand these noble things? Marion bent down even lower. It's just that your horse reminds me of the incredibly strong livestock back home. Oh? Viscount Carter became interested. Are your backwater livestock stronger than my war horses? Of course not. Of course not. Marion waved his hands frantically, as if he had said something wrong. He lowered his voice and spoke to Viscount Carter in a mysterious tone. Your Excellency, I'll tell you a secret, but you must never tell anyone. The reason our livestock are all so plump and healthy back home is because we secretly added a magical herb to their fodder. This herb is called ambergris. Ambergris? Viscount Carter paused for a moment. He vaguely recognized the name. It seemed to be some kind of inexpensive cough remedy. Feeding livestock with this stuff? However, before he could ask a question, a pale-faced baron with dark circles under his eyes, who had overheard their conversation, sneered. What a country bumpkin's perspective! Dragon's saliva may not be worth much, but it's still an ingredient for alchemy potions. You actually used it to feed livestock? What a waste! Yes, you're right. Marion's face immediately showed fear and regret. He accidentally glanced at the pale-faced baron, then, as if having made up his mind, lowered his voice even further, almost to the level of a whisper. My lords, you are unaware of this. This is a secret recipe we heard from a wandering elf in our mountain village. The elf's secret recipe. Upon hearing these 4 words, the ears of the surrounding nobles perked up in unison. The elf said, using this ambergris for medicinal purposes is a complete waste. Its true effect is. Marion's face turned bright red, looking like he wanted to say something but didn't dare. This performance completely piqued everyone's curiosity. Viscount Carter urged impatiently. What is it? Tell me quickly. Marion gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and said quickly in a voice only they could hear. A strong foundation. Yes, a strong foundation for a man. The elf said it's their tribe's secret to maintaining virility. As soon as he finished speaking, he covered his mouth in terror, as if he had revealed a secret, and his body even began to tremble slightly. The air in the salon seemed to freeze for a moment. The words aphrodisiac and elixir formula struck the minds of several nobles like a thunderbolt. After a second of silence. Absurd! The pale-faced baron was the first to utter a disdainful rebuke, vulgar beyond belief. It's an insult to aristocratic etiquette. Exactly. How dare a country bumpkin spout nonsense in a salon? Another nobleman immediately echoed him, his face full of disdain. Although they said those words, the glint in their eyes betrayed their true thoughts. Marion was so frightened that he apologized repeatedly, picked up his wineglass, and slunk away in a corner like a startled rabbit. But he saw it clearly out of the corner of his eye. The pale baron who had just been beating him had subtly given a wink to the servant behind him. The servant quietly retreated and quickly disappeared through the entrance of the salon. Viscount Carter, who was the first to hear the news, was even more direct. Without even saying hello, he turned around abruptly and rushed towards the door, as if afraid of being a second too late. A silent competition has begun. Just half an hour later. Inside by Chao Tang, the largest medicinal herb merchant guild in Jinhui City, the shopkeeper was watching everything unfolding before him with a puzzled expression. First, Viscount Carter's butler rushed in, slammed a bag of gold coins on the counter, and roared that he wanted to buy up all the ambergris in the store. Soon after, servants from several noble families in the city arrived one after another, all specifically requesting to buy ambergris. These usually arrogant noble stewards were now acting like madmen, arguing heatedly over a few insignificant herbs. Having spent half his life navigating the treacherous waters of commerce, the old shopkeeper instantly sensed the potential for wealth. He immediately raised the price of ambergris from 5 silver coins per plant to 1 gold coin. However, the price increase did not stop them. Instead, it made them even more frenzied. I'll offer 2 gold coins. Give them to me. I'll play 3. 5. Don't even try to take them from me. These are the ones my family specifically asked for. Prices are soaring at an alarming rate. In just 3 days, the news that ambergris is an aphrodisiac for the elves spread like wildfire throughout the upper echelons of Golden Radiance City. Everyone scoffed at the news, but secretly sent people to frantically buy the goods. The price of ambergris has skyrocketed from the initial 5 silver coins to 5 gold coins per plant. A full 100 times. Moreover, there's no market for it even though it's available. Just then, Fino, the purchasing steward sent by Earl of Dragoncoff, arrived in Golden Radiance City, weary from his journey, carrying the Earl's mansion's purchasing funds for 2 quarters. As usual, I stepped into the familiar by Kaetang. Shopkeeper, the usual order, 100 stalks of ambergris. A heavy money bag was placed on the counter, and Fino spoke with great familiarity. However, the old shopkeeper behind the counter merely glanced at it and dismissively uttered a number. 5 gold coins per plant, no bargaining. What? Fino's smile froze instantly, and she even thought she had misheard. Shopkeeper, are you still asleep? Didn't it used to be 5 silver coins? The past is the past, the present is the present. The old shopkeeper waved his hand impatiently. 5 gold coins a plant, take it or leave it. There are other people queuing up behind me. Fino's gaze suddenly shifted to the price list that had just been hung up, which read in bright red ink, ambergris, 5 gold coins plant. My brain went blank with a buzz. 5 gold coins. The money I brought in my purse was originally enough to buy 200 plants, but now I can't even buy 20? How could this happen? Why did this happen? Fino muttered to himself, his face as pale as paper. He grabbed a noble servant who had just snatched half a plant of ambergris and asked urgently. Friend, what's going on? Why are these herbs so expensive? The servant looked at him as if he were a fool, and said mysteriously. You don't know this? This is a miracle drug. I heard it originated from the elves. It can not only make horses run faster, but also make men, you know what I mean. Fino was completely dumbfounded. He stood blankly at the entrance of the crowded pharmacy, the bag of gold coins in his hand that had once felt incredibly heavy now felt as light as a feather. No. It's impossible, the Count will kill me. Fino's legs buckled, and he almost lost his balance. He felt his blood turn cold instantly, his hands and feet were ice cold, and his teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, making a clucking sound. Without the medicine, the Earl will die. And he will be beaten to death by the enraged Count for his incompetence. Fino's body trembled violently, and he frantically pulled out a communication crystal engraved with intricate patterns from his pocket. He used all his strength to crush it. My lord! Something terrible has happened. The medicine has been driven to exorbitant prices. Chapter 74, The Madness of Earl Dragoncoff. Inside the study of Count Lonka's castle, a communication crystal on the ornate rosewood table suddenly lit up, emitting a piercing buzz. Earl Dragoncoff was lounging in a huge velvet-covered chair, enjoying the glistening fruit that his mate had peeled for him. From inside the crystal came the purchasing manager Fino's heart-wrenching scream, as if she had seen a ghost. My lord! Something terrible has happened. The medicine has been driven to exorbitant prices. With a crisp clang, the golden wineglass slipped from Count Lonka's hand and crashed heavily to the floor, splashing the dark red, expensive wine onto the luxurious carpet from the east. The obese man sat up abruptly from the chair, his face contorting violently with shock. What did you say? His voice was hoarse, and there was a hint of disbelief in it. Fino, on the other end of the crystal, was already choking with sobs. 5 gold coins. Sir! They're asking for 5 gold coins per plant now. The money I brought isn't even enough to buy 20 plants. 5 gold coins. This number was like a scalding curse brand, directly seared onto his soul, causing the dragon cough within his body to churn violently. A bunch of damned robbers. Greedy maggots. A sudden surge of anger overwhelmed his reason, and he swept everything off the table. Crystals, documents, and ink bottles shattered, the ear-piercing crash tearing apart the silence of the study. Cough, 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 cough. The intense emotional turmoil instantly ignited the curse hidden within him. A heart-wrenching cough erupted, and the obese body suddenly arched and folded in half, each spasm feeling as if it would break the spine. A flush of liver-colored red instantly spread across his face, and each breath produced a scalding, sticky, broken bellows sound, as if his entire lungs were being burned and torn apart. The maids were so frightened that they knelt down, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. The castle steward rushed in upon hearing the noise, his face filled with terror. "Sir! Your medicine!" "Shut up!" Earl Dragonkov shoved the steward aside, his eyes bloodshot from the combined torment of anger and illness. The deep-seated fear of death quickly overwhelmed the anger over the money. He knew very well that without the medicine, he would die slowly in the most painful and prolonged way, suffering from endless suffocation. "The treasure vault," he squeezed out the 2 words through gritted teeth, "open the treasure vault." The steward was stunned, his body frozen in place. "My lord, but the money in the treasury is for. I told you to open it." Earl Dragonkov let out a beast-like roar, grabbed a brass candlestick beside him, and threw it at the steward. The heavy candlestick struck the steward on the forehead, and warm blood flowed down instantly. The steward dared not hesitate any longer and scrambled toward the secret passage deep within the castle. Not long after, several strong and muscular guards carried several extremely heavy oak chests into the study. The box lid opened, revealing neatly arranged gold coins and colorful gems that shimmered dazzlingly under the light of the magic lamp. This was the wealth that Earl Dragonkov had amassed over half his life, and it was the source of his sense of security. But now, looking at these cold treasures, all he could see was heart-wrenching pain. "Take them all, take them all. Gather all the money and send it to Fino. Tell him that no matter how expensive it is, he has to buy the medicine for me." The steward looked at the nearly empty treasury, his heart aching as if it were bleeding, but he could only tremble as he accepted the order. The massive gold-carrying convoy, escorted by elite guards, swiftly left the castle, like a bleeding wound. Count Dragonkov slumped in his chair, panting heavily, as if all his strength had been drained away. Just when he thought the matter was temporarily over and he had only paid a heavy price, another knight in charge of intelligence rushed in, stumbling and crawling. The knight's face was paler than a dead man's, and his voice carried an apocalyptic despair. "My lord! Breaking, newest news. News just came from Golden Radiance City, saying that an incurable plague has broken out in the main production area of Dragon's Saliva." Before the knight could finish speaking, Count Dragonkov felt a sudden dizziness. "What?" he muttered to himself. The knight dared not look him in the eye and continued in a trembling voice. "The news says, for at least the next 10 years, there won't be any new ambergris appearing. The entire market has completely gone mad. Prices are still rising. Buzz." At this moment, Count Dragonkov's mind went completely blank. If the previous price surge only caused him financial pain and anger, so the words "utterly depleted of his resources" were like the cold scythe of death, placed directly at his neck. He had just given away almost all of his belongings. Now, even if you have money, you might not be able to buy the medicine. Puff! A sweet, metallic liquid suddenly gushed from my throat. Earl Dragonkov looked down and saw a mouthful of blood, as black as ink and mixed with small pieces of flesh, sprayed onto his magnificent clothes and the carpet in front of him. The world before his eyes began to blur, and his heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The extreme fear and despair completely destroyed his last shred of sanity. "Medicine, my medicine." He slid off the chair and fell to the floor, his obese body curled up, groaning in pain. His body was alternating between hot and cold, and his violent coughing prevented him from speaking a complete sentence. He felt his life slipping away rapidly with each breath. The entire castle fell into a deathly silence and chaos because of the Count's fall. In the midst of this suffocating atmosphere of despair, an intelligence officer stumbled in. Before he could even bow, he excitedly shouted, "My lord! There is hope! There is hope!" Count Dragonkov, who was on the verge of falling into a coma, heard the word hope, and his unfocused pupils miraculously refocused. He raised his head, staring intently at the scout like a dying beast. The scout knelt before him and reported in rapid succession. "Sir, our spies have just obtained absolutely reliable intelligence. In a place called Fallen Leaves Town on the southern border, there lives a mysterious merchant. He still has a considerable amount of ambergris in his possession." These words, like the only lightning bolt in the night, instantly illuminated Count Dragonkov's world, which had been swallowed by darkness. An incredibly strong will to survive surged wildly from the deepest part of his body. Where? He reached out a trembling hand and grabbed the scout's collar, his fingernails digging deep into the gaps in the man's leather armor with force. "Quick! His voice was no longer a roar, but a hoarse, shrill sound, like the screeching of fingernails scraping glass. He turned to look at the steward, who was already terrified, and roared with all his might. Everything left in the castle. Land deeds. Shares in the mines. Everything that can be exchanged for money. Take them all. Tell that merchant. I'm willing to pay any price to sell to him. Go now. He abruptly released his grip, his entire body collapsing once more, but in his bloodshot eyes burned a near-mad, desperate light. That was the last straw he grasped before he drowned. Chapter 75, Earl of Dragoncoff, Spitting Blood. The Earl of Dragoncoff's special envoy, carrying the Earl's last possessions and the only remaining guards, rushed wearily towards the remote border town called Fallen Leaf Town, like a gambler who had staked everything. There, they finally found the mysterious merchant mentioned in the intelligence. The merchant was unremarkable in appearance, dressed in coarse linen clothes, and was directing several assistants to unload boxes of goods from a dilapidated horse-drawn cart. One of the boxes was accidentally dropped on the ground, the box panel broke, revealing the familiar dried herbs that the special envoy had been longing for day and night. It's ambergris. And there are quite a few. The envoy was overjoyed, feeling all the fatigue from days of travel vanish and a great weight lifted from his heart. He rushed forward in 3 strides. Boss, I'll take all of this shipment. The envoy's voice trembled slightly with excitement, fearing that if he arrived too late, this lifeline would be snatched away by someone else. The merchant looked up and saw the envoy's group's luxurious clothes and anxious expressions. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes, but he pretended to be honest and confused. My lord, what did you say? These are just some worthless herbs that I picked from the mountains. Stop pretending. The envoy's steward was an impatient man. He practically yelled, interrupting the merchant and throwing a bag of gold coins in front of him. This is dragon's saliva grass. Name your price. The merchant's eyes lit up the moment he saw the gold coins. He rubbed his hands together, revealing a greedy yet somewhat fearful expression. Sir, to be honest, a lot of people have been asking about this herb lately, and I don't know why. If you really want it, then just give me double, no, 1.5 times the price that's risen in the city recently. He seemed to realize he was asking for too much, and quickly changed his mind, acting like he'd never seen anything like it before. 1.5 times? The special envoy almost burst out laughing on the spot. The black market price of Golden City has now been inflated to 150 times its original value. This is practically free. This rustic villager, isolated from the world, had no idea that people outside were fighting tooth and nail for this thing. 3 times. I'll give you 3 times. The envoy waved his hand dismissively, as if afraid the other party might change their mind, and declared, How many are there? I'll take them all. Really, really? The merchant was stunned by this windfall and hurriedly bowed and scraped as he ushered the special envoy and his entourage into his humble warehouse. The transaction went incredibly smoothly. The envoy made almost no bargaining. He exchanged the Earl of Dragoncoff's last possessions, chests of heavy land deeds, certificates of mine shares, and even the Countess's tearfully removed jewelry for 3 whole chests of ambergris from the merchant. He just wants to do it right now, immediately. They returned to the castle with this life-saving medicine, which was more precious than gold. Just as the guards were happily loading the last box of ambergris onto the carriage, a large caravan arrived outside the town, raising a cloud of dust. The caravan members seemed to be loudly discussing the news of Golden Glory City. Have you heard? The price of ambergris in Jinhui City completely collapsed as soon as the market opened this morning. It's plummeting like a rock. That's right. That nonsense about a plague outbreak in the main production area has been proven false. The major chambers of commerce in the south are now desperately dumping their stockpiled goods. It's said that an even bigger chamber of commerce is shorting the market. My relative just came back from Golden Glory City and said the price has dropped below 5 silver coins. It's even cheaper than it was at the beginning. It's hilarious. Those noble gentlemen who were treating it like a treasure just a couple of days ago are now kicking themselves. Those few casual words, like the sharp fangs of a venomous snake, silently pierced the envoy's eardrums. The ecstatic smile on his face, born from his lucky find, froze and shattered instantly. 1 second he was holding the warm treasure in his arms, the next second it seemed to have turned into a cold stone, dragging him heavily into the bottomless abyss. He rushed over and grabbed the businessman who was speaking by the collar, his voice sharp and distorted with extreme fear. What did you just say? Say it again. The merchant was startled by this sudden action, but still stammered in response. Sir, it's true. The price of ambergris has plummeted. Don't you know? The envoy's mind went blank with a buzz. All the colors in my field of vision were fading rapidly, leaving only the glaring color of the few boxes of wood on the carriage. He let go of her hand in a daze and staggered back 2 steps. He fell into a pile of mud. He slowly turned his head and looked at the several large boxes on the carriage that he had exchanged for the Earl's last in all his wealth, the so-called exorbitantly priced life-saving medicine, which now seemed to be mercilessly mocking his foolishness. An incredibly crazy thought exploded in his mind: this is a scam. A shocking scam tailored for them, no, for the Earl from beginning to end. It's over. The envoy's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the muddy ground, his eyes glazed over, his face ashen. The atmosphere in Earl of Dragonkoffa's castle was extremely oppressive. The Count, bedridden and coughing violently, stared intently at the doorway like a drowning man craving air, hoping for the envoy's return. When he saw the special envoy return with 3 large boxes of ambergris, his eyes, clouded by illness, shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Good. Good. Ha 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 ha. He struggled to sit up in bed, laughing hoarsely. Quick. Bring the medicine over. Boil it. However, when he saw the envoy's deathly pale face and those empty, desperate eyes, his ecstatic joy froze instantly, turning into an ominous premonition. What's wrong? Earl Dragonkoffa's voice deepened. The special envoy knelt down with a thud, and in a trembling voice, almost breaking into incoherent sentences, he spoke the cruel truth word by word, as if his heart was breaking. The study was deathly silent. The candlelight seemed to dim instantly. The envoy's voice turned into a piercing buzz, each word like a red-hot iron awl, hammering into his brain. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he felt his body growing cold. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, making a clucking sound. He squandered his family fortune, sold off his ancestral property, and incurred a huge debt that he could never repay. He even resorted to extortion and tyranny within his territory, causing widespread resentment among the people. The result was a pile of garbage that was about to become worthless? He went bankrupt. He became a joke. He was the biggest fool in the kingdom, ridiculed by all the nobles for spending all his money to buy grass. This extreme humiliation, from the highest heavens to the deepest hell, is 100 times more painful than killing him outright. 1,000 times. Puff. A sweet, scalding sensation, which he could no longer suppress, surged from his throat. Dark blood, mixed with shattered organs and chunks of flesh, gushed out, splattering the entire bed and staining his eyes, which were filled with disbelief and horror. Ah, ah. He wanted to curse, to roar, but only muffled hoarse sounds came out of his throat. One of his eyes quickly became bloodshot and turned red, his mouth uncontrollably twisted to one side, and saliva dripped down the corner of his mouth. This once arrogant Count, in the face of extreme humiliation and despair, was utterly crushed by this psychologically damaging scheme. His raised arm fell limply to his sides, and his obese body slumped backward, completely unconscious. At the same time, the study in Blackstone Castle was warm and cozy. The flames in the fireplace flickered quietly, illuminating the distinct black and white chess pieces on the board. Butler Ander entered silently, stood respectfully to the side, and reported in a low voice. Master, we have just received the final news from the south. Earl Dragonkoffa has suffered a stroke and collapsed. Due to his previous tyrannical rule, several rebellions have broken out in his territory, and it is in complete chaos. On the other side of the chessboard, Evelyn looked at her king piece, which had been cornered, and shook her head helplessly. Shuji gently stroked a black knight chess piece with his thumb. He didn't look at Ander, his gaze remained fixed on the chessboard. He gently placed the chess piece in his hand, tapping it on the chessboard with a crisp sound. Will. The game is over. He raised his head, his cold gaze piercing through the window, looking towards the distant territory of Earl Dragonkoffa, a cold smile curving his lips. Since the owner is ill, as neighbors, we should go and visit him. He turned to look at Captain Hack, the bodyguard standing in the shadows by the door, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. Pass on my order, assemble the entire army. It's time to reclaim our villages and, incidentally, help them maintain order. Remember, they owe us everything, not even a needle or a grain of rice, and they have to get it back. Chapter 76, An Amazing Harvest. In the early morning, before dawn, the chill was at its strongest. The heavy suspension bridge slowly descended with a creaking sound as the winch could no longer bear the weight, crashing onto the frozen ground on the opposite bank with a dull thud. Outside the castle, 300 figures clad in jet-black iron armor stood silently in the flickering torchlight, like 300 steel statues crawling out of the abyss of hell. The cold breath condensed into white mist before them, but everyone's breathing was as steady as a rock, and no one's face showed any superfluous expression. These are the most elite soldiers of Blackrock territory, a war machine fed with money, glory, and blood. Hark, the former leader of the Mad Axe mercenary group and now Chuji's most trusted bodyguard captain, stood at the forefront of the group. His weathered face no longer possessed its former ruggedness, but instead displayed an iron-like coldness. He didn't utter any morale-boosting roars, he simply raised his arm and swung it forward sharply. Set off. The entire unit moved at the order. The heavy military boots slammed down simultaneously, striking the cold ground with a uniform click, click, click sound, as dull as the footsteps of death. The voice didn't sound like 300 people, but rather like a steel behemoth that had just awakened and was about to begin its hunt. From atop the castle walls, Chuji quietly surveyed everything. The night wind howled, making his black cloak flutter loudly. Won't they be in danger? Evelyn's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible worry as she pulled her husband's cold cloak collar even tighter. Danger? Chuji calmly watched the black torrent as it merged into the darkness in the distance without hesitation. Just a bunch of mad dogs without a master, all they know is how to bark. They're not dangerous. He turned his head, took his wife's cold hand, and gently placed it on his chest. Evelyn, we're not going to war. War is a last resort. His voice was calm. We're going to collect debts and maintain order. I want all the lords in the north to see the consequences of angering Blackrock. What they owe me, I will not only take back, but I will make them return with interest. The Blackstone army moved at an extremely fast pace, and by the time dawn broke, they had already crossed the boundary marker engraved with the emblem of Earl Dragonkoff. Just one step away, it felt like stepping from a well-ordered human world into a chaotic hell. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of decay, burning, and panic. The unharvested wheat in the fields was trampled on, and there were scattered farm tools and broken pottery jars everywhere. By the roadside, a stiff corpse lay in a ditch, where several crows were greedily pecking at it. Hack raised his hand, and the entire team stopped instantly, their movements fluid and precise, without a single sound. Black smoke was rising from a small village not far ahead. A group of about a dozen ragged, defeated soldiers were surrounding a farmhouse, frantically ramming the already dilapidated wooden door with wooden stakes. From behind the door came the terrified and desperate screams of women and children, and the futile roars of men. Crossbow. Hack didn't say anything more, just squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. Buzz. Without needing a second command, the 100 crossbowmen in the back row raised their crossbows, cocked them, and aimed almost simultaneously, their movements as fluid as flowing water. The dense vibrations of the bowstrings converged into a sharp screech. 100 cold, tempered crossbow bolts drew 100 deadly arcs in the gray-white morning light, like a dark cloud, precisely covering the group of fleeing soldiers who were still laughing wildly and committing violence. The screams erupted instantly, only to abruptly cease in the next second. The few fleeing soldiers who were still ramming the door were riddled with crossbow bolts and pinned to the ground like hedgehogs. Blood gushed from the gaps in their armor, instantly staining the soil beneath their feet red. The remaining few people were so terrified before they even realized what had happened that their weapons clattered to the ground, and they fell to their knees, defecating and urinating, and desperately kowtowing. Spare me! Spare me, sir! The wooden door finally opened. A farmer, his face covered in blood and holding a pitchfork, held his terrified child and looked in despair at the army that had suddenly appeared before him, an army exuding an aura of iron and blood. The expression on his face changed from despair to a deeper, indescribable fear. He knew this was not just another band of robbers, it was a force 100 times more terrifying than those routed soldiers. Huck didn't even glance at the rescued farmer. He spurred his horse forward, followed by 2 rows of heavy infantrymen carrying tower shields and spears, their steps perfectly synchronized, the ground trembling slightly. I am Hack, captain of the Royal Guard under the Blackrock Lord. His voice wasn't loud, but every word struck the hearts of the kneeling, defeated soldiers like a hammer blow. By order of the Baron, I have come here to suppress bandits and maintain order. Your master, Earl Dragonkoff, has been tyrannical and oppressive, causing widespread resentment. He has now been punished by the gods and is bedridden. You are a leaderless, chaotic army. Hark's cold gaze swept over them one by one, as if it could penetrate their flesh and see into their lowly souls. Now, the Baron gives you a choice. Lay down your weapons and become his subjects, and your past crimes in Blackrock territory will be forgiven. Or. He paused, the battle axe in his hand drawing a chilling line in the air, execute him on the spot now. The will to survive overwhelmed everything. Those fleeing soldiers had no courage to resist at all. They scrambled to the side, throwing their pile of broken weapons aside, and kowtowed repeatedly. We are willing. We are willing to submit. Confiscate their weapons, break them up and reorganize them into the rear guard, and assign people to watch over them. Hart gave the order to his adjutant, then, without even glancing at the terrified prisoners, raised his battle axe again. Target, River Valley Town, 3 miles ahead. That's Earl Dragonkopf's largest granary in this area. Full speed ahead. The army set off again, leaving the farmer still standing there holding his child. Only after the army had gone far away did his legs give way and he collapsed to the ground. He survived, but he knew that the world was about to change. The situation in River Valley is 100 times worse than in the previous villages. This place was originally the most prosperous town in the eastern part of Earl of Dragonkopf's territory, but now it has become a paradise for deserters and thugs. Hundreds of mutinous soldiers have occupied the mayor's mansion, and a bloody infighting is erupting over the division of the town's food and women. When Hake's 300 elite soldiers appeared at the town entrance like a dark cloud, all the chaos seemed to pause for a moment. A drunken, blood-stained leader of the defeated soldiers staggered out, carrying a chipped battle axe. You, Hiccup, where did you bastards come from? Trying to get a piece of the pie? Get lost. Kill. Hack uttered only one word. His answer was 100 crossbow bolts whistling through the air. The rain of arrows instantly covered the densest crowd at the town gate. The dozens of people who were shouting at the front were shot into bloody gourds before they could even let out a complete scream. Shield formation. Advance. Thump. The heavy infantry in the front row slammed their massive tower shields, each taller than a person, into the ground with a deafening roar that shook the entire earth. A moving wall made of steel and flesh began to slowly, yet resolutely, roll into the town. Enemy attack. It's the regular army. The defeated soldiers in the town went completely mad. Like a swarm of wasps whose nest had been disturbed, they grabbed their weapons and charged forward in a chaotic frenzy. However, what greeted them was a cold spear that darted out and then retracted from the gaps in the shield like a viper's tongue. Each swallow and exhale precisely pierces a throat or a heart. This was a cold, predictable massacre. The soldiers of Blackrock territory were like a highly sophisticated killing machine, silently carrying out orders without shouting or making any unnecessary movements, only efficiently reaping lives. The resistance of the fleeing soldiers was as fragile as paper dolls in the face of the steel shield wall. Their swords could only scrape against the tower shields in vain. The battle was over in less than half an hour. Hack dismounted and headed straight for the largest building in town, the granary. He kicked open the heavy door, revealing a small mountain of golden wheat grains mixed with black beans, emitting an enticing aroma. Pass on my orders. Hack's voice echoed in the empty granary. All supplies, inventory, and load them onto the wagons. Grain, weapons, cloth, livestock. All property under the name of Earl Lonka, confiscated all. This is what he owes our baron. Hurry! We must return fully loaded before nightfall. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, like a swarm of industrious worker ants, using the sacks and carts they had prepared beforehand to begin their frantic hauling. The surviving civilians in the town peeked out from their hiding places, watching this unbelievable scene in horror. They saw these fierce-looking soldiers carrying away bags of grain from the granary, bundles of swords from the armory, and even the dozen or so fat pigs that had been stolen by the fleeing soldiers' leader earlier were tied up and loaded onto the carts. However, from beginning to end, not a single soldier stepped into the home of any civilian. Their discipline was frighteningly strict. As the sun set, a convoy several times larger than the one that had arrived, carrying hundreds of prisoners who had voluntarily surrendered and laden with astonishing spoils, embarked on its journey home. When the good news reached Blackrock Castle, Chuji was in his study, examining the territory's financial report presented by Ander by candlelight, his brow furrowed. Ander practically ran in, his face beaming with uncontrollable elation. Master! Captain Hack and the others are back. The old steward read aloud the long, densely written list of spoils, his voice trembling with excitement. We seized 31,000 pounds of wheat, 12,000 pounds of black beans, 327 pieces of various iron weapons, 106 sets of leather armor, 50 warhorses, as well as cattle, sheep, pigs and other livestock, which almost emptied the western region of the Dragonkopf Earl's territory of a year's output. This is more rewarding than winning a large-scale war. However, Chuji listened calmly, his expression completely unchanged, as if everything was within his expectations. He put down the report and walked to the window. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the vast wheat fields outside the city in a dazzling gold. The scientifically cultivated wheat ears, far heavier than elsewhere, swayed in the evening breeze, their rustling sound the most beautiful and reassuring music in the entire north. Looking at the golden ocean, Shushi finally revealed a genuine, heartfelt smile. He said calmly to Ander, who was still immersed in immense joy, "Let Hak and his men rest for a day and reward all the soldiers. Those deserters who are willing to surrender should be scattered and sent to the mines and farms. Then, issue my order. Tomorrow, all people in the entire territory, regardless of age or gender, shall prepare to welcome an unprecedented harvest." The old steward was stunned. He couldn't understand why such a glorious military victory was less important than an ordinary autumn harvest in his master's eyes. Shushi's gaze remained fixed on the wheat fields that held the future, his voice carrying a deep expectation that only he could understand. "Tell them that this harvest is more important than defeating 10 Dragoncoff Earls." Chapter 77, Autumn Harvest Begins, Lord of Abundance. The horns of autumn harvest sounded under the sky of Blackstone territory. Unlike previous years, not a single villager went to their own sparsely wheat field on this day. Regardless of age or gender, everyone seemed to be responding to some ancient call, spontaneously gathering around the castle. They craned their necks, staring intently at the isolated experimental field that shone with a blinding golden light, separated by a simple fence made of new wooden stakes and thick hemp rope. That wheat field can no longer be described as a harvest, it is a miracle in itself. Golden waves of wheat rippled in the autumn wind, the heavy ears of wheat bending each stalk into a humble arc. The wheat was growing so well it was breathtaking. Each stalk was thicker than the most robust wheat they had carefully selected from their own field. When the wind blows, it no longer makes a hollow rustling sound, but a deep and heavy whoosh sound, which is the collision of extremely abundant weights. Old Farmer John nervously rubbed his hands, which were covered in calluses and dirt, resembling the roots of an ancient tree, his lips chapped from dryness. He had worked on this land for 50 years and had never seen anything like it, not even in his most extravagant dreams. Really, can it really be twice as much?" he murmured to his son, who was standing beside him, in a barely audible voice. The voice carried a hint of hope, but even more so, unease. His son was much younger, with a glint of almost fanaticism in his eyes. "Father, the Baron is the chosen one. What he says will surely come true. Twice? Maybe even more." Such whispers rose and fell among the crowd. Expectation, doubt, and that deep-seated, innate fear of hunger intertwined on everyone's faces, creating a complex expression. Shushi stood on a temporary platform made of wooden planks, with the newly appointed butler, Ander, standing respectfully half a step behind him. His gaze swept across the dark mass of people below, and he could clearly see every emotion in their eyes. Without saying a word, he simply raised his hand slowly, then suddenly swung it downwards. "Start cutting!" With all his might, Ander roared out this brief command like a thunderclap. The farmers who had been waiting by the field to cultivate the experimental plots, like soldiers who had heard the bugle call to charge, suddenly burst forth with astonishing strength, carrying sharp sickles as they rushed into the golden sea. Swish! 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 A dense, synchronized sound of sickles cutting through the air rang out. This is not a harvest, it's more like a massacre of abundance. Farmers no longer need to bend over and carefully search for the few ears of wheat worth picking, as they used to. All they had to do was close their eyes and wave their arms with all their might, because every stalk of wheat in front of them was so plump it was heartbreaking. Bundles of heavy wheat were quickly cut down and piled up, quickly forming golden hills between the ridges of the fields. The young man in charge of transport roared and used all his strength to struggle to lift the 2 large bundles of wheat onto the ox cart, causing the sturdy wheels to groan under the weight. Sweat had soaked through everyone's clothes, but no one felt tired. Their faces showed only an excited expression mixed with shock and ecstasy. The people in the distance stared in disbelief, their throats going dry. Just by looking at the amount harvested, they knew that this year's harvest had far exceeded their wildest expectations. The first standard-sized experimental plot was quickly harvested. All the wheat was transported by ox cart to the open space in front of the platform, where a huge platform scale belonging to the castle had already been set up. The brand new threshing machine started spinning wildly under the operation of several strong men. Golden wheat grains poured out like a waterfall, quickly piling up into a glittering mountain taller than a person next to the prepared sacks. When the last grain of wheat was threshed, and all the grains were packed into thick sacks, then laboriously carried step by step onto the scales by the strongest guards from the 8 castles, the clamor of thousands of people in the arena vanished without a trace in that instant. You could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on the weight that was swaying violently with its weight, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Ander stepped forward himself, his hands, which were usually as steady as a rock when serving tea and wine, were now trembling slightly. He took a deep breath and, with a sense of pilgrimage, carefully moved the brass weight forward. Every inch of movement felt like it took all my strength, and the whole process felt like an eternity. Finally, after a few swaying motions, the long horizontal bar achieved perfect balance. Anders' body froze completely. He stared at the clear number on the scale in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers, and all the color drained from his face. He turned around abruptly, looking at Chu Ji on the high platform. He opened his mouth, but it was as if something was blocking his throat, and he couldn't make a sound. "Read it out." Chu Ji's voice was as calm as ever, yet it carried an unquestionable command. Anders Adams' apple bobbed violently. He closed his eyes, as if using all his strength to squeeze his voice out of his trembling throat. His voice was no longer steady, but became sharp and hoarse, with a crack that even he himself could not believe, echoing throughout the silent open space. 1 standard acre of experimental field yielded 2,053 pounds. The air seemed to freeze. Time stood still at that moment. The vast majority of farmers who spend their entire lives working the land have no concept of this specific number, they just feel that the number sounds frighteningly large. In the crowd, an old man with gray hair, who had once worked as an accountant for a long-distance grain trader in a foreign chamber of commerce, suddenly trembled. His cloudy eyes widened instantly, and he screamed hoarsely in a stuttering voice, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. 3 times. It's 3 times. It's more than 3 times. In our best years, we'd be grateful to the gods if we could harvest a little over 600 pounds from an acre. My God! 3 times. This is a full 3 times the harvest. The word 3 times was like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire venue. That extreme silence, after solidifying to its peak, suddenly exploded. What? Did I hear that right? It's 3 times. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could there be a 3-fold harvest? A miracle. This is no ordinary feat, it is undoubtedly a miracle bestowed by Uriel, the god of agriculture. The deafening cheers and incredulous screams mingled together, creating a terrifying sound wave that soared into the sky, as if to tear the clouds apart. Many elderly people could no longer support their bodies, their legs buckled, and they collapsed heavily to their knees. Their turbid tears flowed freely as they pounded their chests and let out suppressed howls like wild beasts. In those cries, there was an uncontrollable joy, a long-suppressed release, and above all, a complete farewell to the inescapable fate of hunger that had haunted generations. Old Farmer John was completely dumbfounded. He knelt on the ground, repeating the same thing over and over again. A miracle, my God, we are saved. Chu Ji quietly watched the surging crowd below. Only after the most intense wave of emotion subsided slightly did he step forward and raise his hand. Miraculously, the uproaring crowd quickly quieted down. He didn't shout, he spoke in a steady voice, yet his voice clearly reached everyone's ears. All farmers who participated in cultivating the experimental fields will have their pay doubled this year. Below, the farmers who had just participated in the harvest were still reeling from the shock of the tripled yield when they were overwhelmed by this sudden and enormous surprise, and then burst into cheers 100 times more frenzied than before. Chu Ji raised his hand again, signaling for silence. I hereby declare that, starting today, Blackrock Castle will purchase any surplus grain from any family within its territory at a price 10% higher than the market price, with no upper limit. This promise made all the farmers who owned their own land and used the new farming methods breathe heavily, and their eyes instantly turned red. This means that their hard work will be rewarded with real, jingling coins. In addition, Chu Ji's voice rang out again. This time, his gaze fell on the families in the crowd whose clothes were the most tattered, whose faces were the most sallow, and whose children were the thinnest. All the grain purchased by the castle will be sold to the poorest families in the territory at 30% below market price. My promise is that this winter, every citizen of Blackrock territory will no longer suffer from hunger. If the preceding announcements brought joy and excitement, then this final sentence brings complete acceptance and belonging. Boom! At that moment, thousands of people seemed to receive a unified command from the depths of their souls. They all knelt down in unison. The dark mass of people lay prostrate on the ground like the receding tide, a scene so spectacular it was breathtaking. This time, there were no cheers, no screams, only suppressed sobs and choked cries. Immediately, a loud and sincere shout rang out from the front of the crowd. Lord of Abundance! Immediately afterwards, thousands of voices merged into one sentence, overwhelming. Lord of Abundance! Lord of Abundance! That thunderous roar was the highest honor this land bestowed upon Chu Ji. Chapter 78, A Shocking Decision, Free Promotion. That bountiful harvest, which defied all expectations, unleashed a storm that was far more intense than anyone anticipated. The title Lord of Abundance seemed to sprout wings, spreading overnight throughout all the baronial and viscountshal territories surrounding Blackrock. 3 times the grain yield. This is no ordinary harvest, it is a divine miracle that could change the power structure of the entire Northern Territory. To the noble lords who had to rack their brains every year to store grain for winter because of the barren land and cold climate, this news was like a thunderbolt, shocking them to their core. Initially, there was skepticism and disdain. How is that possible? 3 times the yield? Has that brat from Blackrock territory gone mad? Does he think he's the incarnation of Uriel, the god of agriculture? But as more and more caravans returned from Blackrock territory, bringing vivid descriptions and even a handful of heavy, plump grains of wheat as evidence, the doubt quickly turned into an uncontrollable, burning greed and anxiety. Just 3 days later, Blackrock Castle experienced its most bustling day ever. Several noble caravans bearing the coats of arms of different families arrived outside the castle at almost the same time, their eyes filled with anxiety and longing, like sharks smelling blood. The fireplace in the drawing room of Blackstone Castle was burning brightly. Shuji sat quietly in the main seat, smiling as he looked at his neighbors, each with a different expression. Some of them were old, some were young, but they were all restless, their eyes fixed on the plate of bread on the table, baked with new wheat and emitting a rich aroma, which was meant to be a dessert after the meal. The aroma of that bread was so rich it almost seemed unreal. Finally, a burly lord with a thick beard and a black bear as his sigil could no longer contain himself. He suddenly stood up, and because of the sudden movement, he almost knocked over the chair. "Baron Shuji," he practically roared, "I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. Is that rumor true? 3 times. Did your territory really achieve a 3-fold increase in grain harvest?" All eyes immediately focused on Shuji. Shuji picked up a piece of bread, slowly broke off a small piece, put it in his mouth, and savored it. "Baron Bear Roar," he replied with a smile, "the truth is probably even better than the rumors suggest." These words caused an uproar in the entire reception room. This is impossible," an elderly viscount muttered to himself, his cloudy eyes filled with disbelief. "Baron Shuji." Baron Xianghuo's breathing became extremely heavy. He took a step forward and said in an almost pleading tone, "Name your price. Sell me this method. I'm willing to offer 500 gold coins. No. 1,000 gold coins. 30% of the profits from all the iron mines in my territory for the next 10 years. I'll buy it too. Whatever price Baron Bear Roar offers, I'll add another 20%. Lord Shuji. I am willing to form the strongest military alliance with you." For a moment, the entire reception room seemed to have turned into an auction, where these once high and mighty noble lords were now arguing heatedly over the miraculous farming method. They knew very well that whoever mastered this method would be able to completely escape the shackles of hunger in the barren north and possess the most abundant resources. Shuji remained smiling, quietly listening to them keep raising the stakes until the noise gradually subsided. He slowly raised his hand, signaling for quiet. "I appreciate everyone's kindness." His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly drowned out all the noise. "However, I will not sell this method." As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of all the lords present darkened instantly. Baron Bear Roar's face was filled with disappointment and anger. He thought Shuji was trying to sell himself to a higher bidder. "Baron Shuji, don't be too greedy." Before he could finish speaking, Shuji's next words completely shut him down. "I'm not selling it, because I intend to teach you for free." "What?" The entire reception room fell into a deathly silence. All the nobles stood frozen in place, as if petrified. Baron Bear Roar stared wide-eyed, unable to believe his ears. What did you say? Free?" "That's right, it's free." Shuji stood up, his gaze calmly sweeping over each astonished face. "Hunger is the common enemy of all lords in the north. I hope that my people can eat their fill, and that my neighbors will not have to live in fear of lacking food for the winter. I have only one condition." Shuji held up one finger. "Each of you should send the most diligent and intelligent farmers from your territories to Blackrock territory. I will be here to teach them all the techniques, from seed selection and fertilization to digging ditches and mixed planting. All their food and lodging in my territory will be provided by my Blackrock Castle." The silence in the reception room lasted for a good 10 seconds. Immediately, a wave of excitement erupted, 10 times more intense than the earlier scramble. "Oh my God! Did I hear that right? Free tutoring, plus room and board? Merciful God of agriculture! Baron Xianghe was so excited that his face turned red. He stepped forward abruptly, not to argue, but to bow deeply and solemnly to Chu Ji. Baron Chu Ji, your magnanimity puts me to shame. I retract all my previous rudeness. He straightened up and slammed his large, fan-like hand heavily onto his bearskin-covered breastplate, making a dull thud. I, Baron Bear Roar, hereby swear that from this day forward, anyone who dares to oppose Blackrock territory is an enemy of Bear Roar territory. That's right. Another older Viscount stepped forward, his eyes full of admiration. Your noble character is worlds apart from that Earl of Dragoncoff, who only knows how to exploit his people and even goes so far as to attack his neighbors. It is an honor for the North to have a lord like you. We are willing to recognize you as the leader of the Northern Alliance. Yes. We acknowledge you as our leader. Immediately, public sentiment was agitated. These lords, who had just harbored ulterior motives, have now been completely subdued by Chu Ji's brilliant and decisive strategy. Looking at the scene before him, Chu Ji's smile deepened. This is the result he wanted. An unbreakable Northern Alliance, centered around him, was thus formed. After seeing off the grateful lords who couldn't wait to go back and choose farmers, Anders strode into his study. Master, are you really going to teach them such a precious technique for free? The old butler's face was full of worry and confusion. This is our livelihood. What if they? Ender, a hungry neighbor is a potential robber. A neighbor who can eat his fill will become a stable ally and trading partner. Chu Ji walked to the map, his gaze sweeping across the northern border and landing further south on the capital city of Golden Radiance, which represented the heart of the kingdom. Uniting the North is only my first step. The North is ultimately too barren. If we want to truly build an immortal family, our stage must be the entire kingdom. He turned around and looked at Ander, his eyes gleaming with profound wisdom. By teaching the technology to the lords of the North, we gain a group of reliable allies. But what if we offer this technology to the king? Ander's body jolted, and he instantly understood Chu Ji's intention. Master, you mean? That's right. Chu Ji's lips curled into a confident smile. A technology that can double the kingdom's grain production and completely solve the famine problem. This achievement is so great that no king can ignore it. Tell me, how would the king reward a loyal vassal who has presented such a great gift? Ander was so excited he couldn't speak. This is no longer a simple strategy, it is a well-known and open scheme that will be recorded in history. What Chu Ji can gain in return is far more than money and land favor and support from the highest power center of the kingdom. Ander, go and prepare. Chu Ji's voice was calm yet powerful. Select 50 of the most elite cavalrymen, and you will lead them personally. I want you to deliver this agricultural manuscript, which embodies all my hard work, and a letter that I have written myself, to the capital of the kingdom as quickly as possible, and personally hand them to His Majesty the King. Tell everyone that Chu Ji of Blackrock territory is willing to dedicate everything for the prosperity of the kingdom. Ander took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, and knelt on one knee, his voice booming with excitement. Yes, my master. With Ender gone, the study returned to silence. Outside the window, messengers bound for their respective territories had already ridden away. Meanwhile, an even more elite team is quietly gathering, their target being the heart of the kingdom, thousands of miles away. Chu Ji knew that an even larger net had been quietly cast. Chapter 79, Earl Dragon's Last Trump Card. The luxurious bedroom is now filled with a strong, foul stench, a mixture of herbs, mold, and decay. The heavy velvet curtains were drawn, making the entire room as dark as a tomb. Ha. Heavy, painful breathing, like that of a broken bellows, came from the enormous bed that had once symbolized power and wealth. Earl Dragoncoff lay on the bed, his massive body motionless, only the slight rise and fall of his chest proving that he was still alive. His left cheek was completely out of control, his mouth twisted uncontrollably to one side, and murky saliva slowly dripped down his chin, soaking the priceless silk pillow beneath him. His left hand, once adorned with jeweled rings and capable of signing countless plundering decrees, now lay limply on his abdomen like a dead fish. Only his right hand remained, gripping the bedsheets tightly in an extremely contorted posture. Just now, the castle steward rushed in, stumbling and scrambling, and reported a message to him in the most trembling voice. Chu Ji of Blackstone territory, that bastard who ruined everything for him, achieved an unprecedented bumper harvest using his so-called magical farming methods. 3 times. A full 3 times the output. Now, those opportunists in the north who once groveled before them are flocking to Blackrock Castle like madmen, hailing that young upstart as the Lord of the Bounty and forming an alliance with him at its core. This news was like a red-hot branding iron, scorching Earl Dragonkoff's already broken nerves. Ho, ah, ho. He wanted to roar, to curse, to tear everything in front of him to shreds, but his twisted mouth could only utter incoherent, beast-like howls. The intense emotional turmoil triggered the curse and lesions within him again, causing him to arch his back and begin coughing violently. Each cough felt like it was trying to cough his lungs out of his throat. Puff. Another mouthful of viscous liquid mixed with black blood gushed from his mouth, splashing onto his luxurious bedding like an ugly flower blooming, a symbol of death. A maid screamed and tried to step forward to wipe it, but he swatted her away with his only movable right hand. Get out, all of you, get out. He used all his strength to squeeze out a few broken syllables from deep in his throat. The steward and the maids, as if granted a pardon, scrambled away from the room that reeked of death. The Earl was the only one left in the enormous bedroom. Anger, like maggots, gnawed at his decaying reason. But he knew better than anyone that anger was useless. He was defeated, utterly defeated. That young demon named Chuji used a combination of punches that Chuji could never understand until his death, utterly shattering Chuji's life's work and his family's glory into an abyss. First, they hyped up ambergris, draining his last reserves and leaving him with an astronomical amount of debt. Immediately afterward, during the period when his finances collapsed and he was unable to pay his soldiers, Chuji's army, like a pack of wolves, rushed into the western part of his territory with lightning speed, not only seizing 5 villages, but also emptying his largest granary in the valley town. He knew it was Chuji who did it. The entire northern territory knows that Chuji did it. But what can he do? Revenge? What will he use to retaliate? Just yesterday, a 100-man guard responsible for protecting the western mines mutinied after not receiving a single copper coin for 3 months. They stormed into nearby villages, burning, killing, and looting, then fled into the mountains with their loot and women, becoming true bandits. Such things happen every day in his territory. The once prosperous land is now engulfed in war and in complete chaos. He couldn't even send a decent army to quell the mutinous troops within his own territory. As for seeking revenge against Chuji, that's utterly a pipe dream. After extreme anger comes a chilling, bone-chilling despair. He could feel his life force rapidly draining away. Without the dragon's saliva grass, the footsteps of death echoed in his ears day and night. He was unwilling to accept it. Even in death, he will drag that bastard who destroyed everything down with him. A crazy idea gradually took shape in his brain, which was in chaos from being consumed by hatred and despair. He trembled as he reached out his right hand, grabbed a copper bell by the bed, and shook it with all his might. The piercing sound of bells shattered the silence of the castle. A moment later, the bedroom door was pushed open. A tall, stern-faced young man walked in. He was dressed in a well-tailored black outfit, with a long sword at his waist, exuding a sharp and capable aura that seemed completely out of place in this dilapidated castle. It was Barton, the eldest son of Earl of Dragonkoff. Barton's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on the pool of dark blood. His eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly, but his face showed no concern, only indifference. Father, you were looking for me." He stood 5 steps away from the bed, his tone flat and devoid of any respect. Earl of Dragonkoff stared intently at his son with cloudy eyes. His gaze was no longer that of a father looking at his son, but more like that of a drowning man looking at his last straw. He was breathing heavily, and more saliva was dripping from the crooked corner of his mouth. Barton, he managed to say, each word seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth, "I am going to die." Patton's face remained expressionless as he listened quietly. Do you want to be a count?" Earl Dragonkoff's hoarse voice carried a devilish allure. Barton's pupils contracted sharply. He had long been fed up with his greedy, foolish, and weak father. He finally raised his eyes and looked directly at his father, who was on his deathbed, on the bed. A burning, long-suppressed ambition flashed in his eyes. "What do you want me to do?" Barton's voice was cold and direct. "Kill." Earl Dragonkoff made a hoarse sound from his throat, and his bloodshot eyes flashed with terrifying resentment. "Kill Chuji. That Blackrock territory bastard." A hint of interest finally appeared on Patton's face. He took 2 steps forward and looked down at his father. "What good would killing him do me? With this mess, even if I inherit the title, it would just be an empty shell." His words were like knives, piercing Earl Dragonkoff's heart with precision. "No. It's different." Earl Dragonkoff trembled violently with excitement. With his still functioning right hand, he pointed to a huge black iron box in the corner of the wall, which was locked with chains and triple magical seals. There is our family's secret treasure passed down through generations. Heart of the Storm. As long as you absorb it, you can immediately break through the bottleneck and become a true high-level professional, a Storm Knight. Advanced Professional. Barton's breathing quickened instantly. He is just one final step away from becoming a senior professional. This is what he truly desires. Throughout the entire Northern Territory, there are only a handful of high-level professionals on the surface, each of whom is a powerful figure who can hold sway over a region and is treated with respect even by dukes. As long as you come back to me with Chuji's head. Count Dragonkov looked at the greedy flames burning in his son's eyes and revealed a smile that was more like a grimace. Not only will I give you the title of Heart of the Storm, but I will also pass it all on to you ahead of schedule. I swear, in the name of my ancestors. Patton stared intently at his father, as if trying to see through his decaying soul. After confirming that the other party was not joking, the greed in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a cold and cruel decisiveness. He slowly knelt down on one knee. But he did not lower his head. Instead, he stared straight at his father on the bed, a bloodthirsty smile curving his lips. As you wish, my father. Wait for my good news. A baron's head in exchange for the legacy of a high-ranking professional and the title of Earl. This deal is very worthwhile. After saying that, he stood up, not even glancing at the panting man on the bed again, turned around, and strode out of the room. His figure, like a drawn sword, carrying a chilling killing intent, disappeared at the end of the dimly lit corridor. Chapter 80, The Bishop's Visit. The joy of a bountiful harvest, like the finest wine, thoroughly intoxicated every inch of Blackstone territory. The air was no longer filled with the barren smell of dust, but with an intense, irresistible aroma of wheat and meat. Long lost, continuous smoke rose from the chimneys of every household. The children, who were once emaciated from hunger, now have rosy cheeks, are more energetic in their chasing and playing, and their clear laughter is the most beautiful music on this land. The entire territory, from the castle to the most remote villages, was immersed in an almost unreal, dreamlike sense of happiness. People wore genuine smiles on their faces. When they saw the patrolling soldiers, they no longer bowed their heads in fear, but greeted them warmly and proactively, and even offered them freshly baked bread from their own homes. This land has truly come alive. The joyous atmosphere reached its peak in the banquet hall of Blackrock Castle. The fire in the fireplace burned brightly, illuminating the entire hall with a warm, spring-like glow. On the long oak table, a feast was laid out that would make any northern noble envious. A whole roasted lamb sizzling with oil, mountains of golden wheat cakes, steaming hot broth, and various sweet-smelling pastries that Cheshire and her maids were trying to make with the new wheat. This was not a political banquet for foreign guests, but a family dinner that belonged entirely to Chuji. He sat in the main seat, with Evelyn, who was heavily pregnant and whose temperament had become increasingly gentle and refined, on his left, and Cheshire, who was holding her youngest daughter Chuiwei and whose face was full of happy maternal glow, on his right. Ella and Lena sat close together, with no wine glasses in front of them, but several thick ledgers filled with numbers. They were huddled together, discussing something in hushed tones, their expressions focused. The children became the most active group in the banquet hall. The eldest son, Chu Yang, is almost 2 years old. He has perfectly inherited his father's composure and the strength in his mother's blood. He walked with steady steps, like a little adult, circling around his younger siblings, occasionally reaching out his little hand to help his sister who was running too fast and almost fell. Ella and Lena's twins, Chu Fan and Chu Nian, were as energetic as two little leopards, tirelessly chasing and playing around the table legs. Xu Xi's gaze swept over the heartwarming scene, his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and relief. He didn't rush to eat the food in front of him, but instead focused his attention on Evelyn first. As the daughter of a former earl, Evelyn was the only one of the 4 wives who was fluent in reading and writing and had received a systematic aristocratic education. At this moment, she is holding a quill pen and patiently writing beautiful letters on a small slate. This word is accounts. Her voice was soft and pleasant, as if it had a soothing power. Ella, you see, this is how it's spelled. This word will be used a lot when we're compiling financial reports. Ella stared intently at the stone slab, mimicking Evelyn by gesturing on the table with her fingers and muttering to herself. Her face shone with that special, radiant glow that comes with acquiring new knowledge. Once upon a time, she and her sister were just menial servants in an inn, subjected to beatings and abuse, and they couldn't even write their own names. Now, she is learning how to manage the accounts of a territory. On the other side, Cheshire was holding a parenting book with many illustrations, which Chu Ji had specially commissioned from the south by the merchant Marion at great expense. Although she didn't recognize many of the characters, she studied them very carefully. Sister Evelyn, she pointed to a page in the book and asked in a slightly embarrassed whisper, "The book says that we should become children as mentors. What does mentor mean?" Evelyn smiled and set down the stone slab, explaining gently. A mentor is someone who guides them, like a teacher, and teaches them knowledge and principles. Cheshire, you've done a great job. With Chu Yang by your side, he is much more sensible than the other children. Cheshire blushed slightly upon receiving the praise, revealing a satisfied and shy smile. She looked down at the babbling Chu Yu in her arms with affection, her eyes filled with determination. She not only wants to ensure the children are well fed and clothed, but also wants to become the best teacher in their lives. Chu Ji watched all of this silently. He looked at his, no longer subservient to men who fought and bickered over them, but instead, on the platform he had built himself, they were diligently learning and growing, each finding their own place to realize their self-worth. Evelyn, with her knowledge, became the cultural center and teacher of the family. Ella and Lena, with their attentiveness and sense of responsibility, are growing into capable home administrators and treasurers. And Cheshire, with her innate kindness and maternal instincts, became the warmest glue that held this family together and the best protector of the children. This is a healthy, vibrant family structure that is in a virtuous cycle. And this is the most important foundation for him to build an immortal family. Let's eat. Chuji picked up his knife and fork, smiled, and spoke, breaking the momentary silence. His words were like a command, and the joyful atmosphere returned to the banquet hall. The children cheered and rushed toward the sweet pastries, while Ella and Lena closed their ledgers and began serving food to their husbands and children. Chuji cut off a piece of the tenderest lamb leg, putting half on Evelyn's plate and the other half on Cheshire's plate. You've all worked hard, eat more. The simple act of kindness brought tears of emotion to the eyes of both wives. He looked at his children. Each one of them was so healthy and full of energy, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and hope for the future. Xu Yang's strength, Xu Fan's agility, Xu Nian's subtle intelligence, and the warm aura of Xu Yu, who was still in swaddling clothes and inherited the bloodline of the sun god. What he looked forward to even more was the unborn child in Evelyn's womb, who was destined to have more than 20% elven blood. What kind of extraordinary talent would that be? Many children, many blessings. At this moment, Chu Xi's understanding of these 4 words deepened. What it brings is not just cold attribute points and talents, but also the real and tangible warmth and sense of belonging called home. This gave him a sense of abundance and power that came from the depths of his soul, more than conquering cities and seizing territories or accumulating vast wealth. To protect this beautiful thing, he was willing to pay any price, even if it meant becoming a demon. The family dinner gradually came to an end in a warm and joyful atmosphere. The children had played all day and were exhausted. They all started to doze off and were held in their mother's arms, who gently coaxed them. The wives' faces also showed a hint of satisfied exhaustion. Just as Chuji was about to announce the end of the banquet and tell everyone to go home and rest, the heavy doors of the banquet hall were suddenly pushed open. A captain of the royal guards responsible for protecting the castle rushed in excitedly. He even forgot to salute first and hurriedly knelt on one knee. His voice, trembling slightly with excitement, was exceptionally clear in the quiet banquet hall. Grown-ups. Outside the castle, a very important person has come to visit. Everyone in the hall was stunned. What important person could be coming so late at night? Shushi raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling him to continue. The captain of the personal guard swallowed hard, and said, slowly and deliberately, in a tone that was a mixture of awe and ecstasy. It's the Church of the God of Agriculture, Bishop. He specifically asked to see you, the Lord of Abundance. Chapter 81, The Bishop's Promise. He specifically asked to see you, the Lord of Abundance. The captain of the guard's excited voice was like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the warm and peaceful atmosphere in the banquet hall. Every word was like a heavy hammer blow, striking everyone's heart. Evelyn and Cheshire's smiles froze instantly, and they instinctively hugged their sleeping child even tighter. Ella and Lena also stopped what they were doing and looked at Chuji nervously, their eyes filled with undisguised worry. Bishop of the Church of the God of Agriculture. The significance of this title far surpasses that of a secular earl or viscount. In a world where food is of paramount importance, the worship of Uriel, the god of agriculture, is prevalent in almost every village. In a sense, the bishop of the church is God's spokesperson on earth. His words may be regarded as divine pronouncements by countless believers, and his attitude is enough to determine the rise and fall of a territory. Such a late-night visit from someone is anything but ordinary. Let him in. Shu Ji's reaction was surprisingly calm. He elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin, put down his knife and fork, and his tone was completely calm. He looked at his wives, casting a reassuring glance, his voice gentle. "It's all right, he's just a guest who's come from afar. It's late, you should take the children back to their rooms to rest." Although the wives were filled with anxiety, their almost instinctive trust in their husbands outweighed everything else. They rose quietly, and surrounded by maids, each carrying their child, they left the banquet hall through a side door. A moment later, the castle's heavy gates were pushed open again. A chilling aura, mixed with the scent of cold air and a peculiar herbal fragrance, instantly rushed in. An elderly man, thin and with gray hair, dressed in a worn linen priest's robe, strode in, surrounded by a group of church guards holding oak scepters. He was Marlowe, the bishop of the northern diocese of the Church of the God of Agriculture. The old man's face was covered with deep wrinkles, which did not look like the marks left by time, but rather like the vicissitudes of life carved by a carving knife after years of wind and sun exposure on the ridges of the fields. His gaze was particularly sharp, his cloudy eyes seemed devoid of any worldly emotions, filled only with the scrutiny and inquiry of a hawk. Chuji stood up and, as the Lord, nodded slightly as a sign of respect. "Welcome, Bishop Marlowe. I apologize for not being able to greet you properly due to your late visit." Bishop Marlowe's gaze did not linger on the sumptuous food on the long table for even a second. He completely ignored Chuji's polite words and his sharp gaze pierced straight over, making the air instantly heavy. "Baron Chuji." Bishop Marlowe spoke, his voice hoarse and dry, like two dry stones rubbing against each other. "They call you Lord of Abundance?" He emphasized each word, carrying an undisguised sense of doubt and judgment. The invisible pressure caused even the captain of Chuji's personal guard, Hack, standing behind him, to involuntarily tighten his grip on the battle axe at his waist, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. "It's just the people's excessive praise after the harvest. I don't deserve it." Chuji's answer was watertight. "I dare not accept such an honor." Bishop Marlowe took a step forward, each step heavy with his own. "No, I think you deserve it, and you deserve it with a clear conscience." His thin finger pointed to a corner of the hall, where several bags of golden wheat grains, overflowing from their openings, were piled up as decoration. "A triple harvest. This is a miracle that even our Lord Uriel did not easily promise to his followers in the age of myth. And you, a young baron from the remote north, claim to have achieved it with mortal means." Bishop Marlowe's gaze grew colder, and his voice rose. "Young man, the grace of our Lord is not a trick for you to play power games and win people's hearts. Behind every miracle, there must be a God." He paused, each word carrying a chilling intent. "Now, take me to see your miracle. If there is even a trace of deceit or falsehood in it, divine punishment will descend upon your lands sooner than the blizzard of this winter." A blatant threat, carrying the unquestionable pressure of divine authority, enveloped the entire hall. Faced with this pressure that would terrify any nobleman, Chuji's expression remained unchanged. There was even a faint smile on his lips. He didn't defend himself or argue, he simply made a simple gesture. "Your Excellency," he turned to the side, stretched out his hand, and pointed outside the castle. "Seeing is believing. Please." Seeing Chuji's confident and fearless demeanor, Bishop Marlowe frowned even more deeply. He snorted coldly, turned around, and strode out. Outside the castle, a long line of torches held aloft by the royal guards illuminated the road leading to the huge, makeshift barn. With a heavy creak, the wooden door of the barn swung open with a loud thud as several soldiers pushed it together. Boom! At that moment, the golden wheat grain seemed to transform into a flowing, solid ocean of gold. Tens of thousands of pounds of grain were piled up into several astonishing small mountains, their gleaming light, almost blinding, under the firelight. The mountain of grain, with its primal and pure visual impact, crashed into everyone's eyes. Bishop Marlowe's body trembled violently, and a crack finally appeared on his perpetually unchanging, rigid mask. His breathing became heavy, but he did not kneel down in shock or shout wildly as Chuji had expected. He stood still for a good 10 seconds, his hawk-like eyes fixed on the golden mountain of grain, as if confirming something. Then, he did something that surprised everyone. Instead of going into the barn to touch the grain, he suddenly turned around and strode quickly to the experimental field next to the barn. There were only stubble left after the harvest and land covered with snow. Ignoring the cold, muddy ground, Marlowe actually knelt down. He did not pray, but instead dug his withered, wrinkled hands deep into the ground beneath his feet. He grabbed a handful of black soil mixed with grass roots and snowmelt, and instead of smelling it, he stuck out his tongue and licked it very lightly. A complex expression instantly appeared on the old man's face: shock, confusion, and a hint of unfathomable fear. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, passing through the crowd and locking onto Chuji's face. That look was no longer one of judgment, but rather as if he were looking at a monster that had overturned his entire world of faith. "My lord, I need to speak with you alone." His voice was hoarse, but his attitude softened considerably. Inside the castle's study, the fireplace burned brightly. Bishop Marlowe did not sit down, but instead paced back and forth restlessly with his hands behind his back, like a wild beast trapped in a cage. The serenity and dignity of a clergyman that once emanated from him had vanished without a trace, replaced by a sense of fear before the collapse of his faith. Shuji sat leisurely in the main seat, poured himself a cup of hot tea, and quietly watched him. Finally, Bishop Marlowe stopped in his tracks. He turned abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at Shuji. "That's not a miracle." His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with heart-wrenching pain. "I tasted the soil. It contained the residue of manure, the alkalinity of wood ash, and the unique fertility of rotten legume roots. The wheat grains were incredibly plump, yet their life force was pure and clean, without a trace of any magical intervention." Bishop Marlowe's voice trembled. "3 times the harvest you actually did it using only mortal techniques. How is this possible? This shouldn't be." His faith suffered an unprecedented blow at this moment. If the wisdom and hard work of mortals can create miracles far exceeding the blessings of the gods, then what is the point of having gods? What use is there for a servant who has devoted his life to the god of agriculture? This is a complete denial of his significance. Shuji gently blew on the steam rising from his cup and spoke softly. "Your Excellency, isn't a bountiful harvest a good thing? Good news?" Bishop Marlowe let out a bitter laugh. "It's good for your people, it's good for the starving people in the north, but for our Lord's church, for the faith of all people, this is an unprecedented disaster." He became agitated. When people discover that they no longer need to pray to God, but can obtain 3 times the food simply by learning your skills, who will still kneel before God in repentance? Who will still dedicate their faith to the church? The authority of the gods will be shaken, and the edifice of faith will begin to rot from its very foundation. He looked at Shuji, a hint of pleading and a transactional expression in his eyes. "Therefore, this matter must not be spread in the name of mortal technology." He took a deep breath, as if he had made a major decision, and his voice became solemn again. "Baron Shuji, you have created a miracle, but this miracle must belong to God. From this moment on, it is not your skill, but a divine revelation bestowed upon you by our Lord Uriel." A hint of amusement flashed in Shuji's eyes. "Divine revelation? Your Excellency, I am merely an ordinary baron, and I am afraid I cannot bear such a heavy title. You must take responsibility." Bishop Marlowe stepped forward, his tone urgent. "This is not just for the church, but also for your own sake." He began to throw out his chips, each one as heavy as 1,000 pounds. "If you acknowledge that all of this originates from divine revelation, I, Marlowe, the High Bishop of the Northern Diocese, will hold the grandest coronation ceremony for you. I will publicly bestow upon you the unique title, Cherisher of Abundance. From that day on, your territory will be the earthly projection of the kingdom of God, sacred and inviolable. Any noble who declares war on you is tantamount to declaring war on the god of agriculture. Secondly, you will be in charge of the church's sacred relic, the Heart of Abundance amulet. It will permanently increase your territory's crop yields by 10% and slowly improve the soil. This is a treasure that has been reserved for the most devout saints throughout history. Besides," Marlowe's breathing grew heavier, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism, "I will use all my authority, in the name of the Northern Diocese, to proclaim to all human temples in the kingdom that you, Shuji, are a living saint. Your very existence is a manifestation of divine grace. With this status, even if the king wants to touch you, he'll have to consider the consequences of challenging the entire divine authority." Bishop Marlowe has practically staked the entire future of the church on this high-stakes gamble. He stared intently at Shuji, his voice hoarse as he delivered his final conclusion. "Baron Shuji, this world doesn't need an agricultural genius from an ordinary person. That would only attract the covetousness and tearing of countless jackals. This world needs a living miracle to solidify the faith. And you, with just a nod, can go from a genius who could be devoured at any moment to a high and mighty person who is unshakable by anyone who favored one of the gods. We each get what we need." Chapter 82, The Recognition of Divine Authority. The moment the agreement was reached, the heavy atmosphere in the study seemed to begin to move again. Bishop Marlowe's cloudy eyes blazed with an unprecedented intensity, and his parched lips trembled uncontrollably. In his vision, the old man's figure seemed to overlap with the images of those fanatical believers in his memory. The dawn of the church's revival was right before his eyes, and the image of countless believers kneeling again before the altar of the god of agriculture almost burned his soul. Well, 2 consecutive goods were squeezed out from his clenched teeth. The knuckles of the hand gripping the scepter had turned white from excessive force. 3 days from now, a grandest coronation ceremony will be held for you. The divine grace of our Lord will be bestowed upon this thirsty, no, this land that will soon be bountiful again, through your own hands. 3 days later. Before the horizon had even revealed a glimmer of dawn, the cold wind from the north was already sweeping across every inch of Blackstone territory like an invisible blade. Outside Blackstone Castle, the huge open space set up for the military parade was now packed with people. Thousands of people spontaneously gathered from various villages. They were wearing the best and cleanest clothes they could find, even though they were still covered with patches of varying shades. Their faces, red from the cold, held an almost pilgrimage-like fervor and devotion, their hot breaths condensing into puffs of white mist in the frigid air. In the deathly silence and icy wind, the dark mass of people knelt in unison, facing the direction of the castle. The scene resembled an endless black field waiting for spring rain in the dead of winter, filled with suppressed hope. At the very front of the crowd, in a special area separated by elite guards armed with spears, the atmosphere was completely different. Baron Beror and the other northern lords who had just formed an alliance stood there with complicated expressions. The howling wind couldn't budge their thick fur coats, but each of them felt restless, as if their hearts were being repeatedly roasted over a fire. Some people's hands, gripping the sword hilts, were already soaked with cold sweat. The certification of divine authority. These 4 words carry enough weight to crush a fully grown dragon. This means that Chu Ji's position in this fragile alliance will leap from a negotiable and cooperative core to an unshakable and supreme sun. A turbulent wave of contradictions surges within everyone's heart. They both hoped to bask in a sliver of divine grace and were deeply afraid that they would be reduced from allies to helpless vassals at the mercy of others. Finally, the first ray of golden light tore through the thick gray clouds on the horizon, falling to the earth like a sharp sword. The castle's incredibly heavy gate creaked open slowly inwards. In an instant, thousands of eyes, like iron filings drawn to a giant magnet, focused on the deep darkness behind the gate. The first one to come out was Bishop Marlowe. Wearing a brand new sacrificial robe, meticulously embroidered with patterns of plump, drooping ears of wheat in shimmering gold thread, he was incredibly solemn. The oak scepter he held tightly in his hand, with its massive amber inlay at the top, refracted an awe-inspiring light in the rising sun. The platform had already been erected in front of the castle. Stepping onto the stairs, each step felt as if it had been measured with a ruler, precise and steady. Half a step behind, closely following, was a well-tailored black outfit. That upright figure and solemn expression belonged to Chu Ji. Countless gazes, like spotlights, swept in from all directions. He calmly stepped onto the high platform, his composed demeanor suggesting he was born to stand here and receive the admiration of the entire North. The ceremony then began. There were no tedious and lengthy rituals, and no difficult and obscure prayers. Bishop Marlowe's voice was old, but under the blessing of some kind of divine magic, it became exceptionally loud, like a rumble of thunder rolling across the sky, clearly echoing in the ears of everyone in the square. People of the North. Noble lords. For a century, hunger has been like an everlasting curse, clinging to this barren land. We pray to God, we make offerings with devotion, yet we can never escape this heavy and despairing fate. These words were like an incredibly sharp awl, precisely piercing the deepest pain in the hearts of every ordinary person present. In the dark fields, suppressed sobs began to spread like a plague. Many people thought of their loved ones who had starved to death, and of the days and nights when they couldn't survive even by eating grass roots and tree bark. But today, his tone suddenly shifted, his voice rising sharply, filled with barely suppressed excitement and ecstasy. Our Lord Uriel has heard our cries. He has not abandoned his most devout lamb. He has chosen a messenger to walk among men as the spokesperson of his will, to restore abundance and hope to us. The bishop suddenly turned his body, using all his strength to raise the scepter high in his hand, pointing it at Chu Ji behind him like lightning. He is the Lord of Blackrock, Baron Chu Ji. He is the chosen one of this land, the chosen one of abundance. As the bishop announced, the suppressed grief of the thousands of people below the stage was instantly ignited, erupting into a frenzied cheer like a tsunami. The one who favors abundance. The chosen one. Amidst the deafening cheers, we slowly moved forward. Before the altar, carved with ancient divine patterns symbolizing divine authority, he straightened his robes, stood upright, and then knelt on one knee, bowing his head. A perfect, impeccable posture of humility. Bishop Marlowe's face was filled with a holy glow, as if he had become 20 years younger. Holding the scepter high with both hands, he slowly and solemnly pressed the enormous gem at the top, known as the Divine Grace Amber, towards Chuji's forehead. At that moment, all breathing in the entire square came to a complete halt. In a venue with thousands of people, time seemed to be emptied, space seemed to freeze, and only the eternal howling of the wind and snow remained. The moment the amber touched the skin on the forehead, a sudden change has occurred. The amber, which was originally dull and lifeless, like a piece of ordinary resin, suddenly burst forth with a dazzling green light that was impossible to see with the naked eye. That wasn't light, it was a surging torrent of pure, extreme life energy. A green beam of light tore through the morning sky, carrying an overwhelming and unstoppable aura that commanded all things to submit, and boldly pierced the clouds. Immediately afterwards, the enormous green beam of light exploded at the highest point of the sky, but it did not dissipate. As if summoned by an invisible force, countless points of light transformed into billions of fireflies, frantically converging, compressing, rotating, and condensing towards the center. Ultimately, above everyone's heads, a colossal sacred emblem was formed, composed of intersecting robust ears of wheat and sharp sickles. The church emblem of Uriel, the god of agriculture. Miracle. Visible. You can touch it. A truly tangible miracle. His body trembled violently with excitement. Looking up at the sky, the incomparably clear emblem, radiating divine power, was reflected in Bishop Marlowe's pupils, and 2 lines of turbid old tears rolled down his cheeks uncontrollably. With all his might, a near-mad, hoarse, frenzied shout erupted from his mouth. Divine grace is as vast as the sea. Miracles have occurred. Our Lord testifies. He is God's chosen one. A living saint walking among men. Boom! All the northern nobles who were still observing had their sense of reason and luck completely crushed into dust at this moment by this undeniable miracle. Baron Baror's sword clattered to the ground, but he was oblivious, his eyes fixed on the sacred emblem in the sky, his mouth agape. Their legs buckled, unable to support their bodies any longer. Their heavy armor collided with the cold ground, producing a series of disheveled yet incredibly devout clanging sounds. Fear, doubt, jealousy, greed. In this moment, all worldly thoughts were utterly shattered by the miracle, leaving only the purest, soul-deep awe and submission. Immediately afterwards, as if receiving a unified command, thousands of people once again slammed their foreheads heavily and with all their might onto the hard, cold earth. The overwhelming shouts merged into a terrifying sound wave that shook the entire Blackstone territory. Welcome, Lord of Abundance. Welcome to those favored by God. On the high platform, the figure slowly stood up. The warm, soft green light that fell from the sky was like a real, sacred garment draped over my body. His expression perfectly conveyed a hint of surprise at being blessed by God, a touch of humility from the bottom of his heart, and a touch of solemnity that could not be violated, calmly accepting the overwhelming worship from the entire north. In my heart, there was only a cold clarity. The golden statue is complete. At this moment, their rule was completely cloaked in a sacred and inviolable guise. At the same moment when countless people were going crazy in worshipping this sacred site in front of the castle. Hundreds of meters away, atop a long abandoned watchtower, completely covered by a blizzard. In the deepest shadows, a figure seemed to blend into the darkness itself without careful observation, one would only mistake it for a strangely shaped stone. Assassin Barton, the eldest son of Earl of Dragoncoff, witnessed everything that happened below. A person favored by the gods? He's acting so convincingly. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, which were chapped from the extreme cold. Instead of awe, his eyes were filled with a wild, animalistic excitement. The long sword at his waist, a family heirloom named Windcutter, emitted a faint hum in the wind and snow, as if it were thirsting for something. Unfortunately, no matter how sacred a head is, once it's cut off, it's no different from a pig's head on a chopping board. His cold gaze swept over the frenzied crowd below, over the guards whose formation had slightly slackened due to their excitement, and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips. Just wait, this grand celebration is the best stage for assassins. Chapter 83, Danger in the Shadows. That sacred coronation ceremony infused every brick and stone of Blackrock Castle with a spirit of celebration. The blizzards of winter did not cool down the fervor, instead, they became the perfect embellishment to the celebration. The campfire, which had burned all night, died down, and the aroma of ale mingled with the savory smell of roasted meat, permeating the air of the castle. Everyone was drunk, drunk on the glory of their Lord becoming a chosen one, drunk on the dream of a future free from hunger. Defense has become lax to an unprecedented degree in everyone's subconscious. The gods have personally certified this land. What other fools dare to run wild in a place watched by the gods? When the patrol teams on the city wall changed shifts, they no longer did so in silence as before. Instead, they would huddle together, excitedly discussing the holy pillar of light that shot into the sky yesterday, and the bishop's excited and out-of-control appearance. They talked about the future glory of their lord and the comical, fearful expressions of the other nobles in the north. The patrol footsteps became sluggish, and wary gazes were replaced by gloating chatter. In the deep shadows behind them, a figure almost blended into the darkness took in everything. The assassin Barton, like the most patient lone wolf in the snow, lay quietly atop a withered giant tree outside the castle, his body covered in thick snow. He has been in the same position here for over 6 hours. Cold snowflakes fell silently onto his shadow cloak. It was a magical artifact made from the hide of a thestral mixed with the silk of the abyss spiders. It could distort light, absorb sound, and even lower the wearer's body temperature to match the environment. In his eyes, the so-called miracle was nothing more than a clumsy magic trick to deceive the masses. It's ridiculous, but it works. He saw the black stone castle after the celebration, like a woman lying naked and defenseless on a bed. It's full of flaws. Another hour passed, and after the changing sentry delayed the handover by 30 seconds for the third time due to chatting, Patton moved. He made no sound, his body falling like a black snowflake from the top of a tree more than 10 meters high. My feet sank into the thick snow, leaving only a barely perceptible shallow imprint. He bypassed the brightly lit main gate and chose a corner on the west side of the castle where miscellaneous items were piled up. This was the darkest spot, and also a blind spot for sight. He took out a stone the size of a longan from the leather pouch at his waist, calculated the wind direction and force, and flicked it with his finger. The pebble traced a silent arc through the air, precisely crossing a distance of tens of meters, and struck an empty iron barrel in the corner of the castle stables. Clang! A crisp, unusual sound pierced the quiet, snowy night. 2 guards who were chatting on the city wall were startled and immediately poked their heads out nervously. What was that sound? It seems to be near the stables. Damn it, could a snow wolf have sneaked in? Let's go take a look. The 2 guards immediately grabbed their spears, ran quickly down the city wall, and headed towards the stables. Barton watched quietly from the shadows. Instead of taking the opportunity to climb over the wall, he took out a small hourglass from his pocket and turned it upside down. The sand flowed silently. He was like the most demanding examiner, coldly calculating the patrol team's reaction speed. 1 minute. 1.5 minutes. Almost 2 minutes later, the 2 guards returned from the stables, grumbling and cursing. Damn it, there's nothing there. I guess the snow broke something. What a scare. I'll go back and have a couple more drinks. The mockery in Patton's eyes deepened. 2 minutes of reaction time was enough for him to kill the castle's owner 10 times over. He put away the hourglass. They seized the opportunity during another patrol handover, that less than 20-second blind spot created by the conversation. His body slid forward like a ghost, pressed against the shadow of the wall. The effect of the shadow cloak was maximized, and the wind and snow became his best cover. The back door to the kitchen wasn't locked, and 2 maids could be heard gossiping and giggling in hushed tones inside. The guard at the armory entrance was dozing off against the wall, his head nodding as he slept soundly. The entire castle, from the outside in, is like a giant sieve, leaking air everywhere. This is the price of indulging in victory and divine favor. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Patton's mouth. He bypassed the main road and, like a venomous snake, silently slithered to the back of the castle's main building. This is where the Lord's bedroom is located. Compared to the bustling surroundings, this place is much quieter. Barton stopped in his tracks. He was in a corner facing the window of the master bedroom, which emitted a warm orange light. Light and shadow, warmth and murderous intent, are separated by only a thin layer of glass. He could clearly see the reflection of the person in the window. A tall man and a woman with a large pregnant belly. That was his target, Chu Ji. Patton didn't rush to make a move for a top assassin. Patience is even more deadly than poison. He waited quietly. Wait for the opportunity when the target is most relaxed and least guarded, so that a decisive blow can be delivered. Inside the bedroom, the fire in the fireplace was burning brightly. The thick carpet insulated the room from the chill of the stone floor, making the whole room warm and cozy. Chuji was half reclining on a comfortable soft chair, feeding Evelyn a slice of cut fruit. In 2 months, our little one will be born, he said, stroking Evelyn's high, swollen belly, his face full of tenderness. Do you think he will look like you or like me? Evelyn nestled in his arms, her face radiating a happy maternal glow. I wish he had your wisdom and my hair. She chuckled, playing with her cascading silver hair. A warm atmosphere filled the room. Shuji is willing to give everything to protect this beautiful thing. Suddenly, Evelyn's hand stopped. Her movements as she stroked her belly stiffened, and the smile on her face vanished instantly. Her beautiful brows furrowed tightly, and her face visibly paled. "What's wrong?" Shuji immediately noticed her unusual behavior and asked with concern, "Did the baby kick you again?" Evelyn did not answer, but slowly shook her head. Her beautiful, moonlit eyes unconsciously gazed at the howling wind and snow outside the window, her voice carrying a tremor and disgust that she herself could not understand, originating from the depths of her blood. "No. No. I feel. There is something dirty and cold nearby, watching us." She hugged Shuji's arm tightly, as if trying to draw warmth from it. The feeling was like a venomous snake lurking in a dark corner, flicking its tongue, waiting to bite a defenseless rabbit to death. Chapter 84, An Unexpected Accident. Evelyn's words were like the sharpest ice pick, instantly piercing through all the warm illusions of celebration and victory in Shuji's mind. He unconsciously tightened his grip on his wife's arm, and could clearly feel Evelyn's body trembling slightly out of control. This is not an illusion. Evelyn, who possesses elven blood, has a far greater sense of danger than ordinary people. Shuji's expression remained unchanged. He was still the same gentle husband comforting his wife. He gently patted Evelyn's back, his voice soft. "It's all right, it's probably just a mouse that wasn't caught properly in some corner, which scared our baby. You're tired, go back to your room and rest." His eyes were calm, but deep within that calm, a chilling killing intent had already quietly condensed. He helped Evelyn back to her bedroom, watched as the maid tucked her in, and then spoke a few comforting words before turning to leave. The moment the door closed, all the warmth on Shuji's face vanished, replaced by a coldness as if it were solid ice. He didn't conduct a large-scale search, as that would only alert the enemy. An assassin who can silently infiltrate the vicinity of the palace is no ordinary person. He pressed his thumb firmly against his temple, his brain racing. A passive defense will always put you at a disadvantage. Your opponent may have 100 chances, but you can't afford to make a single mistake. The only way is to turn the tables and lure this venomous snake from its supposedly safe, dark corner to the stage that we have prepared for it. He went to the study, but did not turn on the light. He simply tapped on the table in the dark. A moment later, Captain Hack of the Royal Guard appeared at the door like a ghost. "Grown-ups." "Hark," Shuji's voice rang out in the darkness, cold and clear, "pass on my orders. First, starting tonight until the end of Pantheon, all banquets and celebrations in the castle will have double the amount of alcohol. All guards, including you, may drink to your heart's content." Huck was stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. "My lord, this." Secondly, Shuji continued, ignoring his doubts, "Tomorrow, under the guise of rewarding our northern allies and celebrating divine favor, we will hold a grand banquet in the banquet hall. Inform everyone that this banquet is open to all, regardless of rank, and that anyone who has contributed to Blackrock territory is welcome to attend." The shock in Hack's eyes deepened. "An unguarded dinner? This is practically an invitation for enemies to assassinate you." Third, Shuji's voice lowered further, "Select 20 of your most elite guards, the ones with the best drinking capacity, but also the best at feigning drunkenness. Have them dress up as ordinary soldiers and mingle in various corners of the banquet hall. In addition, have the kitchen recruit more temporary helpers, select from our own people, those who look the most honest and are the most efficient." After a series of seemingly contradictory orders were issued, Hack finally understood what was going on. His breathing instantly became heavy, and a bloodthirsty excitement rose from the bottom of his heart. "Sir, do you mean a snake has infiltrated?" "Maybe." Shuji walked to the window, looking at the snow-covered night sky outside. "Since it's here, let's not let it go. Tell the brothers to keep this guest company and put on a good show." "Yes, sir." Hack's figure disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind only an overwhelming, chilling killing intent. The news that Blackrock Castle was going to hold a grand celebration the following day quickly spread throughout the entire territory. Everyone was immersed in the joy of the Lord's generosity, and their vigilance was completely relaxed. Patton, who was hiding in the shadows, heard the news. He lay in ambush on the roof of a woodshed behind the castle, his body blending into the shadows, listening to two woodcutters excitedly discussing the evening's feast. That Shuji has indeed become arrogant and conceited after receiving divine favor. A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of Patton's mouth. An undefended celebration? This is practically an assassin's dream paradise. There were many people, a lot of eyes, and it was chaotic. This will be his best chance to complete the task and take the reward. He did not rush into action, but like the most patient hunter, quietly waited for night to fall. Night fell quickly. The banquet hall of Blackstone Castle was brightly lit and warm as spring. The cheerful music, the boisterous laughter of the nobles, and the clinking of wine glasses blended together to create a lively scene of peace and prosperity. The lords of the north were already flushed from drinking, arms around each other, singing songs from their homeland. The castle soldiers also gathered in small groups, drinking beer and tearing apart large chunks of roast meat, the atmosphere reaching its peak of excitement. Patton saw an opportunity. A handyman responsible for delivering firewood to the kitchen was being whipped by the foreman for stealing alcohol, and he was hiding in a corner cursing angrily. Barton appeared behind him like a ghost. He didn't even give the man a chance to make a sound. He covered the servant's mouth with one hand, and with the other hand, he precisely stabbed the short dagger under the servant's ribs and gently twisted it. The servant's body went limp instantly. Barton quickly stripped off his clothes and put them on, then smeared mud all over his face, turning himself into an inconspicuous kitchen helper. He easily slipped into the bustling kitchen, which was just as chaotic. A portly chef, seeing that he was fairly efficient, pointed to a freshly roasted suckling pig, still sizzling with oil, on a tray and yelled at him, "Hey! You! Take this to the main table. Hurry up!" Batten's heart skipped a beat. The main table. There couldn't be a better opportunity. He bowed his head, responded respectfully, and picked up the heavy tray. The tray was covered with a frosted silver lid, which not only kept the food warm but also perfectly shielded it from view. The poisoned dagger he concealed in his sleeve was ready. Barton's breathing became steady and long, a habit he had developed over his years as an assassin. He carried the tray, head down, and walked step by step through the noisy crowd. No one noticed him, this lowly servant. All eyes were on the young lord at the head table, chatting and laughing. Shuji was holding a glass of wine, talking and laughing loudly with Baron Xiangho, and he looked about 70 or 80% drunk. Evelyn, Cheshire, and several other ladies sat beside him, gently caring for their children. A scene of peace and tranquility. 5 steps. 4 steps. 3 steps. Barton could clearly see the slightly pulsating veins on Shuji's neck. He could even smell the mixture of alcohol and women's fragrance in the air. His left hand was already on the handle of the silver table lid, while his right hand was hidden in the wide sleeve of his robe, gripping the dagger that was about to drink blood. His muscles began to tense, and all the strength in his body gathered for the moment of explosive release. Now! Just as Patton was about to lift the lid and transform into a deadly lightning bolt. Ah! A sharp, uncontrollable scream filled with pain suddenly erupted from beside Shuji without warning. The music and noise in the banquet hall seemed to be instantly cut off by an invisible hand. Evelyn's face turned ashen, and she clutched her swollen belly tightly with both hands, large beads of cold sweat instantly appearing on her forehead. She gripped Shuji's arm tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh, and with all her might, she squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Husband, my stomach hurts so much, it feels like I'm going into labor." Chapter 85, Bloodline Evolution. Evelyn's piercing, pain-filled scream instantly shattered the boisterous laughter and cheers in the banquet hall. The music stopped abruptly. Baron Baror's gruff laughter froze on his flushed, drunken face. Time seemed to be sucked away in that instant, and the whole world, along with the dust floating in the air, was put on pause, falling into a deathly silence. In the shadows just 3 steps from the main table, the assassin Barton, his body brimming with power and about to transform into a deadly lightning bolt, froze for a fraction of a second because of this completely unexpected scream. His muscles were taut to the limit, like a crossbow about to be launched from its barrel. His family's heirloom longsword, named Windcutter, had already been silently drawn from its sleeve, its poisoned blade only a heartbeat's distance from Shuji's neck. He prepared for 100 possible surprise attacks, rehearsed the reactions of all the guards, and even calculated the blocking actions that each of Shuji's wives might take. But he never could have foreseen that his target's wife, who possessed elven blood, would give birth 2 months prematurely at this critical juncture of life and death. That 1,000th of a second of stiffness is the distance between mortals and death. Chaos, frozen to its peak, exploded like a flash flood in the next second. "Lady! God! Quick! Call the midwives! Call all the midwives in the castle! Guards! Protect the master! Everyone stay put!" The maids' terrified screams, the guards' angry roars as they drew their swords, the nobles' panicked crashes as they overturned tables and chairs, the crisp sound of shattering wine glasses, all these sounds mingled together like ice cubes thrown into boiling oil, instantly turning the entire magnificent banquet hall into a pot of boiling water. "Don't panic! Shuji's roar was like a block of ice that had stood for millennia, crashing into the boiling water. The authority and icy willpower contained in that voice instantly suppressed the further loss of control of the situation. There was no trace of drunkenness on his face anymore. His deep pupils held only a razor-sharp calmness, and beneath that calmness lay a boundless killing intent capable of freezing the soul. He scooped Evelyn up in his arms, her face as pale as paper and her body drenched in cold sweat, his movements as steady as a rock. Hack! He gave a crystal-clear order to the captain of his personal guard, who rushed to his side immediately. You take 20 brothers and be responsible for maintaining order in the hall and protecting everyone's safety. The rest of you, clear a path. Use your shields and your bodies to clear a path for us. Escort us to the delivery room. Once the order was given, the Royal Guard, which had already practiced countless times, began operating at high speed like a sophisticated war machine. 20 of the most elite soldiers took their positions, forming an iron wall that completely sealed off the core area of the banquet hall. Their calm demeanor instantly soothed all the panicked guests. The remaining guards, like rugby players, used their sturdy tower shields and strong bodies to force their way through the chaotic and crowded throng, creating a vital passage to the inner palace in the backyard. Shuji carried Evelyn. Each step he took was extremely steady, as if the ground beneath his feet was not a messy place, but a straight red carpet measured with a ruler. But the way his wife's nails tightened in his arms due to the contractions, almost digging into his flesh, and the suppressed moans of pain squeezed out from between her teeth, felt like an invisible hand, gripping his heart tightly, again and again. One is his precious offspring, who is about to be born and possesses the bloodline of the elven royal family. One is like a venomous snake, clinging to the bone, lurking in the shadows, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. Two extreme crises, at this moment, were cruelly twisted into a pretzel by fate, weighing heavily on his shoulders alone. While everyone's attention was drawn to Evelyn's premature birth, no one noticed that the kitchen helper who had just been carrying a tray and looking humble had silently retreated into the deepest shadows of the crowd. For the first time in his assassin career, Barton's heart rate accelerated uncontrollably. The plan failed utterly in the most absurd way. His most perfect and fatal blow was completely ruined by a baby he had never met and who was about to be born. Should we retreat or continue? The thought flashed through his mind for only a second before he extinguished it without hesitation. Retreat? Retreat means he will forever lose the opportunity to become a high-level professional, and he will forever say goodbye to the power of Heart of the Storm. He could only slink back to the decaying, crumbling Earl's castle, facing his greedy and incompetent father and a hopeless mess. No. He absolutely refused to accept this. A venomous ruthlessness and madness flashed in Patton's eyes. The opportunity hasn't completely disappeared. Delivery room. The birthplace of a lord's most important son will inevitably become the absolute core of the entire castle's defenses, and everyone's attention will be focused there. But at the same time, it will also be the place where people are most anxious and their spirits are most vulnerable. The more important something is, the more chaotic it becomes. There is no better stage than this to conceal the murderous intent. He bent down, like a slippery eel, and silently slipped out of the sealed-off banquet hall area. Using the shadows cast by the pillars and walls, the effect of the shadow cloak was maximized, and he moved swiftly towards the birthing room of the palace like a wisp of smoke. He would wait there, at the boundary between life and death, for a brand new, absolutely fatal opportunity to strike. In the corridor leading to the delivery room, the air seemed to solidify into lead, filled with a heavy, suffocating atmosphere of anxiety. The midwives and maids who rushed over after hearing the news carried basins of hot water in and out, each of them in a hurry, their faces filled with fear and tension. The heavy oak door of the delivery room could not completely block out Evelyn's cries, which were suppressed in her throat due to excruciating pain. Each sound was like a scorching hot steel needle, piercing Chuji's heart outside the door. He paced anxiously back and forth outside the door, veins bulging on his forehead. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had felt a sense of powerlessness called loss of control. He had to devote most of his attention to scanning every inch of the surrounding space like a radar, wary of the assassin who was like a leech, hiding in some unknown corner, while also suffering greatly for his wife and the child who was about to be born prematurely due to an accident. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly at that moment, each second feeling like an eternity. Hark, with his most elite personal guards, had completely surrounded the palace area, with guards every 3 steps and sentries every 5. My lord, the banquet hall is under control. Everyone is under control and has been placed in place. I have personally searched the area and found no suspicious persons. He reported in a low voice. Shuji simply waved his hand irritably, his gaze fixed on the tightly closed door, his senses stretched to their physical limits. That assassin must be nearby. He could feel it. That faint yet persistent malice was like the cold, viscous tongue of a venomous snake in winter, chilling, sticky, and always locked onto one's back. But he couldn't move, he couldn't go anywhere, he had to stay here, it was his responsibility as a husband and father. Just as Chuji's rationality and patience were about to be completely worn down by this endless torment, and he couldn't help but order the entire castle to be overturned to find that rat. Wow! The cry of a newborn baby suddenly pierced through the delivery room. The voice seemed to possess a sacred, purifying magic, instantly dispelling all the oppression, anxiety, and bloody atmosphere in the corridor. Almost at the same instant the crying began, the long dormant system panel in Chuji's mind suddenly shattered without warning. That wasn't a warning, it was an explosion. The dazzling golden divine runes, so brilliant they were impossible to look at with the naked eye, and like a god descending to earth, filled his entire field of vision with a world-destroying aura. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your fourth wife, Evelyn, has given birth to a child with 52% elven blood. Offspring aptitude assessment, legendary. Offspring's potential has been detected to far exceed that of their peers. Their bloodline is of noble origin. System reward automatically upgraded. Triggering an epic reward, Bloodline Ascension. Before the golden lettering had completely dissipated, a terrifying warm current, unimaginable to mortals and originating from the deepest source of life, erupted like volcanic lava bursting from a dam, violently detonating in every cell, every bone, and every meridian of his body. Crackling and popping. The bones inside Chuji's body emitted a series of dense popping sounds, like popping beans. Every muscle fiber is being torn, reorganized, and strengthened. The meager 5% of the Blackstone bloodline is being frantically washed, fused, devoured, and purified by a higher, purer, and seemingly gold-based divine energy. The numbers for the strength attribute were jumping wildly on the panel. The incredibly strong barrier of the constitution attribute was easily crushed. His 5 senses were magnified infinitely in an instant, and the whole world became clearer, more vivid, and more lively than ever before in his perception. He could even hear the faint click of the white breath exhaled by the guards on the distant city wall as they tensed up, condensing into tiny ice crystals in the cold air. He could see a tiny speck of dust slowly drifting down from the magic wall lamp at the end of the corridor, and the irregular texture on the surface of the dust. At this moment, the entire noisy and chaotic world strangely fell into a state of absolute slow motion that he could completely control. Within this extraordinary perception, which resembled a divine realm, all life around radiated a warm glow, whether strong or weak. The maid's panic, the guard's loyalty, and the midwife's exhaustion all manifested as different colors and pulsations, which were readily apparent to him. There's only one point. At the end of the corridor, in the shadows behind the stone pillar carved with ivy patterns, there was a life emanating a light that was completely out of place with all the warmth in this world, a chilling killing intent as cold as absolute zero. Within that murderous intent, there was also a faint, wriggling blue wind magic fluctuation, like a nematode. The owner of that murderous intent, Barton, was momentarily stunned because of the soul-piercing cry of the newborn and the terrifying aura that suddenly erupted at the door of the delivery room, which made his soul tremble. The next instant, he was horrified to discover that he had been locked onto a deathly shadow, like divine punishment, emanating from the top of the food chain, instantly enveloped his entire soul. Chuji slowly, very slowly, turned his head. In the real world, his movements are as fast as lightning, leaving only a blurry afterimage. Those jet-black pupils had somehow become completely covered by a dazzling layer of gold, as if 2 tiny suns were burning within them. That gaze no longer belonged to mortals. Instead, they were like 2 golden swords, tangible and blessed by the gods, instantly piercing through the dim distance of dozens of meters, piercing through the dark shadows, and nailing themselves firmly, without a trace of human emotion, to Patton's face, which was filled with terror and disbelief. After his power transformed, Chuji's voice became deep and majestic, carrying a cold, metallic quality. It rang out clearly in the corridor, which had become deathly silent due to his divine power, and pronounced the death sentence on this long-lurking venomous snake. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to come and take your life with my own hands? Chapter 86, Hero. Chapter 86, Bloodline Sublimation. Terrifying strength that crushes the entire arena. Those pupils, covered in a dazzling golden light, held not a trace of human emotion. Cold and majestic, like a god looking down from the heavens at an ant that knows no death. The assassin Barton's soul was completely frozen in that one glance. His prized stealth and his invincible killing intent were rendered as laughable as a 3-year-old child waving a wooden sword in front of a battle-hardened general before this gaze completely exposed. Fear, like the most biting cold current, suddenly rushed down his spine and into the top of his head. But even stronger than fear is the instinct and madness of a top assassin in dire straits. Withdraw? Where to retreat? The moment he was locked onto by those inhuman eyes, he knew perfectly well that any thought of turning around or running away would only hasten his death. The only way out lies ahead. On the target's seemingly wide-open chest. Die! A beastly roar, unlike any human voice, escaped from Patton's throat. In that instant, he poured all his reason, fear, and even life force into the family heirloom sword in his hand, Windcutter. Buzz! The pale blue wind magic, like ignited liquor, exploded on his sword. In an instant, he transformed into a blurry blue afterimage, seemingly ignoring the distance in space, and with a speed that surpassed the limits of the naked eye, he ruthlessly tore apart the dozens of meters of corridor between the two of them. At the tip of the sword, all the wind magic was compressed into a singularity invisible to the naked eye. There was no earth-shattering noise, only an extremely sharp aura of death that could make even the soul tremble. This sword strike embodies his life's work of assassination skills. It is the fastest, strongest, and most lethal strike he could deliver. He firmly believed that even a high-ranking knight wearing full heavy armor would only have his heart pierced by this sword. However, Xu Ji, who was in a special state at the moment, just watched him quietly. In Xu Ji's slow-motion golden vision, every movement of Barton, every tremor of his muscles, and every flow of magic was as clear as a diagram in a textbook. Too slow. Just as the sword tip, gleaming with a deathly cold light, was about to touch Xu Ji's chest skin at the critical moment. Mutation and regeneration. On Xu Ji's chest, the inconspicuous Heart of Abundance amulet, which had been personally placed on him by Bishop Marlowe during the coronation ceremony, suddenly emitted a soft yet incredibly resilient emerald green light. In an instant, a semi-transparent circular shield made of countless tiny wheat-ear patterns formed in front of him. Bite! A sound far crisper and more melodious than the clash of steel. Barton's desperate strike, powerful enough to pierce the city walls, struck the emerald shield as if it had struck an extremely flexible piece of divine metal. The terrifying penetrating power that erupted from the tip of the sword only caused the shield to dent inward by less than half an inch before it could not advance any further. Patton's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpoints. A despair 10 times stronger than when he was locked on suddenly overwhelmed all his reason. Magic props. Xu Ji actually had such a powerful defensive magical item on him. This is not something a lord who has just been blessed by the gods should have. This is clearly a top-tier alchemical artifact that I prepared long ago, specifically for defending against assassination attempts. A single thought, like a black lightning bolt, shattered all the wishful thinking in Patton's mind. Trap. It was a trap from the very beginning. That ridiculously lax celebration, those drunken guards, even Evelyn's premature birth, perhaps it was all just a show put on for themselves. The other party knew about my existence from beginning to end. He is not a hunter who hides in the shadows waiting for an opportunity. He was nothing more than a pathetic prey who was completely fooled and walked right into the trap. This extreme cognitive shock left him in a state of mental blankness for a full second. For truly top-tier experts, a single second is enough to determine life and death 100 times. Snap. A sharp, teeth-grinding sound of bones shattering rang out. Xu Ji made a move. He didn't even use any weapons. In the instant Patton was distracted, his left hand, like a red-hot iron clamp, shot out with lightning speed, faster than the naked eye could see, and grabbed Patton's right wrist, which was holding the sword, with perfect precision. A terrifying power erupted instantly. Barton felt as if his wrist was being gripped by a furious dragon, a power that no human could possibly possess. Before he could even let out a scream, his hard wrist bone was easily crushed into pieces, just like crushing a dry twig. Clang! The inherited sword, Windcutter, fell helplessly to the ground. Before the excruciating pain had fully reached his brain, Xu Ji's second attack had already arrived. His right hand transformed into a chop, delivering a clean and decisive downward strike that hit Patton squarely in the left shoulder. Snap! There was another crisp cracking sound. Patton's left arm bent backward at an odd angle and hung limply down. Before Barton could collapse from the excruciating pain, Xu Ji's knee slammed into his knees like a battering ram. Click! Click! 2 loud explosions rang out almost simultaneously. Barton's 2 legs, which were enough to support his terrifying speed, were instantly crippled, and he collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. From the moment Xu Ji made his move to the moment Barton's limbs were crippled, the entire process was swift and fluid, leaving only a few afterimages in the air. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Harker and his personal guards only just realized what was happening, and charging over with shields and spears, completely surrounding the collapsed Patton. But what they saw was no longer a dangerous assassin, but a human-shaped rag doll lying on the ground with its limbs severed like a dead dog, convulsing in agony and despair. Grown-ups. Hack looked at Chu Ji, who was completely unharmed, his eyes filled with lingering fear and fervent admiration. The golden light in Chu Ji's eyes had faded at some point, returning to its usual depth and tranquility. He didn't even glance at Patton on the ground, as if he had just casually swatted a nasty fly. He calmly issued the order to Huck in a voice so cold it was devoid of any warmth. Drag him away and lock him in jail. Don't let him die. I need to know who sent him, and their entire plan. Yes, sir. Harker nodded heavily and waved for 2 guards to drag Barton away. The rough action drew another suppressed groan of pain from the man. The corridor quickly returned to silence. Chu Ji waved to the still shaken maids and midwives around him. Everything's all right here now. Go back and take care of the madam and young master. Until everyone left and he was the only one left in the corridor. Chu Shitsai slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He raised his hands and examined them carefully, as if he were seeing them for the first time today. The overwhelming power and the lightning-fast reaction speed he had just experienced still lingered in his muscle memory. An unprecedented, powerful feeling of almost being in control of everything arose spontaneously from the deepest part of my heart. Curiosity, like a surging tide, could no longer be contained. He walked quickly back to his study and locked the door behind him. System, open my properties panel. The moment he finished speaking, a familiar, semi-transparent blue light screen, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. However, this time, the content on the screen underwent a dramatic change. Name, Chu Ji. Bloodline, Blackstone Bloodline 50%. Class, Heavy Infantry LV4 Strength +1, Constitution +2 per level. Property. Strength, 52 +5. Physical Condition, 58 +5. Tip, 58 +5. Agility, 55 +5. Perception, 35 +5 +5. Willpower, 40 +7 +5. Talent. Parricide, permanent trait. You personally executed your brother, and your body is stained with the blood of your loved one. This makes you more susceptible to ruthlessness and murderous intent when facing any enemy. Initial relationship with other creatures 10, but under certain circumstances, you gain additional deterrence. Saint, new, divine certification. You are a living saint publicly certified by the Church of the God of Agriculture. Your very existence is a symbol of divine grace. You possess extraordinary prestige and persuasive power among the followers of the God of Agriculture. When dealing with matters related to agriculture, life, and abundance, there is a small chance of receiving divine revelation. Willpower +7, Perception +5. Blessed by the God of Agriculture, new, permanent territory blessing. You have become a true benefactor of Uriel, the God of Agriculture, and your core territory is enveloped in divine power. The growth rate of all crops within your territory increases by 10%, resistance to pests and diseases is slightly increased, and the rate of soil fertility loss decreases by 10%. The gaze of the God of Humanity, new, you have made a great contribution to humanity, and a great being has cast a gaze upon you. Your favorability among humans has increased by 20%, while your hatred towards alien races hostile to humanity has increased. Luck +1. Hero, new, you have accomplished great deeds, which are praised by countless people. Your initial reputation among soldiers, knights, mercenaries, etc., increases by 20, and your resistance to negative status effects is greatly increased. 6 stats +5. Looking at the series of brand new talents on the panel, each radiating a golden or green glow, Chu Ji's heart began to race uncontrollably. The titles Saint and Favored by the God of Agriculture were the result of his deal with Bishop Marlowe, signifying that he had completely donned the cloak of divine authority. The hero talent is the result of his achievements in reforming agricultural technology, which gives him a huge advantage in the military sphere. The sight of the gaze of the God of Humanity sent a slight chill down Chu Ji's spine. He hadn't expected to attract the attention of the world's most powerful being, and the effect was simply good luck. But considering the importance of agriculture to humankind, this seems to make sense. But what truly made him stop breathing was the section on bloodline and attributes. The bloodline, which was originally pitiful, Blackstone 5%, has jumped to Blackstone Bloodline 50%. According to the rules of this world, a bloodline concentration of 37% is required to meet the threshold for becoming a high-level professional. 50%. That's the domain of legendary professionals. This means that his potential ceiling has been raised from an ordinary nobleman who couldn't even touch the edge to the top, making him qualified to become a legend on the continent. It was this qualitative leap that brought about a comprehensive surge in attributes. Strength 57. Constitution 63. Almost 4 to 5 times more than before. Other skills, agility, perception, and willpower have also seen terrifying improvements. Shuji finally understood why he had felt so calm and collected when facing Barton, a near-advanced professional, as if watching a slow-motion video. That's because my basic attributes far surpassed those of my opponent. My dynamic vision and reaction speed completely overwhelmed them. The subsequent crushing defeat was a violent manifestation of 57 points of strength and 63 points of constitution. So this is what bloodline sublimation is. So this is the epic reward brought by a legendary offspring. Shuji slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt the new, inexhaustible power surging within him, his ambition burning and expanding wildly like a bucket of boiling oil poured on a raging fire, in an unprecedented manner. Previously, his goal was to establish a foothold in the north and create a powerful family. Now, his gaze has moved beyond the mountains of the north and beyond the throne of Golden Radiant City, reaching for a more distant and expansive place. A legendary offspring can bring about such a transformation in me. Shuji muttered to himself, a smile slowly curving his lips, filled with boundless possessiveness. Then, what about 10 or 100? Chapter 87, The Child's Safety. The wild, all-powerful thoughts that arose from the sublimation of his bloodline were completely extinguished the moment he heard the weak groan from inside the delivery room. Legendary professionals, the future of the continent, the ambitions of empires. At this moment, nothing is as important as the safety of the two people in the room. He strode into the delivery room and was immediately met with a strong smell of blood and herbs mixed with the scent of a woman's sweat. The room was in complete chaos. Several of the most experienced midwives and maids were carrying basins of hot water in and out, each of them hurrying along, their faces showing exhaustion and tension. Evelyn lay on the bed, her cascading silver hair completely soaked with sweat, clinging messily to her pale, paper-like face. Her breathing was rapid and weak, and she was like a delicate flower ravaged by a storm, having lost all her luster and left only with heartbreaking fragility. When she saw Shuji come in, she tried her best to force a smile, but her eyes were filled with tears. And in a small cradle made of soft animal hide beside the bed, lay a life so small it was almost invisible. Shuji's heart sank suddenly. He walked over, his steps unconsciously becoming lighter. The lead midwife noticed him. She was an old woman who had been delivering babies in Blackstone territory for decades, her face full of wrinkles and her hands stained with the memories of countless lives. She shook her head at Shuji, her face filled with undisguised sympathy and regret. "Your Excellency, please forgive my bluntness." Her voice was low and filled with helplessness. "My lady, because of the shock, gave birth almost 2 months early, and she has already given birth with all her might. This child was born without a sound, breathing even weaker than a kitten, I'm afraid. I'm afraid he won't survive. You and your wife are still young, and you will have many healthy children in the future. This is perhaps fate." The old woman's words were like a cold chisel, chiseling away at Shuji's heart. His confidence and sense of power, which had just swelled to the extreme due to the sublimation of his bloodline, seemed so ridiculous and powerless at this moment. He could kill a high-level professional with a single punch, but he couldn't save his newborn son. Shuji ignored the midwife's advice and bent down, staring intently at the little life in the cradle. It's too small. His body was only half the size of a normal fetus, and his skin was as thin as a translucent sheet of paper, through which the delicate and fragile blue blood vessels could be clearly seen. His eyes were closed, and his chest rose and fell only slightly, almost imperceptibly. It seemed like it could stop at any moment. System, show me his attribute panel. Shuji roared in his mind. The next second, a blue light screen that only he could see appeared above the baby. Name, unnamed. Bloodline, Elf bloodline 50%, Blackrock bloodline 10%. Occupation, none. Property. Strength, 1. Physical condition, 1. Tip 1. Agility, 1. Perception, 1. Willpower, 1. Talent. Premature infant, negative. Due to premature birth, your innate vital energy is severely depleted. Your 4 attributes will permanently suffer a 3 penalty. Boom. Shuji felt as if he had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. Elf bloodline 50%. This is undoubtedly a legendary talent that is enough to shock the entire continent. But each of those 4 basic attributes only has a cold one. The most deadly thing is that blood red negative talent. Premature baby. 4 dimensional attributes 3. 1 minus 3 equals 2. This is a child whose attributes are all negative from birth. This means that his vitality is slipping away every moment, like an hourglass with a hole in the bottom. No wonder there wasn't even a sound of crying. No wonder the midwife sentenced him to death. This is not an illness, it is a congenital, incurable disease written into the very foundation of life. Overwhelming feelings of powerlessness and anger instantly engulfed Chu Ji. It was as if fate had given him a priceless treasure that was enough to shock the world, but this treasure was also riddled with irreparable and fatal cracks. My husband. Evelyn's weak voice came from the bed, interrupting Chu Ji's thoughts. Our child, how is he? Her eyes were filled with hope and fear. Let me see him. Chu Ji suddenly turned around. All the coldness, despair, and anger on his face were forcibly suppressed the moment he turned his head. Instead, a gentle, reassuring smile appeared. Yes, fine, Evelyn. Chu Ji's voice was so gentle it could melt your heart. He carefully picked up the fragile little life, walked to the bedside, and showed it to Evelyn. Look, he looks so much like you, especially his quiet nature. He's just a newborn and wants to sleep a little longer. Don't worry, our son will grow up to be as elegant as you and as strong as me. Evelyn looked at the tiny, lifeless baby, and tears finally streamed down her face. But hearing her husband's confident reassurance, the fear and despair in her heart were somewhat suppressed. She was too tired, and under the immense physical and mental exhaustion, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. After confirming that Evelyn was asleep, Chu Ji put the baby back in the cradle. The gentleness on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a frosty expression. He turned and strode out of the room, giving an unquestionable order to Hack standing at the door. Go find Bishop Marlowe. Immediately. Tell him that I request him to come here at once in the name of the Blessed One of Abundance. Yes. Seeing Chu Ji's gloomy face, which was almost dripping with water, Hack didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest and turned around to rush outside. Chu Ji paced back and forth in the corridor, each step heavy with his own divine magic. This is the only lifeline he can think of right now. If even God cannot save his son, then there is no hope left in this world. Bishop Marlowe arrived very quickly. When he saw Chu Ji's bloodshot eyes and the barely suppressed anxiety, he realized something terrible had happened. Your Excellency, what has happened? Chu Ji didn't waste any words. He pulled him directly to the cradle, pointed to the baby still struggling on the brink of death, and said in a hoarse voice, Bishop, my son, he is dying. He was a premature baby, born weak. The midwife said there was no hope. Bishop Marlowe paused for a moment, then revealed the same expression of sympathy and regret as the midwife. He stretched out his withered hand and lightly touched the baby's forehead, as if trying to sense the baby's life force. After a moment, he sighed. Your Excellency, I am very sorry. This child's life force is like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. This is not an illness, but a congenital deficiency, a destiny that mortals cannot interfere with. I understand your grief, but... Bishop Marlowe tried to offer words of comfort, just as he had comforted countless believers who had lost their children. I refuse this fate. Chu Ji abruptly interrupted him, his voice low but carrying an undeniable, steely strength. Your Excellency, don't forget, I was just crowned the cherisher of abundance by you, and a so-called miracle just happened in my territory. Now, my son, right here on this land shrouded in divine grace, in the castle of your saints, is about to die. Tell me, what do you call this divine grace? What do you call this miracle? Every word Chu Ji uttered was like a heavy hammer, striking Bishop Marlowe's heart hard. He stared at Marlowe, his eyes sharp as knives. If the church can't even protect the offspring of a saint, how can you expect the nobles and people of the north to believe in your God? How can they believe in me, the chosen one of God? Bishop Marlowe's expression changed instantly. He was stumped by Chu Ji's question. This is no longer just a father's grief, it is a naked political question that links personal crisis with divine authority and prestige. He then realized that the young man before him was no ordinary nobleman who could be dismissed with a simple "please accept my condolences." If Chu Ji's son, especially the son born when he had just become a saint, really died so quietly, then the atmosphere of miracle and destiny that they had just created would immediately have a huge flaw. This would be a devastating blow to the prestige of the Church of the God of Agriculture. Bishop Marlowe broke out in a cold sweat. He began pacing back and forth in the room, his withered fingers constantly twirling his beard, his mind racing. Abandon the child? Absolutely not. He was even more unable to accept the child's death than Chu Ji himself. After a long while, he suddenly stopped, a resolute glint in his eyes. There might be another way. His voice became somewhat dry due to nervousness. His gaze fell on Chuji's chest, on the Heart of Abundance amulet that he had personally placed on him during the coronation ceremony. This amulet is a crystallization of the divine power of our Lord Uriel, and is one of the most important sacred objects of the Church. It contains the purest life force originating from the kingdom of God. Its power is meant to nourish the earth and give birth to all things. But theoretically, it can also be used to nurture a life that is about to wither away. Upon hearing this, Chuji's eyes instantly lit up with hope. But Bishop Marlowe's tone suddenly shifted, becoming more serious than ever before. This is just theory. No one has ever done it. A newborn baby's body and soul are as fragile as a sheet of paper. But the divine power contained within the sacred object is as vast as the ocean. To use it to save a child is like using a flood that can submerge everything to water a fragile seedling. He stared intently into Chuji's eyes and said, word by word, there are only two possible outcomes. Or perhaps that divine power can miraculously repair his congenital deficiencies and allow him to survive. Or, his soul will be completely destroyed the moment it comes into contact with that divine power, and he will perish on the spot. No one could have predicted the risks involved. So, Your Excellency, should we let him return to the river of life peacefully in his sleep, or gamble with this one and only chance, a chance with a slim chance of survival? This decision can only be made by you. Chapter 88, Peace and Revenge. Bet. Chuji uttered this single word without any emotion or hesitation. It was like a piece of ice that had broken off from a millennia-old glacier, crashing heavily into the quiet, somewhat oppressive room, freezing the air itself. At that moment, Bishop Marlowe's cloudy eyes suddenly narrowed into two dangerous pinholes. He had prepared a whole set of solemn speeches about reverence for life, about obeying divine will, and about the uncontrollability of risks, but in that instant, Chuji's single word blocked all his way out. He was shocked to see that the young father in front of him, who had just been anxious because his son's life was uncertain, had all his emotions vanished in an instant. Instead, there is a chilling, absolutely rational coldness. Chuji didn't even glance at him again, as if the theories of divine authority and destiny were nothing more than boring noise to him. He turned around and quickly walked back to the bedside. Without the slightest hesitation, the hand that once gripped the inherited spear on the battlefield and beheaded countless heads now reached precisely for its own neck. He ripped off the Heart of Abundance amulet, which still carried the warmth of his body. The action was so decisive and brutal, as if he had not torn off a church relic symbolizing divine grace, enough to drive all nobles mad with envy, but a worthless, cumbersome piece of iron. Your Excellency, Baron, you. Bishop Marlowe instinctively wanted to speak up again to dissuade him, feeling that the young man had lost his mind due to immense pressure. But Chuji's actions completely interrupted all his words. He strode over to the cradle and bent down. Those hands, which had just been so distinct due to the sublimation of bloodline and the transformation of power, as if containing the power of a volcano, were now as gentle as a feather brushing across the surface of a lake. He carefully and with utmost care placed the cold amulet, engraved with an ancient wheatear pattern, on the frail, almost flat chest of that weak life. The moment the amulet came into contact with the baby's almost transparent skin, there was no earth-shattering light, no sacred and boundless pressure. Buzz. A very faint, yet seemingly deep humming sound emanated from the amulet. Immediately afterwards, an extremely rich emerald green light, as if condensed from the purest source of life, slowly flowed out of the amulet like a viscous liquid imbued with life. It did not spread outwards recklessly, but instead showed extraordinary restraint, like a mother's gentle arms, completely enveloping the baby's small body. In an instant, the entire cradle seemed to transform into a vibrant, emerald green heart, carved from jade and pulsating with powerful energy. The midwife beside her let out a suppressed gasp, covering her mouth tightly with her wrinkled hand and widening her eyes, afraid that any sound would disturb the miracle before her. The room was deathly quiet, with only the heavy breathing of everyone in tension. Within that dazzling green light, a horrifying scene unfolded. The premature baby's body suddenly convulsed violently. Beneath his skin, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, all the delicate blue veins bulged out at the same moment, twisting and turning, making his whole body look like a blood-red lantern that had been lit from the inside, exuding a strange and terrifying dark red color. Well. A muffled groan, unlike that of an infant, sounded more like that of an adult enduring the torture of being slowly sliced to death, and was uttered with difficulty from his almost immobile mouth. Bishop Marlowe's heart leaped into his throat. He gripped the oak scepter tightly, his knuckles cracking under the strain. It's over. We failed. The divine power contained within the sacred object was far too overwhelming. The child's fragile body and soul simply couldn't withstand it. He was being burst apart. Just when everyone thought this fragile life was about to perish completely and turn into a wisp of smoke, the next second. Ha! A deafeningly loud inhalation, filled with the most primal and greedy desire of life for air, suddenly exploded in the room without warning. That small chest, like an old bellows that had been idle for far too long and covered in dust, was for the first time pulled open by an invisible hand with all its might. It emitted a tremendous, crystal clear sound that signified that it had come back to life. Immediately afterwards. Wow! Wow! The baby, who had only cried symbolically during the bloodline sublimation, finally let out his first real, loud cry since coming into this world. The cries were loud and high-pitched, filled with endless grievances and a strong yearning for life. It was like a sacred shockwave that instantly penetrated the delivery room, dispelling all the stench of blood and the chilling atmosphere of death in the corridor. The green light on the cradle, as if having exhausted all its energy or completed its sacred mission, quietly receded back into the amulet like a tide. Everything returned to calm. Chuji's body swayed suddenly, almost losing his balance due to the sudden relaxation after being stretched to the limit. He showed no ecstasy, no shouts, and not even the slightest expression on his face. He clung to the edge of the cradle with all his might, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at his son who was waving his tiny hands and crying loudly, panting heavily. Like a drowning person who has finally surfaced. The midwife next to her then realized what was happening. She scrambled over and, with her hands trembling violently from excitement, examined the patient carefully for a long, long time. Finally, she cried out in a hysterical, incoherent voice of ecstatic joy. "He's alive! Your Excellency, the young master is alive! His breathing, his heartbeat, is as strong as any full-term child's. God! This is not a miracle. This is a true divine intervention." Bishop Marlowe's legs gave way, and he slumped heavily against the cold wall. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, muttering repeatedly, "God's grace is as vast as the sea, God's grace is as vast as the sea." The way he looked at Chuji had completely changed. It's no longer about seeing someone as an equal collaborator or a potentially huge ally. That's watching a monster who is truly favored by the gods to the point of being lawless, and can even forcibly reverse the laws of life and death. Chuji remained oblivious to everything around him. He personally brought the sturdiest oak chair from the castle study and placed it beside the cradle. The sun rises, sets, and rises again. The maids serving in the room have been replaced time and time again, and the hot water kept warm by the cradle has been changed dozens of times. His wife, Evelyn, woke up twice during the night. Each time, after he gently and firmly reassured her and confirmed with her own eyes that the baby was safe, she fell into a deep sleep with tears of happiness and exhaustion. Chuji, however, did not move an inch. He sat there beside the small cradle, his tall and upright figure like a statue forged from silence and guardianship. Those bloodshot eyes never left the tiny figure in the cradle for even a second. He personally tested his son's temperature time and time again, and listened to his son's steady and strong breathing time and time again. It wasn't until noon the next day, when the midwife excitedly ran over to report that the young master had just suckled his mother's milk forcefully for the first time, that Chuji's nerves, which had been stretched to their limit, finally relaxed completely. He stood up and stretched his neck, which had become stiff from sitting still for so long. All the warmth, worry, and lingering fear on his face vanished the moment he stood up. Instead, there was a chilling cold that could freeze thousands of miles and cause the temperature in the entire room to plummet. He turned around and pushed open the door. Captain Hack, who had been guarding the door like a gatekeeper, immediately stepped forward. "Where is Patton?" Chuji's voice was hoarse and calm, yet it carried a chilling, sticky coolness that sent shivers down one's spine. Deep within Blackrock Castle, in the darkest and dampest dungeon, the air was filled with a strong, nauseating stench, a unique mixture of rust, blood, and mold. The assassin Barton was thrown onto the ground covered with dirty straw, like a dead dog with its spine broken. His wounds were treated in the most rudimentary and crude way possible, with the sole purpose of ensuring that he would not die too quickly from excessive blood loss or infection. His limbs were twisted and fixed at bizarre angles, and every faint breath would aggravate the broken and shattered bones, bringing wave after wave of excruciating pain. The heavy iron gate creaked open as it was pushed open from the outside. A beam of firelight shone in, dispelling some of the darkness, but bringing an even deeper chill. Chuji walked in slowly, his military boots making a dull thud on the wet, slippery stone slabs. He didn't look at Patton on the ground, as if he weren't a person, but just a piece of trash waiting to be disposed of. He had his guards bring a chair and place it outside the cell door, in the only patch of light. He sat down, calmly and condescendingly looking down at the lump of mud in the cage that barely resembled a human. Barton struggled to lift his head. His once sharp and arrogant eyes, like those of a hawk, were now filled with endless pain, resentment, and a deep, crushed despair. "It's you," he managed to squeeze out 2 words from his swollen, cracked throat. Shuji ignored him and instead pressed his thumb against his temple, seemingly pondering some trivial matter. After a long silence, he spoke. "What did Earl Dragonkoff promise you?" The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a small hammer, creating a dull echo in the cramped dungeon. "Pooh." Barton seemed to have been greatly stimulated. With the last of his strength, he spat out a mouthful of thick saliva mixed with blood towards Shuji. Shuji didn't even lift his eyelids, he merely turned his head slightly, and the spittle landed on the ground beside him. He wasn't angry, there wasn't even a ripple in his calm eyes. He simply raised his chin slightly towards Hack behind him. Hack instantly understood. He walked to the cell door, slowly pulled out a half-foot-long, rusty iron rod with an extremely sharp tip from the torture device bag at his waist, and, through the sturdy iron bars, aimed precisely and mercilessly plunged it into Patton's uninjured thigh. Put! Ah! Barton's body jolted up as if electrocuted, letting out a blood-curdling scream that echoed in the small space, before he began to convulse violently. "I don't have time to waste here with you." Shuji's voice remained calm, as if the cruel scene of flesh being pierced through had nothing to do with him. "Tell me everything, without missing a single word, including the map of your father's hidden private army, all the secret passages in his castle, and all the secrets I know and those I don't yet know." He looked at Barton, who was curled up in a ball and trembling from unbearable pain, and added in a tone as if announcing a final verdict. "Then, I'll give you a quick death." Half an hour later, Shuji walked out of the dungeon with a blank expression. Behind him, from the dungeon came Barton's final, suppressed groan of relief. He coldly ordered Hack beside him, "Do as he says, go to the Dragonkoff Earl's territory and bring back all the rare craftsmen and technical data I need, without missing a single one." "Yes, sir." Hack bowed deeply to receive the order, his eyes filled with almost frenzied fervor as he looked at Shuji. The castle's council hall. The huge fireplace burned brightly, dispelling the chill of the northern winter. Bishop Marlowe, Baron Bearhowl, and several other Northern Alliance lords who had not yet left after the celebration all sat upright, their expressions solemn. News of the assassination and premature birth had already spread, and everyone sensed the approaching war. The heavy door was pushed open from the outside, and Shuji, dressed in a clean and proper black aristocratic outfit, walked in. The chill emanating from him seemed even more biting and piercing than the blizzard outside the castle. He walked straight to the Lord's seat, glanced around at his allies with their varied expressions, and got straight to the point without uttering a single unnecessary word. "Gentlemen, I have confirmed the assassin's identity." Everyone's heart was in their throat at that moment. "Barton, the eldest son of Earl of Dragonkoff. In order to assassinate me, the core of the Northern Alliance, he despicably infiltrated my castle, causing my pregnant wife to be frightened, and my son, the eldest son of your saint and God's chosen one, was born 2 months prematurely and almost died." Boom! This news was like a real bomb, exploding in the hall. This is no longer a simple assassination by nobles, it is the most vicious and ruthless attack and declaration of war against the entire Northern Alliance and against the chosen ones who have just been crowned by the temple. Shameless. Utterly despicable. Bishop Marlowe was the first to stand up abruptly. His withered old face was flushed red with extreme anger, and he slammed his oak scepter heavily on the hard stone floor with a loud thud. Such heinous acts are no different from the most vile devils in the abyss. This is a blatant desecration of the land of divine grace. Baron Shuji, the temple will be your strongest backing. All the believers of our Lord Uriel will never tolerate such filth. With the bishop's public statement, the other lords no longer had any reservations. Fuck him. Baron Beror slammed his hand on the corner of the thick oak table in front of him, shattering it. He stood up abruptly, his face contorted with rage. A count who is on the verge of death dares to lay a hand on our northern allies. To attack the Lord of Abundance is to attack the livelihoods and future of all of us. That's right. He must pay a bloody price. So what if he's a count? When have we men of the North ever been afraid? The crowd was enraged, and shouts of killing filled the air. Shuji raised his hand and gently pressed it down. The once noisy hall instantly fell silent. He slowly stood up, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping across the faces of each ally. His voice was icy, yet carried an unparalleled and convincing power. Earl Dragonkoff must pay with his blood. He slowly turned toward the entrance of the council chamber, his voice suddenly rising and penetrating the walls of the hall, resounding like a war drum across the castle. Hack! The captain of the guard rushed in from outside, knelt on one knee, and awaited his orders. Pass on my orders. Gather all soldiers in Blackrock territory who are capable of taking up arms. Send word to all our allies to sound the alarm of war. Winter cannot freeze the flames of vengeance. Our spears have not drunk the blood of our enemies for far too long. Chapter 89, Blood for Blood. The fury of winter was not merely expressed in Chu Ji's words. As he uttered his last word, the entire Northern Alliance, this newly assembled war machine, began to operate with an efficiency beyond anyone's imagination and almost insane. The rallying cry tore through the cold air above Blackrock territory, Bear Roar territory, and the castles of all the allies, a sound filled with long-suppressed anger and a greedy desire for the future. Squads of soldiers set off from the warm fortress, their faces showing no resentment at the impending winter campaign, but rather radiating a fanatical, bloodthirsty excitement. For the first time, the black banner of Blackstone territory, painted with giant stones, was raised high in the center of the Allied forces. On either side of it were the banner of Baron Bear Roar, which featured a roaring bear, and the various family crests of other lords. Even at Bishop Marlowe's behest, a church banner hastily embroidered with ears of wheat and a sickle and gold thread appeared in the procession. At this moment, divine authority, nobility, and all soldiers yearning for a full stomach were tightly bound together by the two most resilient reins of revenge and interest. Their only goal is the Earl of Dragoncoff. This vengeful coalition, like a black, frigid current sweeping across the snow-covered plains, swiftly surrounded the land that was still asleep with overwhelming force. Deep within that cold, damp castle, Count Dragoncoff lay nestled among countless soft pillows, breathing with difficulty. The air was filled with a nauseating smell of herbs and decay. His skin, like a waxy yellow parchment devoid of moisture, clung tightly to his jagged bones. Only his eyes, sunken deep in their sockets, still burned with a morbid, manic light. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough nearly made him jump out of bed. He managed to stop coughing and looked out the window at the drifting snowflakes through his cloudy eyes. Barton, my good son, he should be back soon, shouldn't he? He muttered nervously, with that damned little bastard's head. Yes, that must be it. His mind had already begun to wander uncontrollably into fantasy. Barton returns victorious, and he passes on the heart of the storm to the children. Barton will be baptized by the sacred storm and become a true high-level professional, continuing to carry on the family's glory. Soon, cough cough, almost there. He was so excited by this wonderful fantasy that two abnormal flushes appeared on his cheeks, and he once again fell into a violent coughing fit. He had no idea that his beloved son, Barton, had long since become a cold corpse, carelessly abandoned in the dungeons of Blackrock. Little did he know that the good news he was waiting for would never come. Instead of good news, the Allied forces launched a devastating all-out offensive. The outbreak of war came without warning. There was no time-consuming siege, no lengthy confrontation. Faced with the incredibly precise intelligence that Chu Ji obtained from Barton, the seemingly solid defenses of the Dragoncoff Earl's territory were as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. The patrol shifts, the structural weaknesses of the fortifications, and even the locations and mobilization codes of private troops were all clearly marked on the maps of every Allied commander. Kill. Baron Bear Roar took the lead, not even bothering to attack the main gate. Instead, he led his personal guards through a poorly guarded side dog hole, which had already been betrayed by Barton, and charged directly into the heart of the earldom. The battle turned into a one-sided massacre from the very beginning. The garrison that had been exploited by Count Dragoncoff only put up a token resistance before fleeing without hesitation upon discovering the overwhelming number of enemies. The resistance crumbled in an instant, and screams and cries echoed through the sky. Once the defenses of the territory were breached, chaos and human greed spread like a plague. Rob it. This woman is mine. Take everything of value with you. The eyes of countless Allied soldiers turned bloodshot. Like wild beasts, they stormed into wealthy homes and shops, burning, killing, and looting in a frenzy. Gold coins, jewelry, women, food, everything became spoils of war for them to vent their violence. However, against this chaotic backdrop, one particular unit stands out as an oddity. Hark and his Blackstone Royal Guard ignored the smashed chests and the money and goods scattered all around them. Each of them had a parchment with names and addresses marked on it in simple handwriting. Target, Armand, the chief blacksmith of the Earl's territory, lives in the house with a yard at the end of the 3rd Street in the East District. 1 team, follow me. 2nd team, target the alchemist's workshop. Don't break a single bottle or jar. Bring back the man and all his notes. Team 3, you are responsible for taking away all the registered craftsmen and their apprentices. Remember what the master said, we want the goose that lays the golden eggs, not those few golden eggs. Hack's orders were clear and ruthless. His soldiers moved swiftly through the chaotic city like the most precise scalpels, their purpose clear and terrifying, not lingering for wealth. Every technician with special skills, along with their family and tools, was invited out as quickly as possible and placed under centralized supervision. For Chu Ji, these people who possess technology and knowledge are the most valuable asset of the Dragon Cough Earl's territory, far more valuable than those cold, gleaming metals. The castle's defenses were equally vulnerable. When the heavy oak doors were smashed open, and Chu Ji, Baron Xiangho, Bishop Marlowe, and others entered the magnificent hall, the last resistance came to an end. They traveled unimpeded until they finally met the culprit, who was barely clinging to life, in the Earl's luxurious and rotten palace. Count Dragonkov seemed to have finally heard the commotion outside. He struggled to get out of bed, his once luxurious silk robe now filthy with bloodstains and medicine stains. He gripped the edge of the bed with one hand and clutched a jewel-encrusted dagger tightly in the other, screaming with a fierce but cowardly tone. Who are you? How dare you trespass into an earl's castle? Get out! When he saw Chu Ji walking at the front, his pupils contracted sharply, and his sallow face was filled with disbelief. It's you! You, how did you get here? Where's Barton? Where's my son Barton? Chu Ji did not answer him, but simply looked at him calmly with the cold gaze one would give a dead man. You reckless old fool! Baron Bear Roar, known for his fiery temper, took a step forward, his rough voice like muffled thunder. Your son, that bastard who dared to assassinate the Lord of Abundance, is already in hell. Now, it's your turn. No. Impossible. Count Dragonkov's mental defenses completely collapsed at this moment, and he let out a beast-like roar. I am a high-level professional. You filthy ants, if you dare to lay a finger on me, you will suffer the punishment of the storm. As he spoke, he tried to muster the long-depleted magic power within him and assumed a fighting stance. However, it was just an empty shell. Still dare to talk back? Baron Bear Roar was thoroughly enraged by his appearance. He didn't even bother to draw his battle axe. Instead, he strode forward and, as if shooing away a fly, stretched out his large, fan-like hand and shoved Earl Dragonkov hard into his chest. This tentative exchange, at most, would only result in a stumble for a healthy person. But for Earl of Dragonkov, it became the last straw that broke the camel's back. His body, weakened by alcohol, women, and disease, could not withstand any external force. Puff! He fell backward abruptly, and while still in midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with black clots, staining the precious mural behind him with filth. His crazed eyes instantly lost all their light, and his body crashed heavily onto the cold, hard floor with a dull thud. It twitched twice, and then fell silent. A hereditary earl, a once powerful figure, died so ignominiously in a careless shove. Chapter 90, The King's Considerations. Golden City, the absolute center of the kingdom. Even in the dead of winter when the north is completely sealed off by blizzards, the great city continues to function without interruption. The wide white stone streets were bustling with traffic. Wealth, intelligence, power, and desires from all over the continent flowed like endless rivers, eventually converging into the magnificent palace that stood atop the city, overlooking the entire country. In the deepest part of the palace, in the royal study, the fireplace burned brightly, the air was warm and dry, but it could not dispel the gloom between the king's brows. King Reinhardt, the old man who had ruled the kingdom for 30 years, was scrutinizing a magical secret report that had just been sent by the governor of the northern province with his seemingly all-seeing gray eyes. The contents of the secret report were like a resounding slap in the face, severely damaging the kingdom's legal system and the royal family's reputation. A count who was in theft at the founding of the kingdom was killed on his own territory by a group of lower-ranking nobles leading troops. This is an unprecedented scandal. The king slammed the secret report in his hand heavily onto the ebony desk, making a dull thud. This is the most blatant trampling of the kingdom's laws. It is the most unbridled provocation against the authority of the royal family. If it is not punished most severely, then starting tomorrow, barons will be able to assassinate earls at will, earls will dare to challenge dukes, and the very foundation of the kingdom will be shaken. The Minister of the Interior and his attendants in the study knelt on the ground, not daring to even breathe loudly. They had not seen this monarch, known for his composure and wisdom, display such undisguised anger in a long time. However, the king's anger did not last long. When he picked up the secret report again and saw the name of the leader, all his anger cooled down as if doused with ice water, turning into deep contemplation. Chu Zhu. The king tapped the table lightly with his fingers and whispered the name. He remembered the name. He turned around and took out a parchment manuscript that he had recently put away himself from a cabinet behind him that was heavily sealed with magic locks. On the cover of the manuscript, a line of large characters is prominently displayed, on the revolutionary impact of composting, crop rotation, and crop hybridization on grain yield. Beside this manuscript is another top-secret report from the kingdom's intelligence agency, Royal Eye. The core of the report is just one sentence: after verification from multiple sources, Blackrock Territory has achieved the astonishing miracle of tripling grain yields per acre this year, and its lord, Chu Shi, is revered by all the people of the north as the Lord of Abundance. A young man who single-handedly created an agricultural miracle, capable of changing the fate of the kingdom. A rebel who openly trampled on the kingdom's laws and brazenly murdered a superior nobleman. Two completely different, even diametrically opposed, images were strangely superimposed on the same person at this moment. The king frowned deeply, realizing that the complexity of the matter far exceeded everyone's expectations. This is not merely a private feud between nobles, behind it lies a clash between old and new forces, a battle between royal and divine power, and even more so, an invisible game. He pondered for a long time, then finally raised his head and gave an order to the Minister of the Interior beside him. "Go, summon Prince Alex to see me." He decided to use this hot potato as a touchstone to test the true worth of his proud heir. Prince Alex arrived quickly. The crown prince was at the prime age of 25. He was handsome, with bright eyes, and exuded the confidence and vigor that one should have as the heir to the empire. "Father." He bowed respectfully. The king nodded, gesturing for him to sit down, and then pushed the secret report from the governor of the north in front of him. "Look. Something not so bad has happened in the north. An earl was killed in his own castle by a baron and a few allies. Alex, tell me, what would you do in that situation?" Prince Alex picked up the secret report and read it carefully several times, his expression changing from relaxed to serious. He pondered for a full quarter of an hour, going over all the details in his mind, before cautiously speaking. "Father, I believe this matter must be severely punished. First of all, regardless of Earl Lunca's character, he was always a hereditary nobleman appointed by the kingdom, and the sanctity of his life and territory was protected by the highest level of the kingdom's laws. Baron Shuji's killing him by force was an indisputable serious crime and an evil act that shook the foundation of the country. Secondly, and more importantly, this secret report mentions that the lords of the north have already formed a military alliance with Baron Shuji at its core. This kind of regional alliance, spontaneously formed by lower-ranking nobles and not controlled by the royal family, poses a huge potential threat to the central rule of the kingdom. Therefore, a cold glint in Alex's eyes, uncharacteristic of his age, flashed. We must seize this opportunity to intervene with overwhelming force. In the name of judging the king's slayer, we must send the royal army to the north. First, we must severely punish the mastermind, Shuji, to serve as a warning to others and restore the authority of the kingdom's laws. Second, we must completely dismantle this newly formed Northern Alliance, undermine its cohesion, and turn it back into a disorganized mess, constantly checking and shoving each other. Having said that, he looked confidently at his father, believing that his analysis, based entirely on the kingdom's laws and political maneuvering, would surely earn the king's approval. Sure enough, the king nodded slowly, a hint of approval on his face. "Excellent. Your ideas conform to every article of the kingdom's code and grasp the essence of divide and rule. As a monarch who maintains the status quo, your response is very standard and very correct." Prince Alex, having received affirmation, was about to show joy on his face. But the king's next words froze his smile on his face. But the king shook his head, his gray eyes becoming incredibly deep, as if they could see through the long river of history. "You cannot do this." The king presented Alex with the manuscript and report about the agricultural miracle. "You only saw the murderer Chu Ji, but you didn't see the Lord of Abundance Chu Ji. A man who can triple the yield of the land is more valuable than 10 Earls of Dragonkopf combined. He is the nation's most powerful weapon, capable of completely eliminating the threat of famine for the next few centuries. Punish him? Suppress him? That's tantamount to breaking the kingdom's sharpest sword and destroying its strongest shield." Alex's expression changed. He was clearly seeing the report for the first time, and his face was filled with utter shock. The king gave him no time to think and continued to drop even bigger bombshells. Bishop Marlowe of the Church of the God of Agriculture personally held a coronation ceremony for him a few days ago, bestowing upon him the title of Saint Living. Now you're sending troops to arrest a saint. Are you trying to incite all the people of the kingdom who believe in the God of Agriculture to rise up against you? You're pushing a huge religious force directly to the opposite side of the kingdom. And the most important point. The king stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the snow-covered kingdom in the distance. His voice became distant and solemn. "Alex, remember this. Rules are meant to restrain mortals. But in this world, there will always be those who transcend the rules. We call them heroes. This Chuji made unparalleled contributions in the War of Glory, and in a very short time, he united the hearts of the people in the north, defeated an old earl without bloodshed using unheard of methods, and even gained the approval of the gods. He has the potential to become a hero. The king turned around and stared intently at his son, who was completely stunned. Heroes are pawns of the god of mankind, watched by the god of mankind. History has proven countless times that any attempt to destroy a hero's kingdom with laws and swords will ultimately be destroyed by the hero's wrath. The best way for the royal family to deal with such a person is not to be an enemy, but to try to be on good terms with him. Before he has fully matured, keep him firmly tied to the kingdom's chariot, and let his glory be the glory of the kingdom. These words, like the resounding toll of a bell, echoed in Prince Alex's mind, overturning all the knowledge he had built up over the past 20 years. He then realized that what his father saw was something far deeper than law and power politics, the direction of the tide of the times. Then, "Father, what should we do?" Alex's voice was dry and hesitant. The king sat back on his throne, his face regaining its composure as if he were in complete control. "It's not punishment, it's a verdict and a reward. Issue my decree and proclaim it throughout the land." Earl Lanka was greedy and despicable, oppressed his vassals, and deliberately provoked an unjust war. His death was entirely his own fault, and the kingdom will not pursue the matter. His title and territory will be reclaimed by the royal family. Baron Shuji of the northern border has presented the secret method of a bountiful harvest, solving a great calamity that the kingdom has never faced in 1,000 years. His merits are great and will benefit future generations. In recognition of his achievements, the River Valley and 5 surrounding villages, formerly part of Earl Lanka's territory, are hereby granted to him as a reward for his merits and incorporated into his territory. Furthermore, the king said, a meaningful smile playing on his lips, a mere baronial rank is no longer worthy of his achievements and sainthood. From this day forward, Shuji is promoted to Viscount of the kingdom, bestowed with the Bohemia crest, and his territorial documents are to be sent to the northern border immediately. In addition, select a batch of rare crop seeds from the royal treasury, along with 500 of the kingdom's best artisans, and 10,000 gold coins. These will be presented to our new Viscount as a royal gift. Tell him that the royal family is very much looking forward to him spreading the miracle of the harvest to every inch of the kingdom. One after another, decrees filled with earth-shattering reversals were clearly uttered from the king's mouth. The Minister of the Interior, kneeling on the ground, had his forehead covered in cold sweat. This is no longer a reward, it's a huge gamble. The entire royal family's reputation is staked on a young northern nobleman. Prince Alex remained silent for a long time. He looked at his father, whose aged face was filled with profound wisdom and awe-inspiring courage. He finally realized that there was still so much for him to learn. Chapter 91, The Alchemist. On the west side of the castle, a huge warehouse that was originally used to store spare building materials has now been completely emptied and warmed by dozens of braziers. Hundreds of men, women, and children crowded here, and the air was filled with a complex smell of fear, dust, and cold sweat. They were the skilled craftsmen that Hack had invited back from the Earl of Longcoff, along with their families. Although the soldiers of Blackrock territory did not mistreat them along the way, and even provided them with hot food and blankets to keep warm, this could not dispel their great fear of leaving their homeland and facing an uncertain future. In the crowd, a blacksmith with gray hair and calloused hands held his trembling granddaughter tightly in his arms. He recognized many of the people around him, carpenters, weavers, leather workers. They were among the most skilled craftsmen in the Earl of Dragoncoff's territory. "Grandpa, will we be sold?" the little girl asked softly, her voice trembling with tears. She had heard too many terrible stories about the people of defeated territories being sold into slavery. The old blacksmith's heart clenched. He didn't know how to answer. Although Earl Lanka's rule was harsh, at least that land was their ancestral home. Now, they were like a pack of goods, forcibly taken to a strange place belonging to the victors. Just as the crowd's fear and despair were about to reach their peak, the heavy warehouse door was slowly pushed open from the outside with a dull creak. A beam of light shone in, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. A tall, upright figure walked slowly in, backlit by the light. He was dressed in a proper black nobleman's casual clothes, without any weapons, and was followed only by a bodyguard with a stern aura. The hearts of all the craftsmen instantly leaped into their throats. They saw the newcomer's face clearly. He was young and handsome, but his deep eyes held an innate, intimidating authority that made people afraid to look him in the eye. Even if he did nothing, just standing there quietly, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire warehouse. The crowd unconsciously shrank back, and some timid women began to sob softly. However, Shuji's next move exceeded everyone's expectations. He did not deliver the triumphant victory declaration they had expected. He simply glanced around quietly, his gaze sweeping over every terrified face, and then spoke in a calm and clear voice. I know you are scared. His first words brought everyone's commotion to a standstill. You were forced to leave your homes and were brought to this unfamiliar place, worrying about your future and the safety of your families. For this, I must first apologize to you. Hack, my captain, in order to save time, I may have used some, less than honorable methods. Upon hearing this, Hake, who was standing behind Chu Ji, immediately stepped forward. This fierce general, who killed without blinking an eye on the battlefield, now bowed his proud head heavily in front of this group of unarmed craftsmen. I'm so sorry to have disturbed you all. This scene stunned all the craftsmen. Are the victors apologizing to their captives? How is this possible? I have brought you here not to enslave you, nor to harm you. Chu Ji's voice rang out again, gentle yet full of power, dispelling some of the chill in the warehouse. On the contrary, I am here to save you. He took a few steps forward and entered the crowd, a hint of pity on his face. You may not know this yet, but Earl Dragonkoff, the lord who oppressed you for so many years, is dead. His son, that despicable assassin, is also dead. The current earldom of Dragonkoff is leaderless, rife with bandits, and different factions of troops are fighting each other for the inheritance. It has become a true hell on earth. If you stay there, your only fate will be to be killed by the mutinous soldiers or captured by slave traders. I brought you here to provide you with a brand new and safe home. These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up violent waves among the craftsmen. Earl Dragonkoff is dead? His territory is in chaos? Some of them immediately recalled that when they were taken away by the Blackrock soldiers, there had indeed been fighting and screams in the city. Could it be that he's telling the truth? Seeing the expressions on their faces change from fear to disbelief, Chu Ji knew that the time was almost right. He slowly and deliberately revealed his identity. My name is Chu Ji. I am the lord of this Blackrock territory. You may not have heard of my name, but you have certainly heard of another title given to me. Lord of Abundance. Boom! These 4 words, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in the minds of all the craftsmen. Lord of Abundance. This name had already spread like a myth throughout the entire north this past autumn. He's the man who can make the land produce 3 times the amount of grain. He was the man whose territory even the poorest farmers could eat their fill, and who even had surplus grain to exchange for meat. He is the man who was publicly crowned a living saint by the Church of the God of Agriculture. The way the craftsmen looked at Chu Ji changed completely. The previous fear, unease, and hostility were replaced at this moment by a fanatical and unbelievable worship. Many of them had been living in a state of semi-starvation for years under the tyrannical rule of Earl Dragonkoff. They knew better than anyone what food meant to a family. You are really the Lord of Abundance?" the old blacksmith asked, his voice trembling as he mustered his courage. Chu Ji smiled gently. He didn't answer, but instead raised his hand towards Huck behind him. Hack understood and immediately turned and left. A moment later, dozens of soldiers pushed in carts full of food. It wasn't dry, hard black bread and bland vegetable soup. Instead, there were mountains of steaming white steamed buns and large chunks of meat stewed until tender and juicy. The rich aroma of meat and wheat instantly filled the entire warehouse, intensely assaulting everyone's sense of smell and their rumbling stomachs. In my territory, no one will go hungry. Children will have warm milk every day, men will have plenty of food at every meal. Chu Ji's voice carried an undeniable confidence. I promise that all those who are willing to work for me will be paid 30% more than they would have been with Earl Dragonkoff. Each of you will be allocated a new house with a private yard. Your children can attend the castle's school for free to learn to read and write. Looking at their faces flushed with excitement, he offered them the final, and most irresistible, condition. Most importantly, here, your skills will be truly respected. You are no longer tools that can be discarded at any time. You are my, Chu Ji's, most important asset, and an indispensable cornerstone in my grand future plan. After he finished speaking, the entire warehouse fell into a deathly silence. The next second. With a thud, the old blacksmith was the first to kneel down. He wasn't driven by fear, but by an immense, indescribable excitement. He kowtowed deeply and heavily to Chu Ji. By the Lord of Abundance. I, Isaac, offer my old bones for you and your family. Until my hammer can no longer be swung. His actions were like sparks igniting dry hay. Thump! 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 Hundreds of artisans and their families knelt down one after another, offering their humblest and most sincere knees to the young lord. We are willing to die for the Baron. I am willing to die for the Lord of Abundance." The shouts of loyalty, as loud as mountains and as powerful as the ocean, resounded through the sky. After calming the excited crowd and having the soldiers distribute the food, Chuji turned and walked out of the warehouse. The gentle smile on his face vanished the moment he turned away, replaced by a deep calm. "Sir, these people trust you very much." Hack followed behind, his tone filled with heartfelt reverence. In his view, these were spoils of war forcibly seized by force, and it was only natural that they harbored resentment. But the Lord only needed a quarter of an hour and a few words to make them grateful and willingly offer their loyalty. This ability to win hearts and minds without bloodshed terrified and impressed him even more than the unparalleled bravery on the battlefield. Chuji ignored his flattery and simply asked, "Has that most important person been settled?" "Yes, sir." Hack immediately composed himself and answered respectfully, "As you instructed, the best room has been prepared, and all the instruments and materials have been moved in. However." "Just what?" "It's just that he has a bad temper." Hack carefully chose his words. "He refused to eat the food we brought him, smashed a few cups, and said we were a bunch of muscle-wielding barbarians who had disturbed his great research." "Ha, as expected." A playful smile curved Chuji's lips. Compared to artisans who can be tamed with just bread and dignity, these special talents who possess top-notch knowledge are truly untamable beasts. But he happened to have prepared the bait that was exactly what the beast wanted. A spacious room inside the castle. This place is rarely visited, yet it is kept spotless. A gaunt old man in a grey robe, with a stubble beard, paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, like a raging lion trapped in a cage. He was the alchemist Herbert, renowned throughout the north, whom he had invited from Earl Dragonkoff. He examined the instruments that the soldiers had roughly carried over, and his heart ached as he looked at the tiny cracks on the crystal vessels. "A bunch of barbarians. Fools. They have no idea the value of this stuff. My explosive potion formula is almost complete. Just one last step. Damn it," he cursed under his breath, kicking over a wooden stool next to him. Squeak. The tower door was pushed open. Chuji walked in slowly. Herbert turned his head sharply, his cloudy eyes filled with vigilance and undisguised disgust. "You're their leader? That Baron Chu?" His voice was hoarse and arrogant. "I don't care who you are, send me back immediately. My research is beyond the comprehension of vulgar nobles like you whose minds are filled with nothing but land and gold." "Of course I can't fully understand, master." Chuji adopted a humble posture and spoke with great respect. "But I at least know that the essence of alchemy is to explore the unknown, to change the form of matter, and to create miracles that do not exist in this world." Herbert paused for a moment, and the contempt in his eyes lessened. This young nobleman's words were unlike those of the fools he had encountered before. "At least you have some knowledge," he sneered. "Since you know that, you should understand how serious a sin it is to interrupt an alchemist's experiment." "I am deeply sorry." Chuji bowed slightly, then changed the subject. "However, I invited you here so that you could witness an unprecedented, even greater miracle. A completely new field that would make all your previous research pale in comparison." "How arrogant!" Herbert scoffed. "Kid, I've studied alchemy for 40 years. What haven't I seen? What new stuff could you possibly have? It's nothing more than a more refined metal or some kind of magical plant I've never seen before. Utterly boring." Chuji remained silent, but took out a simple, unadorned transparent glass bottle from his pocket. He placed the bottle on the table and pushed it in front of Herbert. "Please take a look." Herbert picked up the glass bottle with suspicion. Inside were crystals as white and flawless as the first snowflakes, each one a perfect cube shape, sparkling with a diamond-like brilliance in the firelight. "What is this? Some kind of new magic gem? Don't waste my time with this flashy stuff." He scoffed and prepared to push the bottle away. "I suggest you try it, master," Chuji said calmly. Herbert paused, staring at Chuji's unfathomable eyes, frowning, before finally unscrewing the bottle stopper, dipping his little finger in the white powder, and putting it into his mouth. Herbert's mind felt as if it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. It was a pure, unadulterated saltiness, without a trace of impurity or bitterness, that exploded on his taste buds. He was all too familiar with this taste. It was salt. But it was also a perfect saltiness he had never experienced before. This is impossible." His breathing became rapid. "Such pure salt. How did you do that? Don't tell me you stole it from some angel's kitchen." Chapter 92, Propagation or Deception. This is impossible." Herbert's hand holding the glass bottle trembled uncontrollably, and the white crystals inside made a crisp rustling sound as they shook. He has handled more salt in his life than most people have eaten rice. He knows everything about it, from coarse, black, low-quality salt blocks to the refined salt served on aristocratic tables, which, after simple purification, still has a faint gray hue. Many alchemical reactions require salt as a catalyst or reactant. He considers himself one of the people who knows salt best. But this thing in his hand completely overturned all the knowledge he had built up over the past 40 years. The taste was too pure, too perfect. Just like the concept of salt itself, which the gods had stripped from the origin of the world and presented to him flawlessly. He was certain that this was not a condiment from Angel's kitchen. Because within this extreme saltiness, he detected a faint yet incredibly familiar scent. That's the taste of flames roasting, moisture evaporating, substances going from turbid to clear, and finally condensing and sublimating. That's the smell of alchemy. Tell me, how did you do that? Herbert's breathing became heavy and rapid, his cloudy eyes fixed on Chu Ji, his original arrogance and disgust replaced by an almost manic thirst. You couldn't possibly know more about alchemy than I do. Even the alchemy tower in the capital couldn't produce a single crystal of this purity in 10 years. What kind of sorcery did you use? Faced with Herbert's questioning, Chu Ji was not surprised at all. He simply pulled up a chair and sat down. Master, I truly do not understand the alchemy you speak of. He readily admitted, but then his tone shifted, a mysterious smile curving his lips. But perhaps, the world I understand is slightly different from the world you perceive. Herbert was stunned. Chu Ji gently took the bottle of salt from his hand and placed it in the center of the table. Then he poured a glass of water from a kettle next to him and took an empty glass. Master, in your eyes, what is the essence of alchemy? Is it turning lead into gold, or fusing different substances to create new substances? Chu Ji's voice was like that of a patient and persuasive mentor. Nonsense! Herbert roared without hesitation. The ultimate goal of alchemy is to understand the essence of all things and simulate the process by which the gods created the world. We change matter because we understand the soul of matter. Then, may I ask the master? Chu Ji dipped his finger in a little salt and placed it in a glass of water. The white crystal quickly disappeared without a trace. Salt, what is its essence? Its soul is the unity of solid and salty. It is one of the most perfect manifestations of mercury and sulfur under the law of salt. Herbert answered without hesitation. This was the fundamental theory that all alchemists regarded as the golden rule. Chu Ji smiled and did not refute. He slowly poured the salt water into an empty cup, then poured it back into the original cup. This was repeated more than 10 times. His movements were slow, yet they carried a strange rhythm, as if he were not pouring water, but performing a solemn ceremony. Look! Chu Ji stopped what he was doing and pointed to the 2 cups on the table and the few drops of water that had spilled between them from the tipping over. Water goes from one cup to another, and salt goes with it. They seem inseparable. But, Master, have you ever considered that the essence of water and salt is different? Chu Ji lowered his voice, which was full of seductive undertones. The soul of water tends to turn into steam and fly into the sky. The soul of salt, on the other hand, prefers to stay quietly and condense into crystals. They are only temporarily combined, but their desires are different. Herbert frowned, staring intently at the glass of salt water. These words sounded like fallacies, yet they subtly touched upon some of his vague suspicions. So, if we use the gentlest flame to heat this cup of water, it's like whispering to the soul of the water, telling it, you can fly now. When the soul of water leaves the cup strand by strand and flies into the sky, the soul of salt that was originally hidden in the water will gather again because of loneliness. We call this process listening, Chu Ji said, looking at Herbert's increasingly vacant gaze, using the word he had made up. We listen to the deepest desires of every substance's soul, and then satisfy those desires with different temperatures and in different ways. Those that want to fly, let them fly away first. Those that want to stay, naturally stay until the end. Isn't this method more elegant than mixing everything together in a crucible and then roasting it over a high flame to force them to fuse or separate? Listen longing. Herbert chewed on these 2 words repeatedly, as if his brain had been struck by lightning, and a completely new world, unlike anything he had ever seen before, slowly unfolded before his eyes. Summon the soul of water with fire, and let the soul of salt condense on its own. This is no longer alchemy. This is a profound mastery of matter. A miracle only a god could accomplish. Seeing the other person's expression, Chu Ji knew that the first step of overturning their perception had been completed. He decided to add fuel to the fire. Then, Master, please allow me to ask you one more question. Ancient alchemical texts tell us that the world is composed of 4 basic elements: earth, water, fire, and wind, right? Of course. This is the foundation of the world. The cornerstone of all alchemy. Herbert answered subconsciously, but his tone had lost its previous forcefulness. Shu Ji's smile became even more enigmatic. But, have you ever considered that this so-called foundation was wrong from the very beginning? Boom! This sentence was like a real bomb, exploding in Herbert's mind. He froze, staring at Shu Ji in disbelief, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Does it negate the 4-element theory? This isn't just heresy, this is madness. This is uprooting the entire edifice of alchemy. You're talking nonsense. Herbert's voice became shrill with agitation. Without the 4 elements, then tell me, what is this piece of wood? What is the stone beneath your feet? What is the air we breathe? They certainly exist, but they are not elements. Shu Ji extended a finger and gently shook it. Master, let us change our perspective. The land beneath our feet isn't something called earth element. Imagine it as a vast kingdom, a kingdom of matter. In this kingdom live tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions, of completely different subjects. The salt in my hand is one of the purest and most singular subjects, which I call the salt people. The sulfur you use to refine your potions is the children of sulfur. The mercury you cherish so much is the children of mercury. And that ordinary stone beneath your feet is not pure earth element, it is a chaotic aggregate. It may house hundreds or thousands of different citizens, haphazardly squeezed together and losing their individual characteristics. Shu Ji picked up the bottle of pure salt and waved it in front of Herbert. Its dazzling light seemed to possess magic. What I have done, and what I will do, is to liberate these people who live together in such a chaotic state, one by one, precisely, from that kingdom. To let them return to their purest, most primal form. The future of alchemy is not about turning one substance into another. Shu Ji stood up, his voice suddenly rising, like a resounding bell, echoing throughout the alchemy tower. Instead, we will find all the fundamental inhabitants of this world and compile them into an unprecedented the catalogue of everything. Only then can we truly be like gods, able to combine them at will and create entirely new miracles that did not exist in this world before. Dead silence. Herbert's mind completely went blank. Earth, water, fire, wind, the theoretical system he had studied and believed in all his life was as fragile as a sandcastle in the face of Shu Ji's shocking theory of the people, collapsing instantly and turning to ashes. His worldview was completely destroyed. But from those ruins, an unprecedented, wildfire-like fervor arose wildly. To find all the citizens that make up the world? To compile a namebook of everything? This is more than just alchemy. This is stealing the authority of the Creator God. Herbert was panting heavily, and the way he looked at Shu Ji had completely changed. It was no longer about looking at a rude nobleman, or even a person. That's a divine messenger holding the key to truth. Herbert's lips moved for a long time before he finally found his voice, which was hoarse as if 2 pieces of sandpaper were rubbing together. What do I have to do, for you to tell me all this knowledge? Shu Ji knew that the fish had taken the bait. The fervor on his face vanished instantly, replaced by the calm and dignity befitting a lord. It's very simple, master. He sat down again, leaning forward slightly, giving the other person a tremendous sense of pressure. I, Shu Ji, the Lord of Blackrock Territory, formally invite you, Master Herbert, to become the chief alchemist of my territory. He didn't mention the previous forced abduction, but instead directly presented his conditions, every word of which was filled with irresistible temptation. I will build you the largest alchemy laboratory in the north, no, the largest in the entire kingdom. All the rare materials you need, whether gold or mithril, will be supplied without limit, as long as I can obtain them. Those craftsmen you look down on will become your apprentices and assistants, handling all the chores for you. All you need to do is combine your experience and hands with the map in my mind. I will ask you question after question, and point you in direction after direction. And you will personally verify them, turning those miracles that only exist in theory into reality. Herbert's breathing had stopped. Unlimited materials, the largest laboratory, solely responsible for verifying the divine messenger's map. This is a more deadly temptation for any true scholar than immortality and gold. Shu Ji stood up, preparing to deliver the final blow. He walked slowly to the window of the tower, looked out at the thriving territory, and his voice became distant and seductive. Master, would you like to know how to create a stone that is harder than steel yet as transparent as crystal? We can use it to make windows that will never wear out, allowing sunlight to flood every room without obstruction. Herbert's pupils constricted sharply. Transparent steel? That was a characteristic only found in the sacred artifacts of the legendary dwarves. Would you like to know how to create a black powder that, with just a tiny spark, can unleash a power 100 times stronger than your most powerful explosive agent? We can use it to split mountains and shatter rocks, turning impassable barriers into thoroughfares. Herbert's heart pounded. 100 times more powerful than an explosive potion? That wasn't a weapon, that was a forbidden spell. Think about it again. What if we could separate some kind of citizen in the air that supports combustion and store it in a bottle? Chuji turned around, a devilish smile on his lips. We can make flames burn in water, and molten iron boil in an instant. We can even revive a dying person by just inhaling a breath of gas from a bottle. This. Herbert could no longer sit still. He suddenly stood up from his chair, his eyes bloodshot, staring intently at Chuji, his gaze as if he wanted to devour him alive and squeeze all the secrets out of his mind. Enough! Stop talking, he roared, his voice filled with suppressed pain and uncontrollable ecstasy. I promise you. I'll agree to anything you ask. He paced back and forth in the room like a trapped beast, frantically grabbing at his already thinning hair. A laboratory. I need a laboratory right now. Give me the blueprints. I want the biggest one. And manpower. I want the best craftsmen. The smartest apprentices. He rushed up to Chuji, his old face devoid of any arrogance, replaced only by the humility and fanaticism of a believer. Baron, no. My lord. I beg you, teach me the secret of listening. He knelt down with a thud. This alchemy master, renowned throughout the north and treated with utmost respect even by earls, now offered his humble knees in complete loyalty to a nobleman younger than his grandson. Chapter 93, God's Attention. In a secluded, hidden space beyond the reach of mortals, several colossal thrones stand. These thrones are not made of gold or stone, but are forcibly glued together from dried bones, twisted souls, and fragments of shattered divine kingdoms, exuding an ancient malice. The old gods, who were once defeated by the gods of mankind, lie dormant here. On one of the thrones, which was entirely made of dragon skulls, the beast god opened his enormous, lava-like eyes. His gaze pierced through the void, looking at the vampire progenitor on another divine throne. Karma, the beast goddess' deep voice roared like 1,000 beasts, the threads of fate have been disturbed anew, right there on that barren ice plain in the north. The progenitor of the vampires, a handsome yet otherworldly male deity with scarlet lips, elegantly swirled the blood like liquid in his cup and lazily responded. Our old friend wants to make a move ahead of schedule again? The millennium is approaching, and he's even more anxious than we are. This time, it's different. An even older deity, seemingly composed of countless shadows, spoke. It was the former god of deception. He opened his palm, and in the center of his palm, a ball of fur tangled with threads of fate was trembling violently. At the center of the ball of fur, a tiny, slender thread, radiating a faint golden light, is growing wildly, forcefully pushing aside the surrounding threads that have already been fixed in place, disrupting the original pattern. The abundant favor of the god of agriculture. Uriel, that good-for-nothing, gave divine grace to someone who shouldn't have received it. The voice of the god of deception was filled with jealousy and disdain, but that divine grace is merely an illusion. I see it. The source of this thread is connected to the repulsive divine power of the god of man. A cruel glint flashed in the beast god's eyes. A new human hero. My descendants have sent word of him. He has grown 3 times the amount of grain using mortal methods. The progenitor of the vampires finally put down his wine cup, sat up straight, and his scarlet pupils flashed with solemnity. The methods of mortals? That's the scariest part. Gods rely on divine grace and believers, but that newborn human hero relied on himself. We can't let him grow up. The progenitor of the vampire's voice turned icy. Before our era returns, any variables must be eliminated in advance. The god of humanity thinks we are still asleep, and he wants to secretly cultivate a key pawn. We will crush that pawn right before his eyes. A divine decree was issued. The beast god issued a command, and his divine voice transcended the barriers of space and dimensions, resounding directly in every orc tribe, every ogre cave, and every gnoll camp in the northern part of the continent. Kill the Lord of Abundance, Chuji. Whoever brings me his head will be granted my divine blood and made the new orc king. In an instant, all the alien races lurking in every corner of the northern border were engulfed in a frenzied bloodlust. A storm targeting Chuji was quietly brewing. At the same time, the last and only empire of mankind, the immortal empire, established by the purest bloodline of the god of mankind, with its capital, Cemetery City. Inside the magnificent imperial palace, Emperor Horus XXXVII, an old man with white hair and beard but a body as majestic as a mountain, slowly opened his eyes from a deep meditation. The golden divine fire that had been powerful enough to scorch the soul had just been extinguished in his eyes. Just moments before, his divine ancestor, the great god of all gods, had personally given him a divine decree. My enemy has awakened. They have glimpsed the new peace I have laid out for humanity. A young hero named Chuji is rising in the far north. He will be one of the cornerstones that will usher in the next millennium of glory. I will send my finest bloodline to protect him and assist him. He must not be allowed to fall before he has truly matured. Horus XXXVII knelt down without hesitation and responded devoutly. I will obey the divine ancestor's command. I will send Brunhild, the empire's strongest young generation and the granddaughter of the emperor who possesses the sun body. She will surely fulfill your request. Brunhild, the emperor's most proud granddaughter, became a legendary professional at the young age of 25. With her massive, bear-like physique and impeccable muscle definition, she was hailed as the most dazzling jewel of the empire in the past century and the dream wife of every young nobleman. With her in charge, there's no chance of anything going wrong. However, the majestic divine voice echoing in his mind carried an undeniable negation. No. This time, let Seraphina go. Boom. This name struck the emperor like a heavy hammer, instantly stirring up a storm in his usually calm mind. Seraphina. Of course he knows that name. That's his other granddaughter. It is the bloodline he least wants to mention, and even considers a disgrace in public. She is very strong, even terrifyingly strong. At the young age of 22, he silently stepped into the realm of legend. But she was an ugly woman. A complete and utter ugly monster who brought shame upon the entire royal family. She didn't have Brunhild's muscular physique capable of splitting mountains. Instead, she had a sickly, ivory-white, smooth skin. She didn't have the broad shoulders that women of the empire were proud of. Instead, she had a slender frame that looked as if a gust of wind could blow her over. She was like one of those failed sculptures in the temple of the goddess of beauty, a defilement of the bloodline of the ancestral gods. Because of this ugliness, she never dared to appear in any public place, and spent her days locked at the top of the royal mage tower, keeping company with those dusty books, as if she wanted to completely hide herself from this world. Why did the divine ancestor assign her to carry out such an important task? The emperor couldn't understand it, but he dared not disobey. The divine message from the ancestral god must have a profound meaning. He took a deep breath, suppressing his shock and confusion, and respectfully kowtowed again. As you wish. The divine sound slowly dissipated. The emperor stood up from the ground, his aged face filled with solemnity. Although he decided to carry out the divine decree, it was far too risky to send his infamous, ugly granddaughter alone. Neither the mission itself nor the face of the imperial family can afford the risk of failure. Someone come here. The emperor gave the order in a deep voice. A steward dressed in court attire slipped silently into the room, bowing and awaiting orders. Issue my decree. Princess Brunhild, with her exceptional talent and outstanding martial prowess, is hereby ordered to form a northern mission to represent the royal family in inspecting the northern border, in order to find and protect the divinely inspired hero Chuji. A hint of expected satisfaction flashed in the steward's eyes. Princess Brunhild is indeed the best choice. In addition, the emperor paused, his tone becoming somewhat stiff. Princess Seraphina will also be dispatched as the deputy to the mission. The steward abruptly raised his head, his face filled with incredulous astonishment. Princess Seraphina? The ugly princess who was secretly called the shame of paleness by the aristocratic circles of the capital? Why should she represent the royal family and carry out such an important task? The emperor offered no explanation, but simply waved his hand, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority. Go and carry it out. This is the will of God. The moment the words "the will of God" were uttered, the steward instantly suppressed all his doubts, his back soaked with cold sweat. He lowered his head heavily. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, an order that shocked the entire capital's top leadership came from deep within the palace. Princess Brunhild, the most dazzling jewel of the empire. And Princess Seraphina, the empire's most shameful stain. These two sisters, who are at opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of appearance, personality, and reputation, will lead a team together to the wild, snow-covered northern frontier to find a young baron who has just risen to fame. Chapter 94, Salt Mine Purification. Chuji helped Herbert up from his kneeling position. The old sorcerer trembled with excitement, his eyes burning with fire. Master, knowledge requires a quiet mind to receive it. Xu Zhi's voice was steady. The stage has been set for you, come with me. Ignoring Herbert's urging, he led him through the courtyard to a renovated building. The wooden door was pushed open, and Herbert stood there, stunned. This place doesn't look like a laboratory, it's more like a temple. Rows of long birch tables were covered with gleaming crystalware. Flasks, measuring cups, condensers, each item was more transparent and orderly than anything he had ever seen. In the center of the room were several modern alchemical furnaces, capable of precisely controlling the temperature of the fire. From today onwards, this is your kingdom. Shuji gestured for him to enter. Herbert reached out a trembling hand and touched the cold glass instrument. Shuji clapped his hands. Harker directed the soldiers to drag in a sack of salt ore and slam it onto the ground. A pungent smell filled the air, and Herbert frowned. Sir, what is this? Your first task upon taking office. Shuji's expression turned serious. These salt rocks are poisonous. I need you to remove the impurities inside so that they can be consumed. My previous method worked, but it was too slow and complicated. I need a simpler, more direct method. The quality can be a little lower, but it needs to be easy for ordinary people to operate, and the output must be large. Herbert understood immediately. He paced back and forth around the pile of black, foul-smelling salt ore. In his mind, Shuji's theory of the people was clashing violently with his 40 years of alchemical knowledge. You can't use a strong fire to burn it, he muttered to himself, the salt will be destroyed along with the impurities. He couldn't think of a solution. Master, let's think about it another way. Shuji's voice echoed in his mind. We don't force the dirt away from the salt. We trick it away with something dirtier. Tricked away? Herbert looked up. Yes, it's a lie. A smile appeared on Shuji's lips. These impurities are naturally inclined to mix with other dirty things. As long as we create something they like even more, they will flock to it on their own. A terrifying light flashed in Herbert's eyes. A bait. I've got it. A bait, he roared, snatching a piece of parchment and scribbling something on it with a charcoal pencil. We'll create something that's more attractive to impurities and drop it into the salt water. It will actively grab those impurities because they're all heavy, they'll stick together and sink to the bottom. Shuji's heart skipped a beat. It was a success. He had successfully taught this world's alchemy master the flocculation and sedimentation method, a fundamental chemical process. What should we use as bait? Herbert pondered professionally. What becomes extremely thirsty after being burned? Shuji reminded him again, perhaps it's some kind of stone, or an animal bone. Herbert slapped his thigh, alum. Burnt alum stone powder. And bone meal and certain clay. Yes. That's it. After being burned, they frantically devour the surrounding impurities to fill themselves up. Very good, master. Shuji's eyes showed approval. Now let me see its effect. Yes, sir. Herbert burst forth with tremendous energy, like an old lion that had been reborn. He immediately directed the apprentice craftsman beside him to get to work. The entire laboratory entered a state of frenzied operation. Grinding, calcining, mixing. In less than half an hour, a jar of grayish-white powder was placed on the lab table. Herbert named it fossil powder. He began to demonstrate in front of Shuji. The toxic salt ore was smashed, thrown into the water, and stirred into a basin of black, foul-smelling water that looked like ink. Then, he pinched a small amount of fossil powder and sprinkled it in. There were no unusual phenomena at first. But soon, countless tiny particles began to appear in the black liquid. They attracted each other, clumped together, and grew larger. Like countless tiny hairballs, they rushed to sink to the bottom of the water. In less than 15 minutes, the liquid in the basin split into two layers. The upper layer is a slightly yellow clear liquid, and the lower layer is a thick layer of black sludge. Herbert carefully poured the clear liquid into the iron pot and heated it over a high flame. As the steam rose, a layer of white crystals quickly formed at the bottom of the pot. This white color is far less pure than the snow salt that Shuji previously showed, but it is already better than all the refined salt on the market. Herbert picked up a pinch and put it in his mouth, then immediately frowned. Sir, the poison is gone, but the taste of fossil powder remains. This salt is a bit bitter. Shuji, however, tasted it without a care. It was just coarse salt with a slight industrial byproduct flavor. Edible, safe. That was enough. A look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. Master, you've succeeded. A perfect success. Shuji patted Herbert's shoulder hard, his eyes gleaming with the shrewdness of a businessman. We call it rock salt. Its imperfections are its greatest advantage. We're going to sell this salt in bulk at the lowest possible price and overwhelm the entire kingdom as salt market. As for that perfect snow salt, Shuji's lips curled into a playful smile, that's a luxury item sold to nobles and kings. I set the price. Every single grain must sell for the price of gold. One type of salt focuses on volume, monopolizing people's livelihoods. The other type focuses on price, reaping exorbitant profits. Herbert was stunned. He looked at the Lord before him, a chill running down his spine. He now understood that the divine knowledge the other had bestowed upon him was for the purpose of realizing this devilish business plan. His gaze toward Shuji shifted from fervor to deep awe. Just then, the laboratory door was smashed open from the outside with all its might. A castle guard stumbled in, half his body covered in snow, his face filled with panic and shock. My lord! The soldier was breathing heavily, pointing south with a trembling finger. The capital, people from the capital have arrived. A convoy escorted by the royal guard stretches as far as the eye can see. They are flying the king's golden lion banner. They say, they have come to deliver rewards to you on His Majesty's orders. Chapter 95, The Kingdom's Reward. When the guard scrambled through the door and shouted to the king's messenger, the frenzied atmosphere in the laboratory seemed to be instantly extinguished by a bucket of ice water. Herbert, who had just been acting like a madman over the success of his soul-dropping powder, froze on the spot, turned his head, and looked at Chu Ji with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. Murdering a powerful earl and annexing his territory is the most serious crime of treason in any kingdom. But what about the reward? Hark! And his personal guards almost instinctively gripped the hilts of their swords at their waists, their facial muscles tense, their eyes filled with a resolute determination that showed no fear of death. If things go wrong, they will not hesitate to draw their swords and fight their way out for their lord, even if they are facing the royal guards who represent the monarchy. The atmosphere in the laboratory was tense, with everyone's eyes focused on Chu Ji, awaiting his decision. Chu Ji's heart was indeed in turmoil. Murdering nobles and annexing territories are serious crimes punishable by hanging. But after the initial shock, his heart quickly calmed down. The words of Bishop Marlowe, the god of agriculture, echoed clearly in his mind. When your achievements are enough to influence the future of all humanity, you are no longer an ordinary nobleman. You are a hero. What is a hero? A hero is a pawn used by the gods in their games. As long as your existence has value to the gods of mankind, the king of the kingdom has neither the power nor the courage to punish a pawn that does not belong to him. Shuji took a deep breath, and all the turmoil in his eyes subsided. Don't panic. His calm voice possessed an incredible calming power, instantly soothing the restless emotions of Hack and the others. He gave Herbert a reassuring look and said, Master, please continue your research. I will go and meet the kingdom's envoy. After speaking, he straightened his noble attire and, amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, strode confidently toward the main hall of the castle. When Shuji arrived at the main hall, it was already packed with people. Leading the group was a lean, elderly man dressed in impeccable royal court attire. He carried no weapons, but his hawk-like eyes seemed to see right through people. Behind him stood 12 royal guards clad in full armor and adorned with golden lions. They stood there silently, their imposing presence making the temperature in the entire hall seem to drop several degrees. This old man was none other than Victor, a court minister in the capital and one of the king's most trusted advisors. Upon seeing Shuji enter, Victor's gaze, like a precise scalpel, fell upon Shuji's face, attempting to find even the slightest trace of fear, guilt, or panic. However, he was disappointed. The young man before him was so handsome that he didn't look like a lord of the north. His steps were steady, his expression calm, and he even carried a just right amount of curiosity and respect for the guests from the capital. A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in Victor's cloudy eyes. He had read Shuji's intelligence before setting off and knew that Shuji had recently executed his own brother, making him a ruthless parricide. But now, what he sensed from the other party was not violence and ruthlessness, but a calmness and majesty like a deep pool. You must be the new master of Blackrock territory, Baron Shuji, Victor said first, his voice hoarse but carrying a condescending scrutiny. It is indeed I. I was unaware that your excellency had traveled a long way to greet you, and I hope you will forgive me for not being able to welcome you properly. Shuji bowed respectfully, his posture impeccable. Victor nodded, said no more, and took out a parchment scroll bound with gold thread from his pocket, holding it high. He cleared his throat and began to read the king's decree in a solemn and resonant voice. By order of His Majesty Reinhard Augustus, Guardian of the Kingdom and Lord of the North. Upon hearing the king's full title, everyone, including Chu Ji, knelt on one knee and bowed their heads in respect. Baron Chu Ji of Blackstone is quick-witted and has made outstanding contributions. Firstly, in a time of crisis, he presented the high-yield farming method, saving the kingdom's people from famine. This is a meritorious deed that has saved countless lives. Secondly, during the chaos in the north, we united the lords, established alliances, and restored order and peace to the north, adding another solid layer to the kingdom's defenses. This is a meritorious deed that brought peace and stability to the country. Thirdly, Earl Lonka was greedy and despicable, harming his subjects and embezzling taxes. His crimes are unforgivable. Baron Chuji eliminated this villain on my behalf, relieving the royal family of its burdens, which is a meritorious deed of loyalty to the monarch and protection of the country. When the edict was read aloud, the entire hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Hack and the others were stunned. They never imagined that the act of killing nobles, which they considered a sure way to bring about their own destruction, would be described by the king as a meritorious act of loyalty to the monarch and protection of the country. Victor glanced at Chuji out of the corner of his eye and saw that he was still looking down, but his shoulders were trembling slightly, as if he was trying his best to suppress his excitement. A sense of satisfaction flashed through his mind. He continued reading. For his 3 merits, he deserves a great reward. I hereby decide to promote Baron Chuji of Blackstone to Viscount of the Kingdom. The former Earl of Dragonkoff's 3 western towns will be placed under his command. In addition, I will bestow upon him 500 royal artisans and 10,000 gold coins to recognize his achievements. May Your Excellency continue to serve the kingdom loyally and share His Majesty's burdens in the future. As the last word fell, Chuji suddenly raised his head, his face filled with unbelievable joy and gratitude. He kowtowed heavily to the ground, his voice trembling with emotion. Your humble servant Chuji, trembling with fear, accepts this command. His Majesty's grace shines upon the northern border like the sun and moon. I, Chuji, have no way to repay this favor but to offer this crippled body and everything in Blackstone territory to my king. I am willing to expand Your Majesty's territory and guard the northern border for generations to come. Long live the king. This heartfelt and passionate declaration of loyalty finally brought a hint of approving smile to Grand Secretary Victor's stern face. He personally stepped forward, helped Chuji up, and said gently, Your Excellency, please rise. His Majesty's judgment was indeed correct. You are a trustworthy and loyal man. I dare not, this is all my duty as a subject of the kingdom. Chuji looked flattered. After the official procedures were completed, Victor gestured for his men to wait outside and then invited Chuji into a private room. After dismissing everyone, Victor's formulaic smile faded, replaced by a more genuine appreciation. Viscount Chuji, His Majesty's public reward is an affirmation of your achievements. As he spoke, he took another item from an ornate wooden box. It was a book wrapped in an unknown black leather, with no name, and the cover was only stamped with a simple yet majestic personal seal of the king. And this gift is His Majesty's investment in your future. Victor solemnly handed the scroll to Chuji. When Chuji received it, a heavy, weighty feeling, as if it carried history and power, came from his fingertips. This is... Chuji's breath hitched slightly. A book of advanced professions. Victor's voice carried a hint of pride and envy. It records all the secrets and rituals leading to the advanced profession of warlord. In the entire kingdom, there are no more than 10 families that possess this level of profession-changing document. Warlord. Chuji's heart skipped a beat. Advanced profession. This is almost exactly what he needs right now. His attributes already meet the requirements for changing to a higher-level profession, but he lacks the profession manual. Although Earl Dragonkoff has it, it requires special profession change items. The value of this gift far surpasses those 10,000 gold coins in 3 towns. It is the key to a higher level of power. Your Excellency, this gift is far too precious. Chuji displayed just the right amount of apprehension. Take it, Victor waved his hand, interrupting him. His Majesty said that even the sharpest sword will only rust if left in a warehouse. Only when it is handed over to someone who can truly wield it can its value be revealed. The millennium is approaching, and the shadows of the past are awakening. The kingdom needs not only a bountiful ruler who can cultivate the land, but also heroes who can fight valiantly to defend the frontiers of humanity. Victor's gaze deepened, and he gave Chuji a long, thoughtful look. Your Majesty, and that great being, are both looking forward to your growth, Viscount Chuji. Having said that, Chuji no longer declined. He bowed deeply again, this time with heartfelt gratitude in his words. Please convey to His Majesty that Chuji will not fail this important trust. Chapter 96, Warlord. As the convoy carrying Grand Scholar Victor departed, watching the golden lion banner representing royal power gradually disappear into the snow and wind until it vanished at the horizon, though overwhelmed with gratitude and tears of gratitude on Chuji's face melted away like snow scattered by the cold wind, disappearing without a trace. Instead, there was an unprecedented calmness and profundity. He turned around, and the biting wind made his Black Lord's cloak flutter loudly. Hack! Yes, sir. No one may approach my study or bedroom without my order. Anyone who attempts to break in will be executed without prior notification. Chuji's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable tone of command. Yes. Hark felt a chill run down his spine. He could sense that the Lord's imposing aura, which had just subsided, was rising again, even stronger than ever before. Chuji said no more, walked straight through the courtyard, and strode back to the main building of the castle. He ignored the curious gazes of any of the servants and went straight into his study on the third floor, locking the heavy oak door behind him. The room fell silent, with only the crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace remaining. Chuji walked to the desk and carefully placed the thick book wrapped in black leather on the table. Warlord. Just recalling those 4 words made his heart pound uncontrollably. Gold coins, territory, artisans, these are important, but they are all external things. Only the power that is in your own hands is the only real and true foundation. His heavy infantry class has reached LV4, and his attributes far surpass those of his peers due to bloodline ascension. He had long since reached the threshold of a high-level profession, but had been struggling to find a way in. Count Dragonkopf's treasury may contain items for changing to advanced professions, but such items usually come with strict bloodline or faith restrictions. Now, this investment from the king has perfectly solved his urgent problem. Chuji took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and solemnly picked up the book of job change with both hands. The book felt heavy in my hand. The unknown black leather was cold and tough to the touch, as if it bore witness to the cruelty and glory of countless wars. The simple royal seal on the cover shimmered with a faint golden glow in the firelight. Without much hesitation, he turned to the first page of the book. Strange things happened. There were no words on the pages, only a chaotic, slowly swirling gray mist, like a nebula. The moment his gaze fell upon the mist, a cold system notification exploded in his mind. Special energy medium detected, advanced job change book. Warlord. Do I meet the requirements for career advancement? Should I consider changing jobs? Warning, the job change process is irreversible. Once started, your original job will be completely overwritten. Yes. Change jobs immediately. Chuji roared in his heart without hesitation. The next second, the scroll in his hand suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. It was no longer a chaotic gray, but transformed into a pure, dazzling golden light, like the blazing sun. Countless incomprehensible ancient runes and illusions of battlefield carnage burst forth from the pages of the book, like a golden torrent, surging wildly into Chuji's brow. Chuji felt as if his brain had been struck hard by a red-hot iron hammer, and his entire soul trembled violently under this brute force. The old professional system is collapsing. His body was as if it had been thrown into a furnace, his bones, muscles, and blood being reshaped and covered by a more advanced and domineering force. The familiar system panel in front of me has become extremely unstable. This represents heavy infantry LV4. The gray shield icon flickered violently under the golden light, and cracks appeared on its surface. Crack! A crisp sound, like glass shattering, rang out. The shield icon shattered completely, turning into countless points of light that vanished without a trace. Immediately afterwards, a new icon slowly coalesced and took shape in its original position. That was an even more magnificent and majestic golden battle flag. On the battle flag was branded a helmet engulfed in flames and 2 crossed swords. Job change successful. Congratulations, host. Your class has been promoted from Heavy Infantry to the Advanced Class, Warlord LV1. Attribute panel is updating. All basic attributes have been significantly improved. You have mastered the core abilities of the Warlord class. You have acquired a new skill, Power Enhancement Passive Aura. You have acquired a new skill, Stamina Recovery Passive Aura. As the system notification sound faded, the excruciating pain that felt like it was tearing my soul receded like a receding tide. Instead, there is an indescribable sense of power. Chuji suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed deep within his pupils. He didn't rush to check his panel, but instead focused on sensing the changes in his body. If the previous bloodline sublimation allowed his perception to enter bullet time, becoming sharp and clear, then this career advancement brought about a qualitative transformation in his entire spirit. He could almost feel an invisible force field slowly spreading outwards from him. This force field did not directly increase his strength, and he could not even feel any increase in his power. However, he had a strange illusion. He seemed to be able to hear the steady heartbeats of the patrolling soldiers downstairs, see the strength flowing through their bodies, and feel the fatigue they had from standing guard for long periods of time. He even had a strong urge that if he went out and stood in front of them, he could issue a command and connect his invisible force field with theirs. At that time, with a single command, he could instantly boost the strength of all the soldiers, revitalizing their exhausted bodies. This is Warlord. A commander profession that doesn't focus on strengthening individuals, but rather transforms itself into a moving battle flag, a commander whose aura can radiate throughout the entire army. This is a career tailor-made for him. Chuji suppressed his elation and focused his mind on the system to check his new attribute panel. Name, Chuji. Bloodline, Blackstone Bloodline 50%. Class, Warlord LV1. Upon level 1, all 4 main attributes increase by 2, and perception and willpower increase by 3. Attributes: Strength 59, Constitution 65, Skill 65, Agility 60, Perception 53, Willpower 58. Talent: Parricide, permanent trait. You personally executed your brother, and your body is stained with the blood of your loved one. This makes you more susceptible to ruthlessness and murderous intent when facing any enemy. Initial relationship with other creatures 10, but under certain circumstances, you gain additional deterrence. Saint, new, divine certification. You are a living saint publicly certified by the Church of the God of Agriculture. Your very existence is a symbol of divine grace. You possess extraordinary prestige and persuasive power among the followers of the God of Agriculture. When dealing with matters related to agriculture, life, and abundance, there is a small chance of receiving divine revelation. Willpower +7, Perception +5. Blessed by the God of Agriculture, new, permanent territory blessing. You have become a true benefactor of Uriel, the God of Agriculture, and your core territory is enveloped in divine power. The growth rate of all crops within your territory increases by 10%, resistance to pests and diseases is slightly increased, and the rate of soil fertility loss decreases by 10%. The gaze of the God of Humanity, new, you have made a great contribution to humanity, and a great being is cast to gaze upon you. Your favorability among humans has increased by 20%, while your hatred towards alien races hostile to humanity has increased. Luck +1. Hero, new, you have accomplished great deeds, which are praised by countless people. Your initial reputation among soldiers, knights, mercenaries, etc., increases by 20, and your resistance to negative status effects is greatly increased. 6 stats +5. Skill, Power Enhancement LV1. Passive Aura, all friendly units within a 53 perception meter radius centered on you gain a 1-point increase in strength. The aura effect will increase as the skill level increases. Note, this skill is off by default and needs to be activated manually using your mind. Stamina Recovery LV1. Passive Aura, all friendly units within a 100 meter radius centered on you gain a 10% increase in stamina regeneration speed. The aura effect will increase as the skill level increases. Note, this skill is off by default and needs to be activated manually using your mind. All basic attributes have been further enhanced under the modifications made by advanced professions. Strength, physique, and skill. These 3 core combat attributes have firmly placed him at the threshold of becoming an advanced professional. More importantly, although the 2 aura skills are currently at a low level and their bonuses are not exaggerated, Chuji instantly saw their terrifying potential on the battlefield. An army of 300 men, if all of them receive a base strength bonus of 1 point, is often the difference between ordinary soldiers and elite soldiers. In a prolonged battle, a 10% increase in stamina recovery speed can be a game changer. This gift from the king is a timely blessing. Chuji slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his powerful strength filling him with confidence. He forced himself to calm down from the excitement of changing jobs and began to take stock of all his current assets, just like the most shrewd businessman. To build an empire in this perilous world, individual courage alone is far from enough. Ander. He walked to the door and called out in a deep voice. Ander's respectful voice immediately rang out from outside the door. My lord, what are your orders? Come in. Ander pushed open the door and entered. When he saw the lord, he was taken aback. The lord was still the same lord, but Ander felt that there seemed to be something else about him that he couldn't quite put his finger on. Those eyes were more profound than before. Just being looked at by them filled Ander with a sense of awe and reverence that came from the depths of his soul. Ander, Shuji sat back in the Lord's chair behind his desk, his fingers interlaced on the table, his gaze calm. Report to me everything we currently possess. Yes, sir. Ander dared not delay and immediately took out a small notebook from his pocket and began to report in a clear and organized manner. In terms of military affairs, we currently have a total of about 500 regular troops. In addition, we have 3 militia battalions composed of able-bodied men from our territory, totaling more than 1,300 people. After initial training, they are able to maintain order and carry out auxiliary operations. In terms of weaponry and equipment, thanks to the gains from the previous Glory War and the spoils from the Dragonkov territory, all 500 of our regular troops have been equipped with finely crafted chainmail, iron shields and military crossbows, making them far more powerful than ordinary regular troops. Shuji nodded in satisfaction. With over 500 well-equipped and well-trained soldiers, this force was enough for him to gain a foothold in the north. What about the economy? He continued to ask. Sir, our financial situation is very healthy. Ander's tone was filled with barely concealed excitement. The 10,000 gold coins bestowed by His Majesty the King have all been deposited into the treasury. The spoils recovered from the Earl of Dragonkov last time are worth about 3,000 gold coins. In addition, the Marian merchants sent word that our fuel is very popular in the north, and the sales in the first month brought us a net profit of 300 gold coins. Most importantly, it's salt. Once rock salt officially begins mass production, its low cost and superior quality compared to all coarse salt on the market will surely bring us a continuous stream of wealth. One astonishing figure after another represents the terrifying money-making ability of Chuji's territory. In terms of talent, that is our most valuable asset. Ander's eyes gleamed. The 375 artisans of various kinds that we invited from the Earl of Dragonkov have all been assigned housing and jobs. Their addition has greatly improved the level of our ironware, leather, and textile workshops, enabling us to produce better products. Military, economy, talent. Shuji listened silently to Ander's report, and a grand blueprint slowly unfolded in his mind. His territory is like a lurking giant beast. Although it is currently small, it has strong bones and muscles, powerful internal organs, and unlimited growth potential. Finally, Shuji turned his gaze to the window, piercing through the heavy snow and looking towards the quiet and peaceful family quarters behind the castle. There lies the foundation of his future empire. There was Cheshire, who bore him his eldest son Chu Yang, a child of exceptional talent and lineage. They have twins, a boy and a girl, and are both virtuous and capable, Ella and Lena. There is also Evelyn, who just gave birth to a legendary elven offspring for him and helped him elevate his own bloodline. After taking stock of everything, Shuji felt a surge of pride. Are the shadows of the past awakening? He muttered to himself, a cold smile curving his lips. Let them come. Whether it's a god or a demon, if they want to stir up trouble on this land, they'll have to ask me and my offspring first. Chapter 97, The Divine Gift of the God of Agriculture. The last day of the year 961 of the human era. The snow of winter covered every inch of Blackrock territory, but it could not freeze the intense, fermenting atmosphere within the territory, a mixture of the joy of harvest and the anticipation of the new year. The castle was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, and the soldiers wore brand new uniforms. Even when they were on guard duty on the city walls, their faces were filled with genuine smiles. The children chased and played in the thick snow, each with candy given to them by the Lord in their pockets. This is the most prosperous and peaceful winter in the history of Blackrock territory. Inside the study, the fireplace was burning brightly. Shuji had just finished reviewing the year-end affairs of his territory and was leaning back in a soft chair, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. Evelyn, Cheshire, Ella, and Lena were sitting together, sewing little clothes for their children for the new year. Under the warm light, their profiles looked incredibly gentle, and the whole room was filled with an atmosphere of peace and happiness. However, amidst this peaceful scene, a sudden change occurred. Without any warning, a gentle yet majestic will, like an invisible tide, swept across the entire world in an instant. The children who were playing suddenly stopped, the women who were talking abruptly looked up, and the patrolling soldiers instinctively gripped their weapons. Everyone felt that a power beyond the ordinary had descended. Immediately afterwards, a shimmering emerald light, symbolizing life and abundance, pierced through the thick clouds and the roof of the castle, cascading down like a waterfall. Even though all the farmland in Blackrock territory was covered in ice and snow, it instantly burst forth with a visibly rich life force. Countless farmers who had reaped a miraculous harvest last autumn rushed out of their homes, knelt excitedly in the snow, and fervently prostrated themselves in the direction of the core of the Divine Light Blackrock Castle. Inside the castle's study, the Divine Light was the most intense, seemingly possessing its own will, gently enveloping Chu-Ji. Evelyn and the others covered their mouths in shock. They saw countless phantom images of wheat ears and vines made of light swirling and dancing around Chu-Ji, as if praising a king. An ancient, grand, genderless voice, seemingly composed of the prayers of billions of living beings, resounded simultaneously in the minds of all intelligent beings across the continent. I am Oriel, the god of agriculture and fertility. At the end of this era, in the depths of winter when the shadows of the past are awakening, I felt hope from the mortal realm. The Lord of the North, Viscount Chu-Ji of Blackstone, with the wisdom of a mortal, performed the deeds of gods. He made the barren land grow 3 times the amount of food, and he allowed countless people who should have died in the famine to survive. This achievement surpasses royal power and is comparable to divine grace. Today, at this turning point in the cycle of history, I issue this divine decree. The magnificent sound suddenly rose to a high pitch, like thunder, resounding throughout the heavens. All who believe in my name and cultivate the land for a living should proclaim the name of Chu-Ji, the Lord of Abundance. His deeds will be written into the church's sacred texts, sung by bards in taverns, and told by every family around the fire. His name will become a symbol of abundance, bringing undying hope to this cold winter. As the divine voice faded, the dense green light in the world did not immediately dissipate, but instead transformed into a speck of light that entered Chu-Ji's brow. In an instant, the cold system notification sounds in Chu-Ji's mind flooded the screen like a torrent. Warning! Divine energy infusion detected. Your talent, hero, is undergoing a divine baptism. The hero talent has been enhanced. Talent, hero, effects updated. Hero, you have accomplished a great feat that shook the continent, and your name has been personally sung by the gods. Your initial reputation with military professions such as soldiers, knights, and mercenaries plus 30. Your initial reputation bonus with any intelligent race group is plus 10. It significantly increases an individual's resistance to negative mental states. 6 dimensions plus 5. New effect activated, inheritance. Inheritance, your bloodline is engraved with the mark of your heroism. When your direct descendants are born, there is a certain chance that they will directly inherit one of your non-bloodline talents. The higher the offspring's aptitude, the greater the chance of inheritance, and the stronger the inherited talent may be. Chu-Ji's heart clenched violently at the last line of explanation. Passing on the legacy. His offspring will have the opportunity to inherit his talent. His gaze swept across his talent list in an instant. Parent killer. It's best not to inherit this. Saint. What a terrifying start it would be if his child were born with a divinely recognized status as a saint. The favor of the god of agriculture. This means that even if his offspring is an idiot, as long as they farm, they will receive divine protection. The gaze of the gods over humanity. These powerful talents, which had long been integrated into his soul and become the foundation of his life, now have the potential to be directly copied to the next generation. This is more terrifying than any reward. This elevates the strategic significance of his many children, many blessings golden finger to a completely new and unbelievable level. He is no longer just a simple sower and harvester, he has become a mobile, self-propelled talent pool that can mass-produce talent owners. Suddenly, a thought, like a lightning bolt tearing through the darkness, abruptly cleaved through Chu-Ji's thoughts. His eyes were wide open, staring intently at the familiar yet mysterious entry in his bloodline section. Bloodline, Blackstone bloodline 50%. He has always regarded bloodline and talent as 2 completely different things. Bloodline is something we are born with, it is the inheritance of genes. Talent is acquired later in life, it is a reward from the system. However, the new effect of the hero, talent, inheritance, has blurred the line between the two. Chu-Ji's breathing became somewhat rapid. He suddenly realized a terrifying possibility that he had long overlooked. If his offspring are able to inherit his talent. So, could it be that his own innate Blackstone bloodline was also a talent inherited from some ancestor? Was that ancestor also a hero who made great achievements, just like him? Could the Blackstone bloodline be the product of the hero's inheritance talent, which was passed down, diluted, and evolved over a long period of time? This conjecture, like a boulder thrown into a deep pool, stirred up a storm in Chu-Ji's heart. This is no longer just an upgrade of a cheat code, it touches upon the most fundamental logic of this world's power system. The so-called bloodline may not be some vague gene at all, but rather the most precious innate legacy left to future generations by ancient heroes. What he is doing now is frantically adding legacy from other gods and races on top of his own legacy, and passing this richer and more powerful super legacy package down to his offspring. Honey, are you all right? Evelyn's worried voice roused Chu Ji from his deep thoughts. He came to his senses and found that all four wives were looking at him with a complex mix of admiration, awe, and worry. The scene of divine grace just now had a huge impact on them. I'm fine, better than ever before. Chu Ji stood up, walked to the window, and opened it. The biting cold wind swept in, but it could not dispel the boundless passion in his heart. He saw that in the castle courtyard, Huck, Ander, and all the soldiers and servants were kneeling on the ground, offering their most devout worship to the main building where he was. Further away, the entire Blackrock city was brightly lit, and the cheers of countless citizens were so loud that they could still be clearly heard even from this distance. Lord of Abundance. A person favored by the gods. These cheers were no longer merely out of respect, but carried an almost fanatical fervor. Chu Ji slowly exhaled a breath of white air. His gaze seemed to pierce through the wind and snow, as if he could see the rising offspring, the distant capital, and the distant future. Blackrock heroes? Chu Ji's lips curled into an ambitious smile. Perhaps the Blackstone family's past glory did indeed stem from a certain hero. But from this day forward, he will personally create the future glory of the Blackstone family. What he wanted to create was an era far more glorious and immortal than that of his ancestors. His descendants will not merely inherit the name Blackstone. They will be the sons of saints, the descendants of divine favor, a truly holy family with the blood of heroes flowing through their veins. Chapter 98, The Epic of Heroes. January 1st, 962nd year of the human era. The first rays of dawn in the new year pierced through the thick clouds of the northern winter, gilding the vast snowfield with a pale gold hue. The festive atmosphere in Blackrock territory did not end with the arrival of the new year. Instead, it reached its climax. This is a festival shared by all humankind pantheon. The children, dressed in brand new winter clothes, threw snowballs at each other in the thick snow, their laughter dispelling the cold. The adults left their warm houses and gathered in the square to prepare for the annual divine oracle. However, unlike the anticipation and anxiety of previous years, every citizen of Blackstone territory this year radiated genuine confidence and pride. Their lord is the Lord of Abundance, publicly crowned by the god of agriculture, and is a living saint. Regardless of who the ruling deity is this year, he will surely give their lord sufficient respect. Just as the sun reached its highest point, an indescribable, vast yet gentle will, like a warm spring breeze, swept across the entire world. It was not the power of any warlike god, but an ancient aura full of life, growth, and cycles. A pale, tender green appeared in the sky, and all things seemed to groan with joy under this power. The god of nature, an ancient deity who remained neutral in the war of the gods, has become the chief god for this year. A peaceful, neutral voice, like the wind in the forest or the flowing stream, resonated in everyone's mind. Everything in the world is in a constant cycle of reincarnation. At a time when all things wither, life is especially precious. I have issued a divine decree: every living being should plant a plant with their own hands today. Whether it is an acorn or a sprouting potato in the cellar, it will receive my blessing. Remember the power of life's germination, and you will be able to survive the long, harsh winter. As the divine voice faded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This was a gentle and benevolent oracle, and the people cheered as they dispersed, preparing to find suitable plants to complete this ritualistic task. However, Chu Ji, inside the castle's study, did not sense the gentle natural power. Just as the divine oracle of the god of nature resounded throughout the world, a more refined and domineering pure golden divine power precisely locked onto him, as if transcending the dimensions of space and dimension, directly resonating a whisper unique to him deep within his soul. Human hero, Chu Ji. The voice was authoritative and cold, carrying an almost egalitarian scrutiny and command. You are a pawn chosen by the god of humanity. Your duty is war, not gardening. You are not required to participate in the secular rituals of the god of nature. Your only divine command is kill. Any alien race you slay that dares to oppose humanity, regardless of their strength, will be recorded in my records. Orcs, ogres, gnolls, each bloodline will have a different value in merit points. These merit points can be exchanged for anything you desire. Whether it's a more powerful profession, a rarer bloodline, or even a true divine artifact. Go forth, and with the blood and wails of other races, forge an eternal throne for humanity. The golden divine power completely dissipated. Chu Ji suddenly stood up from his chair, a fine layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes held a mixture of horror and ecstasy, which eventually settled into a deep, unfathomable calm. So this is the true meaning of the hero talent. He has been summoned by the supreme god of mankind to be an agent in a divine war. Ander also entered at some point, his face showing some excitement. My lord, the oracle of the god of nature is truly gentle. It seems we will have another bountiful harvest this year. Shushi didn't answer him, but instead frowned slightly and muttered to himself, his tone carrying an undisguised tu chao, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical remarks. An alien race. He drew a large circle on the vast blank area of the huge map of the north on the wall with his finger. Is the god of humanity serious? Those alien races that truly established kingdoms and possessed brilliant civilizations, such as the underground dwarf kingdom in the south, or the elven council in the natural forests, have long been crippled and are now all very obedient. Me, go and kill them? Wouldn't that ignite a civil war within their kingdoms? As for the northern border, Shushi tapped the map hard with his fingers. Where are there any organized groups of aliens here? He turned his head and looked at Ander and Hack, who had just arrived. Tell me, what enemies are around us? Only barbarians. Hark answered without hesitation, his eyes filled with disdain, a bunch of uncivilized beasts. Some ogre tribes live in the Wailing Mountains, a few gnoll tribes roam the Black Forest, and the Ice Plains are the territory of those orc nomadic tribes whose brains are all muscles. They fight each other for territory and food, and every winter more than half of them starve to death. They can't even be considered a force. Shuji shrugged, a look of helplessness on his face, like even a clever cook can't cook without rice. Did you hear that? This is my hunting ground. A bunch of barbarians who are barely clothed, starving, and don't even have a unified language or writing system. You think you can get artifacts by defeating these grunts who can't even afford proper equipment? The god of humanity must be joking with me. However, just as Chuji's whisper fell silent, the heavy oak door to the study was smashed open from the outside with all one's might. A scout responsible for guarding the border watchtower stumbled in, his armor still stained with dark red blood that hadn't dried yet, his face filled with the terror of surviving a close call and disbelief. My lord! The scout's voice became fragmented due to his heavy breathing. North. The mining camp in the north. It's been attacked. Chushi's pupils suddenly contracted. Are they barbarians? Huck immediately stepped forward and asked sternly, how many people? No. They're not barbarians. The scout's voice suddenly rose, filled with unprecedented fear. It's orcs. I saw it with my own eyes. A dense, dark mass. Countless. Those orc tribes, ogre tribes, gnoll tribes who used to fight tooth and nail over a single deer carcass, they've all gathered together. They no longer use stone axes and bone spears, they've all donned uniform, gleaming black iron armor and battle axes. Their eyes are blood red, and they're frantically shouting a name. The scout paused, seemingly trying to recall the word that made his soul tremble. It's the beast god. They're calling out the beast god's name. After he finished speaking, the entire study fell into a deathly silence. The color drained from Hack and Ender's faces instantly, replaced by a chilling coldness. Not long ago, barbarian tribes were killing each other, but overnight, they transformed into a well-equipped, unified, and divinely guided, Orcish coalition? Chuji slowly turned around and looked at the map again. The hint of complaint and helplessness on his face had long since disappeared. Instead, a strange smile appeared, as cold as an iceberg and as excited as a hunter spotting his prey. I see. The god of mankind sent him to kill. The ancient gods themselves packed the offerings and delivered them to his table. This game of chess, played by the gods themselves, began eagerly from the very first second of the new year. Shushi's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with undisguised greed and ambition, like that of a vicious wolf. Inform Master Herbert to put down all his research. I'll give him 3 days. I want to see the first batch of black powder finished products. His voice was cold and calm, yet it sent a chill down the spines of both Huck and Ender. Ander, issue a supreme alert to all lords of the Northern Alliance. Tell them that war has come. Finally, his gaze fell on Hack, whose face was filled with murderous intent. Pass on my order, assemble the entire army. The winters in the north are too cold. A bloodbath hot enough is needed to drive away the cold. Chapter 99, Orc Invasion. The scout's blood-stained and fear-filled roar echoed violently in the deathly silent study, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The faces of Hack and Anders' 2 trusted confidants instantly turned as pale as snow. They wore uniform armor, obeyed unified commands, and even received personal guidance from the beast god. These words, when put together, were like an invisible hammer, striking their hearts hard and leaving them almost breathless. This was no longer the barbaric tribe they knew, the kind that would kill each other over a few pieces of rotten flesh. This is an army, a real war machine capable of threatening the security of the kingdom's northern border. Shuji's face did not show the same shock as his subordinates. After a brief moment of shock, a strange smile, a mixture of coldness and excitement, slowly bloomed on his lips. I see. The god of mankind sent him to kill. And those ancient gods personally packed up his merits and delivered them to his dining table. Since this is a game of chess personally played by the gods, then we must show some real skill so as not to let down this grand stage. Ignoring his subordinates' shock, Shuji quickly issued a series of orders. He ordered Master Herbert to mass-produce black powder regardless of cost, ordered Ender to issue the highest level of war alert to the Northern Alliance, and ordered Hark to assemble the most elite troops. With Shuji's series of orders, the entire Blackstone territory was like a precision war machine that was instantly activated, running at high speed. The piercing sound of sirens shattered the last vestiges of joy on Pandaria. The soldiers who were on leave immediately rushed back to the barracks and quickly put on their armor under the orders of their captains. One messenger after another rode swiftly out of the castle, carrying the Lord of Abundance's highest warning through the wind and snow to all the territories of the Northern Alliance. Panic inevitably spread throughout the territory, but Shuji ignored the unrest at the bottom. He knew very well that at this moment, any attempt to appease people would be futile. Only a resounding victory could be the best remedy to stabilize morale. One bad news after another, like snowflakes, was brought back to the castle from the north by fast horses. Reporting, Lord. Valley Town has been attacked by a large group of gnolls, and half of the town has been burned down. Our first outpost in the north has lost contact. My lord. Our caravan, which we sent to Winterfell, was ambushed on its return journey by a group of at least 300 ogres, and the entire force was wiped out. Shuji stood in front of the huge map, listening expressionlessly as Ander read out one urgent military report after another. Every time he heard a piece of news, he would plant a small black flag representing the enemy on the map. In just one afternoon, the vast land north of Blackstone territory was covered with countless black flags. These attacks may seem chaotic, but Shuji keenly discerned the crystal-clear strategic intent behind them. These alien races are clearing out all eyes and ears and barriers in the north of Blackrock territory, paving a path for a true main force to attack Blackrock Castle. Just then, a cavalry squad leader responsible for patrolling the front line stumbled in. His armor was covered with claw marks and slash marks, and his left arm had been severed at the shoulder. It had only been simply bandaged, and the bandage was soaked with blood. Grown-ups. Upon seeing Shuji, the knight knelt down on one knee, his face, pale from blood loss, filled with shock and lingering fear. We encountered the main force of the orcs on the northern slope of the Wailing Mountains. Huck immediately stepped forward to support him and asked in a deep voice. Which tribe? How many people are there? Not a tribe. It's a real army. The knight roared excitedly, there are at least 500 of them, all the strongest orcs. They wear uniform black iron armor, carry standard massive battle axes, and move in perfect unison, advancing and retreating with perfect order. They spotted us, but instead of charging at us like wild beasts, they quickly formed battle lines. The front ranks held up shields, while the rear ranks hurled short spears. Their tactical discipline was even more terrifying than that of the royal guards of the capital. Our squad of 30 men was completely wiped out in one charge. Only I managed to escape with my life on the line. The knight's words extinguished the last shred of hope in the room. This is definitely not the fighting power that ordinary barbarians could possess. There must be a divine presence behind this. I see. Shuji slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He walked to the map, pulled out a few insignificant black flags, and then picked up a larger flag with blood-red edges, planting it heavily in the location of Wailing Mountains. That is where the main force of the orcs gathers. I am their target. Shuji turned around and calmly looked at his trusted men. In that case, there's no need for us to sit at home and wait for them to knock on the door. His gaze fell on Hack, carrying an unquestionable command. Assemble the 1st and 2nd battalions, a total of 300 elite soldiers. Select the best equipment, bring all the military crossbows, and enough fuel and arrows to sustain 5 days of high-intensity combat. Meet in front of the main gate of the castle in half an hour. My lord, are you going to personally lead the attack? I asked with some concern. Hack asked. They're just a bunch of wild beasts who've only just learned how to use weapons. They're not worthy of being considered my real enemies. Shuji's tone was calm, yet it exuded immense confidence. I'm just going to present these guests who have come from afar with a welcome gift from Blackstone territory. Half an hour later. The heavy gates of Blackrock Castle slowly rose with the creaking of the winch. Outside the gate, 300 of Blackstone territory's most elite warriors were already arrayed in a strict square formation. They were clad in finely crafted chainmail captured from the Earl of Dragonkoffa's armory, wore iron helmets with nose guards, and carried identical sharp halberds and military crossbows capable of easily piercing armor. The icy wind and snow lashed against their armor, making a rustling sound, but the entire group was like a silent steel forest, without uttering a single sound. Suddenly, there was a slight commotion at the front of the group. Wearing a full set of bright silver plate armor, Shuji walked to the front of the line, surrounded by hack. He didn't ride a horse, he just stood there quietly. But the moment he appeared, the 300 soldiers felt an invisible force rising from the bottom of their hearts, dispelling the winter chill and the fear of the unknown. Their breathing became stronger, and their hands gripping their weapons became more steady. This is the aura of the warlord, silent yet powerful enough to change the course of a war. The brothers in the Ironstone Town mining camp are waiting for us to come to their rescue in the north. Shuji's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every soldier. Tell me, are you afraid? I'm not afraid. The 300 men roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and startling the snow on the city walls into falling down. Very good. Shuji mounted his horse, drew his command sword from his waist, and swung it forward sharply. Let's go. We'll flatten the Wailing Mountains and let those filthy orcs know whose territory the north is. Roar! Amidst thunderous battle cries, this elite force marched in perfect unison, like a black torrent of iron, resolutely merging into the vast blizzard of the northern border. Chapter 100, The Warlord's Debut. The Wailing Mountains, the natural barrier of the north, are now shrouded in endless snow and wind. 300 elite soldiers of Blackstone territory, like a black sword, plunged into this white wasteland without hesitation. Sir, the snowstorm is too heavy, and the brothers are losing their strength very quickly. Hack wiped the ice off his face, leaned closer to Chu Ji, and whispered something. The troops had been marching for 4 hours straight, and even though they were all strong and elite soldiers, they were beginning to show signs of fatigue in the extreme cold. Really? I think it's fine. Chu Ji responded casually. In fact, shortly after setting off, he quietly activated the first aura of the Warlord Stamina Recovery. An invisible force field, like ripples, that only he could see, enveloped the entire team, centered on him. The fatigue of every soldier was being continuously washed away and dispelled by this mysterious force. He didn't explain, but the soldiers' feelings didn't lie. As an old soldier trudged through knee-deep snow, he said to his companion, puzzled. Strange, my legs feel much more agile than usual today. I still have energy after walking for so long. You feel that way too? I thought it was because I ate an extra steamed bun this morning. I feel warm all over and not tired at all. This wonderful experience quietly spread among the team. The soldiers didn't know what was happening, but they felt as if they had inexhaustible energy when they walked behind their lord. That fear of the unknown was unconsciously replaced by a blind, unwavering belief. Sir, we've spotted some tracks ahead. The scouts rushed back, their expressions grave. Chuji made a gesture, and the entire army immediately stopped, silently crouching in the snow, blending into the environment. The scout presented a tattered piece of cloth stained with blood. These are the clothes of miners from Creek Valley. Judging from the marks, they were dragged towards the Weeping Canyon. Chuji unfolded the map, his cold gaze falling on a long, narrow area with steep cliffs on both sides. Weeping Canyon, a good name. They chose this graveyard themselves. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Trying to use the canyon as a barrier against our subsequent army? Too bad, what they're waiting for isn't an army, but my 300 brothers. Shuji's mind raced. Although the orc army was elite, they were escorting hundreds of unarmed villagers, so their marching speed was bound to be slow. This can be used to create a time difference. Hark, Shuji's voice was cold and clear. You take 50 brothers, equipped with crossbows, and immediately go around to the other side of the canyon exit. I'm giving you 1 hour to climb to the top of the cliff and lie in ambush like wolves. Yes, sir. Andre, he called out the name of another night squad leader. You will also take 50 men and sneak along the flank mountain path to find where the orcs are holding the villagers. Your objective is not to attack, but to harass and rescue them. As soon as you see my signal, create chaos and snatch them out. Snatch as many as you can. Yes, sir. Watching the two teams quickly disappear into the snowstorm, Shuji turned to the remaining 180 soldiers. Brothers, the road ahead may be a bit tough. He drew his long sword and pointed it at the entrance to the canyon. We'll go in like bait, making a big show of it. Don't they think they're so tough? We'll give them a chance to prove themselves. The soldiers didn't understand the complex tactics, but they understood their lord's confidence. No one raised any questions, everyone silently gripped their halberds. More than an hour later, deep within the Weeping Canyon, the main force of the orc army had indeed set up camp. They imprisoned the nearly 100 miners they had captured like livestock in a depression, with a dozen or so orcs guarding the area. Their commander, a one-eyed orc nearly 3 meters tall and clad in heavy black iron armor, was arrogantly striking a trembling miner with the back of his axe. "Human cowards! Where is your lord? Make him come out and die. The beast god has issued a divine decree, his head will become the stepping stone for me to ascend the throne." Just as he roared, an orc scout tumbled in. "Chief! Human army spotted at the canyon entrance. Number, approximately 200. 200 people?" The one-eyed orc let out a contemptuous laugh. "Is this all the Lord of Abundance has to offer? How utterly pathetic. Issue my order, leave 30 men to guard the slaves, and the main force will follow me into battle. I will make that human brat watch his army being crushed into mincemeat." Accompanied by harsh war cries and horn calls, more than 400 orc warriors quickly assembled and, like a black torrent, rushed toward the entrance of the canyon. They soon spotted the foolish human force. They stood in a loose line, seemingly completely unprepared to encounter the main force of the orcs here. When they saw the orcs charging towards them, they turned and ran. "Chase them! Tear them apart!" The one-eyed orc roared and charged ahead. The orcs howled and followed their leader, plunging headlong into the winding depths of the canyon. As they entered one of the narrowest bends, something unexpected happened. "Release the arrows!" A crisp command, like the call of death, rang out simultaneously from the cliff tops on both sides of the canyon. Hack and his 50 crossbowmen grinned menacingly. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of crossbow bolts, gleaming with a cold light, rained down at the same time, at an almost vertical angle. The narrow terrain prevented the elite orcs from setting up their battle formations. They were huddled together, becoming perfect sitting ducks. The crossbow bolts easily pierced through the gaps in their helmets and the weak points in their armor. Put! Put! Blood splattered everywhere, and screams and roars filled the air. In a single encounter, nearly 100 orcs were struck by arrows and fell to the ground. The orcs that followed tripped over the corpses of their comrades, and the entire group instantly descended into chaos. An ambush! A trap! Retreat! The one-eyed orc roared in shock and rage, realizing he had been tricked. However, it was too late. Behind them, Zhu Ji and his 180 infantrymen, like ghosts emerging from the snow, silently blocked their retreat. "Dinner is served, everyone." Zhu Ji's voice was eerily calm as he simultaneously activated both the E-Power Boost and Stamina Recovery auras. Roar! At the same time, all 180 soldiers felt the divine blessing emanating from the Lord. My body, which was slightly tired from the forced march, was instantly filled with a warm current, as if I had returned to the moment when I was most energetic. And their arms were filled with an unprecedented force, making the halberds in their hands feel as light as straws. "Form ranks. Advance." Following Zhu Ji's command, the soldiers of Blackrock territory formed an impenetrable wall of steel and took the initiative to meet the orcs who were turning around and charging. Clang! The soldier at the very front rank slammed his tower shield into an orc's battle axe. The orc originally thought that this axe would be enough to shatter the bones of the tiny human in front of him, but the result of the collision was unbelievable. Its battle axe was thrown back by a terrifying force, causing its tiger's mouth to split open, while the human tower shield only swayed slightly. Before it could react, a halberd shot out like a venomous snake. With the power boost, the halberd tip easily tore through the orc's standard iron armor, which he was so proud of, and pierced through his chest. Such scenes were playing out simultaneously in every corner of the battlefield. The soldiers of Blackrock territory, empowered by the double aura, transformed into tireless and incredibly powerful war machines. The Orcish onslaught they once thought was insurmountable now seemed like child's play. They calmly parried and precisely thrust, working in groups of 3 or 5, like a sophisticated meat grinder, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the orcs. The orcs were completely stunned. These humans are weird. They slaughtered their proud compatriots as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. They never got tired or injured. The power they possessed was simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. It's witchcraft. This is demonic witchcraft. Orcs began to scream in despair. Run. Once morale collapses, it's like an avalanche that can't be stopped. This once disciplined orc army has now completely degenerated into a pack of ferocious beasts, trampling each other in the narrow canyon in an attempt to escape the impassable steel defense. On the other side, Andrei's raid was also a complete success. After the main force was lured away, the 30 orcs left behind were no match for the 50 elite soldiers and were overwhelmed almost instantly. Hundreds of captured villagers were successfully rescued. When the battle ended, the entire Weeping Canyon truly became a place of weeping for the orcs. The ground was littered with the mangled corpses of orcs, their crimson blood staining the pristine snow a shocking shade of red. The rescued villagers knelt on the ground, looking at the young lord who stood atop the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, his bright silver plate armor spotless, his eyes filled with the ecstasy of surviving a catastrophe and an unparalleled fervent worship. Praise be to you, Lord of Abundance. You are our Savior. Chapter 101, Embers of Winter. Dawn comes exceptionally late to Weeping Canyon. The biting wind howled through the canyon, carrying away the last trace of blood, leaving behind only the scent of frozen, hard earth and pine needles. The battle had ended a day and a night ago, and the deafening shouts and screams of yesterday seemed like a distant memory. Now, only the sounds of Chuji's soldiers clearing the battlefield and their low commands remain in the canyon. It is very efficient. The stiff orc corpses were dragged together and gathered in one place, ready to be burned in unison. Most of the soldiers responsible for moving the corpses were surrendered soldiers recruited from the territory of Earl of Lanka. This was a tough job, and also a task that tested their obedience. An old soldier was about to throw the corpse of a wolf rider onto the pile of corpses when he tripped over something under his feet. He looked down and saw an orc battle axe. He initially intended to kick it away, but his instincts, honed from years of dealing with weapons, made him hesitate. He bent down and picked up the battle axe. The quantity received was incorrect. Too heavy, too stable. The veteran weighed the axe in his hand and then flicked the blade with his finger. The sound it produced was crisp and resonant, unlike the inferior ironware forged by those miscellaneous tribes. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the axe blade had only a few tiny nicks, and the axe handle was meticulously polished and weighted. What made his heart skip a beat was that at the end of each axe was a ferocious wolf head emblem. Captain Hack, the veteran said, not daring to be careless, and approached Hack, who was supervising the work, holding up his battle axe. Take a look at this. Hack took the battle axe, glanced at it, and his face darkened. Without saying a word, he quickly walked to the pile of corpses and turned over the tattered leather armor on several orc corpses. The wolf head emblem was also branded onto the lining of the leather armor. He inspected more than a dozen orc soldiers in a row. Whether they were wolf riders or ordinary orc infantry, their equipment and insignia were almost identical. Damn it, Hack cursed under his breath, these aren't tribal scramblers, they're a full-fledged army. This discovery seemed to bring back the lingering stench of blood from the battlefield in an even colder way. In the center of the temporary camp, a campfire was burning brightly. Baron Bear Roar and his northern allies rubbed their hands together, their faces showing no warmth, but rather unease and anxiety. Before them lay mountains of gleaming, cold spoils. Thousands of fine orc weapons and hundreds of sets of still usable leather armor were piled up into a small mountain. On the other side were hundreds of bulging sacks of grain. These are all the results of the great victory in Weeping Canyon. However, even though the cake is big, how to divide it is a critical problem. In this battle, Chushi's Blackstone territory was the main force, while these so-called allies were at most just following along, cheering and chasing after the fleeing soldiers at the end. If we're really going by merit, they don't even deserve to lick the plate. A young baron whispered to his father beside him. Father, how much do you think Lord Chuji will give us? If he gives us a few dozen weapons, we'll have made a killing. The old baron glared at his son and lowered his voice. Make money my ass. It's a miracle we weren't swallowed up by him. Can't you see? This Lord of Abundance is now the master of war. The young baron was speechless, and when he looked at the young figure standing in front of the mountain of weapons, calmly wiping a captured longsword, his eyes were filled with awe. Chushi finally finished wiping the knife. He didn't look at anyone, but simply stuck the long knife into the ground in front of him. Gentlemen. His voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced everyone's murmur. This victory was not achieved by Chuji alone, but by all the warriors in the Northern Territory who refused to surrender. He spread his arms and pointed to the mountain of weapons. These are our shared spoils of war. I have decided to distribute 30% of them, according to the number of troops you have contributed this time. In an instant, the entire camp was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Baron Bear Roar couldn't believe his ears. He opened his mouth wide. Your Excellency, you mean 30%? That's over 1,000 pieces of weaponry and equipment. That's enough to arm these ragtag troops to the teeth. Certainly. Shushi smiled and pointed to the grain sack beside him. I will sell these grains to everyone here first at half the market price. I know that winter is coming and everyone is having a hard time. If the decision just now was shocking, then now it's pure joy and gratitude. A nobleman stood up excitedly and bowed deeply to Chu Ji. Your Excellency, your generosity is warmer than the sun in the sky. Your Excellency is mighty. We are willing to die for you, sir. Flattery and expressions of loyalty rose and fell in waves. Shushi did not stop him, but listened quietly. He knew that these old hands from the north couldn't be tamed by favors alone. He had to show them greater benefits and deeper fears. He raised his hand and made a pressing motion. The scene fell silent again. Shushi walked to the pile of weapons, picked up a battle axe at random, raised it high, and his voice became loud and powerful. Everyone, put away your gratitude. Because this is just the beginning. This is both the reward you deserve and a means for us to have a sharper blade when we face the orcs next time. Tell me, do you want more weapons? Do you want more food? Do you want your people to no longer have to fear the jackals of the grasslands? Think. This time, he was answered by a unified roar from all the northern nobles. Their eyes were red as they stared intently at Chu Ji, as if they had seen a god who could lead them out of poverty and humiliation. At this moment, Chu Ji's prestige underwent a transformation in the hearts of the people, from Lord of Abundance to war leader. A northern alliance with him at its absolute core has already taken shape. Chu Ji nodded in satisfaction, but there was no joy in his heart. He gazed at the northern sky, his eyes deep and unfathomable. You're celebrating too soon. The real enemy hasn't even appeared at the poker table yet. It was late at night. Inside the command tent, the charcoal in the brazier burned bright red, casting long shadows of the three figures. Butler Ander was reporting the final count of the spoils, while Captain Hack of the Royal Guard stood solemnly to the side. Chushi ignored Ander's report. His entire attention was focused on the Orcish military equipment laid out on the table in front of him: uniform battle axes, rough but sturdy leather armor, and sharp triangular arrowheads. Hark, what did the prisoners say? Chushi asked without looking up. Huck stepped forward and answered in a deep voice. The interrogation is over, Lord. Most of the orcs are like madmen, only shouting glory of the beast god. However, a few cowardly cowards did confess. They say that this attack is a joint operation launched by all the tribes, large and small, on the grasslands under the orders of a great Khan who has just unified the grasslands. Their target is very clear: it's aimed at you and at our Blackstone territory. The Great Khan? Shushi picked up the battle axe engraved with the wolf's head emblem, his fingers tracing the cold patterns, a mocking smile playing on his lips. A disorganized orc tribe, and suddenly a great Khan appears who can unify everyone? And overnight, he even equips everyone with new gear? Thinking about what had happened to him, a guess immediately formed in his mind. He raised his head and glanced at Ander and Hack's surprised and uncertain faces. This is no work of an ordinary person. Shushi spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice not loud, yet it made the temperature inside the tent drop several degrees. A unified system, unified command, unified belief. There is a god driving this. And we, unfortunately, have become his target. He slammed the battle axe heavily onto the map, the blade landing precisely on the location of Weeping Canyon. What we defeated in Weeping Canyon was nothing more than a small pebble that the gods casually tossed out to explore the way. Ander and Hack followed his gaze. On that rudimentary map of the north, Blackrock Depths and Weeping Canyon were merely isolated corners. To their north, the vast territory marked Endless Grassland resembles a crouching behemoth, slowly opening its blood-red eyes. Shuji's expression was more solemn than ever before. He knew that the blizzard sweeping across the north had only just begun. This is no longer a territorial dispute between nobles, nor a war between ordinary people. This is a war waged by the agents of the gods, and he is the first piece pushed to the front line of the chessboard. Chapter 102, Distribution of Loot. The prisoner of war camp in Weeping Canyon was less of a camp and more of a huge cage hastily enclosed by sharpened wooden stakes. Thousands of orc prisoners were crammed inside, and the smell of wounds and filth mixed together was pungent even in the cold wind. Most of the orcs had an unquenchable flame of hatred burning in their eyes, and they cursed the patrolling soldiers with the most vicious language. Hark, how's the interrogation going? Chu Ji, wearing a thick bearskin cloak, stood outside the cage, speaking calmly. Huck walked over with a sullen look on his face and shook his head. Sir, these bastards have mouths harder than rocks in a latrine. All they do is howl about the glory of the beast god and shout that they want to kill us to avenge their compatriots. He paused, then added, however, what is certain is that their actions were indeed organized under the oracle of the beast god. They call you a blasphemer and a false saint, and believe that what they are waging against you is a holy war. A holy war? Shuji laughed, a hint of amusement in his smile. Interesting. But if I slaughter them all, wouldn't I seem too petty? Hark was taken aback, and subconsciously asked, Sir, do you mean? Pass down the order. Shuji's gaze swept over the faces of the orcs, some fierce, some desperate, not kill a single one. From today onward, they are no longer prisoners of war. That is Hak couldn't understand. Shuji's lips curled slightly as he uttered a few words that sounded unfamiliar to Hak. They were the first batch of my Blackstone territory state assets and vital infrastructure workforce. What, force? Shuji didn't explain further, he just waved his hand. Bring over the plain bread and hot soup prepared in the kitchen, and call a few auxiliary soldiers who know how to treat external injuries to treat the wounds of those who are about to die. We can't afford to lose our assets so easily. The command was executed quickly. When several carts of steaming hot bread and buckets of boiling soup were pushed outside the cages, the beastmen who had been cursing instantly fell silent. They sniffed the simple aroma of food, their Adam's apples bobbing, and the ferocity in their eyes replaced by a primal hunger. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Shuji walked to the front of the cage. Then, he spoke in a slightly awkward but clear enough orc language. The entire prisoner of war camp was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Your beast god abandoned you after your defeat. His first words were like a heavy hammer blow, striking the hearts of every orc. He only enjoys the offerings of the victors and never heeds the cries of the vanquished. You fight for him, only to become forgotten corpses in return. Many orcs showed pain and struggle in their eyes, but even more so, they showed anger at being hit where it hurt. Ignoring their anger, Shuji continued, but my god, the god of mankind, taught me that every life has its value. Therefore, I give you a chance to live. He pointed to the food. From this day forward, you are no longer warriors, but laborers of my Blackrock territory. You will use your sweat and labor to cultivate wasteland, build city walls, and exchange your lives for food and shelter. He paused for a moment, then raised his voice a few decibels. Listen up. The rules here are simple. Anyone who tries to slack off will go hungry. Only those who work hard will get enough to eat and drink. Those who do well can even get double the bread. Your lives are in your own hands, not in the hands of some damn beast god. This simple and blunt declaration stirred up all the orc prisoners. Seeing the change in their eyes, Shuji knew the time was right. He threw out the final, and most lethal, bait. I know that many of you come from weak tribes and are often oppressed by powerful tribes. They eat meat, while you can only gnaw on bones. I promise you that as long as you cleanse your sins through labor, you may even have the opportunity to become my true subjects and own a piece of land of your own in Blackrock territory. Here, there is no oppression, only giving and receiving. Boom! These words completely ignited the orc captives' emotions. Those stubborn orcs who had previously clamored for the glory of the beast god have now fallen silent. Those orcs of humble origins no longer harbored hatred in their eyes, but instead had a spark of hope ignited within them. Differentiation was thus completed imperceptibly. Baron Bear Roar and his northern allies, who were watching from a distance, were all dumbfounded. My goodness, he really treats orcs like livestock? No, this is much harsher than treating them like animals. This is going to completely re-engineer their brains. He can even manipulate enemies to this extent. This Viscount's magnanimity and methods are truly unfathomable. As everyone looked at Shuji's retreating figure, their awe deepened. They were thankful to be allies, not enemies on the opposing side. However, just as Shuji had finished appeasing the new assets and was preparing to discuss with his allies how to utilize this free labor force to carry out the spring major infrastructure construction, an unexpected change occurred. A scout rode a fast horse galloping from the south, the horse foaming at the mouth, clearly rushing for its life. Report! The scout dismounted a dozen steps away from Shuji, the immense inertia causing him to stagger a few steps before finally kneeling on one knee to regain his balance. My lord! A large force has been spotted on the southern border and is heading towards our Blackstone territory. Baron Bear Roar laughed heartily. What's there to be afraid of? Maybe they're sent by the king to deliver a reward. The scout was panting heavily, his face unusually grave. He shouted with all his might. They are not only flying the royal golden lion flag. But at the very center of the procession, there's also the imperial eagle flag. The empire's eagle banner? These four words were like a thunderclap, instantly freezing the smiles on the faces of all the nobles present. The north is bitterly cold, and it has been decades since that flag, symbolizing the highest power of mankind, has been seen. Chu Xi's pupils suddenly contracted. They've arrived. The protector from the empire, mentioned in the decree of the god of mankind, has finally arrived. Is this a helpful ally, or a hungrier jackal? Chapter 103, The Orc's Wrath. Unlike the tense atmosphere in Blackrock territory caused by the arrival of the imperial guests, the true eye of the storm in the north lies deep within the more distant and brutal Endless Plains. This is White Wolf Plains, the heart of the Orcish Horde alliance. Tens of thousands of enormous tents stretched as far as the eye could see, like a gray-brown forest. Countless totem poles pierce the sky, adorned with the skulls of ferocious beasts, their dried bloodstains whispering tales of the land's wildness and untamed nature in the cold wind. The air was thick with the pungent smell of roasted meat, cheap beer, and testosterone, a mixture of oppressive, restless, and explosive energy. Tens of thousands of orc warriors from different tribes gathered here, waiting for news of victory to come from Weeping Canyon. However, what they received was not the triumphant horn, but a few wolf riders who looked like stray dogs. The lead wolf rider captain, his mount half burnt and himself missing half an ear, tumbled off the wolf's back and was dragged, tumbling and crawling, into the heart of the steppes power the Lion King, Ugrim Bloodclaw. The Golden Tent. Inside the tent, the floor was covered with complete giant bear pelts, and dozens of burning braziers illuminated the place as bright as day. Ugrim Bloodclaw, whose stature was as large as a small mountain, sat upright on a throne carved from a mammoth skull. The crisscrossing scars on his face resembled badges of honor, and just sitting there, he exuded a suffocating aura of power. Below him sat more than a dozen tribal chiefs with equally imposing auras, including wolf, bear, and tiger tribes, virtually all the powerful tribes on the grassland that could be named. In the shadows of a corner, an orc shaman draped in a long robe of black feathers was poking at a brazier with a bone staff, his murky eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. The atmosphere froze the moment the wolf rider captain knelt down. Explain. Ugrim's voice was deep and hoarse, like two boulders rubbing against each other. Great Khan. The wolf cavalry captain trembled violently, the fear of defeat far outweighing the terrifying rage of the great Khan before him. In order to survive, and also because of the tremor that came from the depths of his soul, he almost screamed out the words he had already prepared. We've lost. Our entire army has been wiped out. We've fallen into a trap. It was a despicable and shameless massacre. He began to describe the nightmarish battle incoherently, each word fueling the fury within the tent. That human lord named Chu Xi didn't fight us head on at all. He's like a rat lurking in the shadows, laying traps all over the Weeping Canyon. Our vanguard charged in, but the ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed, and countless brothers fell into deep pits filled with sharp stakes. They didn't even have time to scream. On both sides of the valley, he had ambushed countless archers, and our wolf riders couldn't even get going. Upon hearing this, heavy breathing and suppressed roars filled the tent. Using traps against charging warriors was, in their eyes, the greatest insult. Seeing this, the wolf rider captain knew he had stirred up emotions, so he spoke even more enthusiastically, as if he wanted to vent all his shame. When we finally broke through the trap zone and were ready to fight them to the death, we discovered that their army outnumbered us several times over. A dark mass of them poured out from every corner of the canyon. They weren't fighting, they were trying to overwhelm us with their lives. That was not a glorious battle, Great Khan. It was a coward's trick. That Chu Xi, he stole this victory with forces several times larger than ours and with the most despicable trap. The carefully crafted words spoken by this survivor perfectly explained why a vanguard army of tens of thousands of elite soldiers was defeated by a mere few thousand humans. This is not a war, it is a ruthless trampling of the orc's honor. On Ugrim Bloodclaw's usually placid face, the muscles began to bulge one by one. He didn't speak, but the veins on the back of his hand gripping the armrest of the throne bulged, and he pinched the hard bone armrest into fine cracks. That's enough. He finally spoke, interrupting the wolf rider captain's lament, and turned his gaze to the shaman in the corner. Lazar, what is the beast god's opinion on this? The shaman, known as Lazar, slowly stood up and slammed his bone staff on the ground. He grabbed a handful of blood-red powder and threw it into the largest brazier in front of him. Call. Flames shot into the sky, twisting in midair into a huge, angry beast's face. Immediately afterwards, a gap was torn open at the top of the tent without warning, and a blood-red lightning bolt, like a divine punishment spear, struck straight into the brazier. Boom! The violent shockwaves blew the surrounding chieftains off their feet, and the entire golden tent shook violently. An overwhelming, pungent smell of blood and sulfur instantly filled everyone's nostrils. Under the raging divine power, the shaman Lazar fell into a frenzied excitement. He spread his arms wide and shouted in a hoarse voice, a mixture of fervor and awe. The beast god is enraged. A divine decree has been issued. That human has desecrated the sacred battlefield with trickery and traps. He has stolen the right of our warriors to die in glorious battle. This cowardly act is the greatest disrespect to the beast god. The oracle says, his head must be used to pay tribute to our compatriots who were killed by trickery. We must defend the honor of our people with an overwhelming head-on battle. The shaman's voice echoed within the tent, each word striking the hearts of all the orc chieftains. The shame of previous defeat has vanished, replaced by an endless rage and fanatical fighting spirit ignited by divine will and humiliation. Ygrimme Bloodclaw slowly stood up. His mountain-like figure obscured the leaping flames behind him, casting a huge shadow. He walked to the center of the tent and pulled out the giant battle axe, which was wider than a door panel, from the weapon rack. Clang! He stepped out of the main tent and slammed his battle axe heavily on the ground, the clanging sound of metal echoing throughout the entire White Wolf Plain. In the square, tens of thousands of orc warriors who had been eagerly waiting all turned their attention to their great Khan. The setting sun cast Ygrimme's shadow long and thin. He raised his battle axe high, its blade reflecting a bloodthirsty red light, and with all his might let out a roar that shook the entire plains. All troops assemble. Sound the horn of revenge. This time, I will personally lead the expedition to crush Blackstone territory and offer that coward's skull to the great beast god. After a brief silence, a thunderous response followed. Roar! Ygrimme! A blood debt must be paid in blood. Tens of thousands of orc warriors pounded their battle axes and hammers against their breastplates and shields, creating a deafening metallic roar. The desolate yet powerful war horns rose and fell, converging into a torrent of revenge that swept across the land. An unprecedented war, staking the honor and future of the entire race, is about to begin. Chapter 104, The Empire's Eagle Banner. The Empire's Eagle Banner? When those 5 words were uttered with difficulty by the scout, the entire temporary camp instantly fell into an eerie silence. The atmosphere that was joyful just a moment ago because of the prospect of a bumper harvest and the acquisition of new assets was instantly wiped out by an invisible hand. Even Baron Beror's signature, rugged and hearty laughter was stuck in his throat, and his expression was like a frozen waterfall, both comical and stiff. The North is bitterly cold and has been forgotten by the Empire for far too long. The nobles present, from birth to the present, had heard mostly about the endless legends of the Empire and the cruel laws of the tax officials, but had never actually seen the double-headed eagle flag that symbolized the highest power in the human world. It is a totem that exists only in the epics of bards and the highest archives of the kingdom. Each of its appearances signifies a major event that could reshape the continental landscape. This time, it appeared in the north, right after they had just achieved a small, overconfident victory. Everyone's eyes instinctively focused on Chu Ji. This young man, who had just led them to create a miracle, became their only source of reassurance. What's the panic? Chu Ji's voice remained calm as always. He even seemed to be tightening his bearskin cloak, as if he were simply discussing tonight's late-night snack. He glanced around at his panicked allies and smiled faintly. What's meant to be will be. Since they've come under the banner of royalty and the Empire, we can't just turn our guests away, can we? Ander. The butler, Ander, who had been standing by his side, immediately stepped forward. My lord, what are your orders? Pass on my order, the entire army shall line up, open the main gate of the castle, and prepare to welcome our distinguished guest. Also, have the kitchen prepare a banquet of the highest standard. Chu Ji's composure was like a warm current, slowly seeping into the cold hearts of everyone present. Baron Beror rubbed his stiff face, leaned closer to Chu Ji, and lowered his voice. Your Excellency, do you think these old men from the Empire aren't here to steal the fruits of our labor? We just drove away the orcs, and here they are. What a coincidence. Coincidence? There aren't that many coincidences in this world. Chu Ji's eyes were deep, and a meaningful smile curved his lips. Don't worry, Uncle Xianho. Whether they come as lions or lambs, once they arrive in my Blackstone territory, they have to follow my rules. Let's go and meet these protectors from the heart of the Empire. Outside Blackrock Castle, a vast area had already been cleared out. Chu Ji, dressed in a brand new Viscount's uniform with the Heart of Abundance amulet hanging on his chest, stood at the very front of the line. Behind him stood a host of corps generals, including Hark and Baron Bearhowl, along with allies from the north. Further behind were 500 Blackstone soldiers clad in heavy armor and wielding sharp blades, arranged in neat square formations, their military bearing solemn. However, when the Imperial army slowly appeared on the distant horizon, all the majesty and imposing presence that Blackstone territory had carefully cultivated were instantly washed away. What kind of army was that? At the very front of the procession were hundreds of knights clad in gleaming silver plate armor, riding magnificent warhorses whose armor was adorned with shimmering runes. They weren't running at full speed, but rather advancing with a steady pace, yet they seemed like a moving steel mountain, each step landing on everyone's hearts, bringing a suffocating sense of oppression. Surrounded by them, dozens of exquisitely decorated carriages slowly approached, each pulled by 4 pure white horses, with intricate magical patterns carved on their bodies. In the very center of the procession, 2 enormous flags fluttered in the wind. On one side was the royal golden lion flag, which appeared somewhat dim against the backdrop of the other flag. Because on the other side, the entire body is pitch black, with a ferocious giant eagle with 2 heads embroidered in gold thread, looking down on all living beings. The Empire's Eagle Banner. All the Northerners who saw this flag involuntarily held their breath. The aura of this team was unlike any army they had ever seen. This is not an army for fighting, but a ceremonial force to display power and authority. It seemed to be announcing in the most direct way, civilization has arrived here. Finally, the group stopped about 100 meters from Blackrock Castle. The most magnificent carriage in the center had its doors respectfully opened by a servant. 2 figures slowly walked out under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The person in the lead was a tall woman. She wore a well-tailored set of silver paladin armor, beneath which lay a perfectly sculpted physique. The bulging shoulder muscles were smooth and powerful, and with each swing of the arm, one could see the knotted strength beneath the armor. The tightly cinched waist doesn't make her look slender, instead, it allows one to feel the amazing core strength it contains. Her thighs were full and strong, encased in metal greaves, as if they could snap the neck of a giant bear. Her dazzling golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her azure eyes, like sapphires, shone with arrogance and scrutiny. When she appeared, all the light in the world seemed to converge on her. She is not just beautiful, she is the perfect embodiment of strength, health, and noble lineage. Beautiful God! Baron Bear stared in disbelief, almost losing his composure as he whispered in amazement, drool practically dripping from his mouth. This is simply a goddess descended to earth. That physique, those muscles, he could probably kill a bull with one punch. So beautiful. The northern nobles present, regardless of gender, all showed expressions of infatuation, admiration, and even fanaticism. This is the most perfect woman in their hearts. Brunhild, the eldest princess of the Empire, is a walking sculpture of a goddess of beauty. However, just as everyone was immersed in praising Brunhild, another figure appeared behind her, instantly shattering the harmonious beauty. That was the Empire's second princess, Seraphina. In stark contrast to her sister's dazzling brilliance, her appearance seemed to create an oppressive atmosphere. She wore a loose-fitting monk's robe, but it still couldn't hide her ugly body, which looked like it was terminally ill. Her figure was so slender that it seemed as if a gust of wind could break her. Her arms, devoid of any muscle definition, were as thin as 2 reeds. The exposed skin was deathly pale, giving it an unhealthy, sickly appearance. Although the features were delicate, they looked like jewels inlaid on a skull against the backdrop of such a frail body, making the figure appear eerie and pathetic. My God, how could the royal family have such descendants? A young nobleman instinctively turned his head away, his face full of disgust. This is a disgrace to our bloodline. Look at her legs, they're thinner than my arms. How can a woman like that give birth to healthy offspring? Shoo, keep your voice down. They say this princess is a magical genius, but what good is that? She walks like she's about to fall apart. What a waste of that face. Disgust, pity, and contempt were undisguisedly directed at Seraphina. She seemed to have gotten used to all of this, and just curiously looked around at the scenery. Her lively black eyes were like those of a leaping deer. Finally, somewhat unexpectedly, they stopped on Chu Ji's face at the front of the line. Because Chu Ji's reaction was different from everyone else's. His gaze lingered on Princess Brunhild, whom everyone revered as a goddess, for only a moment, as if he were assessing a robust animal, polite yet distant. Immediately afterwards, his gaze was fixed on the morbidly ugly second princess behind her. There was no disdain or pity in that gaze, but rather a heartfelt appreciation and fervent admiration, as if it were a priceless treasure. Just then, an imperial minister dressed in magnificent robes stepped forward, unrolled a scroll of parchment, and, in a melodious tone filled with condescension and a sense of entitlement, began to read aloud. By the joint decree of His Majesty the Great Emperor and the esteemed King Reinhardt, Viscount Chu Ji of the North, in times of crisis, eradicated the corrupt and despicable for the kingdom, and defended the human territory when the barbarians invaded, his merits are outstanding. However, the north is remote, and there is a fear that some villains may covet it. Therefore, the Imperial Princess Brunhilde and Princess Serafina, leading the Imperial Holy Knights, have been specially dispatched to provide protection. We hope that you will be grateful for the Emperor's grace, remain loyal to your duties, and not fail the expectations of the Empire and the royal family. After the lengthy imperial decree was read out, before Chu Ji could even respond, a pressure far more intense than the arrogance in the words descended upon him. Princess Brunhild took a step forward. Just one step. A powerful pressure formed from holy light, like a tangible giant wave, instantly enveloped the entire Blackstone Territory's army. The weaker soldiers even felt short of breath and their legs went weak. Her azure eyes, like two drawn swords, pierced straight at Chu Ji. "You are Chu Ji?" Her voice was cold and arrogant, carrying an unquestionable tone of command. "I have been ordered to protect you. However, the Empire's protection is only given to true warriors, not to the lucky ones who succeed through opportunism. Now, I need to confirm it with my own eyes. Do you deserve this supreme honor from the Empire?" Before she finished speaking, her legendary and terrifying aura surged again, as if she was about to make a move at any moment. The atmosphere at the scene instantly plummeted to freezing point. Chapter 105, Serafina's Surprise. Brunhild's challenge was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating not just ripples, but a raging storm. The oppressive force of the solidified holy light made all the soldiers of Blackrock territory and their northern allies feel a tightness in their chests, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on their heads. Hark and Baron Baror's expressions changed drastically. Their hands were already on their sword hilts, and they stared at the arrogant figure encased in perfect armor with hostile eyes. In the rules of the North, this is a blatant provocation. As long as Chu Ji gives the order, they wouldn't mind letting this imperial princess who has come from afar taste the claws of the northern wolf. However, Chu Ji simply raised his hand calmly and pressed it down lightly, stopping everyone behind him from acting impulsively. He even had a slight smile on his face, as if he couldn't feel the immense pressure directed at him at all. "My power does not come from my fists, Your Highness." His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present, like a clear spring that instantly dispelled the tense and suffocating atmosphere. "It comes from the trust my people have in me, and from my ability to provide them with enough to eat and wear during the cold winter." Chu Ji cleverly avoided the topic of the opponent's personal strength and directly steered the conversation to the grand narrative of governing the country. This decisive move left Brunhild, who was poised to unleash her power, feeling utterly frustrated, as if she had punched cotton. She could suppress one person with holy light, could she really suppress the hearts and minds of an entire territory? Seeing Brunhild's slightly paused expression, Chu Ji's smile widened, and he made a pleased gesture. "Guests from afar, esteemed guests from the capital, have had a long journey. I have prepared a simple meal and wine. Please step aside and savor the humble fare of our Blackstone territory." The atmosphere in the banquet hall of Blackstone Castle was both lively and peculiar. The nobles of the Empire had imagined how vulgar the banquets of the border lords would be, perhaps consisting of moldy black bread or pungent roasted meat, accompanied by the rude shouts and curses of a group of drunkards. But when they walked in, the sight before them stunned them. There are no extravagant magic crystal chandeliers, no expensive elven brocade tablecloths, and no scantily clad maids carrying silver platters. There were only dozens of long tables made of huge logs, filled with freshly baked, steaming white bread. The golden brown bread has a crispy crust, while the inside is filled with a rich wheat aroma. Large chunks of sizzling, oily roasted meat were piled up like mountains, next to which were vegetables boiled in water and sprinkled with only a little rock salt. What they found most incomprehensible was that soldiers and civilians, nobles and artisans were all sitting together in the hall without any distinction of seating arrangements. They laughed and talked loudly, ate meat heartily, and drank wine from large bowls, their faces beaming with a genuine and pure joy. Brunhild and the imperial nobles behind her frowned almost instinctively. In their eyes, this scene, devoid of any order or manners, was a regression of civilization, a carnival of country folk, utterly vulgar and unbearable. However, when Chu Ji appeared in the hall, the entire scene instantly underwent a strange change. All the noisy citizens, whether drunken soldiers or newly assigned craftsmen, seemed to freeze, standing up in unison and staring fervently at their lord. They placed their right hands on their chests, and with all their might, let out a unified roar. "Praise be to the Lord of Abundance! Praise be to the Viscount!" The sound waves were like a tidal wave, shaking the entire dome of the hall. These scenes left Brunhild and the others speechless. In the capital, the people they saw either awe, fear, or indifference in their eyes. But here, in the eyes of these commoners, there was an undisguised, almost godlike, fervent worship and adoration for Chu Ji. One of the accompanying imperial ministers was horrified. He lowered his voice and whispered in Brunhild's ear, "Your Highness, this kind of support is a breeding ground for rebellion. It must be corrected." Brunhild did not answer. She simply stared intently at the figure chatting and laughing in the crowd, and for the first time, a serious emotion appeared in her azure eyes. Meanwhile, Princess Serafina, who had little interest in politics and military force, was drawn to something else entirely. Her gaze fell on a few women who were quietly eating at a separate table not far away. Evelyn, Cheshire, and the Ella sisters. Compared to the robust, muscular women of the north around them, these women were described as slender and frail, completely defying the mainstream aesthetic standards of this world. However, their clothing was very appropriate. Although it wasn't the luxurious style of the capital, it was made of high-quality materials, far superior to that of ordinary maids. Moreover, their demeanor carried the composure and tranquility of mistresses. Serafina's curiosity was completely piqued. Why is this peculiar lord surrounded by such a group of sickly people who are despised by the world? And their status seems to be quite high? She walked over gracefully, holding a wineglass, with a flawless, sweet smile on her face. "Sisters, may I sit here? The banquet is too noisy, and I feel a little uncomfortable." When Evelyn and the others saw the imperial princess arrive in person, they quickly stood up and bowed, appearing somewhat flattered. Serafina sat down seemingly casually and began chatting with them. They talked about everything from the customs and traditions of the north to the daily life in the castle. "You all look very well," Serafina chuckled, covering her mouth. "It seems the Viscount is very good at taking care of people. I wonder what positions you ladies hold in the castle. You must all be the Viscount's right-hand women?" Ella is relatively straightforward and proud of her identity. She smiled and replied, "My sisters and I are all wives of our husbands, and we are responsible for managing some household affairs." Puff. Serafina nearly spat out her fruit wine, but her excellent royal manners allowed her to hold it back. However, a storm raged within her. Husband? Wife? Them? This Chu Ji not only has bizarre taste, but he's also assembled an entire ugly women harem? Is he insane? Or is he doing some kind of large-scale performance art? As a princess of the empire, Serafina's mind worked quickly. She immediately dismissed the option that Chu Ji was simply a weirdo. Someone who had reached this point could not possibly be a fool. Therefore, the only explanation is that these women have value that she cannot see. Bloodline. It must be some extremely secretive and powerful bloodline. This thought made Serafina's heart skip a beat, and the way she looked at Chu Ji instantly changed. She decided to verify her hypothesis immediately. "Oh dear," Serafina said, feigning concern as she looked at Cheshire, "this lady seems a little pale. Is it because the northern climate is too cold? I happen to have some basic life magic skills, so I can examine people's bodies and regulate their vital energy. If you don't mind, may I take a look at you ladies?" Before anyone could object, a faint, almost invisible magical glow appeared on Serafina's slender, pale fingers. She didn't use any high-level detection spells, as those would be too easy to detect. She simply cast the lowest level, aura perception, a rudimentary trick in the eyes of an archmage, akin to observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. This spell cannot reveal specific bloodlines or data, but it can roughly sense a person's life force fluctuations and energy attribute tendencies. A faint ripple of magic emanated from her, silently sweeping across the four women on the table. The next second, the feedback froze Serafina's delicate smile on her face. The auras that Ella and Lena gave back were as bland as a glass of water. They were just ordinary people, and their life force fluctuations were even weaker than those of a typical village woman from the north. Fake? Just two ordinary people? Serafina's heart skipped a beat. Does he have a taste for this kind of thing, and also like the buy one get one free deal? Ripples of magic brushed past Evelyn. This time, Seraphine sensed an extremely faint anomaly. Deep within Evelyn's life aura, there seemed to be a wisp of silver light, finer than a spider's thread, carrying an ancient and serene aura. But this light was too dim, appearing and disappearing, like a candle flame about to go out, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. It has bloodline, but it's so thin it's almost negligible? Serafina's mind raced. This level of thin bloodline wouldn't even be included in the Empire's lowest level bloodline database. It's not even worth a decent magic crystal. Finally, there is Cheshire, who appears to be the most delicate. Within her aura, Serafina sensed a hint of warmth? Yes, just a tiny, almost imperceptible warmth, hidden deep within the layers of life force. That warmth was pure and bright, yet pitifully weak, like a spark buried beneath an abyss. This seems to be elven blood? As a lord, how could he marry a half-blood? Seraphina was completely stunned. None of the earth-shattering treasures or hidden divine bloodlines she had envisioned were there. Two of them are just ordinary people, while the bloodlines of the other two, though special, are so thin as to be almost non-existent, and therefore have no investment value whatsoever. What kind of treasure hunter is this? This guy's practically a garbage dump manager. Her perfect logic of Chu Ji is a ruthless bloodline hunter was shattered in the face of harsh reality. So, after eliminating all the impossibilities, the one that remains, however absurd, will be the only truth. Seraphina abruptly raised her head, her gaze piercing through the noisy crowd, fixing on the man who was still raising his glass in celebration with his people. Her gaze slowly shifted back, sweeping over the ugly women before her, despised by the world but cherished by that man. Finally, it landed on the smooth, mirror-like silver wineglass in her hand, where she saw her own delicate, pale, and slender reflection. A sudden, inexplicable chill ran through her body, shooting from the base of her spine to the top of her head. A crazy idea, which overturned her understanding of the past 20 years and even made her feel somewhat ashamed, popped up uncontrollably. Could it be that there really are men in this world who like monsters like us? Chapter 106, A Forced Draw. On the morning after the banquet, a thin layer of frost covered the walls of Blackrock Castle. Brunhild ended her unwavering morning training early in the morning. She didn't even change out of her sweat-soaked silver soft armor. With an imposing aura, she went straight to Chu Ji, who was inspecting the defenses on the city wall. Viscount Chu Ji, last night's family banquet was very lively. Her voice was cold and aloof, and her azure eyes held an undisguised scrutiny and challenge, completely lacking the politeness expected of a guest. However, in my opinion, popular support is such an ethereal thing as the cheapest consumable in a real war. I have come here on my father's orders to assess the true value of Blackrock territory in its fight against the orcs. She stretched out her hand, which was adorned with a metal wristband, and pointed to the soldiers training on the drill ground below. What I need to see is your strongest trump card, your army. These words were nothing short of a blatant ultimatum, delivered in the tone of a superior interrogating a subordinate. The faces of Hack, Baron Bear Roar, and the others following behind Chu Ji instantly turned ugly. Hey, this woman from the Empire, her tone is louder than the north wind, does she really think she's someone important? Baron Bear Roar lowered his voice and couldn't help but complain. Chu Ji remained calm and composed, not even turning around. He simply gazed at the distant, snow-capped mountains and calmly replied. Your Highness, if I may be so bold, my soldiers are not gladiators in the arena. Every drop of their blood should be shed on the battlefield to defend their homeland, not wasted on a meaningless performance. Such a contest has no value other than potentially causing unnecessary casualties to our valiant warriors. This composed refusal left Brunhild, who was poised to strike, feeling as if she had punched thin air. She had anticipated that Chu Ji might be furious or make various excuses, but she never expected him to refuse with such a noble and irrefutable reason. You don't dare anymore? Brunhild's lips curled into a mocking smile. Her proud pride made it impossible for her to accept this disguised retreat. Is this the courage of the new Lord of the North? They're just a bunch of peasant soldiers who've eaten their fill thanks to the good harvest, and they actually think they're something special? Her voice suddenly rose, carrying the arrogance and oppressive aura unique to the aristocracy of the capital. Here's what we'll do. All casualties, medical expenses, and compensation from the exercise will be paid tenfold, guaranteed by the imperial princess. Settlement in gold coins. Now, you, the lord who loves your soldiers like your own children, surely have no reason to refuse. Upon hearing this, the northern nobles behind him all gasped in shock. 10 times the amount of gold coins as compensation. This isn't just generosity, it's throwing money at someone's face. Chu Ji slowly turned around, meeting Brunhild's aggressive gaze, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. He remained silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons, before finally sighing helplessly and waving to Hack behind him. Since Her Highness is so generous and in such high spirits, we can't be ungrateful. Hack, go and make the preparations. He paused, then added a meaningful remark. Let Her Highness take out the new toys we prepared for our friends on the grasslands and let them be appreciated. Yes, sir. A glint of excitement flashed in Hack's eyes as he accepted the order and left. Brunhild felt a slight relief from the stifling feeling in her heart when she saw Chu Ji's forced-to-fight appearance. Instead, she felt a sense of exhilaration at the prospect of witnessing a crushing defeat. Half an hour later, on the huge training ground, the two armies stood facing each other in a clear and distinct manner. The atmosphere was extremely tense. On one side were 50 Templar Knights of the Empire. They were clad in full sets of silver white plate armor that shimmered with magical runes, and rode magnificent purebred warhorses. These warhorses were not only covered in heavy armor, but were also descendants of high-level magical beasts blessed and cherished as their own lives. The 50 knights stood motionless, like a mountain forged from steel and holy light, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. Opposite them were 500 Blackstone Territory heavy infantrymen, personally led by Hack. Although their equipment consisted of fine chainmail and captured Orc Tower shields, compared to the Templar Knights on the other side, it was like a beggar's version meeting a top-of-the-line one, exuding a grassroots feel. However, what is most striking are the 100 soldiers crouching on the ground in front of their formation. What they held in their hands were not ordinary spears, but a uniquely shaped weapon, a long shaft with a sharp spearhead at the top, and below the spearhead, a crescent-shaped, inward-curving, sharp blade that gleamed coldly, looking like a combination of a spear and a sickle. On the high platform, Brunhild, arms crossed, said confidently to Chuji beside her, "Your Excellency, to avoid unnecessary casualties, let's stop here. If my knights break through your lines, I'll consider myself the winner, how about it?" "Certainly." Chuji smiled and nodded in agreement. Seraphia, standing behind him, looked down at the strange side spears with great interest. She had a feeling that this man was up to something again. Thump! The dull sound of war drums rang out, and the exercise officially began. For the glory of the Empire. Charge! With a roar from the knight captain, 50 Templar knights spurred their horses forward simultaneously. Boom! The heavy thud of hooves instantly coalesced into an unstoppable torrent of steel. Their wedge formation, like a red-hot blade, fiercely pierced the seemingly frail lines of Blackstone Territory. The earth trembled, and the hearts of all the northern nobles watching the battle were in their throats, as if they could already see the bloody scene of the Blackstone army being torn apart in an instant. However, just as the cavalry charged to within 50 meters of the infantry formation, an unexpected incident occurred. Put! Huck let out a short, powerful roar. The 100 soldiers wielding hook and sickle spears did not raise their spears to meet the enemy as everyone expected. Instead, they maintained their half-crouched posture and swept their spears forward with a sudden, sweeping motion. Their goal was not the knight on horseback, but the galloping hooves. 100 hook and sickle spears, less than half a meter off the ground, formed a crisscrossing net of death composed of countless sharp, curved blades. The pupils of the Imperial Knight at the forefront suddenly contracted. He could see it clearly. If that gleaming hook were to strike the leg of his horse, it would not only be severed on the spot, but would also leave a deep, bone-revealing wound. This precious warhorse, which had accompanied him in battle for many years and was worth enough to buy a village, would become a useless horse in an instant. In a flash, the battle-hardened knight's body reacted instinctively. He pulled hard on the reins, and with a piercing neigh, forced his mount to rear up, barely avoiding the fatal sweep. One person's pause triggered a disastrous chain reaction. Slow down. Watch out ahead. Watch out for the horse's legs. The once orderly and unstoppable torrent of steel instantly turned into a complete mess. Some knights reined in their horses abruptly, while others dodged to the side, only to collide with their companions behind them. The terrifying impact, capable of crushing everything, disintegrated awkwardly and embarrassingly just a dozen meters away from the Blackstone army's lines. The entire training ground fell into an eerie silence. The Templars stared in shock at the sides still poised to strike before their horses' hooves, their vests instantly soaked with cold sweat. They are not afraid of death, but they cannot give up the legs of their partners, whom they cherish as their own lives, for a victory that is devoid of any sense of honor. What kind of lunatic came up with this underhanded tactic? That's so mean. On the high platform, all the northern allies stared wide-eyed, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. You can play it like this? Baron Bear was so excited that he slapped his thigh and roared. My goodness, is this something a human would do? Aiming specifically at a horse's legs. I love it. It's totally my style. Brunhild's confident smile froze. The color drained from her face, then a flush of humiliation surged up, her chest heaving violently. She was clearly furious. She could accept her knights dying in battle, but she could not accept them collapsing without a fight because they cherished their warhorses. Chuji's move, which didn't kill a single knight or even injure a single warhorse, was more humiliating to her than a direct defeat of her knightly order. This is not war, this is attacking the spirit. She stared intently at the man beside her, who still wore a warm smile, and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. It's a draw. Having said that, she could not stay there for another second. She flung her cloak and left the platform without looking back. Her back view was filled with indescribable panic and anger. The entire room fell silent.